World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 610 to Chapter 637. They sat in rows and distributed the fruits. Fong Ping, the fat sheep, had distributed most of the gains from the king battleground. Everyone was satisfied. Although the powerhouses didn't say anything, they were extremely satisfied in their hearts. Fong Ping was sometimes impulsive and reckless, but if it was for himself, this kid did not seem to care much for himself. Most of Fong Ping's gains were confiscated. Everyone was willing to bear the brunt of this guy's troubles. If he only took in and did not leave, he would only cause trouble, then he would not be well liked. Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing's personalities were similar, but Qin Fengqing was not well liked. Powerhouses were not your parents. If you only knew how to take and not give, naturally you would not be well liked. Qin Fengqing did not even have enough cultivation resources. He had to think of ways to fight for himself. How could he have anything to give back to others? He was the only one who would bear the brunt of the trouble he caused. Everyone did not hate him. If he only caused trouble and could not bear the brunt of it, then he would really be a nuisance. Zhang Tao and the others were busy people. They left quickly. MCMAU was not the only one who had to prepare for Skygate City. They had to prepare too. Pull one hair and the whole body will move. Although they had made a bet with King Huai, they still had to prepare. In particular, the Magic City catacombs weren't King Huai's territory. King Huai himself didn't interfere, but he couldn't protect the king of the monster plant bloodline, and the green wolf king of the monster life bloodline. These were also unstable factors. If MCMAU really wanted to go to war, Magic City catacombs must have an absolute master. After dealing with these matters, it was already the night of the 8th. When Fong Ping came out of the guest hall, it was already dark. Outside the guest hall, Xianxia was touring the campus with Feng Yuan. The two of them had been walking around MCMAU for a while and had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing that Fong Ping had something to do, the grandmasters were all smiles. Lu Fengru patted Fong Ping and smiled. Don't think about other things. Give yourself some personal space. We're going to gather the school instructors. It's okay if you come later. Lu Fengru was filled with emotions. A 20-year-old young man, now, did he have his own personal time? The higher Fong Ping's success, the busier he was, the more he had to deal with, and the more he lacked his own personal time. A person like him might have unimaginably high achievements in the future, but he had also missed out on many things. Sometimes, everyone forgot that he was still a young man. The heavy burden fell on Fong Ping's shoulders. Fong Ping said that he wanted to train the students in this battle, but he was also thinking about these grandmasters. Who would agree to let the Heavenly Gate City Master, who had a deep hatred for them, leave? But what could he do if he didn't agree? If Fong Ping had not suggested this battle, even if Wu Kuishan had suggested it, Zhang Tao might not have agreed. Although Fong Ping's ability was not as strong as Wu Kuishan's, he had made countless contributions and was also the leader of MCMAU's current prosperity. He had also entered rank 7. Zhang Tao actually attached great importance to a person like this who proposed to fight, and it was not just because of that god weapon. Fong Ping smiled and nodded. Beside him, Old Man Li also chuckled and said, "Kid, while you're still young, make a little Fong as soon as possible. Don't wait until you're really old." Fong Ping was speechless. Beside him, Xianxia's face was bright red. Fong Ping was even more speechless. "Why are you blushing? We're not doing anything. Why are you blushing?" Everyone could not help but laugh. Fong Ping looked at Huang Jing and said, "Vice-Chancellor Huang, my sister will enter MCMAU this year." Huang Jing's expression turned serious and said, calmly, "You take care of yourself. Young people don't need to think so much. We're old, the future is yours." Entrusting an orphan, when would it be Fong Ping's turn? There were many older generations in MCMAU, Fong Ping would not have to look for them. Fong Ping chuckled and nodded. Understood. Let's go. The few of them did not stay for long and quickly left. After they left, Fong Yuan whispered, "Brother, you guys are going to war?" Fong Ping looked at Xianxia, who quickly shook her head. Seeing this, Fong Yuan explained, "Instructor Qin said it. He said he's going to kill a bunch of powerhouses this time and chop off their heads as a greeting gift." Fong Ping's expression froze instantly. Qing Feng Qing, Mother asterisk Ker, what's up with this bastard, heads as a greeting gift, your family is giving heads as a greeting gift. Seeing Fang Ping's expression turn sour, Fang Yuan pouted and whispered, brother, are we really going to war? Is it still related to the evil sex? You're just a kid, what are you asking? Fang Ping interrupted her rudely and shouted, stop asking these questions, you're not an MCMAU student yet. Alright, it's getting dark, go back early. Brother, Fang Ping saw her pitiful look and said helplessly, it's okay, what could happen to your brother? Qin Fengqing died 100 times and I'm still fine. If he dares to say he's going to chop off people's heads, do you think nothing will happen to your brother? Normal martial artist battles are nothing. Your brother even beat up Dean Tang, he's a grandmaster, and I'm one of the strongest among the grandmasters, don't look down on your brother. Alright, go back. Go back and cultivate well. Also, if Qin Fengqing spouts nonsense again, tell me and I'll kill him. This guy. Everything he says is true, just pretend you didn't hear what he said. Beside her, Chen Yunqi also whispered, Yuan, it's okay. Besides, I'm going with Fang Ping this time, it's very safe. Fang Yuan heard Chen Yunqi say she was going too, so she was no longer worried. Chen Yunqi was only rank 5, her brother was rank 7, so there would be no problem. Then I'll go back. Fang Yuan said, then suddenly smiled and said, brother, why don't you have a chat with sister-in-law, go away. Fang Ping pinched her cheeks until the girl looked like dough, then waved his hand and sent her away. Fang Yuan did not mind, she just had to get used to it. The little girl left happily. Fang Ping did not care about her, neither did he ask anyone to send her off. A rank 1 martial artist was not so bad that she could not even go home. After Fang Yuan left, Chen Yunqi chuckled and said, Sister Yuan is so cute. When you pinched her, I wanted to pinch her too, but I was too embarrassed. Fang Ping had pinched Fang Yuan's face until it was distorted, and Chen Yunqi had been holding back her laughter. She actually wanted to try, but now was not the right time. Fang Ping laughed as he walked, she's just a brat, what's so cute about her? When she gets into trouble, she'll give you a headache. Last time in Sun City, she started the Yuan Ping Club and recruited thousands of female students, I know about this. Chen Yunqi said with a smile, Sister Yuan told me. Oh, right, our school's Yuan Ping Club, seems to be after Yuan Ping Club. You were so competitive back then. As soon as Fang Yuan said this, she guessed that Fang Ping had probably seen his sister start a club, so he followed suit. He even flipped the names on purpose. The siblings were very interesting. Fang Ping was slightly embarrassed, but he quickly recovered and smiled. Young and ignorant, you're not old now. You've learned to find loopholes? Fang Ping laughed and continued, what did I know back then? I didn't even go to the catacombs back then. I thought the evil sects were the biggest enemy, and that humans could live and work in peace. At that time, I dreamed of building the world's largest e-commerce platform, a martial arts e-commerce platform. I started a club so that the members could run errands for me for free. I thought that after graduation, these people would become powerhouses, so I could find a group of people to work for me for free. It was a beautiful dream, but reality was cruel. The catacombs, Chen Yunqi's smile faded a little. She said softly, Fang Ping, don't put too much pressure on yourself, this is for you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Fang Ping chuckled. I'm fine. Even if you don't say it, I know some things. As a man, living in this world, if you don't have the ability, then forget it. If you have the ability, then do it to your heart's content. The catacombs is a crisis, a pressure, but also a motivation, and a source of strength. If I have the ability, then I should at least give it a try. I can't just wait for death, right? You're different. There's no need to push yourself so hard. The last time I went to the catacombs in South Capital, I heard. Fang Ping paused and sighed. Don't push yourself too hard. In these 2 years, everyone has seen your changes. You're the first rank 5 martial artist in this batch of martial arts universities. Outsiders think that you're relying on your grandfather, and that I'm the one who gave you some resources, but people with more resources don't seem to become stronger. Back then, I said that I won't talk about feelings until I reach a high rank. I didn't mean that you must reach a high rank. I just wanted to give myself some pressure, a little excuse. Chen Yunqi chuckled. You don't have to explain anything. I know. Anyway, we're still young. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Although I can't help you much, I'll definitely support you and accompany you all the way. One day, I believe that you can achieve everything. Fang Ping laughed, his palm pressing on her shoulder gently. Chen Yunqi blushed. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned on Fang Ping's shoulder. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. This woman. Don't you feel that something is wrong? I'm not trying to show off my affection with you. I'm giving you the imperishable substance to help you hone your internal organs and flesh. Rank 5 martial artists hone their 6 organs, meridians, and flesh. And the imperishable substance is extremely helpful in these aspects, which rank 8 martial artist is willing to consume a large amount of imperishable substance to help their own disciples break through to peak rank 5 quickly. Only rank 6 martial artists who have sealed off their Sanjiao gate would lose their use of imperishable substance. Right now, he was consuming the imperishable substance to help Chen Yunqi hone her body. What was this woman thinking? Chen Yunqi was not completely clueless. After a moment, her face flushed red. She did not even dare to look at him. She had misunderstood. Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not mean to be more intimate with her. This was so embarrassing. Fang Ping did not say anything. Some imperishable substance circulated in Chen Yunqi's body. He said, go back and hone and absorb it. Now that you're the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society, it's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. If the students are going to fight in this war, then you'll have to take the lead. Fang Ping said seriously, you don't want to be a vitality martial artist, but you want to become stronger, and you want to share my burden. Then I won't stop you from becoming stronger. Fang Yuan thinks so too, but what does she know? Has she seen the cruelty of the catacombs? She doesn't know anything. That's why I hope she can be a vitality martial artist in peace. It's best if she doesn't know the cruelty of being a martial artist for the rest of her life. As for you, you've already seen everything. You know what the catacombs mean. You still choose to walk on, then I'll respect your choice. Yunqi, save your own life. If you die, there's nothing left. Live on. Live on until the day the war is won, until the day the threat of the catacombs is completely quelled. Maybe only then, you and I can roam freely like wild cranes. We don't have to think about whether there's a tomorrow after today. War. I hate it, but I have no choice but to face it. Chen Yunqi nodded heavily. Go cultivate. Fang Ping waved his hand. He did not stay any longer and walked toward the auditorium. Chen Yunqi bit her lip. Without hesitation, she walked quickly toward the energy room. As for the imperishable substance Fang Ping gave her, although she was curious, she did not want to ask. Fang Ping did not give Chen Yunqi a divine weapon, nor did he give her the jade pendant. To Chen Yunqi, these things were a source of trouble. If a rank 5 martial artist had these things, once she entered the battlefield, she would be a thorn in the eyes of the catacombs martial artists. Divine weapons could not be kept in the Sanjiao gate unless they were rank 7. The jade pendant could not release mentality, so she could not use it. Normal martial artists would not be able to discover this, but a desperate realm powerhouse could easily discover it. Although the possibility of encountering a desperate realm powerhouse was not high, once she was targeted, it would be a disaster with no chance of survival. As for who to give the jade pendant to, she would see. The auditorium. When Fang Ping entered the door, it was crowded. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Yu stood up and shouted, MCMAU instructors, except for Vice-Chancellor Liu, everyone is here. 975 people should be here, 974 people are here. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. He said, from today onwards, I am no longer an MCMAU student. 976 people should be here, 975 people are here. As soon as he said that, many people laughed. At this time, someone said in a clear voice, Zhang Yu, kid, did you count wrong? Who said that there are only so few MCMAU instructors? Aren't we old fellows human? The person who spoke was none other than Su Guqing. The old man's voice was loud at this moment, saying loudly, 37 retired MCMAU instructors have retired due to injuries. Today, all of them will return to the ranks of instructors. MCMAU instructors should be here, 1033 people are here, 1032 people are here, 37 retired instructors. These were all the retired instructors of MCMAU. As for the others, none of them retired, only death awaited them. 61 years of the school's establishment. That was all. Above the auditorium, Wu Quishan said slowly, "Welcome back to the team, instructors." 2010, 8th of August. MCMAU instructors 1033, 1 rank 9, 1 rank 8, 5 rank 7, 95 rank SIXS, 402 rank 5s, 420 rank 4s, 109 rank 3s. At this moment, Fong Ping had also walked to the auditorium. He was a rank 7 martial artist and a probationary vice-chancellor. Now was not the time to be humble. As soon as Fong Ping went up the stage, he said, "There are still 109 rank 3 instructors, less than I expected. I remember that when I returned in June, there were still 152 rank 3 instructors. Congratulations to all the instructors, your strength has improved." In just 2 short months, 43 instructors had entered the middle ranks. This speed could not be considered slow. Rank 6 powerhouses, however, had the biggest increase. It was almost close to 100 people. It was not that the instructors had improved that quickly, but that the old people had returned to their positions. 37 old people, 25 of them were rank 6 martial artists. Before some of them were injured, they were actually not rank 6. However, on that day, Fong Ping gave back a large amount of imperishable substance to everyone. As some of the old people recovered, they quickly broke through their original shackles, located the Sanjiao Gate, and entered rank 6. After Fong Ping finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Let's not talk about business now. It just so happens that I have gained something in the catacombs this time. Rank 3 instructors, please step forward now. I hope that this time everyone can take the opportunity to enter rank 4. As Fong Ping spoke, Old Man Li's figure appeared, walking over with a golden statue-like powerhouse's remains in his hands. "This is my human ancient martial artist's remains. Today, MCMAU needs seniors' help. Please forgive us, senior." Old Man Li looked respectful and shouted, "Rank 3 instructors, please step forward. Whether we can enter rank 4 quickly depends on this one move. MCMAU is getting stronger day by day. Many students have already surpassed rank 3. Instructors should strive forward. Today, with the help of the senior's strength, we must continue to work hard in the future. Do not slack off. There is no distinction between civil and military in martial arts. Since you have become a martial artist, strength is everything. The instructor's strength is not as good as the student's. How can we talk about teaching and educating? I hope that everyone can learn from the shame and work harder." Among the crowd, more than 100 instructors walked up to the stage, looking ashamed. Rank 3 instructors. This was the mainstream in normal martial arts universities. No one would think that rank 3 instructors were weak. However, in MCMAU, they had indeed embarrassed MCMAU. In the past year, they had not been lacking in resources and benefits. Most of them had actually stopped at upper stage or peak. There were almost no martial artists below upper stage. However, rank 3 was rank 3. It was really embarrassing to be surpassed by a large number of students. "Salute!" Old Man Li shouted. One by one, the 100 instructors saluted the remains of the ancient martial artist. Martial artists were decisive in killing, but they rarely used the remains of their own people to improve themselves, unless it was absolutely necessary. When it came to the catacombs martial artists, everyone could kill them and take their hearts. When it came to humans, if powerhouses died in battle, most of the time, their whole bodies would be buried. There were also special circumstances where some high-ranked powerhouses volunteered to donate their remains. At this time, they would be used for research or simply use the remains of powerhouses to improve their own strength. After everyone saluted, the 6 high ranks on the stage, other than Old Man Li, set up a mentality barrier one after another, enveloping these people and the remains. Originally, this remains had been sealed by Wu Quishan. Now, Wu Quishan had also unsealed it. In the next moment, an extremely powerful vitality force surged into the sky, but it was sealed by the barrier that everyone had set up. Vitality force permeated the entire barrier-bounded domain. A dead rank 9 powerhouse's strength was countless times stronger than these rank 3. Even a trace of vitality force was enough to shake them. At the same time, Fang Ping and the others crushed a large number of vitality pills. Some rank 9 energy stones were also crushed and thrown into the barrier-bounded domain. More than 100 rank 3s were breaking through the bottleneck. The vitality of a dead rank 9 might not even be enough. At this time, some of the martial artists who were originally only one step away from rank 4 had their bottlenecks shaken. Early stage rank 4, building the Celestial Bridge. If the Heart Bridge was built successfully, it would be early stage rank 4. If all the 5 Viscera bridges were built, it would be middle stage rank 4. Back then, Fang Ping built 5 celestial bridges in one go, directly crossing the early stage and entering the middle stage. Right now, these instructors could not do what Fang Ping did. However, building a celestial bridge, with the cooperation of a large amount of vitality and other energy, very soon, someone built it successfully. Buzz, 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 the quaking sound was endless. These people did not stay long after building the Heart Bridge, nor did they continue to build other bridges. Although the energy was extremely rich at this moment, there were others who were breaking through, so they would not continue to absorb this energy here. One person walked out, 2 people walked out. Gradually, about an hour later, more than 30 people walked out. The auditorium was very quiet. For martial artists, this amount of time was nothing. Seeing with their own eyes that MCMAU's instructors were about to enter the era of all middle ranks, some people's eyes were brimming with tears. MCMAU's golden age, in the 61 years since the school was established, they had just completed the era of all martial artists. Now, they were about to usher in the era of all middle ranks instructors. For the first time in 61 years, MCMAU was powerful enough to make people tremble. There were 7 high ranks. Luo Yichuan and Zhang Jianhong had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Luo Yichuan's instructor, Su Guqing, and the dean of the School of Social Sciences, Chen Zhenhua, were also close to achieving mentality-vitality fusion. 2-digit high ranks were right in front of them. 40 people, 50 people, 60 people, more and more people walked out. Below the stage, Qin Fengqing looked around, tugged at Zhang Yu, and said in a low voice, "When do you think MCMAU will enter the era of all high-ranks instructors?" Zhang Yu looked at him with a blank expression. "Are you awake?" Qin Fengqing saw him looking at him like he was an idiot. He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Don't blame me for not promoting you. That kid Fang Ping, Vice-Chancellor." Zhang Yu corrected him. Qin Fengqing's expression was dark, so dark that it could not be looked at. "I'm going to call you that kid Fang Ping. You're not happy with that? Damn, it's only been a day and you're already changing the way you call me." Forget it, I don't even need to remind him. He originally wanted to say that he should get closer to Fang Ping. Fang Ping had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If he sucked up to him, he, old Zhang, would also have a chance as a rank 7. But now, forget it. What was the point of reminding him? Look, he was already calling him Vice-Chancellor. His relationship with Zhang Yu was not bad. When Zhang Yu was the president of the Martial Arts Society, he often cleaned up after him. If it was someone else, they would not have been able to stand Qin Fengqing. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Yu was also good at flattery. Qin Fengqing shrugged and kept his mouth shut. When Fang Ping came in just now, this guy had eagerly reported the situation, more enthusiastic than anyone else. Although this was what Zhang Yu was supposed to do, because he was now the deputy director of the school administration, specializing in this. However, Qin Fengqing still felt that this guy was just sucking up to Fang Ping. Flatterer. Qin Fengqing cursed in his heart. Zhang Yu had changed too. He was not like this in the past. In the whole of MCMAU, there was no one who was not a flatterer now. Just as Qin Fengqing was whispering below the stage, Fang Ping glanced at the barrier boundary. At this moment, there were still more than 10 people who had not broken through. As for the ancient martial artist's vitality force, it was slowly dissipating. It might not be able to support these people in breaking through. Seeing this, Fang Ping suddenly let out a low roar. There was no aura overflowing from his body, but everyone could see a thick vitality force surging toward one person. This martial artist who was in the midst of breaking through was stunned for a moment. He felt an incomparably strong vitality helping him build the celestial bridge quickly. and he did not show any signs of rejection. Focus, breakthrough. Fong Ping let out a low roar. At this moment, he was changing his own aura. His vitality came from the same source, helping others break through. However, he added an aura barrier on himself, so everyone could not feel anything. Only this martial artist whom he was attacking could feel some abnormalities. However, rank 3 martial artists might still have a hard time distinguishing some things. Fong Ping did not want to be too ostentatious. Actually, it was not difficult for him to help people improve their abilities, but he did not do this kind of thing often. When they were close to a bottleneck, he could help them. Following Fong Ping's move, the remaining people began to break through one by one. As for Fong Ping, he was sweating profusely at this moment, his face pale. If he did not pretend to be miserable, it would be too easy. What if they came looking for him in the future? When the last person built the celestial bridge, Fong Ping staggered and almost fell to the ground. Golden blood flowed from his mouth. The instructors who were helped all looked worried and ashamed. Fong Ping sighed in his heart when he saw this. I have no intention of buying people's hearts. Don't misunderstand, I'm just pretending to be miserable so that you won't come after me in the future. Not only these instructors, but all the instructors on and off the stage looked worried. Even a few grandmasters were frowning slightly. It would not be good if Fong Ping was injured too badly in order to help some rank 3 martial artists break through. In the crowd, Wu Quishan and Old Manly looked at each other. They felt that this kid might not really be injured so badly. As for Qin Fengqing, who was below the stage, he did not care at all. Hypocrite, Fong Ping could even help rank 6 Old Wang and the others. He did not believe that this guy would be injured to this extent by helping a few rank 3 martial artists. Who was he trying to fool? As for Fong Ping, he did not continue. He quickly recovered his rosy complexion and said loudly, MCMAU instructors, all have entered the middle ranks. MCMAU's golden age has arrived. Congratulations to MCMAU. Congratulations to MCMAU. More than 1,000 middle-ranked instructors roared in excitement. Their voices traveled tens of miles. Inside MCMAU, in the university town, at this moment, one could hear the cheers and roars of extreme joy. Many martial arts university powerhouses looked helpless and envious. Did something good happen in MCMAU again? They had just held a Grandmaster banquet for Fong Ping in the morning. Could it be that someone was going to break through to Grandmaster in the evening? Being neighbors with MCMAU was really heart-wrenching. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Thousands of instructors had all achieved middle ranks. This was an unimaginable achievement. Everyone's cheers rose and fell. As for Fong Ping, he was also full of smiles. MCMAU's growth to this stage was not due to his own efforts. However, Fong Ping would not deny his own contributions. Seeing the growth of these instructors, he felt as if his own children had grown up. Although these children were very old enough to be his grandparents, who cared about age, below the arena, the clamor continued. Fong Ping coughed softly and said, Instructors, please calm down. The instructors have entered the middle ranks era. This is a joyous event and worth celebrating. However, the instructors in the arena quieted down instantly. Actually, before this meeting was held, everyone had already made preparations. In the crowd, Luo Yichuan said in a low voice, Are we starting a decisive battle with Skygate City? If so, then I have no objections. Let's fight. Let's fight. We must fight. A 60-year blood feud. Everyone here has teachers, classmates, students, and loved ones who died at the hands of Skygate City. The executioners want to leave? It won't be that easy. I heard they want to retreat to the back of Monster Sunflower City to recuperate. We can't tolerate this. Fight. 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 First it was discussion, and then it became a chorus of shouting. Fight. The crowd was roused. If it was mentioned among the students, it might not resonate with them. However, most of these thousands of instructors had fought in the catacombs for decades, especially in Skygate City. It was a blood feud that they could not forget. Everyone in MCMAU was also stained with the blood of Skygate City's people. Similarly, Skygate City had killed countless people. Their hands were also stained with the blood of their loved ones and friends. This hatred was hard to forget. Martial arts universities do not avoid war, do not fear war, we must fight. Old Master Sugiching roared, instructors who are unwilling to fight, you can choose not to. We won't force it. However, old bones like us will definitely fight. In my life, I have taken in 32 students. 23 of them died at the hands of Skygate City. My good friends, my wife, all died at the hands of Skygate City. Blood feud, I thought I would die of old age on my sickbed with my remains. Now, since there's a chance, even if I die, I'll bite off a piece of their flesh to comfort the souls of those who died in battle. We can't let the executioner leave just like that. Fight. Fong Ping did not say anything. These excited instructors' blood was boiling, their fighting spirit overflowing. Even some of the younger instructors clenched their fists and roared for battle. Over the past 60 years, aside from the military department, Magic City Martial Arts University had the most martial artists who had died in battle. The military was made up of martial artists from the military. Moreover, they were constantly redeploying their forces. Other than the ones currently stationed here, the martial artist who had died in the previous battle might not still have his comrades in Shanghai. However, MCMAU was different. Almost all of MCMAU's instructors had taken root in MCMAU. In terms of hatred, no one hated Skygate City more than MCMAU. Down below, even Qin Fengqing, who was usually too lazy to get involved in these matters, was flushed at this moment. He shouted, those who are not willing to fight, just stay in school. Those who are willing to fight, go to the catacombs. We're all martial artists, what's with all this nonsense? Many people turned to look at him. This kid had just become an instructor, and he dared to look down on them. Someone snorted. You better not go, kid. Don't follow in your father's footsteps. Leave a seed for the Qin family. What me? When your father was still alive, I've already persuaded him. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here anymore. How dare you yell at me? Qin Fengqing looked embarrassed. What did he mean? Was it you who persuaded my father to give birth to me? All right, the possibility was not small. He knew the person who spoke. He was also a martial artist from the old vice-chancellor's generation. He was very old. The probability of him persuading his father was not low. On the stage, Fong Ping saw this scene and looked at Wu Quishan and the others. Wu Quishan said slowly, if that's the case, then let's vote now. Martial artists should follow their hearts and not be disturbed by others. To fight or not to fight, everyone has their own ideas. Looking at the big picture, fighting now may not be beneficial to MCMAU. Not willing to fight does not mean that we are timid or afraid to fight. There are no cowards among us MCMAU instructors and students. The decisive battle this time was a little rushed and abrupt because of Skygate City's evacuation. Otherwise, we could continue waiting. We want revenge and are not in a hurry. But now, we can't wait anymore. That's why we have this meeting. Everyone, let's vote. Those who agree to fight, raise your hand. Whoosh, the simultaneous action of raising their hands brought a gust of wind. 1,033 people. Other than Fong Ping and the others, at this moment, almost 1,000 people had raised their hands. Some did not raise their hands, but the number was very small. Martial artists had strong willpower and were rarely affected by others. At this moment, among the people who did not raise their hands, someone said slowly, I don't have any objections to fighting. But I think that MCMAU still needs to keep some foundation. Among the instructors, at least 200 people must stay behind to wait for the follow-up. If the whole school fights, then MCMAU's foundation will be completely broken. I even suggest that we keep a grandmaster. Fong Ping, you're still young, Fong Ping smiled. Instructor, my combat strength is strong. It won't do if I don't fight. But what you said makes sense. We need a group of people to stay behind. Also, among the high ranks, Fong Ping looked around at the few people. Huang Jing saw Fong Ping looking at him and smiled, shaking his head. If the high ranks want to stay, then you'll stay. If you don't, then all of you can go. But, Huang Jing also looked at the others, and finally fixed his gaze on Chen Zhenhua. He said slowly, Dean Chen, you stay. Vice-Chancellor Huang, you're about to achieve mentality-vitality fusion. Besides, you've been in MCMAU for a long time, You know everything about MCMAU very well. After a few years, you should be able to step into the high ranks. If you stay, our combat strength won't suffer too much. It can also be considered as keeping MCMAU's foundation. Xianxia looked unwilling. Although he was not young anymore, at this moment, his face was still flushed. After a long time, Xianxia said in a low voice, "All right. I'll stay." In the end, among the thousands of instructors, 120 people stayed. There were young people, middle-aged people, and old people. These people all looked unwilling, but they understood that staying behind might have a heavier responsibility than fighting. If MCMAU suffered heavy losses in this battle, these people would be the foundation to lead MCMAU to rise again. After confirming the people who would fight and the people who would stay behind, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "Since we're letting everyone fight, then we won't fight a battle without preparation. Heavy casualties are not my style. I hope everyone can return safely." Of course, this is not something that can be said casually. Right now, there are still thousands of middle-ranked martial artists in Skygate City and close to 10,000 low-ranked martial artists. When martial artists fight, accidents happen everywhere. How can it be as I wish, that everyone will come back alive without any injuries? As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of energy crystals suddenly appeared in front of Fang Ping out of thin air. Everyone looked at him strangely. This thing's energy had been depleted. What was he taking these out for? In the next moment, something even more surprising happened. Fang Ping suddenly hammered himself, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth and his golden body to crack. Fang Ping. Wu Quishan was shocked. This kid. What was he going to do? Soon, everyone understood. Suddenly, a large amount of imperishable matter surged out of Fang Ping's body. Fang Ping let out a low growl. The imperishable matter flowed into the empty energy crystals. Meanwhile, Fang Ping was still inventing on his own. Resurrected martial artist, Wu Quishan's expression was complicated. Fang Ping actually chose to create himself, producing imperishable matter and integrating it into the energy crystals. Was he giving everyone a last resort? However, soon, Wu Quishan was shocked. Fang Ping's imperishable substance was getting more and more. Fang Ping himself was also constantly creating himself. When resurrected martial artists were injured, they would produce imperishable matter. Many people knew this now. However, the imperishable matter of resurrected martial artists was also limited. According to a certain fatty in Star Town, the imperishable matter of resurrected martial artists was, in fact, comparable to about half of a typical rank 8 martial artist. Once it was depleted, it would be gone. And now? How much did Fang Ping release? There seemed to be no unit of measurement for imperishable matter. No one had ever calculated it. However, rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists still had an idea. The imperishable matter that Fang Ping released had now exceeded the imperishable matter of rank 9 martial artists. No, not just one rank 9, absolute peak. Could it be? At this moment, the Grandmaster's expressions changed again and again. Could this person, before resurrection, be a desperate realm powerhouse? Even so, under normal circumstances, it was difficult to preserve so much imperishable matter. What was Fang Ping's ability before resurrection, offstage? Qin Fengqing's face was also blank. This guy. Could it be that he was really above the absolute peak? Otherwise, how could he have so much imperishable matter? He did not really believe some of the things that Fang Ping said before. However, at this moment, Qin Fengqing felt that he was about to fall. Above the absolute peak, if not for the resurrection of such a powerhouse, how could he have so much imperishable matter? With Fang Ping's personality, he would definitely not exhaust everything. This meant that he actually still had a lot. Beside him, Li Hansong also looked excited and worried. He was excited because everything that Fang Ping was doing now proved everything that he said. He was really a powerhouse above the absolute peak. At least he could not do this. Even if he beat himself to death, he could not do it, and he could not release so much imperishable matter. But Fang Ping did it. What worried him was that if he consumed so much, would it have a significant impact on Fang Ping? The reason why resurrected martial artists could improve so quickly was actually closely related to the imperishable matter. They were reviving. When they were injured, they could use the imperishable matter to heal. strengthen their flesh, strengthen their bones, strengthen their mentality. Usually, people like Old Wang would also use self-invented methods to revive the imperishable matter and strengthen their cultivation. Fang Ping's rapid progress might also be related to these imperishable matter. Now, in order to leave behind life-saving means for the people of MCMAU. Would it hurt Fang Ping too much? Would his future progress be affected if he used up all the imperishable matter? Could he still recover the strength of his past life? Li Hansong's face was full of worry. The instructors below the stage also had complicated expressions. Someone said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, that's enough. Stop. Even if all of us die in the catacombs, it's not as important as a powerhouse who has the potential to achieve rank 9 and above. Fang Ping, don't continue." At this moment, everyone's feelings were extremely complicated. Initially, when Fang Ping said he wanted to fight, everyone had no objections. However, when Fang Ping focused on leading this battle, everyone felt that it was still somewhat inappropriate. Wu Quishan was more suitable. But now Fang Ping had sacrificed so much. What was it for? Was it for him? He had so much imperishable matter on him. Perhaps he could achieve rank 8 very soon, or even rank 9, even if he really conquered Skygate City and killed those people. What did it have to do with him? Fang Ping and Skygate City did not have a deep hatred. Even if he did not fight, no one could say anything. But now, everyone's feelings were too complicated, so complicated that even when they saw those energy crystals turning golden, they did not feel excited. That was a good life-saving item. This kind of energy crystal filled with imperishable matter was equivalent to having an extra life when it was heavily injured. Fang Ping said he did not want them to die. This was the biggest guarantee. If these energy crystals were given to a rank 8 powerhouse, it might allow that rank 8 to take a step forward. But now, they were actually given to some middle-ranked martial artists to save their lives. What a waste, it was not worth it. On the stage, Fang Ping had already vomited 3 liters of blood. He cursed in his heart for a while. Acting was so tiring, so painful, but this thing couldn't just appear out of nowhere. Previously, it was fine if there was a small amount, but if there were too many, it would be too eye-catching. Now it was fine. In front of everyone, this resurrected martial artist had severely injured himself, giving birth to imperishable matter. This could only prove that he was a top-notch powerhouse in his past life and had accumulated a lot of imperishable matter. I really didn't do this to win people's hearts. I just wanted to make everything more normal. I had to vomit blood. Sigh, I hammered myself until my golden body was about to explode. Did you think it was easy for me? I did it so that all of you could survive. I'm too soft-hearted. Fang Ping's heart was also filled with emotions. Fang Ping, was truly dedicated to MCMAU. Who could understand my pain? It was indeed very painful. The physical pain was nothing. The key was that it consumed a lot of wealth. 1 strand of imperishable matter was 1,000 wealth points. He had done experiments before. If he wanted a middle-ranked martial artist to recover from a serious injury, he would need at least 10 strands. That would be 10,000 wealth points. There were thousands of middle-ranked instructors on the field, and more than 900 people who participated. There were also students. There were already about 400 middle-ranked students in the university. Rank 3 students, he had to give some, at least 2,000 energy crystals filled with 10 strands of imperishable matter. That would be 20,000 strands, 20 million wealth points. I haven't accumulated much wealth points until now. I've spent so much in one go. Fang Ping's heart ached to the extreme. His face turned even paler. Beside him, Huang Jing looked like he was struggling. He said in a low voice, "It's enough." Fang Ping was willing to create himself just to save everyone's lives. This was admirable and touching. However, the impact of him creating himself was probably huge. On one hand, there were thousands of instructors and students in the university. On the other hand, there was Fang Ping's future. In the long run, perhaps Fang Ping's future was more important than these people's lives. Now, he had used up so much imperishable matter. What would Fang Ping do in the future? Could he still improve quickly when he reached rank 8? Fang Ping continued to produce imperishable matter while laughing. It's nothing. I'm not a good person. I treat people the same way they treat me. When I entered MCMAU when I was weak, I remember how the instructors treated me. When I was rank 1, my vitality could recover limitlessly. No one asked me, no one looked for me, no one investigated me. I know why. When I first went to the catacombs, the dean protected me secretly. Although I lost myself, I remember this favor. On New Year's Eve, the instructors traveled thousands of miles to rescue me overnight. This is a favor. In the Magic City catacombs, I caused a huge disaster. The Vice-Chancellor stepped forward bravely and said he took it all. This favor, I remember it too. In life, we seek peace of mind. We seek that you treat me well and I treat you well. I'm a student who can cause trouble. When I cause trouble, someone walks on the path of 10,000 unification. What's the big deal about the imperishable matter? If it's gone, I'll cultivate it again. No matter how important the imperishable matter is, it's not as important as one's life. I hope this time everyone can return safely and advance further. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping vomited blood again. Acting was so tiring, he did not want to act every time, but this damned reality forced him to act. He could not possibly produce so much imperishable matter for no reason. Beside him, Wu Quishan was already stunned. The imperishable matter that Fang Ping had produced after consuming 20 million wealth points was really comparable to the peak. In other words, the imperishable matter that a desperate realm powerhouse could contain was only this much. If converted into money, that would be 200 billion. Of course, they could cultivate it again after consuming it. However, Fang Ping did not have this ability. What he consumed was his foundation, his accumulation. A person who was resurrected from the dead actually produced imperishable matter that was comparable to the peak. This, in Fang Ping's past life, his strength might not only be at the peak. How could this be? Wu Quishan's shock could not be any greater. Could it be that this kid could recover his strength from his past life? What was his strength in his past life? Was there such a realm above the peak, the level of the catacombs 2 kings? Moreover, it seemed that Fang Ping still had it. This? Wu Quishan was confused. Beside him, Lu Fengru could not help but murmur, what kind of student did I take in? In the past, everyone did not know that Fang Ping could produce imperishable matter. Last time, Fang Ping also said that the life gate gave him feedback. This time, under everyone's watchful eyes, Fang Ping self-created and produced a large amount of imperishable matter. His identity as a resurrected martial artist was completely confirmed this time. Not only resurrected martial artists, he was also one of the top powerhouses. Compared to him, what were the resurrected martial artists in Star Town? If their imperishable matter was converted into Fang Ping's wealth points, would it be 2 million points? Although everyone was not too sure, they knew that it was impossible for it to be more than Fang Ping. MCMAU's blessing. The rank 9 Wu Quishan said softly. His own strength was nothing. What was rare was that Fang Ping actually selflessly contributed to everyone. At this moment, everyone was silent. Even Qin Fengqing, who did not believe in Fang Ping, scratched his head. Was Fang Ping really the heavenly emperor? Alright, he believed it a little bit. P.S. Late update, sorry again. Recently I've been crashing. My weak period is here. Allow me to soften for a few days, I will definitely recover. In the auditorium. Very quickly, Fang Ping returned to normal. The energy crystals in front of him also flew toward the instructors. Fang Ping smiled. One for each. I hope the instructors won't use it to heal their injuries. I hope everyone will use it to improve their strength after the big battle. The imperishable substance was more useful than life essence. Fang Ping said, we'll hold a student meeting tomorrow, led by the Martial Arts Society. No matter what the students think or how they choose, since the instructors have decided, from now on, MCMAU will enter combat readiness. August 15th, enter Magic City's catacombs. Strive to conquer Skygate City in half a month and return to MCMAU before school starts. New students will enter the school and MCMAU will conquer Skygate City. This is the best way to welcome the new students. Victory! Everyone roared and ran in all directions. Some went home to say goodbye, some made final preparations before the big battle, some prepared to go out for a few days. Who knew if they could come back after leaving this time? After they left, Fang Ping also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the grandmasters looking at him, Fang Ping smiled. I'm fine. Oh right, everyone has one golden body pill each. Same for the resurrection pill. Give the extra resurrection pill to Yao Qingjun. This time, he'll come to help. For rank 7, I'm only going to let Yao Qingjun help. For rank 8. Vice-Chancellor, who do you think is suitable? Having more people might not be a good thing. If you have more people on your side, the other side will have more people. This is the catacombs. If you have 5 rank 7s on your side, the other side may have 8. If you have 6, the other side may have 10. Therefore, if it is not necessary, there is no need to have too many people. However, for rank 8, it is still necessary to invite someone to help. However, in this kind of big battle, the possibility of death is not a small matter. After hearing Fang Ping's words, Wu Quishan thought for a while and said, this time, we're risking our lives to help. It's fine if we don't have a good relationship or a family member. If General Tian hasn't broken through, he can actually be a member of the support team. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, how about Minister Wang? Wu Quishan laughed and said softly, don't invite people randomly. They won't be able to refuse. If they come reluctantly, it will hurt their relationship. We'll see. If it doesn't work, then we won't invite people to help. This is MCMAU's business. Fang Ping nodded and said no more. Beside him, Tang Feng said, the military will send a team of 100 people tomorrow. If the students participate, they will cooperate with the Combat Finger College to give them some guidance. Okay, I got it. Fang Ping looked at the remaining thousands of energy crystals in his hand. After some thought, he stored all these energy crystals into the storage jade pendant and passed them to Huang Jing. Vice-Chancellor, please help me distribute these to the students. Other than that, for this trip to the catacombs, some of the university's important resources would be brought along as well. As for the rest of the life essence and whatnot, he kept them in his storage jade pendant. At critical moments, you will be responsible for distributing these resources. Then I also have a storage ring. This was actually obtained in the king's battlefield. I've already obtained one before. This space isn't big, and I don't have many things with me. Huang Jing nodded and didn't say anything else. As for why he did not give them to Wu Quishan, that was because old Wu was the main force in this battle and was under a lot of pressure. He might not have the time to distribute them. Teachers, please prepare yourselves and adjust yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, a few golden balls floated in Fang Ping's hand. The golden balls were not big, only the size of ping-pong balls. They landed in everyone's hands. Wu Quishan frowned slightly. Fang Ping smiled and said, at critical moments, we'll play dirty. The vitality recovery pill combined with these imperishable substances can restore us to our peak in an instant, which is equivalent to a full HP resurrection. If we don't fight, if we fight, then we must win. Not only must we win, but we must win beautifully. It's not easy for MCMAU to gather a few grandmasters. I don't want to lose people because of this battle. If we are really short of people, what if the number of grandmasters is not in the double digits when I become the vice-chancellor? Wu Quishan glanced at him and shook his head, too lazy to say anything else. Looking at the golden ball-like imperishable substances in his hands, Wu Quishan sighed softly in his heart. It did not look big, but there was so much imperishable substances. Just the few of them had obtained would probably be equivalent to Fang Ping's total consumption. On top of the peak, it was confirmed, the few of them had an idea in their hearts and did not say anything more. Very soon, the few of them left and began to prepare. As for Fang Ping, he took a look at his wealth consumption. This time, he really felt a pinch. Wealth, 85 million points vitality, 16,000 calories, 16,609 calories, mentality, 2,000 Hz, 2,107 Hz, destruction power? Bone honing, 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, what a huge loss. This time, he had spent close to 40 million wealth. Half of it was given to the instructors and students, and the other half to the grandmasters. The golden ball in each grandmaster's hands was equivalent to all the imperishable substances of a rank 8 powerhouse. Old Wu had more, after all, he was strong. If he wanted to recover, the consumption would be even greater. Old Manly had a lot too. He still had some life essence in his hands, which would probably be used up this time. Hopefully, it would be enough. Otherwise, Fong Ping would have to think of something in the later stages. It dropped below 100 million in an instant. Fong Ping sighed in his heart. He hoped that there would be some gains this time. If he really annihilated Skygate City, he did not know how much he would gain. When that time came, he would have to settle the accounts. MCMAU's was MCMAU's. His was his. Everything that needs to be prepared has been prepared. Everything that needs to be given has been given. If there are still a lot of casualties, then there's nothing we can do. On August 9, the Martial Arts Society held a full member meeting. Fong Ping did not attend. Xianxia led the meeting. There were 650 members in the Martial Arts Society. When it came to voting, 580 voted in favor, 60 opposed, and the rest abstained. With a high number of votes in favor, all the middle-ranked MCMAU students participated in the frontline fight. The rank 3 martial artists were in charge of the front line. The rank 2 martial artists retreated to Hope City and were responsible for treating the wounded and transporting supplies. As for the rank 1 martial artists, it was decided that they would not participate in this battle. It was not even necessary for them to assist in defense. Rank 1 martial artists were still too weak. If they encountered trouble, they would be annihilated in an instant. At the same time, a 100-man team from the military department led by Fong Ping's acquaintance, Du Hong, arrived for pre-battle guidance. Du Hong. This time, he would cooperate with a few MCMAU rank 6 martial artists in a complicated team battle. His participation in this battle with mentality-vitality fusion was not considered eye-catching. If he was not a high-ranked martial artist, he would not be noticed by the catacombs powerhouses. MCMAU entered a state of preparation for battle. The production line in the school worked overtime to produce pills and weapons. Large amounts of pills and weapons were distributed for free. As for Fong Ping, he studied the 10,000 instructor Fong Ping technique while negotiating with the people from the military department and the education department. On the 12th of August, Fong Ping entered the Magic City catacombs in advance. Hope City. Many powerhouses had gathered there. Tian Mu was now the person in charge of this place. When Fong Ping entered, Tian Mu was already waiting outside the passageway. It was not to receive Fong Ping, but to save time. As soon as Fong Ping came out, Tian Mu went straight to the point. Where did MCMAU choose to station? Fong Ping was still quite familiar with the terrain of the Magic City catacombs. Hope City was in the south. Skygate City was less than 100 miles north. Monster Phoenix City was in the northwest, and Monster Sunflower City was in the northeast. These 3 catacomb cities formed a triangle, with Skygate City protruding at the forefront. As Fong Ping walked toward the northern city wall, he asked, "Has the Jiao's forest expanded recently?" Speaking of this, Tian Mu's thoughts were rather complicated. After a while, Tian Mu said helplessly and amusedly, "It has." Now, 50 meters outside the southern city gate of Skygate City is the territory of the Jiao's forest. On our side, the Jiao's forest hasn't expanded much. It's still about 30 miles away from us. Now, Skygate City is relocating through the eastern gate instead of the southern gate. The Skygate City Lord has left, and he doesn't want to care about it anymore. Has the mineral vein been relocated? Speaking of this, Fong Ping asked curiously, how would such a huge mineral vein be relocated? Take its core and abandon the peripheral areas. Tian Mu explained quickly, take the core area away. With the strength of the Skygate City Lord and the Skygate Tree, it's enough to divide the mineral vein, relocate it, and replant it under the new city. In fact, they've already started dividing it recently. Beside him, Magic City Catacombs Military Department General Sumafu said, actually, a few days ago, there was some movement in Skygate City. I'm afraid the Skygate City Lord is preparing to relocate the mineral vein. In the end, the Jiao seemed unwilling and attacked him halfway, forcing him to retreat to the city. No way? Fang Ping was shocked. The Jiao is only a rank 8. How can it be a match for 2 rank 9s? Tianmu laughed. Of course it's not a match. But the mineral vein is huge. Even if 2 rank 9s work together to relocate it, they'll still need to expend a lot of energy to stabilize the mineral vein. The core mineral vein can't be dispersed. If it really is dispersed, the mineral vein will be almost useless. The Jiao only cares about the energy of the mineral vein. It doesn't care about these. It specifically targets the mineral vein, taking as much as it can. However, it can do that, but the Skygate City Lord and the Skygate Tree can't. Now, they're being restricted. It's not easy to kill them. I heard that they're already negotiating with the Beast King of 100 Beasts Forest. Someone from the restricted area has also come. They're still in 100 Beasts Forest now. The Jiao is a demon from 100 Beasts Forest. Both sides were at odds before. Killing the Jiao now will only make things worse. That's why the Skygate City Lord and the Skygate Tree can't do anything now. They can only wait for the outcome of the negotiation. Fang Ping laughed again. I didn't expect that the Jiao would delay their migration. Otherwise, once the mineral vein migration is completed, the Skygate City Lord would have left. More or less. He needs to settle the new city now. Tianmu explained, I heard from the commander that when he returns to the restricted area this time, he might become the city lord of a big city. King Huai values him very much. Of course, this has something to do with the power under King Huai's command. You also know that the Magic City Catacombs Monster Plant Clan is not under King Huai's command. In reality, the relationships between the city lords and the Outland are complicated. Most of the time, it's hard to see them as anyone's subordinate. There are only 6 divine generals directly under King Huai. And King Huai has an incomparably huge territory in the palace. There are dozens of cities under his command. An additional rank 9 is quite important to King Huai. In the past, Tianmu actually did not understand these things. But now that he had stepped into rank 9, he knew some confidential information. Fang Ping nodded slightly. At this time, everyone had already climbed up the north city wall. Looking ahead, the lush forest in the distance could be seen at a glance. Fang Ping saw the situation and laughed. Jiao is doing very well now. Its territory has indeed expanded a lot. Even Monster Sunflower City is almost covered. This monster is very bold. Sumafu was filled with emotion as he spoke of this rank 8 demonic beast. He smiled and shook his head. It's not just bold. This demonic beast is very intelligent. When it encounters danger, it will still run towards us. Speaking of this, Tianmu also had the urge to vomit blood. He scolded, this monster is not a good thing. It's very cunning. We dare not kill it rashly, lest we attract revenge from 100 Beasts Forest. When it ran to us, it was as obedient as a dog. It lay a few kilometers away from the city gate and did not come closer. Last time we angered the Skygate City Lord and were chased all the way here, can we let the Skygate City Lord come closer? The Skygate City Lord did not dare to come, and in the end, it escaped. Damn it. This is not the first time it has done this. If not for the fact that I don't want to anger those monsters, I would have killed it. Tianmu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. A few times. Every time it used Hope City as a refuge, did it really think that humans would not kill monsters? However, this Jiao had attracted a few rank 9 beast kings from 100 Beasts Forest in the past. It could not be killed rashly, as it would easily arouse the hostility of 100 Beasts Forest. As he spoke, Sumafu suddenly looked at Fang Ping with a strange look in his eyes. General Kuang, Fang Ping's face darkened. He said gloomily, General Su, just call me Fang Ping. Sumafu could not help but laugh. He did not hesitate and continued, Fang Ping, this Jiao has a good relationship with you. It even came to visit you the last time. It was quite disappointed that it did not see you. Why don't you negotiate with it and let it leave? Once Skygate City leaves, this Jiao will be an unstable factor. It is too close to us. The edge of the Jiao forest is 30 li, 15,000 meters away. With the Jiao's ability, it can reach Hope City in 15 seconds at its maximum speed. It's too dangerous. It is also a rank 8 monster. Monsters with lower intelligence are easier to deal with, but it is so cunning. It is no harder to deal with than a rank 9 monster. A cunning rank 8 monster crouched right in front of their house. The Magic City catacombs was also having a headache. Fang Ping's face darkened. Who had a good relationship with that Jiao? Damn, how many times had he suffered at the hands of that Jiao? Since rank 3, he had been its cook every time he came in. The last time he was almost tricked by it, and it even came to visit him. Could it be that the fellow wanted him to be the bait to lure 2 rank 9s to let it swallow the ores? Before he could speak, Su Mafu continued, actually, the Jiao Forest is the best place to camp. If MCMAU could camp in the Jiao Forest, it would be close to Skygate City and Hope City. We can advance and retreat. The Jiao Forest is a jungle area. The army would lose its greatest use at this time. Martial arts university instructors and students are more suitable to fight in this kind of environment. This way, individual strength will be maximized. If we really camp in the plains, Skygate City still has more than 100,000 troops. Once they launch an attack, you Grandmaster powerhouses will be entangled by them. There are many of them, and with some large weapons, you will easily be at a disadvantage. You have been to Skygate City. You should have seen some things. The catacomb cities still have weapons of mass destruction like energy cannons. Therefore, we must play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Choose a good place to fight. Within a radius of a few hundred li, the most suitable place is the Jiao Forest. The second place is Wolfhead Mountain, but Wolfhead Mountain is too close to Monster Phoenix City. If Monster Phoenix City mobilizes troops during the battle, you will be surrounded. When that time comes, we will not be able to rescue you. Su Mafu had been guarding the Magic City catacombs for many years. What he said was quite insightful. As soon as he said this, Fang Ping's head swelled. Camp in the Jiao Forest, alright, this was indeed the best choice. The Jiao Forest covered Skygate City's south gate. It was very convenient for a surprise attack, very convenient to hide, and very convenient to escape. Skygate City's army would be seriously interfered with. If these military martial artists entered the Jiao Forest and started a war with MCMAU, they would not be able to utilize the army's advantage. Their individual strength would be relatively weaker than the MCMAU people. When that time came, unless the Jiao Forest was destroyed, MCMAU would have the terrain advantage in a fight. However, the key problem was that it was the Jiao's lair. This monster was extremely slippery. Although its strength was rank 8, it was no less difficult to deal with than a rank 9. The key point was that this monster was evil and would even look for reinforcements. Under normal circumstances, monsters would fight to the death. Who would look for reinforcements when they were not even seriously injured? They had not even fought with Skygate City yet and they would already be tricked by this monster. Did they not see that the 2 rank 9 martial artists from Skygate City were now being held up by it? Tianmu looked at Fang Ping and chuckled. Little Su is right. The Jiao Forest is indeed suitable to be your battleground. It may be easy for you, but it's the same for us. If we set up camp in the Jiao Forest, we can defend both flanks with peace of mind. However, if we set up camp somewhere else, it will be troublesome. At this point, the old man Tianmu was also a little gossipy. Aren't you on good terms with that Jiao? Why don't you go and ask? Fang Ping's expression changed, like a chameleon. Everyone says that I'm on good terms with the Jiao. This is my fault. I bragged a lot in the past. I even said that the Jiao gave him a rank 7 monster's corpse. Many people know about this. If we're not on good terms, why would they give you this? However, Fang Ping was speechless. I'm not a ladyboy. I'm just cooperating with that guy on the basis of benefits. No, I'm the one being cooperated with. His strength was not as good as a demon's. In front of the Jiao, he was just a vitality supply. Seeing that Fang Ping did not say anything, Tianmu continued, otherwise, you can't get too close to Hope City. You can't set up camp within 30 li. The Jiao Forest is up ahead. You can only choose Wolfhead Mountain or the area near Monster Sunflower City. If that's the case, there will be a lot of changes. Once Monster Sunflower City or Monster Phoenix City's high-ranked reinforcements come out, they will arrive in an instant. In the Jiao Forest, even if the other party comes out, they will be discovered in advance and ready to deal with it. So, it has to be the Jiao forest? The area around the grinder. There's no grinder. Sumafu interrupted, saying helplessly, the grinder has already been covered by the Jiao forest. Fang Ping was speechless. Previously, he had prepared to set up camp around the grinder. Just outside the Jiao forest, there was actually a passageway there that could avoid the Jiao forest and go straight to Skygate City. Now, it seemed that even if the grinder was still there, they would still have to go through the Jiao forest. The Jiao, this monster, had planted so many trees that it had almost formed a jungle wall that spanned hundreds of li. Since the battle between Skygate City and Hope City had decreased, humans had shifted their target to fight Monster Sunflower City. The passageway between Skygate City and Skygate City had been covered. This was also related to the willpower of both sides. Skygate City was preparing to recuperate. Humans were not prepared to continue fighting Skygate City. After all, they still had to deal with Monster Sunflower City. Therefore, the Jiao's expansion was previously seen as a good thing by both sides. The Jiao seemed to know this too. Now, it had separated the two cities, with the Jiao forest in the middle. If they could not defeat Skygate City, they could still run to Hope City and lie low for a while. Their plan was sound. It has to be the Jiao forest. Fang Ping sighed. The best place to set up camp was there. If that was the case, he had to make a trip to the Jiao forest. If he did not convince the Jiao and set up camp there, the Jiao would go crazy if it felt that its territory was being invaded. MCMAU was not necessarily stronger than Skygate City. If it attracted the hostility of a rank 8 monster, it would be even more troublesome. Thinking of this, Fang Ping said, then I'll go there now. At this point, Fang Ping suddenly said, Brother Tian, keep an eye on it. That monster is not a good thing. If it attacks me, I'll run back immediately. Help me take care of it. The current Fang Ping should not be a match for the Jiao. That fellow was very strong. In the previous battle, it had killed the rank 8 hedgehog beast alone and swallowed it, increasing its strength again. After that, it had swallowed a lot of high-ranked energy ores in the underground mineral vein. Although it had just broken through to rank 8, its strength was really strong. It could even fight with a rank 9. The Skygate City Lord could suppress it but could not kill it easily. Fang Ping dared not underestimate a monster that could kill a rank 8 powerhouse alone. It would be fine if it was a stupid monster, but a cunning one like the Jiao was really hard to deal with. Tianmu nodded and said solemnly, be careful. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. Although it's not good for us to take the initiative to kill it, if it takes the initiative to attack us, then we can directly kill it. This is also a disaster. At that time, the 100 Beasts Forest would have nothing to say. We aren't afraid of the 100 Beasts Forest, we just don't want to start a war so easily. I know. Fang Ping nodded. There were only 3 days left until MCMAU entered the catacombs. If they didn't solve the problem of the encampment, then they could only choose those bad places, which would increase the number of casualties. Jiao, oh, Jiao, the first demonic beast I saw was you. And the first time I saw you, I saw a rank 8 demonic beast. This is quite a rare sight. It's fine if you cooperate obediently. If you don't, I'll roast you sooner or later. Fang Ping made up his mind. Once Skygate City was done for, only Jiao was left. When that time came, although the 100 Beasts Forest was still there, Fang Ping felt that it was not impossible to communicate with a rank 9 monster. That fellow was a demon, after all. He had killed the 100 Beasts Forest's gatekeeper monster. This was a big deal. I'm going. Having said that, Fang Ping retracted his aura and flew toward the Jiao's forest. He was so close to Skygate City. If he did not conceal his aura, it would be easy for a rank 9 to sense him. That would be troublesome. Genius 1 second to remember this site's address. Mobile version, the Jiao's forest. The empty space in the middle. The shining golden Jiao was like a hunting dog. Even though there were countless trees between them, its gaze was fixed in the direction of Skygate City. Its life or was about to fly away. The Jiao was very sad. It couldn't beat the two of them, but it couldn't keep pestering them either. The 100 Beasts Forest was probably going to send demons over soon. If this continued, without the protection of the 100 Beasts forest, those two fellows would really kill it. Just as Jiao was lying on the ground, staring towards the north, its big nose suddenly twitched and it turned its head to look behind it. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of the open space in the center. Long time no see, King Jiao. Fang Ping was all smiles, but the Jiao stared at him for a while. She had been silently moved to his side. Chef had become stronger. No, he was much stronger. In the past, even though Chef had performed to hide his aura the last time, it did not feel threatened at all. That fellow was so stupid that he could not break its defense even if he used a divine weapon to cut it. But this time, the Jiao sensed danger. It wasn't that Chef was strong enough to kill it, but it felt that being able to sneak up on it so silently, if he had any big moves, it would be a huge threat to it. The Jiao stared at Fang Ping for a while. After a while, its huge golden eyes swiveled, its huge head swayed, and it nodded in the direction of Skygate City. Fang Ping chuckled. King Jiao, there's no rush in robbing the mine. There are still 2 rank 9s over there. It's too dangerous. Even if they managed to snatch it away, it would be very difficult to take it away. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. It was not easy for the Jiao King to cultivate to this level. If I were to lose my life here, it would be such a waste. I didn't even get to be the king of the Forbidden Lands. I didn't even get to go to the Forbidden Lands. There are countless female demon beasts at the Royal Sea Mountain waiting for my king's favor. Roar. The Jiao was furious, it let out a roar to express its dissatisfaction. Chef seemed to be very arrogant this time. In the past, he would bow when he saw her, but now he actually stood up straight and spoke to her. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Angry, my ass. Do you think I'm the same as before? Do you think you can kill me with your breath? Do you think you're so awesome? I can't be bothered to deal with you. There are at least 2 people in MCMAU who can kill you now. What are you still showing off for? Of course, scolding was just scolding. For the sake of the bigger picture, he had to endure the humiliation. Fang Ping smiled obsequiously and coughed softly. Don't be angry, King Jiao. I'm here this time to help you solve your problems. As he said that, Fang Ping shot a bit of vitality at random. The Jiao did not swallow it this time. It sensed it for a while before swallowing it. Fang Ping was so angry that he almost laughed. F***ck, are you afraid that I will poison you? Would a poison that could kill a rank 8 be used on you? Fang Ping did not care about the vitality consumption now. As he fed his vitality, he pondered how to speak. In the end, just as he was about to speak, the Jiao's golden horn suddenly glowed with the power of heaven and earth. The meaning was clear, he didn't need to consume blood and qi anymore. He needed to consume the power of heaven and earth. Damn it, I'm going to stew you big dog sooner or later. How dare you be so picky about what you eat and drink for free? You even want heaven and earth energy. Fang Ping continued to curse in his heart. The current him could produce heaven and earth energy under mentality-vitality fusion. It was not impossible. After scolding for a while, Fang Ping's hand glowed with heaven and earth energy and shot it at the Jiao. The Jiao swallowed it in one gulp. Its giant head swayed continuously, looking extremely satisfied. Then, it opened its mouth wide and nodded at Fang Ping, indicating that he could continue speaking and continue feeding it. No wonder the Dragon King slaughtered his mount. Who can afford to keep it? Fang Ping finally understood why human powerhouses did not want to tame mounts. It was really hard to keep them. If they let them hunt on their own, they might not be able to return. If they fed their own mounts like the Jiao, consuming heaven and earth energy, then everyone could forget about cultivation and just feed their mounts. It would be better to slaughter them and get a divine weapon. It was more cost-effective. Thoughts aside, Fang Ping smiled as he fed Jiao. King Jiao, you want to seize the mine, right? Roar. I understand. What's yours will definitely be yours. Fang Ping nodded and chuckled. What I mean is, it's too difficult. 2 rank 9 martial artists are guarding this mine now. In the past, we humans were still at war with Skygate City and could still hold them back. But now, they're not fighting anymore. We're not strong enough, so we won't continue to hold them back. Now, if we want to take the mine, we can only fight and kill 2 rank 9s to get it. But 2 rank 9s, it's too difficult. Fang Ping shook his head and sighed. Unless the King Jiao can summon 4 or 5 rank 9 beast kings from 100 beasts forest to help. Otherwise, there's no chance. The Jiao's huge eyes showed dissatisfaction. Nonsense, if he could summon them, he would have done so long ago. The point was, even if he did summon them, would he still get any benefits after killing that Dumbwood and the city lord? Fang Ping saw this and continued to feed it. He said softly, but, it's not like there's no hope at all. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. The King Jiao has saved me a few times. We resurrected martial artists are very grateful. Do you understand what I mean? You've given me benefits, so I have to give you benefits too. Humans don't want to start a war with Skygate City now, but I'm also a lord in the human world. Roar. The Jiao was furious again. Was he trying to trick a demon? It's true. I'm indeed a lord in the human world. I have a paragon, the ancestors of the true king realm. When I was weak, the ancestors of the true king realm looked down on me, so they could only let me train alone. But I'm strong now, and I've made a name for myself in the human world. The ancestors of the true king realm have taken a liking to me. So, the ancestors gave me some power, and I have some people under me now. The Jiao did not roar this time. Fang Ping smiled. So, if the King Jiao really wants to snatch the mine, I can help. But, Fang Ping frowned. War can't be started so easily. Although you've saved my life a few times, you can't let the humans sink into the mire of war just for me. The Jiao stared at him, as if thinking about something. Fang Ping said again, if you can give us some benefits as a hiring fee, and the benefits are big enough, we can intervene in this matter. Even if war breaks out, it doesn't matter. My ancestor is a true monarch, so I'm not afraid of such things. Of course, you'll have to fight a rank 9 all by yourself. I don't know if you can do it, otherwise, 2 rank 9s are too difficult to deal with. The Jiao shook its huge head and roared, revealing a questioning look. Fang Ping chuckled. I don't need too many benefits. I just need to get rid of the Skygate tree. It's best if I can get rid of it in one piece. If you take the giant ore, we'll take the monster plant's carcass. After all, the giant ore is very important to the catacombs. If we take it, something bad might happen. However, if the rank 9 monster plant was destroyed, then it would not be a problem to take it away. You're from the 100 Beasts Forest, so I'm sure you know about this, right? Sly nodded his head. That's right, it could take away the giant mine, but the Land of Rebirth martial artists could not. Because the huge mine originally belonged to the demon race, the huge mine here belonged to the silly wood, so there was nothing wrong with him killing the silly wood and replacing it. However, if a martial artist from the Land of Rebirth wanted to take it away, a true king would intervene. As a monster beast in a forbidden land, it knew about this information. Chef wanted the silly wood's carcass. The Jiao stared at him for a while. It would be very difficult. Robbing the mine and killing a king were two different concepts. Fang Ping said, you're the king of a clan after all. Don't you have some friends and relatives? You bring your friends and relatives. As long as you can keep the Skygate City Lord occupied, I'll bring my people to kill the Skygate tree. After we kill the Skygate tree, I'll send people to help you and kill the Skygate City Lord. Otherwise, even if you take away the giant mine, I think he'll take revenge sooner or later. Who can tolerate this? If you lose the giant mine, the Skygate City Lord will be in big trouble. In order to get out of trouble, he'll fight you to the death. Therefore, if you want to rob the mine, you must kill. Only by killing them can you solve the problem. Do you understand what I'm saying? Friends and relatives, the Jiao's huge head continued to sway. If I bring the demons and keep the city lord occupied, Chef can kill the silly wood. After killing the silly wood, I take the mine, and he takes the silly wood's carcass, but if he can kill the silly wood, doesn't that mean? The Jiao was still thinking. Fang Ping said softly, this, actually has some difficulties. After we kill the Skygate tree, I won't admit that I did it. Of course, the catacombs humans will definitely find out. So when that time comes, King Jiao will have to step forward and say that you invited us to help you kill it. I don't know if King Jiao can do this. If he can't, then I'll have to think about whether it's worth it. For a rank 9 monster plant, I'll completely fall out with the catacombs powerhouses. When that time comes, even if my ancestor is a true king, humans have more than one true king. I might be thrown out as a sacrificial pawn. I'm only here to say this because King Jiao has saved my life a few times. King Jiao, after this, if the Forbidden Lands can step forward and say that they'll take responsibility for this, then I'll do it even if I suffer a great loss. Skygate City and we have a deep grudge. Killing them is still beneficial to humans. But if the Forbidden Lands don't take responsibility, then I can't do it. Although the Jiao did not really understand, it got the gist of it. It suddenly felt dizzy. 100 Beasts Forest had to take responsibility. If that was the case, Chef would not dare to stab it. That was a good thing. But if they killed a city lord and killed the dumb wood, the Forbidden Lands would not be able to take responsibility. How about, they first hoodwink and agree, then when they really got the huge mine, why would they care about Chef's life? When the time came and Chef was killed by the catacombs' true king, they might even get the Dumbwood's body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Jiao's big head spun wildly. Taking responsibility was impossible. But if Chef really had some strength, it would not be a problem for him to help it snatch the mine. After snatching the mine, who cares if he dies? So, the Jiao thought for a while and nodded wildly. No problem, the Forbidden Lands will take responsibility, you'll just be responsible for killing. As for the consequences, I'll take responsibility. Fang Ping looked doubtful. King Jiao, are you sure the Forbidden Lands can take responsibility? Why don't you go back to 100 Beasts Forest and ask? Roar. The Jiao was furious. It roared. You don't believe me? Then it's a deal. You'll be responsible for keeping the Skygate City Lord busy. Otherwise, I won't be able to take care of the 2 rank 9 powerhouses. This time, the Jiao was in a difficult position. It was not that easy to keep a rank 9 occupied. It was not weak. If it went all out, although it could keep the Monster Wood City Lord busy, it could be easily killed by the Monster Wood City Lord with the divine weapon. It would be best if it could find a few strong rank 8 monsters to help, or a rank 9 Demon King. Forget about the rank 9 Demon King. It might not be able to get rid of it in the end. Then it could only find the rank 8 demons. In 100 Beasts Forest, there were 2 rank 8 demons who were on good terms with it. At most, it would give them some of the mine in the end. In the 10,000 Ants Desert, the big ant was on good terms with it too. However, if it looked for the demons in the 10,000 Ants Desert, it would be easy for the 10,000 Ants Desert to target its harvest. Including itself, could 3 rank 8 demons hold off the Monster Wood City Lord with the divine weapon? The Jiao was still thinking about this. When it sensed another wave of energy coming from the direction of Skygate City, its big eyes suddenly widened, trying to run again? If it ran, it would no longer be its territory. Then here, it had no ability to go to other places to snatch the Life Giant Mine. If it wanted to enter the King Realm, it would take years and months. The Jiao looked at Fang Ping abruptly and growled for a while. Fang Ping felt a burst of contempt. Stupid big dog, look, it believed it just like that, monsters were monsters. No matter how cunning they were, they still had to drink the water that Fang Ping washed his feet with. Thinking of this, Fang Ping felt a little awkward. Don't leave after snatching the mine. In fact, you can't take it with you. You have to kill the 2 rank 9 martial artists to have time to digest the giant mine. My king, you understand this too. Besides, there are many high-ranked martial artists in Skygate City. These people are also a hindrance. If I really make a move this time, then I'll have to pay too much. How about this, we might as well take down Skygate City. You take the giant mine, and the rest belongs to me. Only then will I feel that it's not a loss. Otherwise, the loss will be too great, and I won't be able to bear it. Also, you can only take the life mine in the core area. The periphery will all belong to me. Roar. If you don't agree, then there's no other way. You should repay the kindness of saving your life, but everything has its value. You just want to break through rank 9 anyway. Those low-ranked mines in the periphery are of no use to you. Can't you accept this? If that's the case, I can only say sorry. If I can get the mines in the periphery, then it's worth it, the Jiao expressed its dissatisfaction again. Then, it quickly nodded, indicating that it agreed. Are you sure you can hold off the Skygate City Master? Roar. I just don't feel at ease. Tell me, how many demons can you invite to help? At least let me know. If I think it's possible, then within 3 days, I'll bring my people and enter the Jiao's forest. It's better to do it sooner than later. If we wait any longer, they'll run away. If they run away, we'll be far away from Skygate City. We can't cross realms to fight, or we won't be able to hold on. Roar, the Jiao's roars did not stop. Very quickly, it used its mentality to conjure 2 shining golden monsters. Although it did not have a specific appearance, Fang Ping knew that they were probably rank 8. 2 rank 8 monsters, plus the Jiao. Fang Ping asked doubtfully, 3 rank 8 monsters can hold off the Skygate City Master? Back then, he used a divine weapon to suppress 2 rank 9 beast kings. The Jiao was very annoyed. I can only invite these 2. What do you want me to do? Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, if that's the case, why don't you call all your descendants over? I'll also invite some powerhouses to help. This way, there's strength in numbers. We can destroy Skygate City and distract the Skygate City Master. I've long been annoyed with Skygate City. They actually dared to hunt me down. I must avenge them. Also, I'll call my elder ancestor here to guard Mount Royal Sea and block the restricted area's true king. We're fighting at the same level anyway. As long as we don't take away the giant mine, the catacomb's true king won't have the guts to fight with my elder ancestor. This way, our safety will be greatly increased. The Jiao's huge head shook. So awesome, even a true king was invited. Chef seemed to have some status in the land of rebirth. Was he really a true king's descendant? At this moment, Fang Ping's body exuded some aura. The Jiao's eyes widened, so fast, it was not sure before, but now it was. He had actually reached commander level, and he even had an immortal body. Also, was that the aura of a divine weapon? It was very powerful. How long had it been? To the Jiao, it was just a matter of a few days. From the first time it met Chef, it was not worth mentioning. To the demon race, it had only been a little more than a year. It was really nothing. The true king's descendant, powerful indeed, the Jiao was secretly glad that it did not kill him back then. Otherwise, the true king would not have killed it, right? Now it was all right. This fellow had a background in power, and he was even willing to wage war with Monsterwood City. After killing the silly tree and the Monsterwood City master, he would digest the giant mine and become a master. Fang Ping, on the other hand, seemed oblivious. He continued, in 3 days, my people will come. I hope King Jiao can hurry up, or else the other party will really leave. After this, I'll repay you for saving my life. Fang Ping said solemnly, from now on, if the king attacks human martial artists, I won't be lenient. Also, after destroying Skygate City, the king digests the giant mine and advances to rank 9, then you must leave this place. This place is too close to Hope City. Whether you go to the restricted area or other places, or the restricted area or the Forbidden Sea, it won't be a problem. But the Jiao's forest must be abandoned. The Jiao's big head shook, calculating for a while, then nodded indifferently. If it really reached rank 9, it would not care about this place anymore. It was just that it could not bear to part with it. It had stayed here for many years. Chef was right, though. If Monsterwood City was really done for, then the martial artists from the land of rebirth would not let it stay here. I'll leave then. Right, before I leave, may I ask if the king doesn't know how to communicate with mentality? Roar. The Jiao suddenly flew into a rage. After roaring for a while, Fang Ping's head hurt from the roars. He made some guesses and deduced that the Jiao was bragging. Anyway, it was basically saying that it knew how to communicate, but it did not care to communicate with lower races. In short, the King Jiao would not communicate with Fang Ping's mentality. It could only roar. Whether or not it understood, it was Fang Ping's problem. Stupid dog, it definitely doesn't communicate with mentality. Or else, there's a barrier to communicating with mentality. Fang Ping felt that his judgment should not be wrong. The catacombs demons did not communicate with humans. They did communicate with the catacombs martial artists, but it was very little. Under normal circumstances, they used roars instead. On the other hand, they would communicate with the guardian demons using mentality. Done. Pack up. I don't know if this big dog can really bring 2 monsters over to help. Even if they really come, I still have to consider if they will betray us. Letting the Jiao invite monsters to help might not be a good thing. The demon's attitude was uncertain. These outland demons seemed to belong to the 10,000 demon royal court. It was hard to say if they would betray us during the big battle. Of course, the Jiao probably would not. This fellow had been eyeing the giant mine for too long. Still, he had to be on guard. Also, if he really killed 2 rank 9s after this, the giant mine that the Jiao wanted, how could it give it? Fang Ping calculated in his heart. If he really killed 2 rank 9s and killed 3 rank 8 monsters along the way, would there be any problems? But I don't have to worry. When that time comes, let old Zhang come to collect the mine. If the Jiao dares to snatch it, I'll smack it to death. Fang Ping was relieved. If the Jiao dared to snatch the mine, he did not have to do anything. Old Zhang could kill it. With a plan in mind, Fang Ping's smile widened. He said, King Jiao, then I'll go back first. If this cooperation goes well, there will be more opportunities next time. The bounded domain, the battlefield of kings, the restricted areas, I've been to all of them. There are too many good things. If you want to become a true king, you can't do it in the outland. It's in these places that I can break through to rank 7 quickly. I'm almost rank 8. In the entire catacombs, you're the only one who has a relationship with me. I hope we can continue working together. The Jiao's eyes widened. The bounded domain, the battlefield of kings, the restricted area, it had never been there, but it had heard of it. No wonder Chef improved so quickly. He went to those good places. At this moment, the Jiao was sure that the descendants of a true king had more opportunities than the outland demons. The Jiao's attitude softened. It nodded its head reservedly. More cooperation in the future. It could not go to those places. But with a descendant of a true king leading it, it was hard to say. It was not easy to meet a descendant of a true king in the outland. However, the other party was a martial artist from the land of rebirth. Forget it, who cares? The restricted areas did not declare war with the land of rebirth. The royal court of the restricted area did not either. Even if there was, nothing could compare to the improvement of its own strength. After watching Chef leave, the Jiao stood up. It shook its body and roared at Skygate City, wait for death, wait for it. The next moment, the Jiao flew toward 100 Beasts Forest. It would find its brothers to fight them. If it reached the king's territory this time, it would establish its own restricted area. Last time, 100 Beasts Forest used its own kind to threaten it. When it became a king and had its own territory, 100 Beasts Forest would not dare to declare war on it. Now 100 Beasts Forest still had to negotiate with the people from the restricted area. Did they consider its feelings? As for the fact that the other party could not transport the giant ore of life away, it was not worried. At the same time, Fang Ping returned to Hope City. Seeing Tian Mu and the others looking at him, he said casually, the Jiao agreed to let us set up camp. It also invited monsters to help me attack Skygate City. Including it, there are 3 rank 8 monsters. That fellow also wanted to invite rank 9 monsters, but I didn't agree. If I go back on my word, there will be problems. Everyone was stunned, even rank 9 Tian Mu was stunned. There was such a thing, asking the demons to help attack the city, and it was voluntary. He also sensed the Jiao's departure. Could it be that it went to invite the demons to help? Tian Mu felt a little dizzy. Beside him, Su Mafu and the others also felt a little dizzy. This was the first time in the history of mankind, since when could humans command the demons? The other party actually went to ask for help. Even those rank 9 powerhouses who subdued mounts could betray them at any time. Asking for help was more or less enough to kill you, Fang Ping continued. Of course, it's hard to guess what the demons are thinking, so we still have to be careful. Senior Tian, during the battle, the other party promised to help us hold off Skygate City's lord. If these monsters betray us, you can directly deal with them. The minister said that you and the others can't do anything, but that's only for Skygate City. The demons are not included. The demons attacked us first. You must stop them in time. At this time, Tianmu also understood the seriousness of the matter. 3 rank 8 monsters would not be weak, comparable to a rank 9. If they really helped MCMAU would receive unexpected help this time. However, if they betrayed them, then MCMAU would be in big trouble. This matter must be taken seriously. Fang Ping, you must not be careless. Although the Jiao is good friends with you, the Jiao is still only a rank 8. In the Forbidden Land, it may not have much say. Fang Ping nodded. I understand. I will make this clear to everyone. We can't not be careless. However, we can't refuse. If they really help us, those 3 rank 8 monsters are enough to change the whole situation. Everyone nodded. Monsters were strong. If 3 rank 8 monsters came at once, even Wu Quishan could put up a fight. Everyone was also extremely impressed by Fang Ping. It was really an eye-opener. What did this mean? At first, they thought that MCMAU might not win this time, but now, if the 3 monsters really helped them, then the chances of winning were too high. Fang Ping had such a wide circle of friends that he even made friends with the demons. His social skills were indescribable. Fang Ping smiled without saying a word, appearing inscrutable. Look, now even the rank 9 Tianmu was impressed by him. When he was a person to this extent, his charisma was really irresistible. After pretending to be 13 for a while, Fang Ping did not stay any longer. He said, Brother Tian, General Su, I'll go back and make arrangements. I'll leave Monster Sunflower City and Monster Phoenix City to you. Tianmu laughed. If MCMAU really destroys Skygate City, then that will be a great achievement. I'm restricted. If I knew that MCMAU was going to war, I would never have broken through. What a pity. Slaughtering this group of people from Skygate City will intimidate these forces in Monster Sunflower City. I'd like to see if they dare to continue. Fang Ping said a few polite words and quickly left the catacombs. Watching him leave, Su Mafu said with some emotion, this General Fang is really surprising. Since rank 3, he has always surprised me. In this life, my biggest dream is to stop Skygate City's invasion. But he has only entered the catacombs a few times. He actually wants to destroy Skygate City. This is unbelievable. He was in disbelief. He had been guarding Magic City's catacombs for many years. In the past, his biggest wish was to be able to stop Skygate City and guard the passageway. However, every time Fang Ping entered the catacombs, the situation changed once. When he entered the catacombs last time, Skygate City was forced to migrate. Although it was related to those old grandmasters, if Fang Ping did not disrupt the situation, force the other party to reveal their divine weapons, and destroy a small part of Skygate City, the other party would not migrate so quickly. They would not even migrate, waiting for the final battle to come. Thinking of this, Su Mafu did not know what to feel. Would the enemy of his life, the enemy that he had fought for decades, be destroyed in Fang Ping's hands in the end? Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version, MCMAU. Field 1. Kill. War cries filled the air. People from the military department were doing the final phase of assault training. Fang Ping's figure flashed and appeared on the rooftop of a teaching block near the field. A moment later, Tang Feng's figure appeared. Fang Ping looked at the people who were still fighting on the field and said softly, Instructor, are you sure you want to bring Tang Wen? Tang Feng said calmly, is she rank 1? This time, rank 2 and above martial artists had to go to the catacombs. On the school's side, only 120 instructors and less than 1,000 rank 1 martial artists would stay behind to guard the school. This was MCMAU's worst-case scenario. Tang Wen had already entered rank 3, so naturally, she was not included. Fang Ping's gaze swept around and said slowly, if you fight, your daughter has the privilege to do so. No need. Tang Feng also glanced at his daughter who was still training on the field and smiled. Whether Wen is my daughter or not, she is a rank 3 martial artist, so she should fight in the catacombs. It's all because of you. Otherwise, the school would have let rank 2 martial artists train in the catacombs as early as last year. Wen has reached rank 3, but she has yet to fight with catacombs martial artists. In my opinion, this is not a good thing. This time, it's actually an opportunity for everyone. As he said that, Tang Feng looked at Fang Ping and said, martial artists rise through fighting and break through in fighting. How can a powerhouse be produced if one only cultivates hard? In the past year or so, the school has developed very quickly, but have you noticed? Because the number of times going to the catacombs has decreased, there is no shortage of resources, and the 3 lower ranks martial artists have progressed very quickly. However, some of the older instructors have not improved as expected. Based on the past situation, with so many resources and benefits, there will definitely be martial artists who will have a big breakthrough. In the past, people like Dean Luo and Dean Zhang would have broken through to rank 7 if they had the conditions now. But now, they haven't. They are still mentality-vitality fusion. Tang Feng said slowly, Dean Luo and the rest don't lack courage and fighting experience, but I have to say that in the past year, they are not as hardworking as before. In the past, they went to the catacombs with a clear goal. They would not leave the catacombs without seizing a large amount of resources and returning to the school. However, in the past year, the number of times he went down to the catacombs had decreased. The time he stayed was shorter, and the resources he obtained had actually decreased as well. The school can't rely on you alone. Even if you don't lack resources now, you can't use them all at once. You still have to fight. Besides, it was necessary to wipe out these catacombs martial artists. Even though there will be some casualties in this battle with Skygate City, there will definitely be a group of people who will reap great rewards and baptize themselves. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Tang Feng continued, that's why you don't have to think too much. Fang Ping, I realize that you've been thinking too much this time. You don't have to think that everything is foolproof. When you enter the catacombs to fight, even if you're at the pinnacle, there's no guarantee that you'll be absolutely safe. Fang Ping smiled. It's a little stressful. Please understand, teacher. Yes, there was pressure. The pressure was not just a little big, it was very big, nearly 1,000 instructors and more than 4,000 students, more than 5,000 people, there were friends, classmates, teachers, he had arrived in this familiar yet strange world on the eve of Gaokao. In the past 2 years, other than a few months in Sun City, he had spent the remaining 2 years in MCMAU. MCMAU had become his second home. How could Fang Ping not feel pressured when thousands of lives were at stake? This battle was said to be led by the rank 9 Wu Quishan, but in reality, it was Fang Ping who had suggested it. If he had not mentioned it, Wu Quishan might not have mentioned it even if he was eager for revenge. As they spoke, Wu Quishan and the others appeared. Wu Quishan said, it's normal to feel pressured. Don't let it affect yourself. Has the encampment been confirmed? It's confirmed. Jiao's forest. Wu Quishan and the others looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping gave a brief explanation and said quickly, this is a good thing. Fighting in Jiao's forest is better than fighting in the wilderness. Won't the monsters attack us? Jiao is very smart. It won't do such a thing. At least before we take over the giant mine, Jiao won't turn against us. It has already offended Skygate City. If it turns against us, it won't be able to bear the consequences. As he said that, Fang Ping added, if Jiao really brought 2 rank 8 monsters, they can hold the Skygate City Lord back. Vice-Chancellor, this is our chance. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He said slowly, before this, I was still thinking that if you and Instructor Li each take on a rank 9, it won't be a problem to hold the other party back. If you want to kill the other party, it'll be difficult, too difficult. However, if the Skygate City Lord, a rank 9 with a divine weapon, is held back, you and Instructor Li, you have a divine weapon and can suppress the Skygate tree. Instructor Li, on the other hand, will wait for an opportunity to slash. Even if you can't kill the Skygate tree in a second, you can still severely injure it. When that time comes, the Vice-Chancellor will deal the finishing blow, and the Skygate tree will definitely die. It's best if you can kill the other party in a second, seize its life essence, and obtain the complete rank 9 monster plant remains. Instructor Li doesn't have a rank 9 aura, so the other party may not care about you. Instructor will choose to hide from the start. It's fine if you don't use your sword, but when you do, you'll definitely kill. This way, after you kill the other party, it'll be much easier to join forces to deal with the Skygate City Lord. Old Manly frowned slightly. So, you're not going to let me fight in the beginning? Yes. Who's going to deal with the Skygate City Rank 8? I'll do it. These words were not said by Fang Ping. In the next moment, Chen Yaoting came walking in the air, saying mildly, "Leave the Skygate City Rank 8 to me." Fang Ping saw Chen Yaoting and frowned slightly. Wu Quishan had noticed him long ago, so he was not surprised. Instead, he said calmly, "You're the only high rank in SCMAU, and also the family head of the Chen family. You have a family to feed you. Are you sure you want to come?" Chen Yaoting glanced at Fang Ping and said, "I'll help. The price is not low. 10 caddies of life essence." Having said that, Chen Yaoting said again, "Give it to me." Fang Ping saw that he was looking at him with a blank expression. "Give me the loan slips." Chen Yaoting let out a light humph. "I, Chen Yaoting, have never owed a debt in my life. I'm old now, so I won't. This battle is not for a favor, nor is it for anything else. It's just a deal. Fight once, regardless of life or death, and all debts will be written off." Fang Ping did not say anything. In his hand appeared a bunch of loan slips. After searching for a while, he finally found one and shattered it. Everyone else's eyelids twitched as they watched. This kid, how many loan slips had he collected? At this time, Fang Ping took back the loan slips and said seriously, "Old Chen, when I gave away the life essence, I never thought of getting it back. This battle is very dangerous. Not only Skygate City's rank 8, but Monster Sunflower City's rank 8 might also help." "I know." Chen Yaoting was no stranger to this. He said, "This battle, according to MCMAU's current scale, and with my help. Skygate City itself has 2 rank 9s, 1 rank 8s, and 3 rank 7s. From Skygate City's perspective, MCMAU has 1 rank 9s, 2 rank 8s, and 5 rank 7s, Yao Qingjun will help. That's 6 rank 7s. Chen Yaoting was not surprised. He continued, "For safety reasons, Skygate City might invite 2 rank 8s and 6 to 7 rank 7s to help. This is also the limit. Monster Sunflower City won't turn out in full force." Fang Ping nodded. "I know about Monster Sunflower City. 3 rank 8s and 14 rank 7s. The probability of them sending half of their forces to help is not high. It's more likely to be a rank 8. Of course, prepare for the worst." "According to what you said, that would be 3 rank 8s, Fang Ping had not finished speaking when Chen Yaoting suddenly looked at him and said, "Since you advocated for war before, didn't you prepare at all?" Jiao was an unexpected factor. Since Fang Ping dared to talk about war before, he must have some confidence. Fang Ping saw that Wu Quishan and the rest were also looking at him. He smiled and said, "A little. My original idea was that we don't invite anyone to help. With this group of people, Skygate City will probably invite some rank 7 martial artists to help. Rank 8 might not be invited. Of course, if they do, they will only invite 1 person at most. Including Skygate City, that will be 2 people. I will hold one of them back. Old Lu, Vice-Chancellor Huang, and Instructor Tang will hold the other one back. Vice-Chancellor will suffer a little and hold the 2 rank 9s first. Instructor Li will be flexible and look for an opportunity to kill his opponent. What about the rank 7? Yao Qingjun, Wang Jinyang, and Li Hansong." Fang Ping did not hesitate and said immediately, "Iron Head and the rest donated their divine weapons and received a few stalks of dark moon grass. Now that they have mentality vitality fusion and consumed the dark moon grass, they have a high chance of advancing to rank 7. Once they enter rank 7, even if the 3 of them can't kill those rank 7s, they will be able to hold a large number of them back. When that time comes, it will depend on who dies first. The combat strength will reach a temporary balance. As long as one side pulls out their manpower, they will have a chance to win. Of course, this way, the probability of luck is higher. But it's not really luck. The Catacombs powerhouses are not as united as us, especially Monster Sunflower City. They are not on the same side as Skygate City. My idea is that when it comes to a critical moment, Instructor Li will not deal with the rank 9, but kill the Monster Sunflower City rank 8 who will help. This way, the Monster Sunflower City rank 7 martial artists might escape. The probability is very high. When that time comes, everyone will pull out their hands. First, kill the Skygate City rank 7, then surround and kill the rank 8. This way, the possibility of the 2 rank 9s escaping in the end is very high. But if they really escape, then forget it. At least we can annihilate the others in Skygate City. In the beginning, I didn't really have the intention to make the 2 rank 9s stay. Xianxia's eyes flickered when he heard that. So, now you want to make the 2 of them stay? According to Fang Ping's previous plan, although it was not as fast as changes, it might not go as he expected. However, if Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong really broke through and had the ability to hold back many rank 7s, then the probability of Fang Ping killing the Skygate City rank 7 and rank 8 martial artists was still quite high. Rank 9s, however, would be difficult. Once Old Man Li used the first sword, he might not be able to use the second sword. Even if he could, the rank 9s were not idiots. They would not give you a second chance. When that time came, even if the 2 rank 9s were besieged and could not win, they could still escape calmly. But now, did Fang Ping really want to make the 2 of them stay? Yes. Jiao's appearance was an accident, but if this accident is used well, then there's hope of changing the entire battle situation. Fang Ping said with a smile, Skygate City has 2 rank 9s now, and they still need to invite rank 7s to help. In their eyes, their strength far surpasses ours. Actually, even if they don't invite the people from Monster Sunflower City to help, in their eyes, Skygate City's strength is not weaker than ours. A rank 9 is enough to take on all the high ranks except the Vice-Chancellor. If the other party is a little arrogant, it's possible that Skygate City's original team will fight. Of course, I'm afraid King Huai will not give us this opportunity. After all, Magic City Catacombs is not King Huai's territory. It's still hard to say how many people from Monster Sunflower City will come to help. As for the specifics, we'll only know when we enter the catacombs. Xianxia nodded, then smiled and said, according to what you said, then it's not a problem. I'll fight, and I'll pay my debt, and it'll be easy. But, do you really think you can block a rank 8? Not necessarily, but I'm afraid the other party won't be able to kill me easily. Fang Ping said with a smile, the rank 8 in Skygate City is not too powerful, not the top-notch kind. The truly powerful ones have already died in battle. That's why I have this plan. Rank 8 powerhouses were all known as golden body powerhouses, but there were also strong and weak golden body powerhouses. Some had forged their golden bodies for many years, some had just entered rank 8, and some did not have very scary golden body strength. Fang Ping admitted that he could not defeat a rank 8, but using combat techniques to trap the other party and entangle him for a while was not a big problem. These few days, Fang Ping had also been continuously solidifying his core materialization. In the past, he had always been self-destructing, and his core had collapsed. Fang Ping also did not have the intention to solidify too strong. However, since Nan Yunyue and the others pointed out his flaws, Fang Ping did not think about self-destructing anymore. Recently, he had been pursuing making the materialization more solid, more powerful. When other people's mentality was depleted, they would need a long time to recover. Fang Ping's speed of solidification in a day was comparable to a regular rank 7 in a year, that was really a year. For a middle stage rank 7 like Huang Jing, solidifying a materialization for a year would exhaust his mentality at most 100 times, which meant that he would consume 200,000 hertz of mentality in a year. For Fang Ping, 200,000 hertz of mentality was only 200,000 wealth points. Spending 1 million wealth points would be equivalent to old Huang's 5 years of work without sleep or rest. Fang Ping needed time to solidify the materialization. He could not achieve consuming 1 million wealth points in a day, but 200,000 points in a day was still achievable. After the Grandmaster Banquet ended on the 8th of August, Fang Ping had been doing this, although it was not 24/7. However, at this moment, the degree of solidification of his core materialization, if Nan Yunyue and the others saw it, would probably drop their jaws in shock. Seeing that he was confident, Xianxia did not ask further. He looked at Wu Quishan and the others and said, I will assist in battle, I will not be a burden to MCMAU. If there is a rank 8 in Monster Sunflower City, then leave the 2 rank 8s to me. If there are 2 or 3 rank 8s, then Fang Ping, you will be responsible for one. Fang Ping looked at old Chen, a little surprised. Bragging, you have just entered rank 8 not long ago, yet you are so confident? Chen Yaoting was a little annoyed by his stare. He snorted coldly and said, what? Don't believe me? When I was rank 7, I had fought with a rank 8 before, and I was not at a disadvantage. Do you really think that I am the first rank 7 for nothing? It was not like anyone who reached peak rank 7 could become the first rank 7. He was still the first rank 7 in the world. There were many rank 7 martial artists in the world, and many of them were at peak. Many of them were only one step away from rank 8, and they also had divine weapons. But they were still not as good as him. Realm was not the only factor in determining combat strength. Until now, he was the only grandmaster in SCMAU. To be able to bring SCMAU into the ranks of the top 10 elite schools, Chen Yaoting's reputation was evident. Fang Ping laughed dryly. He thought for a while and said, Old Chen, what rank is your divine weapon? Peak rank 7. As he said that, seeing that Fang Ping was about to speak, Chen Yaoting waved his hand and said, you don't have to give me a rank 8 divine weapon. Your rank 8 might not be better than mine. I have cultivated this divine weapon from early stage rank 7 to peak, and it took me decades. Now that I am not too far away from rank 8, I can also unleash its full potential in my hands. A divine weapon was not really powerful just because its rank was high. It also depended on the user, as well as the user's mastery and compatibility with the divine weapon. The consumption of a rank 7 divine weapon was less than a rank 8. Chen Yaoting unleashing the divine weapon's full potential was more powerful and cost-effective than mastering a rank 8 divine weapon that he was not too familiar with. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. I really don't have a rank 8 divine weapon anymore, but, Fang Ping said, I still have an ancient martial weapon whose material is comparable to peak rank 8. Old Chen, do you think that if you melt this weapon, you can cultivate your divine weapon to rank 8? As soon as he said that, everyone was surprised again. You still have a peak rank 8 ancient divine weapon. This kid, he really had a lot of good stuff that exceeded expectations. Fang Ping did not say that he still had an ancient divine weapon that was comparable to rank 9. Alright, that was saved by Iron Head, he could not just give it away. Fang Ping had not decided how to unleash the Iron Head, this ancient divine weapon, to the fullest. Iron Head himself could not use it now either. That fellow was now waiting for his life gate to open. If he wanted to get his own ancient divine weapon, it had to be at least the kind that was stronger than Old Yao's. That fellow had been very excited these few days, talking about ancient divine weapon, storage ring and the like all day long. As for the ancient divine weapon that Fang Ping had, he had almost forgotten about it. Ancient divine weapon, Chen Yaoting mumbled. When a dull ancient sword appeared in Fang Ping's hand, everyone observed it for a while. Wu Quishan said, it's an ancient divine weapon, but it doesn't seem to have been maintained very well. Its original material might be comparable to rank 9. Unfortunately, after a long time, without a martial artist's vitality to nourish it, it seems to have fallen. Weapons needed to be maintained too, not to mention the alloy weapons used by martial artists. Divine weapons were all placed in the Xianxia gate and nourished with mentality and vitality force. This way, the weapon would become stronger and stronger. On the contrary, if it was not nourished for a long time, the weapon would also decay. The ancient divine weapon in Fang Ping's hand might have been a rank 9 back then. Chen Yaoting examined it for a while, looked at Fang Ping, smiled and said, are you sure you want to give it to me to nourish my divine weapon? If this weapon is given to a rank 9 martial artist to nourish for a period of time, it might be able to return to its previous state. Compared to modern divine weapons, the difference between ancient divine weapons and modern divine weapons was actually not that big. However, modern divine weapons had a little advantage, because the core was a demon's core, which could be appropriately animated. Ancient divine weapons, on the other hand, actually had some special functions. They were considered to be about the same. This divine weapon might be a rank 9. You want to give it to me? As he said that, he emphasized, I won't lend it to you. His meaning was also very clear. I just said that I don't owe you a debt. Now, either you give it to me for free or you don't give it to me. Either way, I won't lend it to you. Old Man Chen was also very arrogant. Back then, he was not even willing to sign the IOU. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. This divine weapon did not even count his wealth points. Old Man Chen did not even sign the IOU. It would be difficult to collect the debt in the future. Thinking about it, Fang Ping still said with a straight face, "Old Man Chen, what are you talking about? You came from thousands of miles away and took the initiative to help in the battle. What's a divine weapon to you? Going to battle meant danger." MCMAU was not prepared to ask for help in the battle, but Old Man Chen came himself and even said that he would help MCMAU block 2 rank 8 martial artists. Just for this, giving away the divine weapon was not a big deal. After hearing that, Chen Yaoting glanced at Fang Ping for a moment. After a while, he took the ancient divine weapon and said slowly, "In the future, you can skip the betrothal gifts." Fang Ping gritted his teeth. How could he say that? Old Chen was too careless. "I'm giving it to you. It has nothing to do with anything else." "What are you thinking?" The others laughed. However, Chen Yaoting wanted to help in the battle and even promised to hold the 2 rank 8 martial artists back. If he really did it, it would be a great help to MCMAU. After all, even if he did not come, Monster Sunflower City would probably send rank 8s to help. Beside him, Wu Quishan looked at Chen Yaoting and said, "Do you need my help?" "No, you can't either. I heard that Minister Zhang is still in Magic City. I'll go ask him for help later." Wu Quishan suffered a blow. Fang Ping, on the other hand, held back his laughter. Old Zhang had to work again. Since the previous auction, Old Zhang had promised to help modify the divine weapon. In fact, he had been busy these few days. Until now, Old Zhang had not finished modifying the divine weapon in his hands. If Chen Yaoting really came to him now, Old Zhang would have to help. It could not be helped. Martial arts universities were directly under Old Zhang's control. There were not many rank 8 powerhouses in martial arts universities, or rather, there were very few of them. Chen Yaoting was also the face of martial arts universities. As the minister, he definitely had to help out with this little bit of help. "Then I'll leave first. I'll come again on the 15th. After saying this, Chen Yaoting left quickly. Once he left, Wu Quishan sighed softly. "Kid, you still owe him a favor. Do as you see fit. We can't return it. As for you, a rank 8 divine weapon can't buy a rank 8 powerhouse's life." Helping MCMAU was equivalent to gambling with his life. This was not something that Fang Ping could settle with just a few words of confidence. Beside him, Old Manly teased, "It's nothing. Old Man Chen is really going to die. Hurry up and have a child with that girl Yunqi. Don't call him Little Fang. Have the surname Chen. Cultivate him to rank 8 and throw him into the Chen family. That'll be enough." Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "You should find one as soon as possible and give birth to a little Li. I've been hearing about this recently. You want a son? I'll take him in as a student later, get lost." Old Manly scolded jokingly. Beside him, Huang Jing also laughed. "Chongqing, don't take it lightly. You have to leave something for yourself. Not to mention, there are many candidates. The one from FMS, the one from Magic City Women's University, they're all quite suitable for you. Do you want me to sound them out for you later?" Old Man Li's expression darkened. "Sound out your ass." Speaking of which, FMS's Nan Yunping was a rank 8. The Dean of Magic City Women's University was also a peak rank 7. That seemed like a good choice. Beside him, Wu Quishan said lightly, "Nan Yunping is a little old. Zhao Mingjun is not bad. She's about to reach rank 8. She's forged a golden body. With a makeover, it won't be a problem for you to change into anything you want." Old Man Li's expression darkened. What did he mean? Beside him, Lu Fengger glanced at Wu Quishan with a faint smile. She said lightly, "I've reached rank 8. Do I need to make a makeover?" The corner of Wu Quishan's mouth twitched. He did not say a word. "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Fang Ping could not hold it in any longer. These old gangsters, they did not realize this before. He did not expect that Wu Quishan and the others would actually gather together to talk about women. From the looks of it, they had been paying attention to it for a long time. Even a rank 8 makeover and become an 18-year-old girl? Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, August 15th had arrived. August 15th, Saturday. The summer weather could change in an instant. Yesterday, the sun was shining brightly. Today, early in the morning, it was drizzling. Field 1. Fang Ping looked up at the sky and smiled suddenly. It's a good day. The weather is great. Beside him, Qing Fengqing also looked up at the sky and mumbled. Damn, the weather was good. Was there something wrong with him? At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly looked at him and smiled. If I say the weather is good, then it is good. After saying that, Fang Ping soared into the sky like lightning. The next moment, in the sky, Fang Ping let out a roar and a golden glow erupted. Rumble. In the sky, lightning flashed continuously. After a while, the dark clouds above MCMAU disappeared. In the field, the instructors and students were mesmerized by what they saw. This was a grandmaster. After a while, Fang Ping landed and laughed. The sun is shining brightly. It's a good day. At this moment, the sun appeared. In the huge magic city, it was still drizzling in other places. On the other hand, there were no clouds in the sky above MCMAU. It was a bright sunny day. Qing Fengqing did not grumble anymore. He was still shocked and envious. This was a powerhouse. If Fang Ping said the weather was good, then it was good, even if it was not. On the rostrum, Wu Kuishan glanced at him and smiled. A man could fix the sky. Ignoring Fang Ping, Wu Kuishan looked around. At this moment, he was the only one on the rostrum. The other grandmasters were below. After looking around, looking at the young faces and the excited instructors, Wu Kuishan was speechless for a long time. Below, Fang Ping saw that Wu Kuishan did not say anything and shouted again, "Today, 913 MCMAU instructors should be deployed." Vice-Chancellor Liu entered the catacombs earlier. 912 people are present. Everyone is present. On the other side, Chen Yunqi also shouted crisply, 4220 MCMAU students should be deployed. 4,220 people are present. Everyone is present. On the other side, Du Hong said loudly, 98 people should be deployed. 98 people are present. Everyone is present. Wu Kuishan came back to his senses. An army of more than 5,000 martial artists, excluding the 120 instructors who stayed behind and about 1,000 rank 1 martial artists, MCMAU had gone all out. Even the military had only launched a few wars of this scale. Martial artists did not like to motivate themselves before a battle. Wu Kuishan did not say much. After a while, he suddenly raised his right hand and roared, "MCMAU will win. MCMAU will win." The roar shook the heavens. Depart. With a loud roar, Wu Kuishan headed straight for the southern area. This time, he took the passageway to the catacombs. Below the stage. Seeing this, Fang Ping waved his hand and led his team to catch up. As he walked, he moved closer to Tang Feng and said with slight regret, "Why didn't the vice-chancellor listen to my opinion?" Tang Feng ignored him. The others also ignored him. There was no other reason. Fang Ping had gone crazy, and everyone was too lazy to care. He suggested to Wu Kuishan that they should not use the passageway. It would not be spectacular if they used the passageway. According to Fang Ping's words, MCMAU grandmasters held hands and unleashed their mentality, bringing thousands of people with the flight step, heading straight for Magic City military camp. Let everyone in Magic City see how powerful MCMAU was. As a result, when this suggestion came out, no one paid any attention to him. Crazy, if they had this mentality to waste, they might as well kill more enemies. They thought it was crazy, but Fang Ping thought it was necessary. At this moment, no one paid any attention to him. Fang Ping said regretfully again, "It's not easy being a martial artist. It's rare to have such an opportunity. It's still necessary to get everyone excited. The vice-chancellor doesn't know how to boost morale at all." Thousands of people used the flight step. Although no one said anything, they were still satisfied. "Vice-chancellor, you still don't know enough about the human heart." Beside him, Lu Fengru could not hold it in anymore. She growled, "Shut up." At this moment, the team of thousands of people heard Fang Ping's nonsense. It was seriously disrupting the order. Fang Ping shrugged. Then, he laughed suddenly. There's no need to be so sad or solemn when going to war. Martial artists aren't children. They should be nervous after all. They need to be happy and relax. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing and shouted, "Old Qin, sing a song to boost morale." Qin Fengqing did not hesitate and sang loudly. Let's go down and chop people's heads, let's go down and dig a huge mine, today is so happy, yo, we're rich. The whole team stopped for a moment. Wu Quishan's back was slightly stiff. Damn, I want to kill someone to sacrifice to the flag now. I wonder if that's possible? Behind them, Chen Zhenhua and the others who watched them leave were also stunned. Just now, everyone was nervous and solemn, now, everyone only wanted to kill one person. Maybe the sacrifice would be good. The nervousness and solemnity disappeared. In the team, some people were holding back their laughter until their faces were red. Qin Fengqing was still singing. No one responded to him. Even Fang Ping did not say a word after saying that line. He would not do something so embarrassing. However, old Qin was shameless. It was still possible for him to stand up and ease the atmosphere. Some students were nervous, and it was easy for them to make mistakes. Fang Ping saw many students walking stiffly. There was no need to create tension now. At the same time, outside MCMAU, a group of powerhouses did not enter the school. They watched as the MCMAU people left. In front of the crowd, Magic City's governor murmured, "May we win. May MCMAU's martial arts never die. MCMAU's victory. Sino Nation's victory. Humans' victory. Victory." A group of Grandmaster powerhouses shouted in a low voice, if they won this battle, the Magic City Catacomb's biggest enemy would be destroyed. How many people in the 13 cities of Magic City Catacombs would dare to fight? Outside the crowd, there was another group of people. Fang Mingrong and his wife, Fang Yuan, as well as the families of many MCMAU instructors and students. Many people had come. They did not know what had happened. They did not know why they were fighting and who they were fighting for, however, they knew that their loved ones were rushing to the battlefield. These few days, even though the MCMAU people did not reveal anything to the outside world, there were still some words that leaked out. No one was a fool. Magic City was not Sun City. There were many martial artists here, many martial artists died in battle every year. Many people did not even know why they died. Living in a big city like this, it was inevitable that people would know things that ordinary people did not. Not to mention that many martial artists' family members were martial artists themselves. At this moment, MCMAU's expedition to the catacombs had countless people worried. In the crowd, someone's eyes were red and he murmured. When would the war stop? Magic City Catacombs, Underground Hall. The MCMAU people entered the alloy house in an orderly manner. Fang Ping chatted with the gatekeeper while waiting. He chuckled and said, "Uncle, this alloy house will be demolished soon. It's such a hindrance." The gatekeeper chuckled. "We'll have to wait a little longer. I've waited and waited. I've waited so long that I don't like it anymore." Fang Ping was all smiles. He touched the alloy wall and said softly, "When I first saw this thing, my eyes were red. I told Uncle Scar that when we get back, we'll demolish the house and divide this thing. He also said that when I come to demolish the house, he'll help me." The gatekeeper's eyes dimmed slightly. He smiled quickly and said, "It's okay. The next time you demolish it, I'll help you. When it's done, just give me some." Fang Ping laughed out loud. When he was done, he suddenly said, "Uncle, don't go down to the catacombs this time. These words are inauspicious." The gatekeeper laughed out loud too. When he was done laughing, he said seriously, "I won't go down to the catacombs. I'll wait for you to come out and celebrate. I'll wait for the day when you demolish this thing and don't need gatekeepers anymore." If he went down to the catacombs, it meant that the situation in the catacombs would worsen. The war would break out again, and MCMAU would not be able to win. That was why he did not go down to the catacombs. He wanted to wait here. Wait for this group of heroic sons and daughters to defeat the enemy and return victorious. The MCMAU people had all entered the catacombs. Fang Ping waved his hand at the people in the hall and laughed. Everyone, wait for our good news here. When we come out, remember to make arrangements to film the scene of our victorious return. If there's a chance in the future, let everyone see it. Okay. Definitely. The martial artists in the hall answered in a sonorous and forceful voice. They definitely would, Hope City. When Fang Ping came out, Tian Mu, Old Fan, Ko Bianjiang, Su Mafu, these people were all waiting. In the crowd, Lu Polu had already walked to Tang Feng and the others with a smile, saying something in a low voice. When Fang Ping arrived, the MCMAU people were all present. Tian Mu stood up and said, after we leave the city, Hope City will not send a single soldier. In the east and west, Hope City will assist in defense. Today, if Skygate City has powerhouses as reinforcements, they will rush to Skygate City today. Next, if powerhouses from other cities join the battle, Hope City will try its best to stop them. Everyone, the military department can only do this much. If Tian Mu did not say it. He did not want to say it. If they were defeated, it would be difficult for the high ranks to escape. The middle and low-ranked martial artists could retreat. Wu Quishan said lightly, there are no ifs. Victory. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Quishan leaped into the air and shouted, leave the city. They did not stay in Hope City. This was not where MCMAU was stationed. They were going to camp in the Jiao's forest 30 li away. Along the way, some martial artists watched as the MCMAU people left the city, shouting victory continuously. Skygate City. The broken south gate of Skygate City had now been restored to its original state. Sensing the heaven-shaking vitality fluctuation from afar, the Skygate City Lord, wearing a crown on his head, said coldly on the city wall, go, investigate the situation. Investigate it directly, investigate it in front of them. Investigate it clearly. Behind him, a rank 7 chieftain responded loudly, leaped into the air, and headed straight for Hope City without any concealment. After the chieftain left, the Skygate City Lord suddenly looked at the Jiao's forest and snorted coldly. The golden horned beast has invited 2 level 8 monsters from the 100 Beasts forest. What is its purpose? My lord, the golden horned beast is interested in the mineral vein of life. I'm worried. The only rank 8 powerhouse in Skygate City looked worried. 3 rank 8 monsters were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. This was a great threat. The Skygate City Lord's eyes were dark. After a while, he said, this is a bet made by the true king powerhouses. We can't refuse. 100 Beasts Forest has also been informed that an envoy has arrived. The golden horned beast king dares to ruin the true king's plan. No one can protect it. As he said this, the Skygate City Lord continued, moreover, the demon clan dares not form an alliance with the resurrected martial artists. If the golden horned beast king dares to participate in this battle, there will be no place for it in divine land. Although he said this, the Skygate City Lord's expression was still ugly. The Hui King had used him and Skygate City as a bet. This made him very unhappy. Originally, he was ready to leave 7 Southern Territory, leave this place, and return to the restricted area. However, before he left, there were endless troubles. The golden horned beast king kept attacking and harassing. Because he had surrendered to the Hui King, the other true king was very unhappy. On the other side of the passageway, it made things difficult for the Hui King's people several times, not allowing them to enter, deliberately embarrassing him. With great difficulty, the Hui King sent an envoy to 100 Beasts Forest to make peace. In the end, before the results were out, he was told that the last battle would be in 7 Southern Territory. Snake King, the Skygate City Lord muttered. A figure flashed in his mind, and he sneered. He knew this person, he even knew Magic City Martial Arts University. In the past 60 years, he had killed many people from MCMAU. The Snake King. Back then, he had prepared to kill the other party. Unfortunately, the other party had escaped. These years, it was very rare to see the other party appear in 7 Southern Territory. He did not expect that the other party would still not give up. Did he want to take revenge before he left? Back then, I didn't want to expose the divine weapon, so I let you escape. I didn't expect you to come here to die. Until today, he still remembered how hopeless the high-spirited powerhouse had been the moment the people around him died. He had thought that after that experience, the other party would have broken down. He did not expect the other party to break through realms again and again, advancing into King Realm in a short period of time. Although he said he was going to die, the Skygate City Lord was vigilant. This battle, indeed, must be fought. The Snake King must also die. The strength of such a person's martial will was shocking. He broke through in adversity and rose again in adversity. If he did not kill him, the other party might break through again. With such a great enemy, even if he returned to the restricted area, he might not be able to rest easy. When the White King's people revealed who his opponent was, although the Skygate City Lord was very dissatisfied with the White King's actions, he did not hesitate and quickly agreed. He must take advantage of this opportunity to kill the Snake King. Such a young prodigy, if he did not kill him this time, the powerhouses of the Land of Rebirth would not give him a second chance. As he waited, the vitality pillar of tens of millions of people gathered closer and closer to Skygate City. Soon, the commander-in-chief who had just left returned. He reported loudly, "My king, the opponent is 1 king realm, 2 venerables, and 6 commanders. 5 prospective commanders, 100 generals, quite strong," the Skygate City Lord murmured. In his understanding, MCMAU was a sect. Even though he knew that the other party was somewhat different from sects, the difference was not big. A sect with a king realm powerhouse was already very strong. Even in the restricted area, such a sect was enough to occupy 1 or 2 big cities. Of course, although such strength was strong, it was not so strong that Skygate City could not match it. If he joined forces with the Divine Tree, there was hope to kill the Snake King. Even if it was one-on-one, he was not afraid of the Snake King who had just broken through. He had broken through to King Realm for almost 100 years, and with a rank 9 divine weapon in hand, he was not afraid of the Snake King. But he wanted to keep the Snake King. If that was the case, then he had to join forces with the Divine Tree. By joining forces, there was hope to not give the other party a chance to escape and kill him. As for Skygate City, the remaining venerables and commander-in-chiefs were not as strong as the other party. Go to Monster Sunflower City and ask King Sunflower to send people to help. Tell King Sunflower that after this battle, I will lead the 7 southern territories. If he does not contribute, Monster Sunflower City will face greater pressure in the future. Take this opportunity to kill the Snake King. He will weigh the gains and losses. The Skygate City Lord was not afraid that King Sunflower would not help. After this time, he would leave. Once he left, Monster Sunflower City would be the main force to attack Hope City. If he did not take this opportunity to destroy MCMAU, he would not be the one to suffer in the future. Monster Sunflower City was strong. With 3 venerables and 14 commander-in-chiefs, it was stronger than Monster Wood City before it was heavily damaged. Now it depended on how much boldness King Sunflower had. The Skygate City Lord sneered in his heart. If he did not contribute, then he would kill the Snake King and lead the 7 southern territories. As for the rest of the people, he would not care. In the future, Monster Sunflower City should not regret it. If King Sunflower had the boldness, then he would take this opportunity to go all out. Besides the King Realm, all the venerables and commander-in-chiefs would come. Only then could he completely destroy MCMAU and leave no survivors. However, the Skygate City Lord also knew that the hope of going all out was not high. He would have to leave some people behind. It all depended on King Sunflower's decision. Outside the Jiao's forest, Fang Ping waved his hand, signaling the MCMAU crowd to stop. 1,000 meters ahead was the Jiao's forest. At this moment, Fang Ping could already feel the aura of a rank 8 powerhouse. The Jiao had really invited 2 rank 8 monsters. At the boundary of the Jiao's forest, the Jiao shook its big head, looking at Fang Ping and the others, its big eyes showing shock. So many people. In front of the crowd, Fang Ping set up a mentality barrier and said softly, "That Vice-Chancellor, I'm the boss now. You guys, be a little more respectful to me." Wu Quishan glanced at him. This kid Fang Ping, when he came in, finally told them the truth, how he had tricked the monsters. Wu Quishan was dumbfounded. Now hearing him say this, Wu Quishan's face darkened, but his body stiffened. He saluted Fang Ping and said lightly, "Your Royal Highness, you don't have to worry about us." Fang Ping's body stiffened too, being called that by Old Wu. Why did he feel uncomfortable all over? Cough, cough, Vice-Chancellor, don't be like this. That, you can just call me General. Humans are different from those in the catacombs. The Jiao is an idiot, just a little trick will do. Help yourself, General. Having said that, Wu Kuxian glanced at Qin Fengqing beside him. Qin Fengqing was confused. Why are you looking at me? Wu Kuxian humphed. Isn't this your favorite thing to do? Shout a few times and fool them. Qin Fengqing felt aggrieved. Mother **Ker, who liked doing this. What did Old Wu mean? He was reluctant, but the other was the Vice-Chancellor. Even though Qin Fengqing was aggrieved, he did not delay. He roared, "General, the Jiao's forest has arrived. Please give us your instructions, General." Got it. You may leave. Fang Ping responded, his face indifferent. Soon, Fang Ping walked to the front and looked at the Jiao. The Jiao looked at him too. Chef was very awesome, he even had a King Realm subordinate, no wonder he said he was confident he could kill the dumb blockhead. But just one King Realm. Would it be enough? The Jiao glanced at Wu Kuxian cautiously. He seemed familiar, but it was too lazy to think too much. So what if it was the King Realm? The King Realm had to listen to Chef. Fang Ping walked to the side and shouted, "Jiao. MCMAU is using the Jiao's forest. Retreat quickly, or else you will not be allowed to act presumptuously when the war starts." While shouting, Fang Ping used his mentality to transmit his voice, "King Jiao, cooperate with me. You guys retreat first. This time I will start a war with Skygate City. At the last moment, you guys will attack and numb the other party. Make the Skygate City Lord think that we started the war and it has nothing to do with you." Having said that, Fang Ping used his mentality to transmit his voice again. Otherwise, if we expose our true intentions now, they will definitely be on guard against you. Then, the chances will be slim. The Jiao shook its head, thinking for a while. Suddenly, it roared, its roar shaking the heavens. The next moment, 2 golden lights flashed. Soon, 2 golden beasts appeared where they were. One looked like an elephant. It was huge. Fang Ping recognized it. It was a giant elephant beast. The mammoth beast was extremely strong. At the rank 8 realm, its physical strength was even stronger than the average rank 8 monster beast. The other one had 2 long horns. It looked like an antelope. Fang Ping had never seen it before, but it did not seem weak. The 3 beasts gathered. The Jiao roared loudly. The other 2 beasts also roared violently. They looked at Wu Kuxian cautiously, then roared at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Acting, **CK, did the Jiao not mention anything about cooperation? The possibility was high. Looking at the 2 beasts, they probably did not know about it. The Jiao was roaring now, not allowing humans to invade. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. The Jiao was really not a good guy. Thinking about it, Fang Ping roared again, "Jiao. Do you really want to start a war with humans? This time, we are just borrowing this place to set up camp. After the war, this place will be returned to you. Don't make a mistake." Roar. The roars came one after another, traveling dozens of miles. No way, not lending. In the next moment, Wu Kuxian and the others unleashed a powerful aura, intimidating everyone. Behind them, the MCMAU crowd roared, "Kill, kill, kill." Murderous intent soared to the sky. At this moment, a beast flew over quickly from afar, roaring for a while. The Jiao's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Was the land of rebirth really going to war with Skygate City, the true king's order? Fang Ping looked at the direction of the beast and knew it came from 100 Beasts Forest. His mentality fluctuated, and he said immediately, "I asked my elder ancestor to guard Mount Royal Sea, using the excuse that I will lead the forces under my command to fight against Skygate City. The elder ancestor also promised to help me this time, and it will be the last time. If I don't achieve the desired results, then I will be in trouble. King Jiao, in order to repay your kindness, I have done everything I can. If I don't get anything this time, I will be screwed." So, I have to say this again, after this, except for the core mineral vein, everything else must belong to me. The Jiao understood now. No wonder the true king's order was passed down. It was the chef's elder ancestor, the true king's descendant was good. Thinking about it, the Jiao still felt uneasy. If it made a move, the true king, as if he knew what it was thinking, Fang Ping said telepathically, "Don't worry, Skygate City is King Huai's force. 7 southern regions is not King Huai's territory. If he dares to attack you, my elder ancestor will suppress him. Moreover, King Huai can't control the demons. Don't worry, King Jiao." The Jiao hesitated slightly. Fang Ping said again, "If King Jiao is worried, then forget it. Actually, it wasn't easy for me to get to where I am now. Why don't I kill some middle-ranked martial artists this time, then retreat with my people? It will be considered a meritorious service. If King Jiao wants to break through, wait until I have strength and my position is solid, then I will help you seize the other mineral veins of life." The Jiao roared, "No way, this was a rare opportunity, and the chef was running away now. How could that be? The 100 Beasts Forest could not participate in the war between the two sides. It did not participate in the war. It was only here to seize the mineral veins. It had a personal grudge with Monsterwood City, but it had nothing to do with the war. Besides, the silly tree almost killed it. Last time. Could it not take revenge? Yes, revenge. As for whether or not the silly tree almost killed it last time, it was already publicly known that it was the silly tree who did it. Moreover, this was its territory. When the war started and the other party invaded its territory, it would not be a problem for it to come back and defend its territory. Demon's territory could not be invaded, invading its territory was a provocation. It was in the right. King Huai. Who was King Huai? The 7 southern territories was the Green Wolf King's territory, the chef's ancestor was guarding it, and the Green Wolf King would not allow a foreign king to run wild in the 7 southern territories. The 100 Beasts Forest and the Green Wolf King were also connected. The Jiao had thought of all these. As a demon beast with ideals, ambitions, and great ambitions, the Jiao felt that it must seize this opportunity. Without further consideration, the Jiao roared again, unwilling to give up, and soared into the air with the 2 rank 8 demon beasts, flying into the distance. Below, hundreds of demon beasts that looked similar to the Jiao also chased after the Jiao. Fang Ping glanced at them and was slightly speechless. He had always thought that the Jiao was single, but now, it was hard to say. Among the hundreds of demon beasts, there were 3 rank 7s, and the rest were mostly middle ranks. It was not a weak force. The Jiao flew away, bringing its clansmen and the 2 rank 8 demon beasts. Only then did Wu Kuishan walk up and ask, "What's going on?" "It left first. When the high-ranked battle starts, it will bring the demon back." "Are you sure?" Fang Ping thought for a moment, then said, "I'm 70% sure. This demon beast wants money more than its life. It thinks it's smart, but it's actually stupid. It will probably take the bait." Wu Kuishan was speechless. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He said, "If the Jiao doesn't join the battle, then its goal is to kill all high-ranked martial artists except for rank 9. If we can kill the Skygate City Lord, then kill him. If we can't, then we give up." At this moment, Wu Kuishan was very clear-headed. Although he was unwilling to let the Skygate City Lord go, if there was no chance, he would not bring everyone to their deaths. Fang Ping nodded, then shouted, "Everyone, enter the Jiao's forest." Very soon, Fang Ping led the group toward the core area of the Jiao's forest. Not long after Fang Ping and the others entered the Jiao's forest. In the east, several figures flew across the sky, and the pressure they exuded shook the sky. 2 rank 8s. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly, although it was within his expectations. The fact that 2 rank 8s had come from Monster Sunflower City still made him somewhat solemn. Since 2 level 8 martial artists had come, Chen Yaoting would have to stop them. Chen Yaoting said calmly, "Leave these 2 to me. Elder Chen, I've already told you. I've taken everything. Don't worry." Chen Yaoting was unwilling to say more. Beside him, Wu Kuishan said slowly, "There are still 6 rank 7s as reinforcements and 9 rank 7s. Lu Polu glanced at everyone and said, "Huang Jing and I will handle the Skygate City rank 8. Elder Lu, kill those rank 7 martial artists with all your might. Lu Polu's eyes were sharp as he said, it's been so many years, but this is the first time I've had such an opportunity. Every one of them counts. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath and said, since old Lu insists, then teacher, you and teacher Tang will join forces to hold off that rank 8. Yao Qingjun and I will kill those rank 7 martial artists as soon as possible, then we'll go and help you. As he said that, Fang Ping tilted his head to look at Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong, saying, both of you. Wang Jinyang nodded and said, don't worry, we will find an opportunity to break through. Now is not the right time. Now that there were 2 more rank 7s, perhaps more people from Monster Sunflower City would come, which would increase the pressure on everyone. Yes. Fang Ping nodded. At this moment, someone laughed loudly in the direction of Skygate City. Snake King. Since you're already here, why not meet me? Humph. Wu Quishan snorted coldly and soared into the sky. Fang Ping and the others also leaped into the air, looking into the distance. Skygate City was still very far away, more than 30 miles away. However, 30 li was only 15,000 meters. For high-ranked powerhouses, a distance like this was considered far, but it was also extremely close. In the distance, in the sky above Skygate City, many figures stood in the air. In front of him, a crowned powerhouse stood proudly in the void. It was the Skygate City Lord. At that moment, the Skygate City Lord had a smile on his face. Monster Sunflower City had not disappointed him. 2 venerables and 6 commanders. Such reinforcements were not considered weak. In terms of high-end combat strength, Skygate City had 2 kings, 3 venerable ones, and 9 commanders. On the other hand, the other party had 1 king realm expert, 2 venerable realm experts, and 6 commander realm experts. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill all of them. However, since the other party was the Snake King, then there was something to be done. When he saw Wu Quishan rise into the air, the master of Skygate City laughed and said, Snake King. Ha ha ha. It's been so many years since we last met, but this king still hasn't forgotten the look of despair and anger in your eyes. Snake King, do you still remember your daughter? Bang. He was reduced to a bloody pulp, ha ha ha. What a cute kid. Bastard. Lu Fengru roared in anger. Wu Quishan held her down and growled, Fengru. Lu Fengru's eyes were bloodshot and the veins on her hands were visible. 11 years, for the past 11 years, her only thought was to kill that bastard. At that moment, when she heard the Skygate City Lord use her daughter's death to provoke them, Lu Fengru went a little crazy. The difference in strength between high-ranked martial artists was not huge. Life and death were often decided in an instant. Lu Fengru could not control her emotions, so she was easily targeted by the opponent. This was the Skygate City Lord's goal. He wanted Wu Quishan to go crazy. This kind of person might be able to explode with stronger strength, but it was also easier for him to reveal his flaws. Then, he would be seized and killed. As expected, when he heard Lu Fengru's shout, the Skygate City Lord's smile widened. He laughed and said, so it's Madam Snake King. What a pity. I've been waiting for you to take revenge. I didn't expect you to endure for so many years. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have sent your family back to reunite a long time ago. Your daughter is still waiting for you. Such a young child, such delicious blood. When she exploded, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. I was lucky enough to taste some of it. It was really delicious. What a pity. Wu Quishan said calmly, you're afraid. I'm afraid? Ha ha ha. You're afraid of death. Wu Quishan's voice was as calm as ever. You're afraid that you're no match for me and that you'll be killed here. If you're not afraid, you don't have to do this. You're afraid because you know that I'm more talented than you. I have more prospects. If I don't die, you'll definitely die. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous, pathetic. Snake King, have you forgotten how you struggled at death's door that year? Yes, that year, I was rank 7 and you were rank 9. Now, I'm rank 9 and you're still rank 9. You're afraid. You're afraid from the bottom of your bones, ridiculous. Wu Quishan did not reply. Only the Skygate City Lord knew how to attack the heart. While the two of them were talking, a long line of armored troops came out of Skygate City's east, south, and west gates. Snake King, how about a game? The Skygate City Lord continued to laugh. He laughed heartily and said, "Don't you want revenge? I pity you. I'm afraid that you'll be lonely on the road after you die. Why don't we add some fun to this revenge battle? I'll send your disciples first and wait for you. How about that?" Wu Kuishan said nothing. Ha ha ha. Mekmel. Interesting, interesting. Are you afraid that you'll see your disciples, your daughter, die in front of you like you did back then? Since you've invited the true king, I'll give you a chance for revenge. Do you dare? Wu Kuishan said slowly, "If you really have the guts, you and I can fight to the death. Why send others to their deaths, why provoke me?" The Skygate City Lord said lightly, "I can kill you with more power. Why not make it easier? You have fewer people and are weak. That's because you're weak. What right do the weak have to ask for fairness?" Having said that, the Skygate City Lord laughed again. "The weak are born to serve the strong. Since you know that you're weak and still dare to provoke us, your deaths are not to be regretted." At this moment, Fong Ping shouted, "Old dog. No matter how many pieces of trash there are, they're still trash. Which battle didn't make you tremble in fear? If you're not afraid, why do you have to run away from the Forbidden Zone like a dog? Insolence." On Skygate City's side, the Skygate City Lord did not speak. A rank 7 martial artist's eyes glowed fiercely as he said coldly, "Resurrected martial artists are always so reckless." In the catacombs, when a rank 9 spoke, the weak would not speak. Resurrected martial artists were still as ignorant as ever, Fong Ping sneered. "Trash. If you dare to fight, I'll tear you apart with one hand. Try me then. Idiot." Fong Ping sneered and glanced at the army gathered outside Skygate City. More than 50,000 people, there were even a large number of civilians. The catacombs' powerhouses did not treat the weak as human beings. In this battle between martial artists, the other side had close to 10,000 martial artists, mixed with tens of thousands of civilians. If these people were not courting death, then what was? The densely packed heads could be seen clearly from tens of miles away. Both sides were conversing in the air. Beside them, Chen Yaoting said softly, "Skygate City wants to start a battle between middle and low ranks to dampen our spirits. Why not start a battle between high ranks directly? In a battle between middle and low ranks, no matter how many Skygate City casualties there were, with the Skygate City Lord's personality, he would not be swayed. However, if MCMAU suffered heavy losses, everyone would probably be affected. War was not a one-sided slaughter. From the moment the Skygate City Lord opened his mouth, he had been suppressing MCMAU. Wu Kuishan fell silent. On the other side, there were more than 10,000 martial artists. On MCMAU's side, there were only a few thousand, only half the number of martial artists on the other side. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of civilians. Even if they killed them, many of them would be tired of killing. At this moment, the Skygate City Lord laughed again from afar. "Don't you dare? If that's the case, then I'll be very disappointed. If you and I fight, I won't avoid these people. If you're willing to let me watch a big show, then the high-ranked martial artists will have their own battlefield." Wu Kuishan frowned. Fong Ping's gaze was cold. The other side did not care about the deaths of the middle and low ranks on their side. During the battle, if they did not avoid these people, it would easily cause a large number of casualties. Fong Ping took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Vice-Chancellor, agree to him. Since he wants to watch a big show, satisfy him." Wu Kuishan glanced at him. Fong Ping's mentality moved slightly, but he concealed his aura. "Later, if the middle and low ranks really fight first, I'll use mentality to kill the enemy secretly. I don't think he'll be able to find out." As soon as he said this, Wu Kuishan's gaze flickered. If everyone in Skygate City died, the Skygate City Lord might not care because he was going to leave. But someone would care. No, there were monsters that would care. To the Skygate tree, Skygate City was not the Skygate City Lord's territory, but it. Those martial artists were its people. This time, the Skygate City Lord would leave, but it would not. It still had to walk its own path. If there were heavy casualties, the Skygate tree might be affected. Thinking of this, Wu Kuishan said lightly, since you want to watch a show, then I'll satisfy you. You're a stray dog. You won't care about these people's deaths, but there will always be people who won't leave. I'd like to see if you really don't care. As soon as he said this, although they were far away and could not see the change in the Skygate City Lord's expression, it was likely that some of the martial artists who would not leave would not feel good. The Skygate City Lord was not moved. His expression did not change. He smiled and said, since you have no objections, then let's watch a show together. Each side will send a rank 7 to supervise. Some bastards like to bully the weak. Ha ha ha. That's exactly what I want. In a few words, both sides had confirmed everything. Fang Ping snorted softly in his heart, if you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Initially, he was worried that there would be many casualties among the middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists on his side when a war broke out. Now, the other party wanted to start a battle between middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists alone, but the high-ranked martial artists did not join in. Fang Ping felt that the other party was really looking for death. Later, I'll secretly kill your mentality-vitality fusion and those rank SIXS. I'll see how you guys die. Everyone stopped talking and landed on the ground. Wu Kuishan looked at Luo Yichuan and the rest, saying solemnly, there are many martial artists in Skygate City. Everyone must be careful, Dean Luo, General Du, the few of you must kill those mentality-vitality fusion martial artists. If we let them rush into our camp, then we'll be in danger. The reason why we agreed to it is also because it's beneficial for us, Fang Ping continued. Later, I'll secretly use my mentality to guide you guys and find out where the other party's powerhouses are. Remember, quickly surround and kill their powerhouses. Don't be too far away from me. Luo Yichuan wanted to say something but stopped. Fang Ping pressed his hand and said, don't worry, we won't be discovered. Also, pills must be used when it's time to be used. Don't be frugal. Vice-Chancellor Huang, give each rank 6 martial artist an extra piece. Also, don't show any abnormalities. If they're playing this game with me, kill them. The Skygate City Lord had a good plan. He knew that human martial artists were closer to each other than the catacombs martial artists. Everyone knew what he was thinking by deliberately starting a battle between middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists in advance. However, if they really thought that they could do anything with numbers, then they were thinking too much. After Fang Ping finished speaking, he looked at the Li Hansong duo and said, both of you, kill more. Both of you, don't separate. Stay together. I'll guide you. When you attack, I'll think of a way to suppress the other party secretly. You must kill them instantly. Okay. Both of them looked solemn. Fang Ping looked at the others again and said loudly, Skygate City is unwilling to give us time to familiarize ourselves with the terrain. Although everyone has just entered, the battle has already begun. I wish everyone victory and kill until they're terrified. They won't dare to be enemies with us humans anymore. Kill. An earth-shattering roar was heard, vitality soaring to the sky. Everyone, take care. Fang Ping did not say much. As for the assignment of tasks and the arrangement of the team, he did not need to worry about these. These days, the military department and MCMAU instructors were guiding them. Everyone knew what to do. As for the terrain of the Jiao's forest, Fang Ping had also made a topographic map. Everyone was familiar with it. Arrangements had also been made for who should go where and where to guard. After a while, Wu Kuishan and the others rose into the air and exited the Jiao's forest. As for Fang Ping, he also rose into the air and looked in the direction of Skygate City. He sneered and said, that piece of trash from earlier, come here. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll let you see with your own eyes how useless you bunch of trash are and how badly you'll die. King. The rank 7 who had berated Fang Ping earlier looked at the Skygate City Lord with a fierce expression. The Skygate City Lord nodded slightly and said lightly, you go. I don't think they'll dare to attack you. As soon as he attacked, the battle between high-ranked martial artists erupted instantly. The middle and low-ranked martial artists in the Jiao's forest might not be completely annihilated, but more than half of them would be dead or injured. Just as Wu Kuishan had said, the Skygate City Lord really did not care about these people's deaths. Of course, he would not do it unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if the Skygate tree was enraged and the Snake King did not fight back, then it would be troublesome. As soon as he said that, the rank 7 commander-in-chief wasted no time. He rose into the air and flew toward Fang Ping quickly. Before he could reach Fang Ping's vitality force erupted and suppressed the other party in an instant. With a cold expression, he sneered, "Trash indeed." "Humph." The other party let out a cold snort. Energy erupted. Both sides faced each other, murderous intent boiling. The distance between them was close to 1,000 meters. If they were to fight, it would only take a blink of an eye. At this moment, in the direction of Skygate City, a powerhouse bellowed, "Kill all the resurrected martial artists. The king will reward you handsomely. Enter the forest." Following this bellow, tens of thousands of troops advanced layer by layer. They did not disperse but flattened the trees directly. At this moment, a roar came from afar. Fang Ping was secretly delighted. Well done, that roar came from the Jiao, the fellow did not run far. Right now, it was with the messenger monster from Hundred Beasts Forest. Seeing the Skygate City troops destroying the trees it planted, the Jiao was furious. It had painstakingly planted those trees, just the energy alone had been consumed. How dare these bastards flatten its big trees? This angry roar made the faces of many Skygate City powerhouses change. The Skygate City lord's expression turned ugly instantly. The golden-horned beast king had actually launched an attack at this time. He was extremely dissatisfied, but the golden-horned beast king had already withdrawn from the battle. There was no need to let these 3 monsters join the battle just for a few trees. Thinking of this, the Skygate City lord gave a look to someone beside him. Soon, a martial artist came out of the city to report. After a while, the Skygate City military martial artists stopped bulldozing the trees. Compared to the golden-horned beast king's participation, even if they did not bulldoze the trees, they still had a great advantage. With the trees as cover, the army's formation was destroyed. Soon, these martial artists began to disperse. Fang Ping flew around in the air. Not far away, the rank 7 martial artist's face was livid. He said coldly, "Do you want all of them to die?" Fang Ping sneered and said playfully, "You people are all pretentious. Who knows if there are high-ranked martial artists hiding among you? I'm willing to investigate, but you're not. Why don't we have a round first, as an appetizer? You won't live long." The other party's face was also cold. The king wanted to attack the Snake King's morale, make the other party furious, and reveal an opening. He was determined to kill the Snake King. Otherwise, there was no need for him to put up with all this. In the past, who would dare to speak to a mere middle-stage commander like this? He was an upper-stage commander powerhouse. The other party looked strong, but that was all there was to it. Naturally, Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. If it were not for killing more people, he would have crushed this guy right now. A mere upper-stage rank 7, he had killed 2 rank 6, a war between martial artists erupted at will, tens of thousands of people entered the Jiao's forest. On MCMAU's side, there were also thousands of people. Soon, someone encountered them. Kill. The sound of killing rang out instantly, below. The fastest one was none other than Qin Fengqing. At this moment, Qin Fengqing's eyes were cold and sharp, holding a Chongdao. When he encountered a team of more than 30 people, Qin Fengqing charged in instantly. Everyone else fought as a team, but Qin Fengqing chose to act alone. "Dad, old man, although I can't kill those high ranks to avenge you. But don't worry, this time I will definitely kill this group of bastards and avenge you." Qin Fengqing, who was smiling cheekily in front of others, was now feeling emotional. He did not care if he would be injured at all. He charged into the crowd, waved his saber and killed, not saying a word, not caring if he was injured. Poof, the sound of a Chongdao piercing bones was heard. As for the merit and promotion that Fang Ping had promised earlier, he had forgotten all about it. At this moment, there was only one thought: kill this group of bastards. He lost his father when he was young. His mother bathed her face in tears all day long. From the day the old vice-chancellor returned his father's ashes, he swore that he would take revenge. He did not know who killed his father. But the thought of revenge had never been forgotten. The hatred of his father's killer was irreconcilable, until the moment he entered the catacombs, until the moment he found out that his father had died in the Battle of Skygate City. He swore that one day, he would kill this group of people. Today was his chance to take revenge. Poof, heads fell. Qin Fengqing only pursued killing efficiency. This time, he did not loot the corpses, nor did he linger. In an instant, he killed this team of more than 10 people. The rank 5 martial artist leader could not even withstand a single blow. After killing this group of people, Qin Fengqing sprinted in the direction of the battle cries, midair. Fang Ping noticed Qin Fengqing. Seeing him bathed in blood and killing people like flies, Fang Ping sighed softly in his heart. Martial artists all had their own stories. At this moment, more and more people were coming into contact with each other. The battle cries were also getting louder. In the deadlock area of the battlefield, Xianxia took the lead. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, she led more than 10 middle-ranked students and quickly encountered their opponents. Kill. Xianxia, who blushed easily in front of Fang Ping, had a murderous aura at this moment. Once her longsword was drawn, she would not return until it was stained with blood. Her long hair was soon dyed blood red. The splattering blood dyed her clothes red. On the other side, Zhao Xuemei smashed her opponent's head with her staff. She did not even look and rushed to the other side, her expression as cold as water. Beside her, Fu Chongding growled. His spear was like a dragon, piercing the enemy's throat. Everyone was bathed in blood and killing. On the first day of entering the catacombs, a great war broke out. No one was given time to prepare. Entering the catacombs was the beginning of a great war. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Golden Keyboard. Although Ying has been a little dispirited recently, he still managed to update more than 18,000 words per day this month. Brothers, please support him, please. Golden Keyboard, I repeat once more, I can't help it. Global Martial Arts shamelessly asking for help currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. I don't know what's going on, but I haven't posted anything in the group. I haven't done anything, but I keep getting reported and reported. Coincidentally, Ting Sun has been investigating these days, and I'm really unlucky. While I'm writing, a lot of book friends PM me. Why did you disband the group? I really didn't. I'm about to cry too. I continue to write, and the administrators are dealing with it. Brothers, don't be impatient, is so angry that I want to vomit blood. Let me explain the second chapter of the day, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Brother. A sorrowful howl came from the forest. A young man who still had a childish look on his face suddenly let out a sorrowful roar. Like a wild beast that had gone berserk, he held his saber and quickly rushed toward a battlefield not far away. There, a young man's head had been pierced. Before he died, he waved at his younger brother behind him, "Don't come. Brother, Zhao He. Retreat." Someone shouted angrily, in the midst of a great battle. How could he lose focus? Tears fell from the young man's eyes. He gritted his teeth and turned to kill in another direction. His brother was a rank 4 martial artist, but he was easily killed. He, who had just entered rank 3, would only be sending himself to his death if he went. Just as Zhao He left, a sword light exploded at the place where he had just left. One of the armored martial artists who had just killed the youth snorted lightly. Right after Xiaochen snorted, Wang Jinyang, who was not far away, raised his bow and fired an arrow. The scarlet arrow pierced through several people. The armored cultivator who just killed the youth had his head explode. Li Hansong's body shone with golden light as he shouted, "Retreat! Leave this place to us." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hansong punched out, and dozens of people in front of him exploded into minced meat. A bunch of trash. Come kill us. Li Hansong leaped into the air and roared, "MCMAU instructor Li Hansong is here. Do you dare to fight, Skygate dog?" Rumble. Just as he rose into the air, a series of metal crossbow bolts shot toward him. Rumble. The crossbow bolt exploded on Li Hansong's body, emitting a crisp metallic sound. Trash is trash. Li Hansong's chi and blood soared to the sky. His iron fist blasted towards the direction where the crossbow bolt had come from. They were the archers of Skygate City. In the catacombs, only middle-ranked powerhouses could form a crossbow army like this. They were equipped with energy or vitality to cause the greatest damage. At the side, Wang Jinyang did not soar into the air. If he did so, he might be attacked by hundreds or thousands of cultivators. Li Hansong's defense was strong, so he could block them. However, he might not be able to block the attacks of countless martial artists. However, Wang Jinyang wasn't completely motionless. He let out a low roar and shot out a series of blood arrows. In the distance, miserable screams rang out incessantly. In the next moment, a few figures dashed out from the sky and attacked the two of them. "Damn, I've been waiting for you. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered looking for this toy." Li Hansong was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Previously, he and Lao Wang had been looking for Tianmen City to combine their essence and blood to fight. However, the Jiao's forest was huge, and it was not that easy to find. Now, the other party had delivered himself to his doorstep. There were many ambushers, but not all of them were at the essence and blood fusion realm. However, at this moment, 3 mentality vitality unity and 5 rank 6 powerhouses had arrived. The 8 of them attacked from all directions at the same time. On the battlefield, someone like Li Hansong who dared to fly into the air and expose his whereabouts was the biggest target of the enemy. While these people attacked, the crossbow bolts did not stop at all. The sounds of metal exploding rang out one after another. In the next moment, there was even the sound of an energy cannon exploding, and a powerful energy beam shot straight at Li Hansong. Buzz! Wang Jinyang had also been searching for the location of this large weapon. Now that he had found his target, he did not hesitate to shoot out a pillar of blood. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably thick vitality arrow shot out from the longbow toward the direction where the energy cannon had just been fired. Wherever the blood arrow passed, the trees would explode, creating a path. The speed was so fast that it couldn't be any faster. In the next moment, the blood arrow fell, rumble, a deafening explosion rang out, the energy cannon exploded. A large weapon like this needed to be filled with a large amount of energy stones. At this moment, even the energy stone cannon had been triggered and exploded. Originally, the energy stones were relatively stable. It was difficult for vitality force to detonate them. Usually, mentality had to be used. However, Wang Jinyang's arrow earlier was filled with celestiality. At the mentality vitality unity realm, he could already convert celestiality. In midair, Li Hansong had also fought with the ambushers. Kill! Li Hansong's golden bone force erupted, blowing up a rank 6 with one punch. At this moment, he was like a Vajra war god, laughing maniacally. "All of you, come. No matter how many trash there are, they're still trash." In the forest, a powerhouse shouted in the catacombs language, "Hold him back. Tiger and leopard army, kill the enemy. Wolf army, surround and kill them." In the forest, countless martial artists leaped into the air. Under the leadership of more than 10 rank 6 powerhouses, they attacked quickly. Not only Li Hansong, but Wang Jinyang was also targeted. Skygate City had 3 armies, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf army. These were the armies led by the 3 rank 8s in the past. Other than these 3 armies, Skygate City's strongest army was the Imperial Guards. They were personally led by the Lord of Skygate City. However, in the previous few battles, the 3 armies had suffered heavy losses. Their numbers were less than half. Even so, at this moment, the entire Wolf army was mobilized. More than 1,000 martial artists surrounded Li Hansong and the rest. The pressure on both of them increased dramatically. At this moment, in the forest, Qin Fengqing rose into the air, laughing maniacally. "Rank 6 is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fengqing shot out, slashing with his saber. In front, more than 10 rank 4 martial artists who rose into the air using the flight step were killed instantly. In the forest, Du Hong growled, "Pass the order. Leave the encirclement and kill the enemy. Leave the wolf army to them. General. Trust them." Du Hong growled. Li Hansong and the rest had revealed their strength and their whereabouts to reduce the pressure on the people of MCMAU and lure away a large number of powerhouses. At this moment, the overall situation was the most important. Killing the enemy was the most important. Under Du Hong's order, a large number of martial artists gritted their teeth and quickly killed in all directions. At the same time, Luo Yichuan and the rest did not participate in the battle here. They quickly killed in all directions. Li Hansong and the rest had lured away a large number of rank 6 powerhouses. This was everyone's chance. In midair, Li Hansong, Wang Jinyang, and Qin Fengqing were killing in all directions. However, there were too many people. Qin Fengqing, who had the weakest ability, was quickly hit by a peak rank 6 martial artist. He spat blood, but he was still laughing maniacally. He roared, three rank 6s, he had killed 3 same-rank powerhouses. Baldy, let's go. Li Hansong killed a rank 5 with 1 punch and roared at Qin Fengqing. At this moment, there were close to 1,000 martial artists surrounding them. There were already 5 people at Mentality Vitality Unity. Skygate City turned out in full force. The surrounding cities and towns' powerhouses were all conscripted into the army. The powerhouses of the families and sects in the city were also forcibly conscripted. The Battle of the City, this also caused the other party to have more Mentality Vitality Unity powerhouses than expected. Qin Fengqing's ability was the weakest. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to. Why are you leaving? Kill. Qin Fengqing roared, turned around, and ran backward. He did not leave, but killed his way into the martial artist army formation. He did not care about the peak rank 6 who was chasing him from behind. On the other side, Wang Jinyang threw away his alloy longbow. In an instant, the celestial bridge appeared in the shape of a bow. The blood arrow condensed again and shot out violently. An arrow pierced through the air, shooting the peak rank 6 who was chasing Qin Fengqing, in the air. Fang Ping's expression did not change. Even though he saw many MCMAU instructors and students dying on the spot, he was still unmoved. Not far away, the upper stage rank 7 martial artist's expression was extremely cold. Fang Ping said mildly, "You're all trash indeed. The battle losses are 100 times more than ours. More than 1,000 martial artists can't even kill 3 people. Ridiculous. You're asking for it. Trash, do you dare to make a move? You're just a dog. Do you know what a dog is? Without the permission of your dog king, do you dare to make a move?" Fang Ping sneered and said playfully, "So what if you guys are high ranks? Does your dog king care about your lives? He's leaving. If he leaves, how many people can he take with him? Since he can't take them with him, instead of leaving them for the next city lord, he might as well destroy them. Selfish. This is the catacombs. This is the catacombs powerhouses." The chieftain in the distance had a cold expression on his face. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes as he stared at Fang Ping, as if he was about to make a move in the next second. Fang Ping ignored him and stopped looking at him. The battle below was getting more and more intense. Corpses were everywhere. Although Skygate City had countless casualties, MCMAU had also started to suffer casualties. Fang Ping's eyes were cold. Although he could conceal his aura, once he did so, his aura would also be restrained. He could not isolate his mentality alone. Until now, Fang Ping still had not made a move. However, it was not that Fang Ping had no other way. In the next moment, Fang Ping took out some vitality pills and started taking them. The rank 7 in the distance was dumbfounded. Why was this guy taking pills for no reason? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He ate a large number of vitality pills like eating jelly beans. In reality, he did not take any pills. He did not convert the vitality force in these pills at all. All of it was forced out of his body. When his body was filled with a large amount of vitality force, Fang Ping quietly restrained his aura. At the same time, among the martial artists who were besieging Qin Fengqing and the rest, a Vitality and Vitality Unity powerhouse appeared stunned for a moment. This moment was so fast that the others did not feel it at all. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong, on the other hand, were long prepared. The moment Fang Ping made his move, his mentality brushed past both of them. Without thinking, both of them attacked together. Rumble, celestiality exploded, a Vitality and Vitality Unity powerhouse, under the situation where both of them attacked at the same time, stagnated for a moment. This was fatal. Bang, the sound of an explosion was heard. On the battlefield, half an hour after the battle started, the first Vitality and Vitality Unity powerhouse had fallen. This was just the beginning. Both Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong possessed extremely strong abilities. At this moment, with Fang Ping's secret assistance, they unleashed their strongest abilities. Under the two of them's combined forces, the moment the first Vitality and Vitality Unity powerhouse died, they attacked again. Wang Jinyang put away his bow and drew his saber. Li Hansong's golden iron fist exploded. Rumble, countless trees exploded. Some of the rank 4 and 5 martial artists surrounding them were also blown up by the aftermath. The second Vitality and Vitality Unity powerhouse who was hit head-on by both of them died instantly. Damn it! In the air, the rank 7 chieftain was furious, his eyes revealed a murderous glint as he glanced at both Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. These two were too strong, however strong they were, they could not kill the same rank in one move. Now, with both of them joining forces, in a mere second they killed two potential chieftains. At this moment, this chieftain powerhouse's heart was bleeding. Skygate City, Battle of the City, there were no more than 10 potential chieftains. In this short moment, 2 people died. At this moment, Fang Ping threw a few vitality pills over, smiling faintly. Watch the show, watch the big show. We humans like to take something while watching the show. Let's try it together. Bastard. This chieftain used his mentality to shatter the vitality pills directly. The murderous glint in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Fang Ping sneered, not continuing to provoke him. There was no need to provoke a battle between high ranks now. Once the high-ranked powerhouses started a battle, they would not be able to participate in the battle between the middle and low ranks. Now that he was a high rank, it was a good thing and an opportunity for him to secretly assist MCMAU. He would delay the time first. The more he killed, the better. Fang Ping began to stroll around. From time to time, he would secretly use his mentality to help everyone kill the enemies. However, Fang Ping did not do it often. If he did it too often, he would be discovered sooner or later. In the forest, Xianxia pierced her opponent's throat with a sword. Her own chest was also pierced, but the long sword did not pierce into her body. Xianxia touched her chest lightly. She lifted her head to look at Fang Ping, who was hovering in the air, a hint of a smile in her eyes. The rank 9 inner armor that Fang Ping gave her saved her life again. Go. Go help the others. Xianxia did not stop. She shouted softly and led the people around her toward the battlefield where Zhao Xuemei and the others were not far away. When she arrived, Zhao Xuemei was already heavily injured. She was bathed in blood, but her expression was as cold as ever. Xuemei. I'm fine. Kill them. Zhao Xuemei growled. Xianxia roared angrily and started fighting with this team of martial artists that consisted of dozens of people. A golden energy crystal appeared in the heavily injured Zhao Xuemei's hand. She lifted her head to look at Fang Ping in the air. Her eyes dimmed. After a while, she kept the energy crystal and continued to fight with the blood-colored staff in her hand. Xuemei, heal. Wait a little longer. Zhao Xuemei's face was pale. She growled and smashed the head of a rank 4 martial artist with one blow. She was also slashed in the shoulder by a saber. Blood spurted out. Only then did Zhao Xuemei absorb the imperishable substance in the energy crystal. Her injuries healed in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Zhao Xuemei returned to her peak state. She roared and swept her staff in all directions. A large group of people were swept until their torsos were broken. Yunqi. Let's see who can kill more. Zhao Xuemei growled. She did not linger here and immediately rushed toward another direction. Xianxia saw that she had left and did not say much. When they first entered the school, she, Zhao Xuemei, and Yang Xiaoman were very close. However, as their abilities improved and everyone grew, the number of times they met decreased. The time they had to talk also decreased. Everyone was no longer as uninhibited as before, talking about everything openly. Zhao Xuemei had been in the catacombs for the past year. With her once-honed talent, she had cultivated to upper stage rank 4, everyone knew how much she had sacrificed and how much blood she had shed to achieve such perseverance. Although Xianxia was usually reluctant to compete, at this moment, she did not hesitate. She said in a clear voice, let's compete then. Let's see who can kill more. As soon as she finished speaking, her long sword exploded with a blinding light. Blood spurted out of her mouth. It was not the long sword that cut the enemy, but the blood arrow that pierced the enemy's head. She knew the blood arrow method too, instructor. Further away, Zhang Yu's tears flowed down his cheeks. He roared, "Kill! Kill these bastards!" Just a second ago, his instructor was killed by the enemy. Zhang Yu's instructor was not very strong. He was upper stage rank 5. Today, Zhang Yu was also middle stage rank 5. Compared to Fang Ping, Fu Changding, and the others, his instructor was not even rank 6. Even though he had become an instructor in MCMAU, Zhang Yu had never neglected his instructor. He had always been respectful. That kind old man was also full of expectations for him. Even if MCMAU had produced a lot of monsters, in the old man's eyes, he was still the most outstanding. Now, his instructor was gone. Zhang Yu, who had always been kind, let out a beast-like roar at this moment. He directly cut a rank 5 martial artist in half. "Kill with me!" Zhang Yu roared. His face was covered in blood. He took the lead, leading more than 10 rank 4 instructors and fighting a team of 100 people. Some died in battle, some were injured, however, everyone fought crazily, killing until their hands were tired. After a few minutes, other than Zhang Yu and the remaining 7 or 8 instructors, the rest were all corpses. Not a loss. Dying in the catacombs is a martial artist's honor. Instructor, your student has avenged you. Zhang Yu's face was covered in tears. His tears mixed with the blood on his face, turning into bloody tears that rolled down his face. A martial artist dying in the catacombs was the highest honor, but his instructor was dead. The Jiao's forest had completely turned into a slaughterhouse. In the air, Fang Ping's eyes glistened with tears. Was he not ruthless enough? Did he not want to be a leader? Was it not expected that some people would die in battle? Did he not say that he wanted everyone to experience the baptism of blood and fire? But why did he feel terrible in his heart? As a leader, in order to win, was it not normal to sacrifice some people? Killing the enemy 100 times, so what if there were a few casualties? It was a great victory, but that was a familiar instructor and a familiar classmate. Jin Longjiang was dead. This instructor who had just entered rank 6 had died in battle. Fang Ping was too far away and could not save him in time. When he first entered the catacombs, it was this instructor and Tang Feng who led the team together. At that time, Jin Longjiang was still rank 5. Now, he had entered rank 6. Fang Ping still remembered that he had congratulated him a few days ago. But now, before he could even use the imperishable energy crystals, he was killed on the spot by a powerhouse at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. Jean Lei was dead. This classmate who had participated in MCMAU's first championship with Fang Ping, who had just entered rank 4 a few days ago, brought along a middle stage rank 4 martial artist and went on the road together. He was only 20 years old. There were many people who had died. A weak roar came from Fang Ping's mouth. His eyes were fierce as he looked at the person not far away. This was war. If the catacombs were not fair, the war would not stop. Generations of martial artists, day after day, year after year, fought and bled on this land, dying in battle, waiting for their compatriots to quell the disaster. They waited for years and years. One day, I will kill all of you bastards. Fang Ping did not care about the past, about the ancient martial arts era. He only knew that in the past 100 years, it was the catacombs that had been waging war against humans. He only knew that one by one, the Paragon, guarded the Imperial Sea Mountain for thousands of miles, sleepless day and night. He only knew that in modern times, tens of thousands of martial artists died in the catacombs every year. How many years had it been? How many martial artists had died in the 100-Year War? How many soldiers had died? In the past 100 years, millions of martial artists had died in battle on this strange land. Millions of soldiers were buried in foreign lands, never to return to the human world. Kill them all. Fang Ping suddenly roared. His voice was like a great bell, traveling dozens of miles. In the air, the commander-in-chief's eyes were cold and fierce. He said fiercely, "You want to start a war between high ranks now? So what if I am?" Fang Ping's eyes were cold and fierce. He looked straight in the direction of Skygate City and shouted, "Old dog! If you dare to attack MCMAU martial artists who are below high ranks, Then don't blame me for going to Imperial Sea Mountain and asking the Paragon to kill you. Do you really think you can scare me? I don't believe that a cowardly old dog like you dares to gamble. In the distance, the Lord of Skygate City's eyes were dark. Paragon. True King. Before he could speak, Fong Ping shouted again, but if you insist on sending everyone in Skygate City to their deaths, then I will satisfy you. For one human death, your Skygate City will lose 100 people. If you don't care, then kill. Everyone in MCMAU, listen up. Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Kill. Among the crowd, some rank 6 powerhouses leaped into the air one after another, roaring. Du Hong shouted, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Kill. Roars after roars were heard. The sound of killing shook the sky. Fong Ping looked at the commander-in-chief behind him and snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you high ranks attacking? Try killing one of them if you dare. As soon as Fong Ping finished speaking, he leaped into the air, turned around and left. On the spot, the commander-in-chief's expression changed. Would the king really dare to attack these people? Perhaps he would not dare. Then forcing MCMAU to start a war between the middle and low ranks would probably not meet the king's expectations. Looking at the corpses strewn all over the ground below, the ground dyed red. No matter how strict the hierarchy was, seeing tens of thousands of people dead here, the commander-in-chief still had mixed feelings. The king was leaving. If he left, then he would not care about the survival of Monsterwood City's people. However, they would not leave. They would migrate to the new city. Now, a large number of elite people had died here. From now on, could Monsterwood City still have a foothold in 7 Southern Territory? King. Do you really not care at all? At this moment, the commander-in-chief turned his head to look at Royal City. Wood King was as cold and arrogant as ever. Tens of thousands of troops had gone to war. How long had it been? Tens of thousands of people had died in battle, a large number of ordinary people were being massacred. Was the king still not going to announce a stop? Would he stop only when they were all killed, in order to attack the Snake King? Was the king no longer concerned about anyone's life and death? King, the commander-in-chief murmured softly. Suddenly, he looked at Fong Ping who had gone far away, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. Did the resurrected martial artist have more emotions than them? He saw that person crying just now. The massacre was still ongoing. On the first day of entering the catacombs, a great war broke out. Countless people were killed. This battle lasted for nearly 2 hours. Everyone killed until they were numb, until their hands went limp. From the direction of Skygate City came the loud sound of a horn. Retreat! Some powerhouses roared, and the army of Skygate City began to retreat like the tide. In the distance, the master of Heaven Gate City acted as if he had not seen any casualties. His voice traveled dozens of miles as he said calmly, Snake King, let's continue tomorrow. Wu Quishan stood in the air and said calmly, 20,000 dead. Thousands of martial artists. Are you not going to stop until you exhaust Skygate City's last drop of blood? Snake King, only the strong can control everything. At this moment, the Skygate City Lord no longer held back. In reality, there was nothing to hold back in the catacombs. He laughed and said, you feel sorry for me? Weak? Snake King, this is not an emotion that a powerhouse should have. If you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll let your disciples live under your wings for the rest of their lives, ha ha ha. Mekmel. After laughing, the Skygate City Lord said calmly, the Fiend Tree army has killed countless enemies over the years. Snake King, the battle will end once we decide who's the winner. At that time, just like what that commander of yours said, do you guys dare to kill martial artists below the high ranks? He did not dare to act recklessly against these people because there was a true king of the land of rebirth at Mount Royal Sea. But outside of Imperial Sea Mountain, there was still the true king of God Continent, not just one. 3. The Scholar Tree King was staring, the Green Wolf King was staring, and the Bamboo King of the 7 Southern Regions demonic plant tribe was staring. With 3 true kings present, the outcome of the battle between the high ranks would be decided. Would the resurrected martial artists dare to kill those middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists? Did he dare to continue slaughtering the people of Monsterwood City? I wouldn't dare. The end of the battle between high ranks meant that the war had come to an end. The master of Sky Gate City laughed again. The war is over, and there are no more obstacles in the royal city's migration. From now on, the Monster Tree Army, which is stained with the blood of MCMAU, will never appear on the frontline battlefield again. Snake King, are you willing to do this? Is MCMAU willing to accept this, to continue or to give up? It's your choice. Fight. 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 At this moment, Wu Quishan had yet to speak. In the forest, the MCMAU people were roaring as they chased after them. They were going to continue fighting. They would not allow the executioners of Sky Gate City to leave. Sky Gate City Lord did not care about the lives of these people. He just wanted to kill a large number of MCMAU people. He knew that the Snake King would be affected. Resurrecting a martial artist. How ridiculous! In this world, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong dominated everything. Those people were not related to him, so why should he care about them, not to mention that they were not relatives, even if they were. So what, if he could kill a great enemy like the Snake King, even if the entire Monsterwood city was annihilated, what did it have to do with him? He had long since prepared to leave the 7 southern regions. Wu Quishan was silent. Not far away, Fang Ping once again intimidated another fusion of mentality vitality, causing him to be one step behind and be killed by Old Wang and Tai Tu. At this moment, Fang Ping's voice was cold as he shouted, "Fight! We won't stop fighting until we kill them all. Then let's fight." Wu Quishan roared with laughter and shouted, "We human martial artists never fear battle. No matter how many casualties there are, don't even think about interfering with me. The more MCMAU bleeds today, the worse your fate will be the next day." Ha ha ha, the Lord of Sky Gate City laughed and shouted, "All the martial artists in Royal City are conscripted into the 3 armies today." He wanted to fight for the entire city. In the city, the Sky Gate tree branch swayed, mentality trembling. The Lord of Sky Gate City said coldly, "Divine Tree, this is the true king's order. This battle, we can only win, not lose. If Divine Tree has the competence to kill the Snake King, I won't conscript the army anymore." As soon as he said that, the Sky Gate tree branch shook for a moment again, then calmed down. The true king, the moment the Lord of Sky Gate City said the true king, the Sky Gate tree understood that its resistance was useless. The High King demanded that Monsterwood City win, not to mention the large number of casualties. Even if it and the Wood King died here, in the eyes of the High King, everything would be worth it if MCMAU was finally annihilated. This was the catacombs, cruel and realistic. As for the Snake King, the Sky Gate tree had no confidence in killing him. Even if it joined forces with the Wood King, it had no confidence in killing the other party. It had already recognized that a few years ago, it was the Snake King who attacked it. That year, the Snake King was a venerable, armed with a rank 8 divine weapon, broke into the city, and cut off a section of its torso. The memory was still fresh in its mind. Now, the Snake King had entered the king's realm and was of the same rank as it. If it had the confidence to win and kill, the battle between the high ranks would have started long ago. It was because it did not that the current war came to be. The killing gradually stopped. The Sky Gate City army retreated, but it did not collapse. The MCMAU people chased after them, killing a group of weak people who fell behind. When the other party left the Jiao's forest, the MCMAU people also began to retreat. Jiao's forest, core area. Wu Quishan and the others landed on the ground. Fang Ping also landed at the same time. At this moment, Fang Ping had regained his composure. Lifting his head to look at Wu Quishan, Fang Ping said slowly, "Vice-Chancellor, this is how war is. Don't be affected." Wu Quishan was calmer than him. His eyes were deep, and he said without the slightest tone, "The Lord of Sky Gate City thinks that this can make me lose my composure. I can only say that he thinks too much. In this life, I've experienced more than him." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people in front returned, bathed in blood. Not all of them returned. There were still many people defending the perimeter of the Jiao's forest. Luo Yichuan, Du Hong, and a few others returned. As soon as they returned, Luo Yichuan said loudly, "In this battle, we killed more than 20,000 enemies. We killed more than 500 middle-ranked martial artists and more than 3,000 low-ranked martial artists. Great victory! Great victory!" Everyone shouted one after another. Wu Quishan did not ask about the battle damage. He said loudly, "Go, report to Hope City that MCMAU has achieved great victory. This battle, destroy the city. Destroy the city." Everyone shouted in unison. Outside the perimeter, the people who stayed behind also shouted loudly, their shouts shaking the sky, "The battle to destroy the city, Hope City." At this moment, there were many people on the city walls. Some looked worried, some looked calm. At this moment, in the direction of the Jiao's forest, a martial artist used the flight step and shouted, "MCMAU has achieved great victory. More than 20,000 enemies and killed 4,000 martial artists. The wolf army has been destroyed. MCMAU has achieved great victory, ha ha ha." Tianmu laughed loudly. His laughter echoed throughout Hope City. He shouted, "MCMAU has achieved great victory. Did you hear that? The first battle has achieved great victory. Skygate City will be destroyed. MCMAU will win. Sino Nation will win." The troops shouted in unison. Their voices spread throughout the catacombs. Outside Monster Sunflower City, the Sino Nation's defending soldiers cheered loudly when they heard the news. The Grandmaster Powerhouse in charge of guarding this place stepped into the air, looked at Monster Sunflower City from afar, and shouted, "Skygate City will be destroyed. You'll be next. How dare you? Lord of Monster Sunflower City, you're asking the powerhouses under your command to support Skygate City. How foolish. Those who go to help in the battle will die without a doubt." At this moment, the last golden body powerhouse in the city stepped into the air and said coldly, "Resurrected martial artist, you're trying to incite a war. So what if we fight? Humans have never feared war. Tell them, do we dare to fight?" As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of military martial artists in the camp shouted in unison, "We dare to fight. Military order, the war will not end. Monster Sunflower City, be it humans or dogs, do not let them step past the line of defense. Receive the order." In the next moment, a large group of martial artists directly sealed off all of Monster Sunflower City's passageways. Energy cannons lined up side by side, and large siege crossbows emitted a cold glint. The Grandmaster in charge shouted, "Lord of Monster Sunflower City, do you dare to leave the city? Bastard!" The Rank 8 powerhouse was instantly enraged. Although the military department Grandmaster in charge was only a rank 7, he was still in high spirits and shouted, "Do you dare or not? If you want to fight, then fight. Humans have no fear. No fear. We dare to fight." In the next moment, Tianmu stepped into the air from afar, shouting, "A bunch of dogs who haven't even seen blood. How dare you declare war on us humans? Skygate City will be your ending." In the city, at this moment, the Lord of Monster Sunflower City also stepped into the air. His eyes were dangerous as he said lightly, "Tianmu, are you trying to start a war? So what if I am?" A divine weapon appeared in Tianmu's hands. He shouted, "Come. I'll kill you. Do you dare to leave the city? I'm asking you if you dare." Tianmu roared again. The summit agreement stated that war should not be started lightly. However, now that Monster Sunflower City's powerhouses were supporting Skygate City, as long as the Lord of Monster Sunflower City dared to leave the city, he would dare to start a war with Monster Sunflower City. In the city, the Lord of Monster Sunflower City's face was ashen. An incomparably huge sunflower was also swaying, eager to move. At this moment, behind Tianmu, Elder Fan stepped into the air and said calmly, "If you dare to take a step out of the city, Second City will be destroyed today. Fight." Thousands of military martial artists roared again, unable to hide the murderous intent and excitement in their eyes. MCMAU had won a great victory, but a great victory must have casualties. MCMAU dared to fight, and they were not afraid to fight either. At this moment, if a war broke out, Monster Sunflower City's powerhouses would definitely return to help, which would also reduce the pressure on MCMAU's comrades. In the city, a powerhouse put on a brave front, yelling angrily, "How dare you? Trash!" Tianmu sneered. The 24 outer territories are in Sino Nation, and Sino Nation has destroyed countless cities. If not for the restricted area, destroying you all is but a snap of a finger. A bunch of abandoned pawns dare to clamor. In the city, the powerhouse's expressions were ugly. Tianmu was carefree, laughing loudly. Keep an eye on them. If one of these trash dares to leave the city, attack the city and declare war. Yes. Everyone yelled in unison again, their aura soaring. In the city, some of the soldiers on the city walls were pale. Monster Sunflower City had not participated in the war for long. In the past few battles with humans, there had been countless casualties, and some of the soldiers were terrified. Now, the city's venerables and chieftains had gone to Monsterwood City to assist in the war, and their strength was not as good as before. Once a war broke out. Many people looked at the high-ranked powerhouses in the city, their eyes filled with worry. The Lord of Monster Sunflower City did not say a word. He tilted his head and looked into the distance, in the direction of Skygate City. Would King, this trash, if they could not annihilate MCMAU this time and severely injure the resurrected martial artists, then Monster Sunflower City's days would be difficult. The martial artists in the city had already grown timid. How could they continue fighting? At this moment, the Lord of Monster Sunflower City was a little worried. In the past, Monsterwood City was at the forefront, but on the first day Monster Sunflower City joined the war, Monsterwood City was hit hard. Not long after, a large-scale decisive battle broke out. Once Monsterwood City was destroyed, the Lord of Monster Sunflower City dared not imagine what the consequences would be if this continued. There were 13 cities in the 7 southern territories, and the Monster Plant Clan had 6 cities. If Monsterwood City was destroyed, there were still 5 cities left. However, these 5 cities did not belong to one force. There were many true kings in the True King Hall. He belonged to the Bamboo King bloodline. Bamboo King had 3 cities in the 7 southern territories, but the other 2 cities. Would they listen to the Bamboo King's orders wholeheartedly? The outer territories were now inconvenient to enter and exit the restricted area. Even a true king's control over the outer territories had been greatly weakened. Not to mention that the 7 southern territories was not the Bamboo King's territory, but the Monster Life Clan's territory. Ignoring Tianmu's clamor, the resurrected martial artists did not dare to attack the city rashly. After all, the royal court had the upper hand. If Tianmu dared to attack the city, even the Green Wolf King would not stand idly by. However, it would be difficult to go out of the city to help Monsterwood City. Tianmu's provocation was to let them attack first, and then seize the opportunity to start the war. Monster Sunflower City was intimidated. Monster Phoenix City in the northwest did not have a large army, nor did it have a large number of Grandmaster powerhouses. Wuchuan defended the pass alone, standing proudly in the void. At this moment, Wuchuan stood proudly in the air 1,000 meters in front of Monster Phoenix City's city gate. He did not say a word, did not say a word. If Monster Phoenix City dared to attack, he dared to kill, in the city lord's residence. The fiery red-haired Monster Phoenix City Lord sat on the throne, looking out of the city, and said lightly, "This is the guardian of the land of rebirth?" Beside him, someone said softly, "The weakest guardian." There are 4 great guardians in Sino Nation, 2 true kings, and 1 peerless powerhouse below the true king level. This one is the weakest. "For great guardians, 2 true kings," the Monster Phoenix City Lord murmured. Very powerful. The 4 great guardians had the same status, which was evident. Even if this guardian was not as good as a true king, he would not be weak. The Monster Phoenix City Lord pondered for a moment, and said, "Royal Court orders to kill MCMAU's Fang Ping and Constellation City's Xianxia. Today, it is MCMAU who is at war with Monsterwood City. I'm afraid Fang Ping is also among them. Everyone, where should Monster Phoenix City go?" "My lord, the royal court is far away in the restricted area. Although 7 southern territory belongs to the royal court, we belong to Lord Green Wolf King. The royal court's order is not the Wolf King's order. In this war between MCMAU and Monsterwood City, is it worth it for Monster Phoenix City to act rashly?" As the person spoke, he glanced outside the city. There was still a garrison envoy there, although the royal court had given them benefits and promised them countless things. Who knew if they could get the benefits? Even if they could, if they died, then there would be nothing left. Another person said, "My lord, why not wait for Monsterwood City and MCMAU to decide the winner? If Monsterwood City wins, then Fang Ping might die in battle." When the time comes, we can ask Monster Wood City to hand over Fang Ping's corpse. We can get great merits, and we don't have to participate in this war." When the Monster Phoenix City Lord heard this, he nodded slightly. This was not a bad idea. If Monster Wood City really won, and he went to ask for a corpse, would the other party not give it? He did not have to contribute, but he could get merits and benefits. This was much better than rashly participating in the war. The Jiao's Forest. Putting aside the reactions of the other two cities. At this moment, Fang Ping was calculating the battle losses. After a long time, Fang Ping said slowly, 47 instructors died in battle, 68 students died in battle. Wu Quishan did not say anything. Tang Feng said, 115 people died in battle, killing tens of thousands of enemies. It's worth it. Tens of thousands, including a large number of ordinary people. The actual number of martial artists killed was only about 4,000 people. As for these martial artists who were killed, just Wang Jinyang and a few others alone killed hundreds of them. Fang Ping had secretly helped them kill many rank 6 powerhouses. The ratio was 1 to 40. For every martial artist MCMAU died in battle, the other party would lose dozens of people. However, Fang Ping was not happy. Beside him, Luo Yichuan also sighed softly. It seemed like they killed a lot of enemies, but the other party was full of martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. On MCMAU's side, there were a large number of middle ranks. The weakest was rank 3. In this war, it was not until later that the rank 2 martial artists fought. Before this, the rank 2 martial artists were all outside the Jiao's forest, responsible for the second line of defense. In addition, Fang Ping had given away a large number of imperishable energy crystals. In fact, this result was not too out of the ordinary. In fact, it was a little less. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He looked around. Many people were covered in blood, and many were exhausted and seriously injured. Fang Ping looked at Huang Jing and said, "Vice-Chancellor Huang, distribute the remaining imperishable energy crystals to those who are injured. Let them recover from their injuries, recuperate, and wait for tomorrow's battle." Huang Jing wanted to say something but stopped. Now that the war had just started and the imperishable energy crystals had been used up, then next, don't worry. When the time comes, I will still provide them to everyone. Huang Jing sighed and did not say anything else. He led Luo Yichuan and the others on patrol, distributing imperishable energy crystals to the injured martial artists. Fang Ping did not look. He did not want to look. He was afraid that if he saw those students and teachers who had died in battle, it would make him hesitate and make him question himself. Before the war, he had to adjust his mentality. After Huang Jing left, Wu Quishan said, "The Sky Gate tree is shaking. I can feel it. The Sky Gate City Lord wanted to make me reveal an opening, but he went for wool and came home shorn. Instead, he made the Sky Gate tree shake. This is an opportunity. Chongqing, next, you must seize this opportunity. When the war starts, I will provoke the other party and make him reveal this weak opening. Use that sword of yours at that time. Remember, before this, don't attack unless you really can't take it anymore." Old Manly nodded slightly. At this moment, his longevity sword was not nourished in the Sanjiao Gate. Instead, it was hanging on his waist. His right hand was also holding the sword. He was waiting. Waiting for the opportunity to kill the enemy with one sword. The Sky Gate tree was not Yang He. This was a rank 9 monster plant. Compared to killing Yang He, it was not easy to kill the Sky Gate tree with one sword, even with Wu Quishan holding it back. At this moment, a wave of vitality fluctuation suddenly came from the forest. Wu Quishan's face showed some relief. He said softly, "Someone has broken through." It was not a strong martial artist breaking through. It was a peak rank 3 martial artist breaking through to rank 4, building the Celestial Bridge. However, this also explained a lot. Today's war was not a waste of effort. At the same time of revenge, it was also a baptism. Just as Wu Quishan was speaking, Qin Fengqing, who was injured to the point of death, moved toward Fang Ping with difficulty. He said weakly, "I killed 5 rank SIXS. There were too many rank 4s and 4s. I didn't count them clearly." "Count me in as 2 rank SIXS, Fang Ping chuckled. Alright. That's 7 rank SIXS, right? Uh-huh. Qin Fengqing was happy to hear Fang Ping's approval. Then, he wanted to raise his arm, but he could not. His body staggered and fell on Fang Ping. A lot of blood flowed out. He said gloomily, I didn't expect that I can't take it anymore after killing so few people. Fang Ping looked at him for a while. After a while, he said, what about the indestructible crystal? I used it a long time ago. Qin Fengqing shook his head. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He said desolately, it's okay. I can still fight. As long as I don't die, I will fight to the end. I will fight until the last drop of blood. Qin Fengqing covered his mouth. Blood kept gushing and dripping from between his fingers. His injuries were really serious. Everyone present was a powerhouse. They could feel all these. The rank 6 beast leather armor on Qin Fengqing's body was now pierced through. It hung on his body in tatters. There were countless saber and sword wounds on his body. There was even a penetrating wound on his chest. The flesh in the middle of his forehead was also torn. That was the most dangerous time. His skull was almost pierced through. An early-stage rank 6 martial artist had killed 5 rank SIXS. Such a battle record was not repeated. It was done in one go in a big battle. Even Wu Quishan was paying more attention to Qin Fengqing now. This kid. If he did not die, he was really a talent. Among the prodigy martial artists of the current generation, many people only knew of Fang Ping, Yao Qingjun, and a few others. Many people did not even know who Qin Fengqing was. However, no one could deny that Qin Fengqing was one of the rare prodigy martial artists of the current generation. He could even be ranked in the top 10. And he was not a resurrected martial artist. Seeing him injured like this, everyone could not help but look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping sighed. He did not know what to say. After a while, he said, next time, remember to hide things properly. If you swallow it into your stomach, I can sense it too. Qin Fengqing's body stiffened for a moment, and he quickly revealed a dazed expression, as if he didn't know what he was talking about. I'm about to die, yet you're not going to save me. As for the imperishable energy crystal in his stomach, who would mind having an extra life? Fang Ping still had a lot of imperishable substances hidden away. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not say anything. After thinking for a while, he looked around, but he still did not make the move to create something himself. Forget it. It's not worth it to create something by myself every time I use the imperishable substance. I'll just pretend it's stored in my body. He pressed one hand on Qin Fengqing's head, and a faint golden glow appeared. Very quickly, Qin Fengqing's injuries began to improve. Qin Fengqing's face was full of satisfaction. I profited, another imperishable substance. Awesome. Seeing that Fang Ping did not seem to care, Qin Fengqing continued to vomit blood. He said weakly, when my injuries have healed, I will kill him until his blood flows like a river. Fang Ping stopped immediately, feeling a little speechless. That's enough. Do you really think you have an endless supply of imperishable substances? This time, I saw that you were meritorious in killing the enemy, that's why I didn't argue with you. Take it easy. Do you think you're immortal? If it weren't for Iron Head and Old Wang blocking a few times for you, you would have died long ago. Qin Fengqing was a little embarrassed, but he nodded and said, don't worry, I won't die. I'm not afraid of you dying. If you die, so be it. The key is not to drag others down with you. Next time, don't run into Old Wang's battle circle and mess around blindly. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Li Hansong and said, don't take risks for this bastard. Just take care of yourself. Li Hansong laughed foolishly and did not say anything. His defense was strong. Before this, he had blocked a few killer moves for Qin Fengqing. If it weren't for him, Qin Fengqing might not have survived until the end of this battle. Qin Fengqing laughed dryly. What's the relationship between me and Iron Head? Iron Head, right? Li Hansong chuckled. Yes, you're my servant. You said it yourself. Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened. Before Fang Ping could ask, Li Hansong chuckled and said, he said it himself. In his past life, he was a servant who guarded my house. During the great battle, he shouted, Master, save me. I didn't have the nerve to ignore him. Everyone froze for a moment, then, the sadness from before dissipated a lot. Even Wu Quishan could not help but laugh. Qin Fengqing's expression was extremely stiff. Ironhead, this bastard, he said everything to others. Wasn't I forced to beg you to save me? As long as you know it yourself, why did you say it? Everyone laughed for a while. In the end, this thick-skinned Qin Fengqing did not flee after being laughed at. Instead, he continued to curry favor with Ironhead. Even Fang Ping admired his thick skin. On August 15th, the war began. On the night of the 15th, a night battle broke out. That night, Skygate City's middle-ranked powerhouses turned out in full force and attacked the Jiao's forest at night. That night, the sounds of fighting never stopped. That night, in a fit of rage, a certain someone decided not to supervise the battle anymore. He retracted his aura, hid himself in the Jiao's forest, and personally took action to kill. Not only did he hide himself, but he also hid Yao Qingjun. 2 rank 7 powerhouses were hidden in the Jiao's forest. Under the joint attack of their mentality, even mentality-vitality fusion would kill them. In the sky, Huangjing was supervising the battle. At the periphery, Wu Quishan unleashed his mentality pressure, intimidating everyone and covering up the disappearance of the 2 rank 7s. With Fang Ping and Yao Qingjuan's covert interference, Skygate City suffered heavy casualties that night. A large number of middle-ranked martial artists had died or been injured during the day, and another batch had died at night. Initially, there were less than 1,000 middle-ranked martial artists. Now, the death toll had exceeded 700, however, after cleaning up the battlefield afterward, Fang Ping and the others found out that the group of people who attacked in the night were mostly civilians. The governor of Skygate City had recruited almost all the martial artists in Skygate City. The sky was bright outside the Jiao's forest. Some of MCMAU's wounded were evacuated from the forest. At this moment, Fang Ping also retreated from the forest. Not only were there injured people, but there were also some corpses of people who had died in battle. The corpses of those who had died in the battle yesterday had also been sent out. They would be sent back to Hope City today. Some people were sobbing softly, and some girls were choking slightly. An old student berated him. Fang Ping stood outside the forest, not moving forward. It was not until 2 students passed by, carrying the body of an acquaintance, that Fang Ping suddenly walked over. On the stretcher, the dead had already lost all their blood. His chubby face was deathly pale. Fang Ping suddenly had an indescribable feeling. He said softly, "He's only a peak rank 2. He's at the back." He, a young student who was carrying the stretcher, said in a choked voice, "President Gua." President Gua said that he's the vice president of the Pingyuan Club and the head of the public relations department. He's a disgrace to the Pingyuan Club and is still a rank 2. He wants to make use of this opportunity to kill more enemies and exchange for some precious pills to break through to rank 3. Idiot! Fang Ping cursed. As he cursed, his voice faded away. Gua Sheng, when he first entered MCMAU, he was unable to enter the school because he had brought a lot of snacks with him. When he was assigned to the dormitory, he was red-faced because he had spent money to buy snacks and was exposed. When Fang Ping established the Pingyuan Club, he was the first one to raise his hand to join. He was the first one who was so excited that he could not sleep when Fang Ping appointed him as the courier leader. The one who had a simple and honest smile was truly a simple and honest fool. After Fang Ping became the president of the Martial Arts Society, the Pingyuan Club, which had almost been forgotten, was managed by him. He felt that he had embarrassed Fang Ping. As the vice president of the Pingyuan Club, he was only a rank 2, even Tang Wen and the others, who were a year lower than him, were rank 3, and he was only rank 2, therefore, in this battle, not only did Gua Sheng participate in the battle, the cowardly him even fought against rank 3 martial artists. Leading a group of Pingyuan Club members, he surrounded and killed a few rank 3 martial artists, but in the end, he also died in battle. Looking at Gua Sheng's body, Fang Ping did not know what to say. He did not know what to say. After a long time, Fang Ping said softly, "Don't worry, the Pingyuan Club is good. It will always be good. Back then, I said that the Pingyuan Club had 108 members. In the future, there will be 108 grandmasters. It will come true. Everything will come true." As Fang Ping said that, he waved his hand, indicating that they would send the body back to Hope City. After waiting for the people to carry Guixing's body away, Fang Ping looked at Skygate City from afar. Beside him, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. Xianxia's face was covered in blood. Her eyes were exhausted, but she could not care less about herself. She comforted him softly, "Fang Ping, don't be too sad. From the moment we entered the catacombs, we were prepared for everything." Fang Ping said calmly, "I'm not sad. Not at all. This is war. A war of revenge. A war of survival. After this war ends, there will be fewer people dying in the future. In order to not be sad in the future, it's worth it to die a little now. After Skygate City is destroyed, I believe that a group of powerhouses will emerge. The more powerhouses there are, the fewer people will die." Xianxia fell silent. Fang Ping did not look at her. He said slowly, "Go rest for a while. The war will break out at any time. You're the president of the Martial Arts Society. You have to continue fighting." "Okay, I'll go then. Be careful." The high-ranked war would break out at any time. Compared to the current battle, Fang Ping and the others were in more danger. At least, in the current battle, although they were fewer in number, they still had the upper hand in terms of strength. Fang Ping nodded slightly. On the other side, Chen Yaoting had a helpless smile on his face. This girl. Did she not care about her grandfather? As they were talking, Xianxia walked over. Only then did Chen Yaoting laugh. However, he was still a little jealous. This be *tch. First comforting Fang Ping, then comforting him. Had she forgotten what her surname was? After resting for the whole morning, Skygate City's army entered the forest again in the afternoon. This time, there were more people. A large number of ordinary soldiers were used as the vanguard. They were not placed at the back like they were yesterday. When they entered the forest yesterday, many of them were ambushed and killed by MCMAU. Some of the martial artists died in the ambush before they even entered the battle. This time, the ordinary soldiers were placed at the front. They were the meat shields. During the day, Fang Ping went to supervise the battle again. The battle went on for a long time again. Looking from the sky above the Jiao's forest, the forest ground was already blood-red. A large number of trees were destroyed. Bald spots appeared in the dense forest. From afar, the Jiao often roared to vent its dissatisfaction. However, at this moment, both sides were in a killing frenzy. No one would stop destroying the Jiao's forest just because of the Jiao's roar. On this day, Qing Fengqing and the others were being targeted very clearly. Even someone as strong as Li Hansong was besieged. Due to the short period of energy exhaustion, he was heavily injured once. He had to rely on the imperishable substance to recover and kill his opponent. Later on, Li Hansong, Wang Jinyang, Du Hong, Luo Yichuan, and Zhang Jianhong, the five vitality convergence powerhouses, began to fight together. Like a sharp knife, they began to carry out the decapitation strategy, with the five vitality convergence powerhouses working together with Fang Ping's secret assistance. Any target that was targeted was almost instantly killed without exception. Catacombs martial artists were also human. All humans had emotions and desires. When these five vitality convergence powerhouses swept through the Jiao's forest and killed countless middle-ranked martial artists, Skygate City's army showed signs of wavering and disintegration for the first time. Small groups of troops began to retreat. At the back, Skygate City's Imperial Guards acted as supervising troops. Before the royal city gave the order, all martial artists who left the forest were killed on the spot without exception. Not only that, a large number of civilian martial artists continued to be thrown into the battlefield. Skygate City's lord adopted a high-pressure policy, frantically squeezing out the last remaining value of Skygate City. This battle lasted until the sky gradually darkened. Only then did Skygate City withdraw from the battlefield. Jiao's forest's core area. Wu Quishan suddenly said, "Tomorrow, we'll start the high-ranked battle." Fang Ping glanced at him. Wu Quishan said in a low voice, "Now, we've already killed a large number of the other party's middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists. There's no need to continue wasting time. We'll start the high-ranked battle and hold those high-ranked martial artists back. Skygate City's army may collapse. Now, the Skygate City army dared not escape. Because there were still a large number of high-ranked powerhouses in the city, escape would mean death. However, once the high-ranked martial artists joined the battle, with the current casualty rate, the possibility of the army collapsing was very high. The catacombs had always adopted a high-pressure policy, relying entirely on these high-ranked powerhouses to deter them. Once these people were gone, were those people really not afraid of death? Beside him, Tang Feng said, when the war starts, Fang Ping, quickly kill a few rank 7 martial artists to deter them. When the army collapses, it'll be safer for MCMAU's people to hunt down the deserters. Skygate City's army is holding on with their last breath, relying entirely on these high-ranked martial artists to support their last bit of confidence. Fang Ping heard that and nodded slightly. He thought for a while and said, "Teachers, take care. If it really can't be done, even if you let 2 rank 9s go, don't risk your lives and persist. I promise, even if I can't kill Skygate City's lord this time, even if he escapes back to the restricted zone, I'll definitely kill him." Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Lu Fengru and said seriously, "Back then, I accepted the mission that instructor gave me. Instructor, if he escapes this time, I promise you, within 3 years, I'll definitely kill him. I've waited for 11 years, I can wait for 3 years. I'll avenge you. This time, don't take the risk." Among everyone, the one who was most likely to take the risk was Lu Fengru. She had waited for more than 10 years. The wait was too torturous. If there was any sign of the Skygate City's lord escaping, Fang Ping was worried that she would disregard everything and self-destruct to hurt him. The possibility of that happening was very high. Lu Fengru looked at him deeply for a moment. After a long time, she said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "You and old Lu are holding off a rank 8. I still have to say this. If you act rashly and fight with the Skygate City's lord, old Lu and the others may be in danger. Instructor, old Lu and the others' lives are in your hands too." Lu Fengru's expression was bitter. This was a checkmate. Lu Polu, Huang Jing, and Tang Feng were working together with her to hold off a rank 8. If she acted rashly, all 3 of them would die. Lu Fengru sighed and nodded. "I'm not really unreasonable. If that B** starred really escapes. Fang Ping, you must avenge the instructor in the future." "Definitely." Lu Fengru sighed and said no more. Beside her, Wu Kuxian looked slightly helpless. He said softly, "You don't trust me that much?" "Humph." Lu Fengru humphed. Trust, indeed, she did not trust Wu Kuxian. That year, it was because of trust that led to the accident. Now, even if Wu Kuxian had broken through to rank 9 and held a rank 9 divine weapon, Lu Fengru did not believe that he could kill the Skygate City's lord. Wu Kuxian's expression was bitter. He looked at Skygate City from afar, his eyes flickering. He still wanted to avenge his daughter, his students, and his fellow sect members. On the night of the 16th, the night battle started on a small scale. 5 mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses were like an iron wall, guarding the front line. There were not many mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses even in Skygate City. In total, 7 experts who had achieved essence blood fusion had been killed. 5 of them were mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses, and some of them were extremely powerful. Skygate City tried to ambush them several times, but they were forced to retreat. Skygate City. The powerhouses did not leave, watching the battle from the city wall. When they saw Wang Jinyang and the rest killing a large number of powerhouses and blocking the army's attack, the Skygate City's lord suddenly said, "The battle of the high ranks is about to begin." Everyone around him looked at him. The Skygate City's lord looked into the distance, losing his previous insolence. He said slowly, "MCMAU's strength is much stronger than I expected. I originally wanted to kill a large number of MCMAU disciples to make the Snake King lose his mind. Now it seems that the chances are slim." The Skygate City's lord said calmly, not mentioning the people in Skygate City who had died in battle. He would not lose his mind, because when he decided to leave, he had given up on these people. If the death of a group of abandoned children could be exchanged for the Snake King's life, it would be worth it. Even if it could not, it was not a big deal. In the restricted area, he would lead an even bigger city. If these people died, they died. As he said that, the Sky Gate City's lord said again, if that's the case, there's no need to continue wasting time. The battle of the high ranks will begin soon. Everyone was shocked. Did the king mean, the Sky Gate City's lord said lightly, those few quasi-commanders are an eyesore to me. Massacring them will attract the attention of the true king, but in a big battle, killing a few generals by mistake is nothing. Commander Lin Song, I'll leave these few fellows to you. The upper stage rank 7 powerhouse who had confronted Fang Ping earlier nodded slowly and said, don't worry, my king. I will kill them while I'm at it. The Sky Gate City's lord did not say much, turning back to look at the divine tree in the city. The Sky Gate tree branch swayed. After a moment, it flew over soundlessly, standing in the void. Fang Ping and the others felt the Sky Gate tree move. In the next moment, they also flew into the air, looking toward Sky Gate City. Retreat! Wu Quishan's soft cry echoed throughout the Jiao's forest. Very soon, a large number of MCMAU instructors and students began to retreat. At this moment, the Sky Gate City's lord laughed. Snake King, I'll be waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sky Gate City's lord used the flight step, the Sky Gate tree following closely behind. In an instant, they flew toward the west. Wu Quishan smiled coldly, broke through the air, and chased after them. Chen Yaoting did not wait for the other party to speak. He shouted, Monster Sunflower City's too good for nothings, let's fight it out. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yaoting flew toward the north. In Sky Gate City, the 2 rank 8s from Monster Sunflower City sneered. They also used the flight step and followed. Old Manly did not pay attention to the rank 8 either. He went straight to the west. Seeing this scene, the remaining Sky Gate City rank 8 powerhouse suddenly burst into laughter. MCMAU was courting death. The remaining venerable powerhouse had actually gone to participate in the Battle of Kings. Before he could finish laughing, Lu Polu roared, "Be *starred, I'll wait to kill you." Having said that, the 4 high grandmasters unsheathed their divine weapons, broke through the air, and headed straight for Sky Gate City. Seeing this scene, the remaining 9 rank 7 powerhouses looked at each other, and suddenly burst into laughter. Was MCMAU really courting death? Did they really think the 9 of them did not exist? Just as they burst into laughter, the commander-level powerhouse who received the Sky Gate City's lord's order did not say a word. He used the flight step and headed straight for Wang Jinyang and the others who were retreating. At the same time, Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun had already charged toward the other party. The remaining 8 rank 7 powerhouses did not care about other places either. Whether it was the Wood King or the few venerables, they had the upper hand. Now that they had so many people, if they killed the remaining 2 commander-level powerhouses and went to help the others, they would be able to capture MCMAU in one fell swoop very soon. While they were thinking that, when commander-level Lin Song had just killed his way to Wang Jinyang and the others, a small city fell from the sky. You're the first. Fang Ping growled, pulling the other party into his small house in an instant. Old Yao, hold them off for 30 seconds. Yao Qingjun almost cursed out loud. This was not what they had agreed on earlier. Fang Ping, this guy, actually wanted him to hold off 8 people alone. Did he really think that he was a rank 8? 5 seconds. Yao Qingjun roared, at most 5 seconds. He could not hold on any longer. Coward. While Fang Ping was talking, he had already entered the small house. As soon as he entered the small house, commander-level Lin Song, who had been pulled into the small house earlier, threw a punch at him. He did not have a divine weapon. In the vast Sky Gate City, there was only one person who had a divine weapon, the Sky Gate City Lord. This was the Outland, not the Forbidden Zone. Fang Ping ignored him completely. In an instant, he shrunk the small house. Both of their bodies were almost pressed against each other. Commander-level Lin Song's fist exploded with celestiality, punching at Fang Ping's head. This time, Fang Ping had no intention of talking nonsense. He did not intend to waste even a second. His body shone with golden light. Destructive energy emerged. His arms were like snakes, wrapping around the other party in the blink of an eye. Die. Fang Ping made use of the small house's shrinkage. He could not widen the distance between them. He hugged the other party directly, letting the other party punch his head. With a roar, destructive energy gushed out, crushing the other party's body. This upper stage rank 7 commander level was also red-eyed. He let out a wild roar. His fists were like thunder, bombarding Fang Ping's head one after another. Above Fang Ping's head, golden light erupted too. An even more ruthless roar came from his mouth. Kill! An explosive roar with all his might was heard. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had directly crushed an upper stage rank 7 powerhouse with his physical strength. The other party's body exploded, but his mentality was not extinguished. In the next moment, a hissing sound like a fuse being ignited came from his mentality. Fang Ping did not even look. His figure appeared outside the small house immediately. Rumble, an explosive sound was heard. The small house began to tremble continuously. After a while, it stabilized. Idiot! Fang Ping sneered in his heart. He had spent so much mentality to strengthen the materialized object core. If it was blown up by an upper stage rank 7 martial artist, then he would be too useless. The moment Fang Ping appeared, Yao Qingjun had just fought with the others, less than 3 seconds, when Fang Ping appeared, the small house trembled. Everyone felt a familiar aura disappear. The remaining 8 rank 7s suddenly froze for a moment, dead. The upper stage commander level Lin Song was dead. In the blink of an eye, he was dead. Unbelievable. They could not believe it either. Even a rank 8 powerhouse could not kill Lin Song so quickly. Why? Because a rank 8 could not trap the other party. Because Lin Song could escape even if he could not win. Because if he really encountered a rank 8, Lin Song dared not be trapped by the other party. He would not be trapped easily either. As for Fang Ping, the moment he materialized the small house, it covered Lin Song directly. Lin Song did not even think about avoiding it. He was an upper stage rank 7. Why would he be afraid of a middle stage rank 7 martial artist using a materialized object to trap him? In many people's eyes, this was the path to death. Kill! Fang Ping could not be bothered to talk nonsense. This time, the moment he materialized the object, it covered a few rank 7s instantly. These people were not gathered together. There were still 3 people who were not covered. Fang Ping did not enter the small house this time. Instead, he roared, "Kill the 3 outside." The 5 who were covered by him were now attacking the small house frantically, causing the small house to tremble continuously. 5 rank 7 powerhouses gave their all, attacking the small house frantically. For a moment, Fang Ping's mentality was also trembling. However, Fang Ping did not care about them. If they wanted to break his materialized object, these 5 still needed to spend some effort. This time was enough for him and Yao Qingjun to kill these few people. Kill! Yao Qingjun's killing intent was also boiling. The long spear in his hand pierced through the air, charging straight at one of them. Fang Ping killed people too quickly. He did not even exchange a move with the other party earlier. Right now, his combat strength was also full. Take one more away. Fang Ping roared, letting Old Zhao handle 2 of them. He himself, on the other hand, charged toward one of the rank 7s. When that person saw Fang Ping charging toward him, his expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he quickly ran toward the rank 8 who was fighting with Lu Polu and the rest not far away, roaring madly, "Venerable! Lin Song has fallen." The rank 8 who was fighting Lu Polu and the rest, his expression changed drastically. He turned his head to look. When he saw the small house that had frozen in the air, he roared. Golden light shone brightly, and a punch blasted toward Lu Fengru, the weakest among them. Lu Polu and the rest were under immense pressure, but they refused to give in. Their divine weapons erupted at the same time. The divine weapons shone brilliantly. Celestiality interweaved, attacking continuously from all directions, trapping the rank 8. As for Fang Ping, his speed was extremely fast. He had already caught up to that person. This time, Fang Ping did not give the other party any chance to escape at all. The instant he caught up to the other party, a rank 7 divine weapon appeared in his Sanjiao gate. Fang Ping said sternly, "Your death was worth it." This time, he had nurtured 2 sabers. He had nurtured both the rank 7 and the rank 8 for a period of time. The one he was chasing now was only a middle stage rank 7, the same rank as him. If they were to fight, Fang Ping would definitely kill the other party within 30 seconds, even if he did not use a divine weapon. However, to save time, Fang Ping did not mind using a divine weapon to kill him quickly. Crimson Saber. Annihilation. Boom, 2 consecutive roars escaped from Fang Ping's mouth. The rank 7 powerhouse who sensed the threat of death let out a furious roar. Celestiality erupted, and the Sanjiao Gate appeared, opening instantly. In the blink of an eye, countless forces gathered and charged toward Fang Ping. Rumble, the divine weapon Chengdao erupted. The other party was also prepared to die, unleashing the most powerful force to self-destruct directly. It was not targeted at Fang Ping, but at the small house. He wanted to blow up this small house, release the 5 chieftains, and kill the enemy. The saber gleam carried the power of annihilation, colliding with the other party's self-destruct force. The deafening rumble continued. After a while, everything returned to normal. As for the small house, the other party's self-destruct force did not even touch the small house before it was annihilated by Fang Ping. At the same time when Fang Ping killed the second rank 7 martial artist, in the distance, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong swallowed the dark moon grass quickly. Their 7 orifices began to bleed, roaring continuously. With the help of the powerful medicinal effect, they forced their mentality to materialize. Everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that the battle of high ranks had just started. In less than 10 seconds, Fang Ping had already killed 2 chieftain powerhouses. At this moment, the middle and low-ranked martial artists from both sides had not retreated far away. The next moment, Li Hansong roared, his mentality beginning to materialize. The moment he materialized, Li Hansong did not wait for a breakthrough. Instead, he roared, "Kill the enemy!" At this moment, he was still not a rank 7 martial artist. He was in the final stage of materialization. This stage was also the most powerful and peak stage of a rank 6 martial artist. Li Hansong roared. His fists were mixed with rich celestiality and blasted forward. In front of him, a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse was blown up almost instantly. At this time, the people of MCMAU stopped retreating. Kill with me. Destroy the city. Vice-Chancellor Feng killed 2 rank 7s. MCMAU is invincible. Attack the city. Their shouts shook the sky. Thousands of martial artists, including those rank 2 martial artists, were now madly charging toward Skygate City. They had to destroy Skygate City before the battle of high ranks ended. On the other side, Wang Jinyang's Sanjiao Gate was also on top of his head. The celestial bridge unfolded quickly. Without waiting for his mentality to completely materialize, Wang Jinyang wielded his saber and charged toward the Skygate City army that was already somewhat scattered. Once he broke through, it would be difficult to carry out a massacre. However, the moment he broke through, he would slaughter these people to reduce the pressure on MCMAU. This was also the strategy he had decided on earlier. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were already mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses. Now that they had reached peak, they were no different from rank 7 martial artists. 2 martial artists comparable to rank 7 attacked together, in addition to a few mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, these people rushed into the enemy's camp and began a massacre. Wang! Save me! Retreat, retreat, rumble. At the city gate of Skygate City, seeing that Wang Jinyang and the others were about to break into the city, some powerhouses on the city walls activated the city defense cannon. A large number of energy columns exploded. At this moment, no one cared whether they were allies or enemies. They could not let them kill into the city. A large number of Skygate City troops did not die at the hands of Wang Jinyang and the others. Instead, they were blown up by their own city defense energy cannon. No! Someone screamed shrilly. There were pursuers behind them. The city gate in front was not open. The Imperial guards were bombarding aimlessly. Broken limbs flew everywhere. A dead end. All of this had happened too quickly. No one had expected that with 9 chieftains against 2, their side would lose 2 chieftains in an instant. The remaining commanders were actually trapped in a small house. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Further away. In the air. Jiao's big eyes revealed a hint of shock. Chef was so strong, killing 2 chieftains in an instant, trapping 5 people, 1 against 7. The descendant of a true king was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, it did not even have the time to move. How long had it been since Silly Wood and the others left? Not that long. It was prepared to wait for Silly Wood and the others to fight, then wait for an opportunity. Now, did it still need to wait? In the next moment, the Jiao growled and flew into the distance with the two 8th level demon beasts. Behind it, the 7th level demon beast from 100 Beasts Forest roared. 100 Beasts Forest did not allow the Jiao to participate in battles, the Jiao could not be bothered. It responded with a roar. Its old nest had been destroyed. Those people had invaded its territory. It was going to demand an explanation. Demon territory was sacred and inviolable. While the 7th level demon beast was still roaring, the Jiao's eyes flashed fiercely. It was not the first time it had killed an emissary. There were battles everywhere. If it killed an emissary, who would know it was it? If it killed an emissary, it could push the blame to Silly Wood or the Wood King. Who would know it was it? Who would know? Perhaps the true king was watching the battle. But even if he was thousands of miles away. How could he know the details? They could sense the rise and fall of energy. They probably knew who died, but who killed? Who knew? The Jiao was also a decisive person. Hearing the 7th level demon beast roar again, it growled. In the next second, 3 8th level demon beasts attacked together, 3 8th level demon beasts against one mid-stage 7th level demon beast. Almost instantly, the 7th level demon beast was destroyed. The Jiao shook its butt. Alright, it was quiet now. The emissary was killed by the Wood King. It would take its 2 brothers to take revenge. The prestige of the Forbidden Land could not be insulted. Roar. The Jiao roared. It flew toward the west with the 2 demon beasts. The Wood King dared to kill the emissary of the Forbidden Land. Even if it was an accident, it was unforgivable. The war has begun, Hope City. Tianmu had already returned from outside Monster Sunflower City. Hope City was where the passageway was. He still needed to defend this place, just in case. When they felt the powerful energy explosion, like the sun, everyone knew that the war between high ranks had begun. At this moment, dawn had just broken. The 17th of August arrived. In just 2 short days, MCMAU and Skygate City had launched a major war. At the north gate of the city, a small group of about 100 people was rushing out of the city. Tianmu immediately turned his head and shouted, "Where are you going?" Under the city gate, Tang Songting, who had lost an arm, replied loudly, "General, we are going to participate in the final battle." Nonsense. Tianmu scolded. These MCMAU instructors and students who had retreated from the front line were all severely injured. Almost all of them had broken limbs. Even the indestructible crystal could not regrow broken limbs. That was why these people were escorted back to Hope City during the previous battle. Tianmu did not expect them to participate in the war now. Below, an old man with a broken leg in the crowd replied loudly, "This is MCMAU's battle of revenge. I thought we could wait a few more days. Since the final battle has begun, we must go. General, please open the city gate. General, please open the city gate." The group of less than 100 people immediately fell silent after shouting this. They all raised their heads and stared at Tianmu. Tianmu's face was filled with anger. He scolded, "The war has begun. You people with broken arms and missing legs. Are you going to die? Live and die together." Tianmu frowned. He was still unclear about the situation at Skygate City. These people were all seriously injured. MCMAU had asked them to retreat because they did not want these people to die. Just as Tianmu was still hesitating, Tang Songting shouted again, "General. Brother Tian, let us go. If we win, we will cheer. If we lose, we will not lose. Victory!" Someone shouted, his voice like a bell, "We are not going to die. MCMAU will win once the war begins. Destroying Skygate City is the glory of MCMAU. General, please open the city gate." Tianmu looked at everyone for a moment. After a long time, he sighed softly and shouted, "Open the city gate. General." At the side, Sumafu looked worried. The decisive battle had already begun. This was also the most dangerous moment. Once the battle of the high ranks affected those people, they would almost certainly die. MCMAU entrusted these injured people to Hope City because they did not want them to continue fighting. But now, open the gates. Sumafu had no choice but to keep quiet. The next moment, the city gate opened. Go! The short-legged old man let out a low roar and rose into the air. More than 10 people in the crowd also rose into the air and headed straight for Skygate City. The other martial artists who were unable to fly in the air were all running madly on the ground, regardless of how serious their injuries were. Yesterday, Skygate City's governor had said that the battle between the middle and lower ranks would continue. They had thought that they would have to wait for a while before the final battle would begin. That was why he agreed to return to Hope City and wait for his injuries to recover before heading to the front line. Who would have thought that a great battle would break out right after he returned? At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind: to live and die together. Even if MCMAU was defeated, they would die together. Since we're together, let's go together. They did not want to miss this battle, and they would not miss it. The blood debt of decades should be settled today. Watching this group of people leave, Tianmu suddenly growled on the city wall. So what if he had the ability? So what if he was a rank 9, even this group of wounded soldiers could join the battle, while he, Tianmu, a rank 9 powerhouse, could only stay here and wait for the battle to end. The Battle of Forbidden City. I must go. Tianmu gritted his teeth. This time, the Skygate battle had too many restrictions, making him extremely frustrated. The upcoming Battle of Forbidden City would not have so many restrictions. He had just entered rank 9, so it was time to kill a few beasts to vent the frustration and anger in his heart. Skygate City. As soon as Zhao left, Fang Ping also entered the small house. As soon as he entered, the 5 rank 7 powerhouses attacked him one after another. Among these 5 people, there was 1 peak rank 7, 2 upper stage, 1 middle stage, and 1 early stage. This kind of ability was equivalent to Lu Polu and the rest without divine weapons. Of course, Lu Polu and the rest all had divine weapons. If both sides really fought, Lu Polu and the rest would definitely win. On the other hand, when they teamed up against a rank 8, they were suppressed. Fang Ping had long prepared to fight a rank 8 powerhouse alone. Although the 5 of them teamed up, Fang Ping was not afraid. Both sides did not say too much. As soon as Fang Ping entered, he went straight for the early stage rank 7. Kagu. These rank 7 powerhouses, on one hand, were afraid of the power of Fang Ping's materialized objects, on the other hand, they were determined to kill him. 5 materialized objects surged out instantly, but they did not go straight for Fang Ping. Instead, they merged into themselves, their aura skyrocketing. In the next moment, they surrounded him from all directions. These 5 people were all from Monster Sunflower City, and they had a tacit understanding. It was also because they were all from Monster Sunflower City that they gathered together, and were covered by Fang Ping in an instant. When the 5 of them teamed up, their ability was not as simple as 1+1. Just as Fang Ping approached the early stage rank 7 martial artist, the 5 of them had a tacit understanding. They shifted their position, and in the next moment, the peak rank 7 powerhouse appeared in front of Fang Ping. Kill him. This person's body emitted a faint golden glow, which meant that he had honed his skull quite a lot. With a loud roar, the other 4 people unleashed celestiality at the same time, attacking Fang Ping's head together. 5 rays of celestiality, mixed with a strong mentality pressure, pressed down on Fang Ping's body, causing his body to stagnate slightly. Celestiality exploded on his head in an instant. Rumble, a loud noise was heard, and Fang Ping's face crumbled instantly. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's head flickered with golden light, recovering to its original state. Continue. After Fang Ping said this, he had already appeared next to the early stage rank 7 powerhouse again. Both his hands were in a grappling position, clasping the other's wrist. Being grabbed by Fang Ping, the other party had no chance to escape. He struggled violently for a while, but it seemed like he could not escape. This person was also a decisive person. With a crack, one of his arms was broken directly, and the arm exploded in Fang Ping's hand with a loud bang. Trap him! Someone shouted. The other 3 powerhouses had also arrived next to Fang Ping in the blink of an eye, surrounding him from 3 directions. The early stage rank 7 martial artist who had escaped, his aura surged, shouting, "You guys hold him back. I'll break his immortal deity." At this moment, Fang Ping, who was being held back, still had to divide his attention to control his mentality. At this moment, it was also the moment when the materialization was at its weakest. As soon as this person finished speaking, the Xianxia gate appeared. Celestiality skyrocketed, turning into a giant sword, slashing toward the small house. The small house shook for a while. At the side, the peak rank 7 martial artist had also materialized at this moment, beginning to attack the materialization forcefully. As long as they could break the materialization, not only could they leave this cage, but they could also severely injure the other party's immortal deity. This was their plan. As the small house shook, Fang Ping's face turned pale, but he did not care. Once again, he grabbed the arm of a middle stage rank 7 martial artist. With a roar, he tore off his arm directly. Maha Fist. After tearing off the other party's arm, Fang Ping's giant golden fist blasted through the air. In a battle between high ranks, it was not necessary to use mentality combat techniques. Combat techniques were not differentiated by rank. Combat techniques that could be used were good combat techniques. As soon as the Maha Fist was unleashed, the rank 7 martial artist who had his arm torn off earlier could not evade due to the narrow space. With a roar, he also threw a punch. Rumble, the sound of an explosion rang out again. On Fang Ping's punch, the imperishable substance no longer had healing effects. Instead, it was incomparably sharp, destroying everything. The destructive force gushed out, shattering the other party's fist force in an instant. A punch blasted into the other party's chest. The Maha Fist mainly targeted the martial artist's internal organs. It all depended on the word shock. This punch blasted into the other party's chest. The energy in the other party's body erupted. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The crisp sound of crystal shattering reached everyone's ears instantly. At this moment, Fang Ping was also hit in the torso by the remaining 2 people. His chest, where the heart was, had a small hole punched out. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. After all, he was not a real rank 8. He was not a real golden body powerhouse either, his golden body still had a little flaw. He could not trigger the honing of the skull bone marrow and completely forge his internal organs into a golden body. At this moment, even if the strength of his physique was comparable to a golden body, it was still a little lacking. That was why a few rank 7s could break through so easily. These thoughts disappeared in a flash. Fang Ping did not care about this at all. Because in the blink of an eye, the injury on his chest had healed. The few people who besieged him were full of anger and fear. Imperishable substance, could the other party be a rank 8? At this moment, in their eyes, Fang Ping was no different from a rank 8. A powerful materialized object, a powerful golden body, and the recovery of imperishable substance. Except for one thing, the attack strength was not enough, the other party's attack strength was also comparable to an upper stage rank 7. This was what made them puzzled. What rank was this guy, a martial artist? Puzzled as puzzled, the 2 upper stage rank 7 martial artists also attacked in a frenzy, attacking only the heart. They also realized that the other party's skull had been honed. The weakness of a rank 7 was the skull, not the other party's weakness. However, both of them also felt that the other party's heart was not an imperishable body. Both of them attacked Fang Ping's heart. Fang Ping took the opportunity to shoot a mouthful of golden blood arrow straight at the middle stage rank 7 martial artist who had been severely injured by him earlier. The other party was hit by Fang Ping's Maha Fist earlier. His internal organs were shattered. Although he did not die, he had fallen into a state of serious injury. Fang Ping's mouthful of blood arrow was mixed with a strong destructive force, reaching the other party's forehead in an instant. The peak rank 7 powerhouse who was still attacking the hut roared, "Retreat." It sounded easy, but the place was really too small. Everyone was fighting in the living room now. How big was the place? There were many people, and they were all tangled together. How could it be that easy to retreat? Seeing the blood arrow coming straight at him, the middle stage rank 7 martial artist's eyes showed a hint of sharpness. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His mentality surged instantly, wrapping the blood arrow from all directions. The person let out a low roar. His powerful mentality wrapped in this destructive force, heading straight for the roof. Boom, the sound of an explosion rang out again. A huge hole was pierced through the roof of the hut. The other party was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His head was dizzy. His mentality was severely damaged this time, almost dying together with the blood arrow. Everyone was delighted. Using Fang Ping's own strength, in addition to the explosion of a middle-stage rank 7 martial artist's mentality, they finally broke through the materialized object. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. At this moment, everyone realized that something was amiss. They discovered an anomaly. Before this, the roof was no different from a normal roof. However, after breaking through the outer layer of ceiling condensed by mentality, the inside was like a vast golden ocean. The entire roof was filled with a golden brilliance. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned, the blood arrow shot out of Fang Ping's mouth again. This time, the middle stage rank 7 martial artist no longer had any means to resist. His head exploded instantly. Is it fun? Fang Ping was all smiles now. His hands were like phantoms, constantly exchanging blows with the 2 upper stage rank 7 martial artists. Damn it! How is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. They could not even care about the middle stage rank 7 martial artist's death anymore. The roof was filled with endless imperishable matter. Imperishable matter was like a vast ocean. Imperishable matter was a new kind of energy produced by the combination of mentality, vitality force, and golden body power. Although it was called a substance, it was actually a manifestation of power. Mentality materialized objects were also a manifestation of power. However, pure mentality was far inferior to destructive force. No one expected that Fang Ping would fill the materialized object with a large amount of destructive force. When they saw the constantly surging golden roof, everyone's faces were full of shock and disbelief. How much imperishable matter was needed to fill it? If the roof was like this, what about the walls? Thinking of this, the peak rank 7 martial artist roared madly and went all out. He blasted countless punches in a row, punching a hole in the wall. In the end, it was still golden inside. Other than the surface of the entire materialized object being solidified by mentality, the interior was actually all imperishable matter. What kind of concept was this? A venerable could not do it. No, even a king realm could not do it, and would not do it. Fang Ping saw that they were dumbfounded. He spat in his heart. A bunch of paupers, still thinking of breaking his own materialized object. He was just teasing them earlier, ever since he discovered that imperishable matter could also be used to fill materialized objects. Fang Ping made up his mind. He spent 20 million points of imperishable matter and directly remodeled the hut from top to bottom. On the surface, it was solidified by mentality, but it was a real golden house. He was prepared to use it to trap rank 8 powerhouses. If he really did not have some confidence, how would Fang Ping dare to fight a rank 8? This time, in order to prepare for this big battle, he had expended a lot. At this moment, his wealth was only about 60 million points. He had spent so much money from start to finish. Fighting a war was a matter of burning money. Did he still want to fight a war without money? Kill him. Kill him, and the materialized object will break on its own. Just like Feng extermination and Huai mooching that day, everyone initially wanted to break Fang Ping's materialized object. When they realized that it was impossible, at this moment, the peak rank 7 and the early stage martial artist no longer thought about this matter. What a joke! How could they break a materialized object like this? Even a rank 8 might not be able to break it. Using imperishable matter to forge the entire core of the materialized object was unheard of. This was not a small place, and it was such a huge hut. A materialized object like this was already somewhat unusual. What was even more difficult to accept was that the number of imperishable martial artists here was so high that it was terrifying. Let's see who kills who. Fang Ping's body shone with golden light, so dazzling that everyone's eyes were bleeding. It was too intense. It was so intense that Fang Ping's golden body was breaking and recovering at the same time. Even Fang Ping himself could not withstand the powerful destructive force. Die! Fang Ping roared. The hut suddenly shrank. In this place, he was God. The moment it shrank, Fang Ping and the early stage rank 7 martial artist squeezed together. 50,000 points. Your death is worth it. Fang Ping said something inexplicable. The few of them could not understand it. However, as soon as this sentence was uttered, Fang Ping's fist landed. Killing an early-stage rank 7 with the condensed imperishable matter of 50,000 points of wealth was too easy. Fang Ping was much stronger than the other party. The other party had severed an arm earlier, so he was not in peak condition. Both of them were squeezed together. When he saw the golden light descending, a look of despair flashed in the man's eyes. Before this, there was no such powerful golden light. Even a middle-stage commander was killed. How could he have any hope of survival? Let's die together. With this roar, the other party did not defend at all. He hugged Fang Ping and exploded with a loud bang. The hut shook for a while. The others were extremely close. This time everyone was affected by this self-explosion. The two upper stage rank 7 martial artists spat blood too. The peak rank 7 martial artist's body emitted a faint golden light. As for Fang Ping, the golden light was 100 times thicker than his. Although Fang Ping spat blood too, he laughed loudly and said, "Both of you self-destruct. We'll trade injury for injury. Let's see who's finished first." In such a small place, if anyone self-destructed, it would affect everyone. In terms of defense and recovery speed, these people could not compare to him. If they really self-destructed, Fang Ping would save a lot of trouble. The remaining 3 people's faces were gloomy. How could they fight this? If the materialized objects could not be broken, they could self-destruct to injure the enemy. The other party could recover quickly. They did not have this ability. Fang Ping said it was powerful, but in his heart, he was cursing wildly. In order to pursue efficiency, the consumption of wealth was too high. He used destructive force to attack, used destructive force to heal his injuries, and even had to stabilize the materialized objects. Every second, a large amount of wealth was flowing away. More than 60 million wealth points were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After killing these 3 people, who knew how much would be left? Despite the heartache, Fang Ping was still unwavering. If spending money could kill the enemy, then he would spend it. After all, this time, he had spent countless wealth points from start to finish. After calculating, the harvest from the last king battleground was almost spent. "After killing all of you, I'll go back and kill the rest of your monster Sunflower City people." Fang Ping growled, shrinking the room again. The 4 of them were almost squeezed together. Fang Ping did not utter a word. Using both his fists and legs, he began to fight in close quarters. If they could self-destruct, if they were all together, whoever had the lowest defense would die first. This was probably the first time a battle between high ranks had produced such an effect. The 4 of them were fighting in close quarters in less than 3 square meters. Fang Ping kept on using destructive force to attack and recover. However, the 3 people from Monster Sunflower City did not have this treatment. Very soon, an upper stage rank 7 martial artist's arms were torn off by Fang Ping. A hole was punched in his skull. Blood covered his cheeks, like a devil. Fang Ping was in for a penny, in for a pound. He headbutted the other party, causing the other party's skull to emit bursting sounds. At this point, the other party did not hesitate. His mentality directly self-destructed. Although everyone was injured, someone was about to die. Perhaps this guy would not be able to hold on first. When this person self-destructed, the other 2 people's injuries became even more serious. Fang Ping's mind was also numb. His mentality was not as strong as the other party. An upper stage rank 7 martial artist's self-destruction could even severely injure a peak martial artist. Fortunately, he had filled the hut with imperishable matter in advance. Otherwise, he would also be seriously injured. Fang Ping was already so miserable. Needless to say, the other 2 were even more miserable. He self-destructed right next to them. They could not run even if they wanted to. Both of them did not know whether they should curse the guy who died. When they saw the golden light on Fang Ping's body glowing again, both of them were really in despair. Infinite imperishable matter. Up to this point, even the rank 8 powerhouses could not afford to exhaust anymore. The other party was still endless. How could they fight, when the few of them self-destructed? They could not even break the other party's materialization. He was not a venerable, but he was harder to deal with than a venerable. The other party should not be a match for a rank 8. However, when he fought with them rank 7s, he was much more difficult to deal with than rank 8s. At the same time, when only 2 people were left in despair in the hut, Outside, the two people who were previously entangled by Yao Qingjun were also in despair. Both of them joined forces, but they were only on par with Yao Qingjun. Very soon, however, they realized that they had underestimated MCMAU. When the two powerhouses who had just broken through came treading air, they might not have taken the two martial artists who had just broken through seriously at first. However, it was proven that those who had just broken through to rank 7 were not necessarily weaklings. Li Hongzong laughed maniacally. His laughter seemed to shake the whole world. No one knew why this guy was laughing so happily. However, very soon, everyone found out. A set of shiny golden armor appeared on this guy's body. The armor covered every part of his body. Therefore, this guy wore this armor and charged directly toward the two rank 7 martial artists, charging fearlessly. At this moment, Li Hongzong was like a mad bull. He did not make any moves. He just charged forward with an indomitable will. The two rank 7 martial artists' big moves and the outburst of celestiality exploded on his armor. It only set off a slight ripple. Very soon, Li Hongzong ignored it. General's divine armor. Li Hongzong burst into laughter and roared, "You guys are good if you break it. This is a divine armor forged at the pinnacle, or even above the pinnacle." Yao Qingjun and Wang Jinyang, who were attacking him, were speechless. "Can you not name your armor so casually?" Li Hongzong did not care about them. With the armor on, coupled with the recovery of his own golden bones, his current defense was comparable to a rank 8. As he charged forward, the two rank 7 martial artists were sent flying backward. Li Hongzong quickly grabbed one of them and roared, "Hit me." These words were directed at old Wang and the rest. Wang Jinyang did not hold back. A blood-red battle bow appeared in his hand out of thin air. With a roar, the longbow erupted with an unimaginable killing intent. An arrow was shot toward the two of them. Yao Qingjun did not delay either. His long spear pierced through the air and went straight for the other party's head. Rumble, the three of them joined forces. An explosion rang out. Countless trees in the Jiao's forest below exploded. In the void, Li Hongzong flew backward for thousands of meters. The person he had grabbed earlier had disappeared without a trace. Li Hongzong cursed, "You're so ruthless. Especially old Jiao. That thing of yours can tear apart mentality. It almost tore me apart." As he said that, he cursed again, old Wang too. "What's wrong with you? When you shot that arrow, why do I feel like my vitality was sucked away by you?" The two of them could not be bothered with him. In an instant, they chased after the last person who was fleeing not far away. Seeing that, Li Hongzong shouted, "Aren't you going to help Fang Ping?" Wang Jinyang could not take it anymore. He shouted, "Kill this guy first, then go help." "That's easy. Watch me." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hongzong's body shone with golden light. Like a cannonball, he shot out. Golden light erupted behind him. With his head in front, he broke through the air and crashed into the rank 7 martial artist who was fleeing. Rumble, Li Hongzong shot out like a cannonball. He was extremely fast, crashing into the other party in an instant. Energy exploded in the void. Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun did not care whether Li Hongzong was inside or not. Both of them unleashed their ultimate moves again. A moment later, a spear and an arrow joined the chaotic energy flow. Very soon, Li Hongzong walked out, shaking his head. He said weakly, "Don't mess with me next time. The other party is dead. I'm about to be killed by you guys too." The two of them did not care about him at all. They unleashed their ultimate moves without hesitation, almost tearing him apart. Wang Jinyang humphed. "Aren't you invincible in defense?" Li Hongzong was embarrassed. "I was just joking." "You took it seriously." Yao Qingjun ignored him. He looked around and asked quickly, "Help who?" "Help old Lu and the rest." At this time, not far away, the small house disappeared. Fang Ping walked out covered in blood. He bared his teeth and said, "Kill them. Let's go and help the instructor and the rest. Kill that rank 8. The four of them did not waste any time. They charged toward the direction where Lu Polu and the rest were. At this moment, all the high-ranked powerhouses felt an anomaly. The auras and energy clusters of 9 rank 7 martial artists had disappeared. Please remember this book's original domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile version. Meanwhile, the moment the rank 7 martial artists aura dissipated, in the west, Skygate City Lord and the Skygate Tree who had just exchanged blows with Wu Kuxian sensed it. Damn it! The governor of Skygate City was shocked. How could this be? There were so many of them, and there were even 3 Exalt Realm experts. How could 9 Commander Realm experts have died so quickly? Before they could get a clear understanding of the situation, not far away, 3 rank 8 monsters rushed over aggressively. As it charged forward, the Jiao roared. The 2 people and the tree that were fighting suddenly stopped in their tracks. The next moment, the 3 demonic beasts rushed over. The Lord of Skygate City was mad and enraged. Golden Armored Beast! How dare you slander this king? Bastard! When has this king ever killed a Forbidden Lands envoy? The Skygate City Lord really had the urge to vomit blood. How could this be? This demonic beast had actually reprimanded him for killing the messenger of the 100 Beasts Forest. At this moment, the only thing the Skygate City Lord wanted to do was kill the demonic beast. This was going too far. Last time, he had slandered the divine tree for killing the emissary and the demonic beast guarding the gate of the Forbidden Land. After that, a great war had broken out, and he had no choice but to leave the 7 southern regions. Although the Forbidden Land was good, he was a king here. If he went to the Forbidden Land, he would be a divine general. The lord of a royal city and the divine general were of the same realm, and they would also manage a large city. But was their status really the same? He hadn't even settled the score with the golden horned beast, and now this demonic beast was slandering him for killing the 100 Beasts Forest messenger. Roar! The Jiao roared. It's you, it's you! How could the 3 Exalt Realm demonic beasts be mistaken? Impudent! Golden horned beast, if you dare to participate in the battle, King Huai will not let you off. I won't forgive your 100 Beasts Forest. Your entire race will perish because of this. The Skygate City Lord roared again. The 3 rank 8 beasts seemed to be itching to join the battle. At this moment, Wu Kuxian held the divine weapon short sword in his hand. He did not say a word and pretended not to hear anything. But in his heart, he was in a trance. These 3 demon beasts. True demons, they had actually taken the initiative and reprimanded the Lord of Skygate City for killing their messenger, demanding that he give them an explanation. They were still fighting. How am I going to explain this to you? Was he supposed to investigate the truth now? Roar! The Jiao roared once more. Hand over the mine as the price for killing the messenger. Bastard! Bastard, you! In his rage, the Skygate City Lord was struck by Wu Kuxian's sword, and a loud rumble came from his body. This time, the Skygate City Lord had no time to pay attention to these demonic beasts, but he was extremely vigilant. These demonic beasts wouldn't really dare to participate in the battle, would they? The Jiao was not in a hurry to attack. It continued to roar. Hand over the mine. As for the huge mine, it was still in the city, so it didn't want to snatch it. It was too big. Now that it had been snatched away, just as Chef said, it could not bring it away. If the Wood King and the Silly Tree agreed to hand over the mine now, it would not participate in the battle. The 3 demonic beasts began to roar. Hand over the mine and compensate for the 100 Beasts Forest's losses. Since the emissary was killed, there had to be an explanation. Golden Horned Beast, get lost. At this moment, even the emotionless Tianmen tree's mental fluctuations were extremely intense. Get lost. Last time, he had slandered it, and now he was doing it again. The mine was his, this was its foundation. It and the Wood King were both fighting with the Snake King here, so how could they have the time to kill the messenger of the 100 Beasts Forest? Slander, framing, hateful and deserving of death. Roar! The Jiao's huge eyes revealed a fierce glint. Were these 2 unwilling to hand over the mine? The Jiao roared again and again. If they did not hand it over, then it would clear the name of the Forbidden Land. The Jiao did not know how to use idioms. Otherwise, it would defend itself right now. There was a good reason to attack. Without a name, suddenly starting a war could easily cause trouble. The Lord of Skygate City was furious. He shouted, "This is the true king's order. Golden Horned Beast, if you dare to interfere, no one can save you." Roar roar, then hand over the mine. The 2 rank 9 powerhouses were really mad at this moment. Looting a burning house. The price to pay for this anger was extremely heavy. The Lord of Skygate City had a divine weapon in his hand, so he was slightly better off. Wu Quishan did not say a word. He took the opportunity to unleash a powerful destructive force with his sword, cutting off a branch of the Tianmen tree with one strike. Die, die, the Tianmen tree's mentality shook violently, shaking the void. For the first time it spoke in a human-like voice. It had enough. If the golden-horned beast dared to make trouble again, it would kill it. It was too much of a bully. The Jiao did not participate in the battle. Instead, it retreated to the side with its two brothers. However, it did not leave the battle circle, still roaring. Hand over the mine. Now, the two rank 9 powerhouses had to guard against a surprise attack. The pressure on Wu Quishan was greatly reduced. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotion. This was good. Even if the 3 beasts did not attack, it would be much easier for him just to intimidate them nearby. Outside the battle circle, Old Man Li kept a distance from the beasts. He was now mourning for the 100 Beasts Forest. Yes, the 100 Beasts Forest. He did not understand what the Jiao was roaring about, but he understood the Lord of Skygate City's words. Another 100 Beasts Forest messenger was killed. Who killed it? Motherf *****. Looking at the beast's expressions, he did not have to think to know who killed it. Fang Ping said that this beast was very cunning. He did not think much about it before, but now he understood. How treacherous, a thief calling a thief, but this was a good thing. They were going to deal with the Skygate City people anyway. Roar. The Jiao was getting impatient. It stood in the air, its 4 hoofs restless, the golden horn on its head shining. Hand over the mine and it will leave. I don't care if you kill me or not. If you don't hand it over, you are forcing it. Get lost. The Skygate tree's mentality fluctuated violently. Even if the Skygate City Lord agreed, it would not. The relocation of the city had already caused serious damage to the mineral vein of life. Now that the golden-horned beast wanted it to hand it over, its 100 years of hard work would all go to waste. The mineral vein of life, unless it died, would not be handed over to the golden-horned beast. Boom! The next moment, the Jiao's golden horn exploded with celestiality, exploding near the Skygate City Lord. A threat, a naked threat. If you don't hand it over, I will join the battle. Bastard! The Lord Hui King will not let you go. Golden-horned beast, do you really want to be enemies with the Lord Hui King? Mammoth Beast King, Goat Beast King. Do you want to be destroyed along with the golden-horned beast? This is a war started by the true king. The Skygate City Lord was also extremely helpless. The ferocity in his eyes could not be concealed. 3 rank 8 beasts. Normally, he would not care too much about them, let alone admit defeat. But now the Snake King was here, just as the golden-horned beast arrived, because of the pressure, the divine tree's unstable emotions, and the Snake King had already cut off several of its branches. Thinking of this, the Skygate City Lord's mentality suddenly exploded to the limit, his angry roar spread for hundreds of miles. Lord Hui King. He could not stand the deterrence of the golden-horned beast and the other 2 beasts. If this went on, he would not be able to focus on dealing with the Snake King. Now, he could only let the true king come forward. As soon as he roared, the 3 beasts also exploded with pressure, roaring mournfully. The Wood King had killed the 100 Beasts Forest Messenger, the demons had been killed again, and the Forbidden Land's prestige was gone. Last time, the divine weapon had happened, and the 100 Beasts Forest demons had been killed, again and again. From now on, who would fear the Forbidden Land? The Jiao was also roaring, it roared crazily, telling the monsters within dozens of miles that the Wood King was going to kill them. Damn bastard. The Skygate City Lord's emotions were stimulated to the point of madness. In this madness, Wu Quishan suddenly slashed out with his sword, cutting off his left arm, and golden blood spurted out. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. The Skygate City Lord's eyes were bloodshot. How did such a great situation turn out like this? The chieftains were all gone. The golden-horned beast's attack made it impossible for him to fight with all his strength. The Skygate City Lord was furious. Mount Imperial Sea. The Hui King was also going crazy. Something went wrong again. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Something went wrong again. This was not the first time. It was the same last time, and now it was again. 100 Beasts Forest. 100 Beasts Forest, how dare they? Green Wolf King. The White King was currently in the sky above Mount Imperial Sea, and there was a true king powerhouse beside him. In this battle, he had been using his mentality to cover and sense, waiting for the results. Rank 7 dying in battle. He did not care too much. In his eyes, it was not a big deal if all the rank 7 died. It might be a little painful if all the rank 8 died, but as long as the rank 9 did not die, he would definitely win. But now, the aura of 3 rank 8 beasts came from there, and the Monster Wood City Lord had released pressure to ask him for help. This made the true King Hui powerhouse unable to stand it anymore. Again and again, there was clearly a good situation, but it was ruined again. The White King's mentality erupted quickly. He did not intimidate the Jiao, but went straight to 100 Beasts Forest. Did the 100 Beasts Forest really think that they could not do anything to them? Although the Forbidden Land in the outskirts had close ties with the 10,000 Demon Royal Court, this time, he had already informed them. The other true king powerhouses did not intervene, all tacitly agreeing. What did the 100 Beasts Forest mean by this? Did they think that the White King was useless? Not far away, at the peak of Mount Imperial Sea, both Zhang Tao and Warlord were there. Warlord's defense zone was in 9 southern territory, not too far from here, and he had crossed over. Seeing the White King going crazy, Warlord was surprised and said with amusement, the 100 Beasts Forest actually let the demons fight at this time. The demons are really fickle. Zhang Tao did not say anything. He had already heard about this from Tian Mu and the others. At this moment, even Zhang Tao was a little concerned about the rank 8 beast. This beast, as Fang Ping said, it was a cunning demon. No, it was a brazen cunning demon. A battle between Desperation Realm Masters also included a bet, and it, a mere 8th tier demonic beast, actually dared to participate in it. From now on, that demonic beast had better flee to the Forbidden Ocean. Otherwise, who knew when it would be slaughtered by King Hui? Even as he thought this, Zhang Tao's mentality exploded, instantly spreading thousands of miles. While the White King was still questioning the 100 Beasts Forest, Zhang Tao's mentality gently brushed past the frightened Jiao. Cough, cough. Fang Ping said it to give the Jiao a sense of security, in case it did not dare to participate again. In the area where Wu Kuishan and the others were. When Zhang Tao's mentality exploded and brushed past the Jiao was first frightened, then, joy appeared in its big eyes. The chef's ancestor. There was no need to consider whether he was a true king or not. Even a true king could not enter the 7 southern territory to deal with him. Moreover, he was the one in the right, and this was not the White King's territory. Roar. The Jiao, emboldened, roared even louder. If you don't hand over the giant mine, this beast king will really attack. Golden-horned beast, how dare you collude with the resurrected martial artist? You're dead meat. At this moment, the Skygate City Lord also felt Zhang Tao's mentality. Shock flashed in his eyes, and he roared. The golden-horned beast had something to do with the resurrected martial artist. Roar. The Jiao could not hold it in any longer. You're the one who has something to do with the resurrected martial artist. This beast king is here to avenge the Forbidden Land Messenger. In the next moment, the 3 rank 8 monsters could not hold it in any longer and attacked the Skygate City Lord in a frenzy. You have a death wish. The Skygate City Lord had no other choice. The other party had already attacked, and he could not really ignore the 3 rank 8 monsters. The demon race's physique was already strong. If he really did not intervene, he would be at a great disadvantage. Boom, the giant axe in the Skygate City Lord's hand fell, and an explosion sounded. With one blow, the Jiao was sent flying. The Jiao shook its big head. Seeing that the golden luster on its body had dimmed a lot, it was also angry. The Wood King actually dared to attack it. After killing the messenger, he still dared to attack it. He had a death wish. Roar. The 3 rank 8 monsters all exploded, and they quickly began to surround the Skygate City Lord. At the same time, Wu Kuishan also had a tacit understanding, forcefully forcing the Skygate tree away from this battlefield. At this time, it was not appropriate for him to speak. Otherwise, he could only say, well done. Not only the Jiao, but Fang Ping also did a good job. There were countless monsters. How did Fang Ping find this monster whose brain was not clear and only wanted money? He did not expect that the Jiao would really dare to attack the Skygate City Lord. The Rank 9 battlefield. With the Jiao's interference, it was considered a mess. The Rank 8 battlefield. Fang Ping and the rest killed the Rank 7 martial artists. They did not care about Chen Yaoting, whose golden luster had already dimmed, but together, they attacked the Rank 8 martial artist that Lu Polu and the rest were surrounding. At this moment, the Rank 8 martial artist was shocked and angry. He was shocked that all the chieftains had died in battle. He was angry that there were actually 2 more chieftains. This way, he would be surrounded by 8 chieftains. It was not just a problem of 8 people, but also everyone had a divine weapon. The fact that MCMAU had so many divine weapons was also beyond his expectations. 8 chieftain powerhouses, all holding divine weapons. This kind of strength, he was also afraid. It was very likely that he would be surrounded and killed. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, he did not say a word and shouted, "Tai Tu, hold him back." Li Hansong was really stunned. "You want me to hold this rank 8 alone? I have just entered rank 7. Hurry, he won't kill you so quickly." Although Fang Ping did not see Tai Tu's armor, he also knew how precious this kind of armor was. He had seen many divine weapons, including many rank 9 ones. However, he had only seen a divine weapon armor once at Fengqing's place. It was still a rank 7 divine weapon, and it was broken at that time. Divine weapons and armors were not things that just anyone could have. It was also not something that could be forged just by having a demon core. This thing had to be valued at 1 rank higher. A rank 7 divine weapon armor was comparable to a rank 8 divine weapon, and you might not even be able to forge it. A lot of precious materials were needed. This armor of Tai Tu's was at least comparable to a rank 9 divine weapon, maybe even stronger. It was not a big deal to hold off a rank 8 for a while. "Hurry!" As Fang Ping roared, he yelled, "Teachers, trap him! Tai Tu, go up and block his attack. Old Wang, Old Yao, attack from a distance, don't give him a chance to escape." This rank 8 from Skygate City was not a dead man. Listening to Fang Ping arranging the battle strategy in front of him, he let out a roar, his eyes fierce, shouting, "You guys really think you can kill me? All of you must die." At this moment, Li Hansong did not waste any more words. He rushed into the battle circle of 4 people and began to block the attacks for Lu Polu and the rest. As soon as he joined in, Lu Polu and the rest instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Li Hansong was wearing an armor, his defense was beyond imagination. That rank 8 powerhouse, while dealing with the other 6 people's attacks, attacked Li Hansong at the same time. After a few times, he actually could not break his armor. Damn it! This rank 8 almost vomited blood. He was a rank 8. Although most of his strength was restrained by the others, it should not be to the extent that he could not even kill an early-stage rank 7, the other party's armor. Not only could it defend the flesh, it could also defend against mentality attacks. At this moment, this rank 8 powerhouse was a little jealous. Greedy red eyes, what kind of divine weapon was this? Even a divine weapon armor could not defend against mentality attacks just like that. Only the most precious, the most special, the most powerful, the kind of materials that were mixed with some accessories that could block mentality attacks could do it. And it could not be less. To be able to block his rank 8 mentality attacks, materials like those that could block mentality attacks, at least 100 caddies had to be added. Moreover, even 100 caddies might not be able to do it. Who could be so generous? Not even the best. At this moment, this rank 8 powerhouse's eyes were dripping with blood. If he wore this kind of armor, he might be able to block a rank 9's attack. A rank 9 could be called a king. With this kind of armor, if he killed these people and snatched those divine weapons, with a divine weapon in hand and an armor, he might not be weaker than the average city lord. All of you must die. At this moment, this rank 8 powerhouse's golden light erupted to the extreme. Even if these people joined forces, they might be able to hurt him, but if they wanted to kill him, they were still a little lacking. So what if there were 8 chieftains? Did they really think that a venerable could be besieged and killed by 8 chieftains? Meanwhile, Fang Ping arranged for the others at the periphery, while he himself circled around that rank 8. Very soon, he shouted again, "Take the vitality recovery pill and suppress him with mentality." Lu Polu and the others looked at him. take the vitality recovery pill now. Once they took it, although everyone could recover to their peak, it would be difficult to fight next. Quick! As soon as Fang Ping said that, everyone did not hesitate anymore and took the vitality recovery pill one after another. Old Wang and Iron Head had just broken through and joined the battle. Although they did not have the vitality recovery pill, they did not need to take it either. A few of them took the vitality recovery pill and the golden body pill. In the blink of an eye, the few of them who were initially exhausted recovered to their peak state. At this moment, the rank 8 powerhouse's pressure increased dramatically. He was shocked. MCMAU even had a pill that could restore the immortal soul. This was too unexpected. Everyone, go all out and suppress him. Everyone's mentality erupted. 7 powerhouses against 1 person. Although the opponent was strong, they had fought with them for a long time before this. This time, they could actually suppress the other party's mentality. Even so what? This rank 8 powerhouse bellowed loudly, so what if they could suppress him for a while? Fang Ping snorted, he had always been depressed. Old Manly could kill a rank 8 with the help of the rank 7 Zhang Dingnan. He was only a rank 6 at that time, now, he was a middle stage rank 7. His true ability was definitely comparable to an upper stage rank 7, maybe even stronger. However, until now, he, Fang Ping, had not killed a rank 8. Now, 7 rank 7 martial artists were helping to suppress a rank 8 martial artist. Now, these people had almost tied up this rank 8 for him to beat. If he could not kill him, would he be letting himself down? Would he be letting down so many vitality recovery pills? Would he be letting down his wealth? Would he be letting down the rank 8 saber that he had nurtured? It had been more than a month since he came out from the Imperial battlefield. With his rank 7 ability, he had nurtured his saber with destructive force. After more than a month, could he still not be compared to Old Manly? Fang Ping was not convinced. For this battle, he had really spent money like water. At this time, his wealth had fallen below 60 million points. He had spent close to $1 trillion to fight this battle. Would the military department be willing to spend so much money just once? This was also his personal cost. Those students, instructors, they also had to calculate the cost. If he calculated it, a big battle would cost a few trillion. If he could not kill a rank 8, it would be a waste of money. I won't ambush you. I'm telling you openly, I'll kill you with 1/ later. You pose first, and I'll see how you die beautifully. Ridiculous. The rank 8 powerhouse, who was temporarily suppressed, sneered. A middle stage rank 7 commander-in-chief. Alright, maybe a little stronger. After all, he had seen Fang Ping kill a middle stage rank 7 martial artist with 1/ earlier. He had also felt it when the others died. Even so, a commander-in-chief was a commander-in-chief, and a venerable was a venerable. He did not believe that this guy could kill him. At this time, a golden Chengdao appeared in Fang Ping's hand out of nowhere. It was golden color, not emitting any aura at all. Seeing this saber, the rank 8 powerhouse frowned slightly. His mentality erupted to the limit again, and he began to escape. Although he did not believe that the other party could kill him, there was no need to be slashed. What happened now made him feel very humiliated. 7 commander-in-chiefs trapped him, making him like a beast waiting to be slaughtered. He could not accept this. Don't move. Otherwise, if I slash, your corpse won't be preserved well. Bastard. Only you catacombs martial artists know how to say this. While Fang Ping brewed, he aimed his saber at the other party and shouted, Iron Head, don't move later. If I slash you, be careful. Li Hansung's expression could not be seen clearly. Right now, it was hidden under the armor. But it would not look good. If you slash like this, what if you slash me? After Fang Ping said that, Lu Fengru could not hold it in anymore. She shouted angrily, do it. You talk so much nonsense. We can't hold it in anymore. Can you kill me or not? Fang Ping was helpless. His teacher was impatient. I want to accumulate power to my strongest state. Can't you see that I'm expending a lot of wealth and continuing to erupt the imperishable substance? Alright, my teacher might not be able to sense me if I hide my aura. After a while, Fang Ping raised his saber, his mentality locked on the other party. Don't move. Slash me once. If I can't slash you to death, we'll talk. Before the other party could finish speaking, the void exploded directly. The air in the catacombs was filled with energy. At this moment, these energies exploded one after another. As soon as the saber was unleashed, the rank 8 powerhouse felt an incomparably huge threat. Suddenly, he let out a roar. The golden glow on his body shone brightly. He no longer held back his destructive force. Instead, it gushed out instantly. With a punch, Li Hansong, who was still blocking the way, was blasted thousands of meters away. Lu Polu and the rest were bleeding from their 7 orifices. One by one, they roared. However, they still could not suppress it. The flesh on their bodies began to explode. Qiluo, the rank 8 powerhouse, sent Li Hansong flying with a punch. He roared toward the distance. Save him, he felt the threat of death. In the distance, the 2 golden body powerhouses who were suppressing Chen Yaoting could not help but turn their heads to look in his direction. When they saw Fang Ping slash down with his saber, the energy around them began to explode. Their expressions changed drastically. One of them pushed Chen Yaoting back with a punch and flew toward him rapidly. Today, I, Fang Ping, will slash a rank 8. Fang Ping roared. His voice traveled dozens of miles. The golden Chengdao fell at the same time. Rumble, this explosion resounded throughout heaven and earth. It was as if the entire catacombs could only hear this explosion sound. In the sky, the gigantic energy sun's radiance was suppressed at this moment. The golden saber glow was like a second sun, illuminating the entire catacombs in gold. No. The rank 8 powerhouse who was trapped no longer held back. Countless imperishable substances were used, punching the saber glow again and again. Rumble, the sounds of explosions came one after another. Very soon, the rank 8 powerhouse's imperishable substances were depleted. A look of despair appeared in his eyes. Impossible, how could this be possible, a commander-in-chief slaying a venerable? Impossible. King. A look of despair appeared in the rank 8 powerhouse's eyes. Although the other rank 8 was 1,000 meters away and would arrive in an instant, he knew that he was running out of time. King, I'll make a move first. With infinite despair and unwillingness, the other party let out a loud roar. His golden body shone brightly for the last time. At this moment, Lu Polu and the rest had also gone crazy. They roared one after another, and their bodies glowed with golden light. That was the imperishable substance that Fang Ping gave them. The other party was going to self-destruct. Even if a rank 8 powerhouse exhausted all of his imperishable substances and self-destructed, it was enough to kill rank 7s like them. At this moment the saber glow fell, the moment the other party was about to self-destruct, a small house appeared instantly, enveloping the other party and the saber glow. Boom, an even louder explosion was heard. The small house began to crack. At this moment, a lot of the golden imperishable substances were obliterated. The mentality solidification on the periphery also disappeared completely, revealing the slightly dilapidated golden house. In the small house, the saber glow also erupted, colliding with the other party's self-destruction force, directly wiping out the last remaining mentality. Ah! An incomparably shrill scream was heard. Silence was restored in an instant. As for Fang Ping, golden blood was gushing out of his 7 orifices. Seeing that Lu Polu and the rest were still in a daze, he said weakly, "Stop him." At this moment, the rank 8 not far away was already charging toward them. At this moment, the few of them were also shining with golden light. Their combat strength had reached its peak. They did not care about Fang Ping anymore, charging toward the rank 8 powerhouse one after another. But deep down, they were extremely shocked. Please remember this book's original domain name. Mobile version website, how is this possible? The moment Fang Ping killed the rank 8 powerhouse, there was an uproar in every place. Monster Sunflower City. Monster Sunflower City's city lord used flight step, looking in the direction of Skygate City. All the commanders were wiped out, and the venerable was dead. King. A rank 8 powerhouse flew into the air, his expression extremely grave. Unbelievable, how could this be? Rank 8 powerhouses could not sense that far away, but they could sense that a powerful martial artist had fallen. That was because the 2 extremely powerful energy balls earlier had dissipated. In addition, Monster Sunflower City's city lord had lost his composure. Everyone knew that the one who had died was not from MCMAU. It can't be, Monster Sunflower City's city lord murmured. How could this be? Monster Sunflower City's last venerable was dead. Before this, those commanders, including the 6 commanders of Monster Sunflower City, had all died in battle. Monster Sunflower City had 3 venerables and 14 commanders. Among the 13 cities in the 7 southern regions, there were not many venerables, but they had the most commander-level powerhouses. However, this time, 6 commanders had died in battle. At this moment, Monster Sunflower City only had 8 commander-level powerhouses left. And they still had 2 venerables there. Monster Sunflower City's city lord's silhouette moved, just outside the city. In the distance, Boss Van laughed. Try leaving the city if you dare. Ha ha ha, good job, MCMAU. At this moment, this rank 9 powerhouse who had been guarding the Magic City catacombs for 30 years laughed loudly, roaring, MCMAU killed a rank 8 golden body, 9 rank 7s, MCMAU Grandmaster unharmed, Sino Nation's prestige. Prepare for war. After Boss Van laughed, he let out a shout and prepared for battle. Rank 9s did not participate in the war. If Monster Sunflower City's city lord left the city, war would begin. MCMAU is invincible. At this moment, every martial artist who heard Elder Fan's voice was shocked. MCMAU had actually killed 10 high-ranked powerhouses, and most importantly, they were unharmed. It was unbelievable. Not only that, in the next moment, Elder Fan suddenly laughed loudly, repeating it in the catacombs language. Not everyone in the Outland understood the human language. Only the Castellan powerhouses knew a little. The high-ranked ones did not know much. As Elder Fan repeated it in the catacombs language, Monster Sunflower City was in an uproar. In the next moment, all the high-ranked martial artists rose into the air. All of them looked at the Monster Sunflower City Lord in disbelief. The Monster Sunflower City Lord's face was livid. When everyone saw this scene, how could they not know that this was the truth? Immediately, a rank 7 powerhouse said in fear, Venerable Wang, Venerable Quiluo, Kwai and the others are fine. The Monster Sunflower City Lord replied coldly and looked at Elder Fan, who was outside the city. Elder Fan did not mind. He laughed and said, this old man would like to see how long you guys can last after losing 6 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s in battle. Humph. The Demon Sunflower City Lord snorted coldly and said, the outcome of the battle has yet to be decided. As long as we kill the Snake King, everything else doesn't matter. Besides, the 2 rank 8s from Monster Sunflower City were not dead yet. Even so, the Monster Sunflower City Lord was still a little worried. If the 2 venerable ones died in battle, in addition to those chieftains, did that not mean that Monster Sunflower City, which had been at war with the Land of Rebirth for more than a year, would instantly follow in the footsteps of Monsterwood City? Monsterwood City had been fighting for decades, but only 2 venerable realm experts had died in battle last year. As for him, at this moment, the Monster Sunflower City Lord had the urge to recall the 2 venerable ones. However, if he recalled the 2 of them, Monsterwood City might be completely destroyed. Those idle MCMAU powerhouses would then have the opportunity to reinforce the Snake King. Although these rank 7 and 8 martial artists could not kill a rank 9. But if there were more of them, there was still hope to hold off one of them. To retreat or not to retreat, or to continue sending reinforcements. However, once he sent reinforcements, looking at the resurrected martial artists outside the city again, the Monster Sunflower City Lord suddenly felt extremely agitated. Start a war? D***it. Useless. The Wood King is a complete and utter useless piece of trash. The Monster Sunflower City Lord cursed countless times in his heart. This useless piece of trash actually looked down on them. He had fought with the resurrected martial artists for many years and proclaimed himself the #1 powerhouse in the 7th Southern Territory. But now, all the powerhouses under his command had been annihilated. This was even under the circumstance that the other party only had 1 king-level powerhouse. Useless. The Monster Sunflower City Lord really could not imagine what kind of unforeseen event had caused so many people in Monsterwood City to be annihilated. Did the Wood King not care about them? He was about to go crazy. What should he do? Life in the 7 southern regions was getting harder and harder. A year ago, the Bamboo King had issued an order for Monster Sunflower City to join forces with Monster Wood City to fight against the martial artists who had been revived. Originally, Monster Wood City was the vanguard, while Monster Sunflower City was the support. But now, Monster Wood City was doomed. He had also suffered heavy losses. Hundreds of years of business was destroyed just like that. At that moment, a powerful spiritual force enveloped the area, and a loud voice sounded in the ears of the Monster Sunflower City Lord. Send the remaining commanders and venerables to Monster Wood City. Lord Why King, the Monster Sunflower City Lord's expression changed drastically. Quick! My lord. The Monster Sunflower City Lord couldn't help but ask him to send people. Not daring to contradict King Huai, the Monster Sunflower City Lord shouted, Sir, please have Sir Bamboo King give the order. You dare to disobey this king's order? I wouldn't dare. Although the Monster Sunflower City Lord said so, he hurriedly said, The resurrected martial artists have besieged Monster Sunflower City. This king knows. You and the Sunflower Demon will hold them back and let the others join the battle. The Monster Sunflower City Lord did not say a word. That was the outbreak of a great war. Without the Bamboo King's order, he would not make a move. And the Bamboo King did not say anything. Perhaps he was not here, or perhaps he was simply refusing. No matter what, at this moment, he would not bring people to battle. Bastard! King Huai waited for a moment, but did not receive a reply. He was about to explode in anger. Just now, when he went to question the 100 Beasts Forest, the Beast Kings there were all in a daze, completely unaware of what had happened. After being questioned by King Huai for a while, he finally sent a Beast King to Monster Wood City to investigate the situation. But the 100 Beasts Forest was extremely far away, and by the time he arrived, the war might have already ended. What else could King Huai do? He himself could attack very quickly, but he could enter the outer realm and use his spiritual force to question. He would have killed these bastards long ago. The other cities were either Monster Life clans or the Monster Plant clans, which was extremely far away, and had not participated in the war before. At this time, if he asked for their reinforcements, they might not pay attention to him. Only Monster Sunflower City was currently a party to the war. If they continued to send reinforcements, they could also quickly arrive. But the Monster Sunflower City Lord actually disobeyed. King Huai was truly furious. Since when did a true king powerhouse like him end up in such a state? Seeing that the Monster Sunflower City Lord did not move, King Huai suddenly stopped talking, leaving a cold humph, and his mentality instantly retreated. 7 Southern Territories. Very good. In the vast 7 Southern Territories, no one was actually willing to send reinforcements for a true king powerhouse like him. When the passageway was fully opened, the true kings of the Land of Rebirth could no longer seal off Mount Imperial Sea. He wanted to see how these people would look when they saw him today. All of them deserved to be killed. King Huai's mentality retreated. Outside the city, Elder Fan saw that the Monster Sunflower City Lord did not move, and suddenly laughed. Monster Sunflower City Lord, while we haven't become mortal enemies, withdraw your 2 rank 8s. Maybe, the humans will let you go. Monster Sunflower City had not participated in the war for long. This was the first time they participated in the war. Seeing Skygate City's tragic state, they withdrew quickly. Following that, battles also broke out a few times, but Hope City's side had a big advantage, killing many new soldiers. It was also correct to say that they did not become mortal enemies. As for this time, the commanders who went were all dead, so it was not a big deal. If they withdrew 2 rank 8s now, Elder Fan felt that MCMAU would probably win this time. However, with 2 rank 8s still around, it was hard to say. Elder Fan felt that they needed to withdraw 2 rank 8s. Fong Ping, on the other hand, felt that these 2 fellows must be killed. At this moment, Lu Fengru and the others began to besiege the rank 8s. Not far away, Chen Yaoting, who was suppressed and beaten up earlier, was now holding a rank 8 divine weapon and beating up another person. Old Chen was also trembling. Just 10 seconds ago, he was suppressed by 2 rank 8s and beaten up miserably. After all, he had just broken through not long ago. Although he was holding a rank 8 divine weapon and his combat strength was also extremely strong, it was really too difficult to fight 1 against 2. In terms of strength, he was not as good as Commander Zhou, who entered the Nanjiang catacombs with Fong Ping and the others. Commander Zhou, back then, fought 1 against 3 and still managed to drag it out until the end. As for Xianxia, the time for his breakthrough was too short. He really could not do it. Forget 1 against 3, even 1 against 2 would almost kill him. Fortunately, at this time, Fang Ping and the others killed a rank 8, finally freeing him. As for Fang Ping, he was muttering in his heart. Before this, Old Chen had boasted loudly. He even thought that Old Chen was comparable to Commander Zhou. Who knew that even with a rank 8 divine weapon, he could not beat 2 rank 8 barehanded? How embarrassing! The progress of the battle was smoother than he expected. At this time, Fang Ping began to consider whether to keep these 2 rank 8s, it would not be easy to keep them. However, it was not like there was no hope. If he could kill these 2 rank 8 this time, if he had the time, he could go and kill a few monster Sunflower City rank 7s. He was afraid that the pressure on humans in Magic City catacombs would be greatly reduced. However, looking at the battle that was still erupting in the west, Fang Ping frowned slightly. To kill these 2 rank 8s, he was afraid that it would take a long time. His saber slashed out. Right now, even with a rank 8 divine weapon, he was still not a match for a rank 8 powerhouse. If Lu Fengru and the others joined forces, they could still hold back a rank 8. To kill, it was impossible. On Qin Yaoting's side, it was probably the same. Fang Ping thought for a while and said loudly, "Old Chen. I used a materialized object to trap a rank 8. Can you kill him?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Yaoting looked at the rank 8 who was fighting with him and suddenly did not know how to answer. What did this kid mean? Did he really think that these 2 rank 8s did not understand Sino Nation's language? The expression of the rank 8 who was fighting with him changed slightly. Previously, when the monster would city venerable self-destructed in Fang Ping's materialized object, he did not manage to destroy it. Everyone saw this and was still a little shocked. When they thought of being trapped, this resurrected martial artist attacking them with a divine weapon, could he kill them? Also, that saber just now, could he slash again? While the 2 rank 8s were still thinking, Fang Ping's body glowed with golden light. In the next moment, he recovered to his peak state, his aura skyrocketed, and he shouted, "Skygate City's high ranks have been annihilated. Everyone from MCMAU, attack the city!" Less than 10 li away from them, Skygate City was currently filled with battle cries. When he heard Fang Ping's shout, Qin Fengqing roared loudly in the catacombs language, "Skygate City's high ranks have been annihilated. 2 rank 9s have been killed. Massacre the city." Impossible. Someone shouted in shock. At this moment, there were no more high-ranked powerhouses in the city. They could not sense the movements 100 li away from the west. They could only see Fang Ping and the others. They could only see Fang Ping slash just now, and their last venerable had died in battle. Now, the other party actually said that Wood King and Divine Wood had died in battle. They could not believe it, but no matter how much they dared to believe it, they still knew that the 3 chieftains and the last venerable in the city had died in battle near them. At this moment, Skygate City had really collapsed. Cries and screams filled the air. At the North Gate, a large number of martial artists with their families fled from the North Gate into the depths of the catacombs. Before some armored soldiers guarding the North Gate could stop them in time, they were killed on the spot by some martial artists mixed in the crowd. Royal City was about to be breached, the high ranks had been annihilated. The quasi-chieftains and generals were almost all killed. If they did not run now, were they going to stay and wait for death? At this moment, Qin Fengqing roared, "Don't take anything with you. Otherwise, chase and kill for 1,000 li." They could not stop these people from escaping. Although Skygate City had suffered heavy losses previously, a portion of the population had already migrated to the new city. However, there were still more than 1 million people here. With so many people, it would take them a few days to kill all of them. Moreover, slaughtering a large number of ordinary catacomb citizens was not beneficial to the war situation. Instead, it could easily incite the catacomb cities to unite against a common enemy. Therefore, when he said that the city was slaughtered, it was just to scare people. However, it was necessary to kill more martial artists. However, Qin Fengqing felt that it was still necessary to scare them. Perhaps they could leave some good things behind. He shouted this time. Later when they entered the city, he could fish for a fortune. It could be considered as a reward for his meritorious service. He did not know if the people in the city heard him, and he did not know if anyone really left anything behind. However, at this moment, a large number of people crowded toward the north gate. Their own people were killed until their blood flowed like a river, just to pass through the gate faster. This also made Skygate City even more chaotic. At the south gate, the Imperial Guards shouted repeatedly, announcing that the two kings were not dead. However, at this moment, no one believed it. Or rather, even if they believed it, they still had to escape from this place. Wood King had gone crazy. Previously, he had conscripted all the martial artists in the city. In just 2 days, countless martial artists and tens of thousands of soldiers had died in battle. If they did not leave now, then they would have to face that group of murderers. Even the commander-in-chief and the venerables were dead. How could they survive? Not only these civilian martial artists and ordinary people were fleeing, but some of the Imperial Guards and other ordinary soldiers were also in chaos at this moment, fleeing in all directions. Too many middle-ranked martial artists had died in these 2 days. On MCMAU's side, there were still more than 1,000 middle-ranked martial artists. With so many middle-ranked martial artists, without the suppression of the high ranks, it was almost like no one could stop them. A large number of armored martial artists were killed on the spot. Powerhouses like Luo Yichuan, Du Hong, and Zhang Jianhong were all killed. The Skygate army completely collapsed. In the crowd, Qin Fengqing slaughtered the martial artists in a frenzy while picking up the heads along the way. At this time, he had to be prepared. At this point in the war, if he did not collect the heads of 15 rank 6 martial artists, he would not have enough battle merits for Fang Ping to upgrade him. Before this, he did not have the time and energy to do this. Now, however, Qin Fengqing roared continuously, shouting, "Leave the middle-ranked martial artists to me. Leave some for me. Don't steal the heads. Damn it, leave some for me." Du Hong and the others were killing too quickly. Moreover, when they killed someone, they usually smashed their head directly. Fang Ping was not here, and without a head, he would not admit that he killed them. Qin Fengqing knew Fang Ping's personality too well. At the same time, Tang Songting and the others, who were still more than 10 li away from Skygate City, ran until they were sweating profusely. He roared, "Hurry! Motherf asterisk cur, at least go and roar." Everyone was happy and sad at the same time. They were happy because MCMAU had really won, although they did not see the specific situation. They heard Fang Ping's roar. Fang Ping had killed a rank 8 powerhouse, and said that he had slaughtered all the high ranks. This battle, MCMAU had won. The sad thing was that they actually did not make it to the scene until now. They had even gone through life and death together. They were going to be late to clean up the battlefield. In the air, the old man with a broken leg was smiling so widely that his face was blooming. He shouted, "I'll go first. All of you, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with a broken leg increased his flight step, flying wildly on one leg. There was no more suspense in the battle between the middle and low ranks. On the high-ranked powerhouse's side, Fang Ping did not make a move. Instead, he flew around the 2 rank 8 powerhouses. Both of their faces were full of vigilance. After a while, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Killing 2 people is too much of a waste of time. If one of you leaves now, I guarantee that MCMAU will not pursue you. However, one of you must stay. Who lives and who dies, it's up to you." "Impossible." Both of them roared. Then, the 2 rank 8s gathered together. If both of them joined forces, they still had a fighting chance, Fang Ping sneered. "Then both of you have chosen to live and die together. We're going to help the Vice-Chancellor kill Skygate City's lord now. We don't want to waste time. Unappreciative things, do you really think you can resist us?" Having said that, a large amount of imperishable substance appeared on Fang Ping's body. In the next moment, the human powerhouses present all received the imperishable substance as a gift. Even Chen Yaoting, whose golden glow was dim earlier, had recovered to his peak in an instant. "I'll give you one last chance." The 2 monster Sunflower City rank 8s were already extremely frightened. These people, all of them had recovered. Chen Yaoting, who had recovered to his peak, saw the situation and shouted, "Don't let one go. Fang Ping, kill them." At this moment, Chen Yaoting was really a little excited. Fang Ping could actually use the imperishable substance at any time. In this way, it was possible to wear them down to death. Old Chen, this is too much of a waste of time. We can kill the rank 8s at any time, but if we let Skygate City's lord escape, that won't be good. Killing one of these two fellows will be enough to warn Monster Sunflower City. Fang Ping. Old Chen, Monster Sunflower City's side will be destroyed sooner or later. There's no hurry. Both of them talked openly, completely ignoring the two rank 8 powerhouses. In the next moment, both rank 8s flew toward the east at the same time. They wanted to run, they had no choice but to run. It was too scary. They could recover at any time. How could they still fight? Leave one person behind. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Fang Ping roared, and the Golden House appeared again. At this moment, one of the two rank 8 powerhouses who were running saw the Golden House coming toward him. He roared, turned around, and punched the rank 8 behind him, sending him flying. Then, he sped up, suddenly burst, and quickly escaped from the Golden House's coverage area. Quiluo. The rank 8 who was sent flying held in despair. In the next moment, he was covered by the Golden House. At this moment, the rank 8 who was left behind was filled with despair. Quiluo actually attacked him. The rank 8 who was running in front did not even look back. He fled quickly. If he did not leave one person behind, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. After he ran out of sight, Fang Ping suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the Golden House that was starting to crack, he said helplessly, "Why are you all looking at me? This materialization of mine was almost blown to pieces just now. How can it cover two rank 8s? If I really fight both of them, I'm afraid in the end, neither of them will be left behind." Although the Golden House was filled with imperishable substance, it was starting to collapse now. Fang Ping's heart ached. The rank 8 self-destruction earlier had destroyed at least tens of millions of his wealth points of imperishable substance. Now, the Golden House was about to collapse. Fang Ping could not bear to let his Golden House collapse. If it did, his tens of millions of wealth points would all go down the drain. I'll release him now. Everyone, use your strongest attack. At this moment, there was one rank 8 and 8 rank 7 powerhouses here, each of them was holding a divine weapon. A rank 8 powerhouse who was surrounded, if not dead, would be crippled under everyone's full attack. This was also the fastest way to kill the enemy. If the two of them were here, they would not have the ability to do so. Fang Ping did not have any big move to erupt now. When everyone heard that, they began to accumulate their strength. When it was a real battle, they would not give them this opportunity. Lu Fengru's phoenix burning tree appeared. Tang Feng's big golden lion also appeared. These mentality materializations fused with the divine weapons one after another. Celestiality emerged. Seeing that Chen Yaoting was also using celestiality, Fang Ping could not help but say, "Old Chen, use the imperishable substance." The old man searched and searched. What time was it now? He could not even bear to use the imperishable substance. Chen Yaoting's expression was stiff, using the imperishable substance to fight, unless it was a desperate situation. How extravagant, but he was looking forward to it. As a rank 8 martial artist, they all knew that using the imperishable substance to fight could make them stronger. But who could bear to use it? After using it up, only a little would be born after a long time. The little that was born was not even enough for them to hone their own golden bodies. They still had to keep some. When they were injured in battle, they would recover their golden bodies. Using this to fight. Chen Yaoting suddenly felt a little excited. Without Fang Ping saying anything, the golden substance on Chen Yaoting's body emerged and surged into the divine weapon in his hands instantly. The divine weapon's aura skyrocketed. Even Fang Ping was a little surprised. A rank 8 powerhouse using a divine weapon and imperishable substance was indeed powerful to a little scary. Kid. The old man has used up the imperishable substance. You have to make up for it. Otherwise, I won't have any more imperishable substance to hone my golden body. Since when are you going to settle this with me? Chen Yaoting was a little embarrassed. He was really a little reluctant. If you don't make up for it, I will have to recover later. Although he said that, the divine weapon in Chen Yaoting's hands had already let out a beast's roar. As soon as the roar sounded, Chen Yaoting's aura had also reached a peak. At this moment, Chen Yaoting could not hold it in anymore. He roared wildly, "Today, I'll slay a rank 8 with my sword." Fang Ping was speechless. He should be the one saying that. Without him, how could the old man slay a rank 8? Feeling the tremors in the hut, the rank 8 inside was going crazy. Fang Ping hurriedly dispersed the hut. After dispersing, the other party did not stay either. Golden light erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. There was only one thought in his mind: run. Slash. Kill. Kill. Everyone who was long prepared, disregarding everything, at this moment, unleashed their strongest attack. When this attack was unleashed, a scream accompanied by a roar resounded throughout the catacombs. Rumble, the golden body exploded. In the void, invisible mentality wanted to condense and take form, but everyone joined forces to strangle it once again. Among them, Yao Qingjuan's expression was the most shocked. His long spear pierced the scattered mentality, directly turning the mentality into nothingness. As for the rank 8 Chen Yaoting, when he attacked, he only crushed the mentality, not directly turning it into nothingness. Everyone looked at Yao Qingjun. Fang Ping knew that old Yao's long spear had this function, but the others did not. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong again. These few resurrected martial artists were really terrifyingly powerful. Ah, the last scream rang in everyone's mind. The mentality was completely obliterated, and the second rank 8 had fallen. At this moment, everyone did not know what to feel in their hearts. Initially, they thought that this battle would be incomparably difficult, and that someone might even die. However, they did not expect that from the start of the battle until now, it had not even been half an hour. In the end, they killed 2 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s, and the remaining rank 8 fled this place directly. Go! In the next moment, everyone shot toward the west one after another. Now, only the battle between rank 9 powerhouses had not been determined. Please remember this book's original domain name. Mobile version website, in the West. When he sensed the 2 rank 8 powerhouses' auras dissipating, the Skygate City Lord was no longer furious. Instead, without a word, the giant axe combined with the materialized object and slashed. Bang, the Jiao's golden horn was almost chopped off. It held in pain. I can't take it anymore. I want to run. Roar roar, the Jiao roared. You can't kill me. If you kill me, 100 Beasts Forest will not let this go. It really could not take it anymore. The 3 monsters were strong. They were considered the strongest among the rank 8. If the 3 rank 8s from Skygate City and Monster Sunflower City fought them, probably 1 or 2 would die. At first, it thought that it could entangle the Wood King. When it came down to it, the Jiao realized that it had overestimated itself. This guy was too savage. The chef's subordinates were not doing well either. A powerhouse with a divine weapon had not been able to take down the opponent yet. Moreover, it seemed like there was not much hope of killing the silly tree. The Jiao wanted to run. The Jiao was anxious. Wu Quishan and Old Man Li were anxious too. Although Wu Quishan had suppressed the Skygate tree, it was still a plant monster powerhouse. Its combat strength was stronger and it had broken through rank 9 many years ago. Under such circumstances, even if Wu Quishan had a rank 9 divine weapon, he could not kill it. If this went on, Wu Quishan's eyes were filled with indignation when he saw the monsters retreating in the distance. At this point, he could not hurt the Skygate tree. Although Li Chongqing had been looking for an opportunity, the hope of killing the Skygate tree was not high. As for Fang Ping and the rest, he could feel it too. However, if Fang Ping and the rest won, he might not be able to kill these 2 rank 9s. Maybe not even one. Wu Quishan was indignant. The Skygate tree that was fighting him was indignant too. It also felt the fall of powerhouses. Monsterwood City might be destroyed. Hundreds of years of hard work would go down the drain. The 2 rank 9s were indignant. The fight became more and more intense. On the side, Old Man Li did not put in any effort. He was also very helpless. Old Wu was not doing well. He could not restrain the opponent. What could he do? Even if he went all out and slashed with his sword, the probability of the other party escaping was higher. The rank 9 was not stupid. The Skygate tree could feel it the moment he exposed his aura. If he ran away, there would be nothing he could do. They could only wait for Wu Kuishan to inflict heavy damage on the Skygate tree or pin it down. Just like how Wu Kuishan killed the rank 8 earlier, he would get someone to trap the rank 8 so that he could not run away. At this time, it was time for him to put his skills to use. Still not as good as a real level 9. Old Manly sighed in his heart. His vitality had not reached the strength of a rank 9 yet. Otherwise, if he had the vitality of a rank 9 powerhouse, he wasn't afraid that his opponent would be able to dodge his sword. Seeing that the Jiao in the distance seemed to be retreating, Old Manly suddenly shouted, "Jiao, Fang Ping and the others are almost here." Although Fang Ping was only a rank 7, Old Manly felt that if he said a few words, he might be able to persuade the Jiao to stay. Once the Jiao left, there would be no more chances. Without 3 rank 8 monsters, even if Fang Ping and the others came, it would be useless. He could not kill 2 rank 9s at all. The Jiao subconsciously glanced at Old Manly. Was Chef coming? But Chef was only a commander. Thinking of something, the Jiao hesitated for a moment, then growled, "Hold on a little longer." Chef was very cunning. He might have a way if he came. If Chef did not have a way, then it would really leave. It could not win. The 3 monsters did not retreat anymore. Old Manly and Wu Kuishan breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they felt even more miserable. Out of the 2 of them, one was a rank 9, and the other was comparable to a rank 9, yet they were not as useful as a rank 7. Look, even the monsters believed Fang Ping. This feeling was indescribable. When the monsters saw that they could not deal with the Tianmen tree, they were ready to run away. When they knew that Fang Ping was coming, they actually stopped running. It was so heartbreaking. Wu Kuishan really did not know what to say. This feeling, this taste, it was both painful and happy. This brat Fang Ping, he had tricked this monster into becoming a cripple. Golden Horned Beast, you really are in cahoots with the martial artist who was resurrected. The Skygate City Lord shouted coldly, waving his giant axe again. With one chop, the Jiao's skin was split open. These 3 monsters, he hated Golden Horned Beast to the core, mainly attacking it. The Jiao's golden armor had dimmed a lot from the beating. Its skin was split open, and it kept howling, unwilling to leave. Wait and see. Wait for Chef to come. There was no way to run. This place was quite far from Skygate City. Fang Ping and the rest would need some time to get here. The Jiao held on for a while more. When it felt that most of its imperishable substance had been used up, it was really anxious. If this went on, it might die here. His 2 brothers didn't want to continue either. The Jiao could only continue yelling, promising countless benefits. If we take down the giant mine, we'll split it 50-50. I'll take half, and you 2 will take a small half each. If you want to become a king, how can you do it without taking risks? When I become a real Beast King, the 2 of you will become Beast Kings too. The 3 Beast Kings will establish a forbidden land and dominate the 7 southern territories. In short, at this moment, the Jiao was throwing out benefits like crazy. Just hold on for a while more. Not far away, Wu Kuishan was also going crazy. If this went on, there was really no hope. For Fang Ping and the rest coming, it might not be of much use. Instead, they should try to avoid rank 9 battles. These rank 7 martial artists could fight a rank 9 for a short while. However, as long as they were hit by a rank 9, they would be crippled even if they did not die. It was said that there was strength in numbers. Many rank 7 martial artists could hold off a rank 9, but that was only possible at the cost of many rank 7 martial artists' lives. If it really came to that, Wu Kuishan would rather not take revenge. About 5 minutes later, Fang Ping and Xianxia arrived first. As for the others, they were too slow. Bringing them along would only be a burden. Fang Ping and Xianxia ignored them. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, the Jiao roared. It could not beat them. Fang Ping did not waste any time. Seeing its golden glow dim, he said loudly, "The imperishable substance that my ancestor gave me is yours. King Jiao, you must kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping threw out a giant golden ball. The Jiao flew backward and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, joy exploded in its giant eyes. Imperishable substance, the descendant of a true king was too rich. In the blink of an eye, its injuries were mostly healed. Seeing this, the Skygate City Lord's eyes flashed coldly. Fang Ping laughed and said, "Old dog. Your city has been destroyed. I'll slaughter all your people. I forgot to tell you. Don't you have a descendant under King Huai? Last time in the king's battlefield, I killed him. TSK, killing him feels so good. Do you think King Huai really cares about you? You're just a sacrificial pawn. Do you know what the purpose of this battle is? King Huai promised my ancestor that if MCMAU kills you, we'll let the other territory under King Huai go. King Huai's territory is the 18th Southern Territory. Previously, he made a bet with my ancestor and lost the 18th Southern Territory. In order to protect his territory, he chose to give you up. As for whether I'm lying or not, you'll know once you ask. Everyone in the restricted area knows about it. Ha ha ha, to think that an old dog like you can enjoy riches and glory by going to the restricted area. What a joke. As he spoke, Fang Ping retreated frantically and yelled, "Old Chen, go help the vice-chancellor." Chen Yaoting did not say much and quickly rushed toward the Skygate tree. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, the void where he was just standing exploded. Fang Ping sneered and retreated 2,000 meters away. At this distance, even if the Skygate City Lord hit him, he would not die. Staying alive was more important. Are you angry from embarrassment? No matter what, you're dead meat this time. If you dare to go to Mount Imperial Sea, my ancestor will kill you. Do you dare to go to the Forbidden Sea? There's no place for you in the 7th Southern Territory anymore. As Fang Ping said that, he yelled again, "King Jiao, don't be afraid, exhaust him to death." My ancestor killed more than 10 rank 9s in the restricted area and extracted their imperishable substances. I have plenty of imperishable substances, exhaust him to death. Having said that, Fang Ping once again condensed a mass of golden substance in his hand. The Jiao roared excitedly, so much imperishable substance, even if he could not snatch the giant mine, if he could get more imperishable substances from Chef, that would be a big gain. In the next moment, the Jiao flew backward and rushed in front of Fang Ping in an instant. Fang Ping threw out the imperishable light mass. The Jiao swallowed it in one gulp and rushed forward again. As it rushed forward, the Jiao growled a few times. After a moment, the giant elephant beast flew backward. Fang Ping's face darkened and he threw out another mass of imperishable substance. In less than 3 seconds, the sheep beast flew backward. Fang Ping's lungs were about to explode. How could it be so fast? The 3 rank 8 monsters could fight with the Skygate City Lord until now, but he had been sent flying 7 or 8 times in just a short while. Motherf ***, those cunning monsters, it was the Jiao who ordered them to do this. Those 2 monsters were not as cunning as it. The 3 monsters were overjoyed. At this moment, they were full of energy, fighting with the Skygate City Lord, their roars shaking the heavens. Not afraid, the Wood King could not kill them in one move. If he could not kill them, he would fly to Chef and ask for benefits. Not only could he recover from his injuries, but he could also strengthen his physique and increase his realm. How could they not do such a good thing? They knew this, and so did the Skygate City Lord. At this moment, he was also staring at Fang Ping, his eyes flashing coldly as he kept moving toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping cursed under his breath and said loudly, "King Jiao, if he kills me, you'll be finished. You must keep him busy. Keep him busy. Later, I'll ask my ancestor to kill a true king and give you true king's origin." The Jiao suddenly turned its head and looked at him. Its big eyes were not excited, but angry. "You lied to me? True king's origin," Fang Ping said loudly, "true king's origin is nothing. My ancestor is extremely powerful. He killed a true king before. Of course, this is a little difficult. We'll talk about it when the time comes. But it's not like there's no chance, provided that I don't die. You must drag this old dog to death. There's nothing to be afraid of now. King Huai has given up on him, Skygate City is destroyed, and he has a divine weapon. He betrayed Bamboo King. He'll die sooner or later anyway." Before he finished speaking, Fang Ping was running away frantically, yelling, "Keep him busy." These 3 monsters only took the benefits without doing any work. Motherf ***, the Skygate City Lord almost rushed out. If he encountered a rank 9 now, he would most likely be killed with one swing of his axe. As Fang Ping ran, he turned around and bombarded the Skygate City Lord. Although they were so far apart, it was like scratching an itch. It was enough to provoke the Skygate City Lord into growling and chasing after Fang Ping. Fang Ping continued running, pulling away from the Skygate tree. Although Wu Quishan had forced the Skygate tree away from the Skygate City Lord, the distance was not far enough. Fang Ping yelled while provoking the Skygate City Lord, "King Jiao, it doesn't matter how serious your injuries are. The giant mine is waiting for you. When you reach rank 9, there's hope for you to become a true king. Otherwise, you'll need hundreds of years to reach rank 9. In the next moment, a majestic mentality descended. The mentality swept past Fang Ping, snorted coldly, and then swept past the Jiao, yelling, "Golden-horned beast, leave now, or I'll slaughter the entire Golden Horn clan." The Jiao seemed to hesitate. Fang Ping yelled, "Ancestor, someone is bullying me." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more powerful mentality descended. 3 mentality intertwined in the void. After a while, King Huai's mentality was destroyed. Fang Ping did not care about this at all. He chuckled and said, "King Jiao, did you see that? My ancestor is a true king. The other one is also my elder, and we're very close. King Huai is trash." "Trash, do you understand? Who does he want to threaten?" "I said it on purpose for the old dog to hear. I'm afraid he'll run. If he runs, I won't be able to return to the 18 southern territories." At this moment, the Skygate City Lord opened his mouth, saying coldly, "You're Fang Ping? Golden-horned beast, idiot. Do you really think King Huai won't kill you? He's full of nonsense. If King Huai really wanted to kill me, would he need these people to do it? Would he need you to participate in the battle? Golden-horned beast, it's not too late to retreat now. Otherwise, you're dead. Not just you, but your clan as well." He believed 30% of what Fang Ping said, 70% of what he believed. The reason he believed 30% was that King Huai did not give him a reason to fight MCMAU this time. Now, some of what Fang Ping said might be true. But to say that King Huai was deliberately sacrificing him, the Skygate City Lord did not believe it at all. Fang Ping did not care and said loudly, "King Jiao, ignore it. King Huai can't come to the outskirts, how can he kill you? Even if he's really angry, don't be afraid. My human world is free for you to come and go." Fang Ping's words are the truth. My ancestor is the top powerhouse among the true kings. You saw it, King Huai's mentality was destroyed in an instant. You can go between the 2 realms, go wherever you want. If you're tired of 7 southern territories, go to 8 southern territories, go as you please. When you reach level 9, I can send you directly to the 10,000 Demon Royal Court. The 10,000 Demon Royal Court is close to the 16 northern regions. I will send you directly to the Imperial Sea Mountain. If you go there through the 16 northern regions, would Duke Huai dare to cause trouble in the 10,000 Demon Royal Court, King Jiao, if I don't help you? I'm afraid you can only stay in the 7 southern regions for the rest of your life. The Imperial Sea Mountain has been sealed by human experts. You can't go there. If you go, you will be killed and made into a divine weapon. In the past, the 7 southern regions was where the Demon Life Royal Court was located. If you go to the Demon Life Royal Court, the true monarchs of the Forbidden Region will be extremely savage. So, only by getting rid of this old dog can you obtain the greatest benefits and freedom. Then, you can go wherever you want. The Jiao shook its head. The more he listened, the more confused he became. Will I be killed or not? Didn't you say that no true monarch would kill me? Imperial Sea Mountain, Forbidden Area, 10,000 Demon Royal Court. Chef's words confused the Jiao. Can I go to the 10,000 Demon Royal Court, go through the world of rebirth? How awesome! Could the demons enter the world of rebirth and go to whichever domain they wanted? Thinking about it, it did not delay the Jiao from flying backward. It continued to swallow the imperishable substance, then rushed forward to fight. Fang Ping's heart was bleeding. I've really put in a lot of effort this time. Right now, his wealth was only left with 50 million. This time, he was really bleeding to the point of vomiting blood. Moreover, the bastard Jiao was still flying backward. UF** King fought for so long, why are you so weak now? Do you really think I'm an idiot? If not for the fact that I wanted you to continue fighting, I would have killed you directly. Fang Ping said nothing more. He turned his head and looked into the distance. Over there, Wu Quishan was still fighting. Even with the rank 8 old Chen, the three of them working together could not take down the Tianmen tree in a short time. You're all too useless. Why can't you be stronger? I can kill a rank 8. You rank 9 can kill a rank 9, and 2 rank 9 combat strength at that. Fighting like this. It's embarrassing. Old Wu claimed that a rank 8 could defeat a weak rank 9, Old Manly claimed that a rank 8 could kill a rank 9. They're boasting too much. Can't you put in more effort? Didn't Old Wu chop off a section of its trunk when he was a rank 8? Now he's already a rank 9, and he even has a divine weapon. The more Old Wu cultivates, the more he regresses. Fang Ping cursed in his heart countless times, but it did not stop him from running. The 3 rank 8 monsters kept flying toward him. It was very dangerous. Skygate City Lord almost rushed over a few times. Fang Ping was so scared that his face turned pale. Working with the demons was really unreliable. King Jiao, don't fly toward me. If you kill him, I'll give you 1,000 pieces of imperishable matter like the one just now. If I'm dead, you'll really have no way out. Fang Ping roared, but he cursed in his heart. 1,000 pieces. Don't even think about it. Not only that, if you really came to the human world, I'll let old Zhang guard the passageway entrance. After killing the 3 of you, I'll get 3 more rank 8 divine weapons. Spit them out. As for 7 Southern Territory, it was not convenient to kill these 3 monsters. Rank 8 golden leather armor, rank 8 monster flesh, 3 rank 8 divine weapons. It can barely make up for my losses. Speaking of which, if it's really necessary to trick some monsters into entering the human world, let old Zhang guard outside, and kill them all. Fang Ping felt that old Zhang would probably be happy to do this. At most, they could just split the loot. In the past, when powerhouses rushed out of the catacombs, they had to force their way out. The Paragon was restrained. But the monsters that came out on their own, there should be some at the Paragon who were free. Killing a few monsters that came out on their own to give away divine weapons would be a big profit, while Fang Ping was still being the cheerleader and healer for the 3 monsters. Wu Quishan's eyes flickered constantly. Monster plants were really too difficult to kill. Although Li Chongqing was in the muddy waters, he had also unleashed the strength of a peak rank 8. In addition, the 3 of them had divine weapons in hand, but they still could not damage the Skygate tree. He did not know how long Fang Ping could hold it back. Fang Ping's ability to do this was really beyond his expectations. He left a rank 9 monster plant to them alone. All the external factors had been resolved by him. If he still could not kill the Skygate tree, his rank 9 status was really wasted in this battle. Speaking of which, he did not seem to have contributed at all. He was not even as good as a martial artist of the 3 lower ranks. Looking at the rank 9 divine weapon in his hand, Wu Quishan suddenly made up his mind. What was the use of this thing? If he could really kill the Skygate tree and obtain the complete heart core and brain core, he could still reforge a rank 9 divine weapon, which would be better than what he had now. This current rank 9 divine weapon was, after all, only forcibly upgraded from a rank 8 divine weapon. Moreover, the nurturing time was not too long. In the next moment, Wu Quishan began to transmit his voice. Chongqing. Later, I'll self-destruct the divine weapon and injure the other party instantly. You seize the opportunity. Old Man Li's expression did not change, nodding indiscernibly. Now, although they could suppress the Skygate tree and beat it, if they did not do something ruthless, it would be very difficult to kill it. If Wu Quishan self-destructed the divine weapon, Wu Quishan's own mentality would also be severely injured, and he would not be able to chase after it. If no one followed up, then there was no way to kill the Skygate tree. However, he was here, then there was a chance. Using a rank 9 divine weapon in exchange for the life of a rank 9 monster plant, it was worth it. War was burning money. Not only did old Wu have to burn a rank 9 divine weapon, if he attacked, he would also deplete his remaining life essence. Old Man Li was slightly helpless. This was war. Without money, they could not afford to fight. Only that kid Fang Ping had the ability to get a bunch of good stuff for MCMAU in the past 2 years. Only then did they have money to burn, money to fight this war. Otherwise, even if they fought, he was afraid that countless people would die. The results of the battle might not be that great. Just as this thought flashed across Old Man Li's mind, in the next moment, the three of them suddenly took a step back. The Skygate tree vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Just as it was about to chase after them, its branches suddenly trembled, leaping into the air and running toward the Skygate City Lord. Alas, just as it leaped into the air, Wu Quishan let out a fierce roar, his face turning pale instantly. Above the divine weapon, countless golden imperishable substances emerged. He was generous now, since he still had a lot of them anyway. At this moment, his mentality and imperishable substances surged into the divine weapon. The rank 9 divine weapon instantly turned into a beast. This beast had a strange appearance. There was even a small sapling growing on its head. That was formed from the Skygate tree's trunk that had been cut off back then. As it was integrated into the Skygate tree's trunk, it also carried the Skygate tree's aura. The divine weapon flew toward the Skygate tree automatically. It broke through the air, as if it was teleporting. In the blink of an eye, the divine weapon caught up to the Skygate tree in the air. In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The ground disappeared instantly, everyone was floating in the air. The ground had already become a pitch-black giant pit. Without a sound, the ground disappeared. There was not even a scene of dust flying. In the air, a sharp cry came. The divine weapon's self-explosion instantly damaged the Skygate tree. At this moment, a sky-piercing sword gleam rose. Old Man Li's attack was much bigger than Fang Ping's. Old Man Li aged instantly. His hair was white, and his golden body collapsed. This time, he was even more ruthless than the last time, almost leaving himself with half a breath. In the void, the black cracks appeared again. There were more than last time, and the cracks were more obvious. This scene shocked even Wu Quishan. Li Chongqing, this fellow, had cultivated swordsmanship to the extreme. If not for his vitality being consumed every time he drew the sword, this fellow might have slashed Nan Yunyue 10 times in a row. In terms of single-move explosive power, he might not even be able to match Li Chongqing. Not might, but definitely. Wu Quishan was disappointed again. In terms of explosive power, he was not as good as Li Chongqing. In terms of making money, he was not as good as Fang Ping. In terms of leadership, forget it. Let's not talk about it. He had really wasted his time as a vice-chancellor. These thoughts seemed a little ridiculous when they arose now. However, Wu Quishan was really helpless. What use does MCMAU have for me? Today, I'll slash a rank 9. At this moment, when Old Man Li drew the sword and slashed, he did not forget to roar. Even if he had half a breath left, he still had to roar. It was not for show, but to intimidate everyone. Yes, intimidate everyone. Break! Rumble, the void cracks exploded. In midair, the Skygate tree was cut open instantly. From afar, Fang Ping roared, "Don't cut it into ashes." At this moment, he remembered that Old Man Li had cut someone into ashes last time. This time, he was going to vomit blood. At least recoup some of my losses. Old Man Li did not have time to care about him. Before Fang Ping's roar could be heard, everything was over. The Skygate tree was cut into dozens of pieces. Its mentality was wiped out instantly. Everything was quiet. Old Man Li could not care so much. He hurriedly swallowed a large amount of life essence and began to recover. It was that simple to cut a rank 9 with a sword. It was just a matter of one sword. As for burning money, as for how long it took to kill the enemy, as for Wu Quishan's self-destruction of his divine weapon, those were not decisive factors. The decisive factor was still his one sword. Swordsman longevity slashes longevity. Ha ha ha. Old Man Li's white hair turned black. He laughed loudly, his voice echoing everywhere. Today, he had cut a rank 9. Who in the Magic City catacombs could take on him? In the next second, Wu Quishan, who had swallowed the vitality recovery pill and the indestructible golden cluster that Fang Ping had given him, roared, "After him, quick!" Just as Old Man Li killed the Skygate tree, over there, the Skygate City Lord's decisiveness was shocking. Without another word, this rank 9 did not wait to see if the Skygate tree could still be saved. With a swing of his axe, he sent the Jiao flying and used flight step to escape. No one's life was more important than his own. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor mobile version website. Old Man Li and Wu Quishan gave chase as soon as the Skygate City Lord fled. Seeing this, Fang Ping roared and shouted, "Vice Chancellor! Catch the weapon!" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black iron sword shot out. Wu Quishan caught it in his hand. He did not linger, rushing toward the west. Both of them were extremely fast, disappearing without a trace in no time. Fang Ping did not stop either. He shouted, "After them!" The situation was awkward. The 3 rank 8 monsters looked at him with their huge eyes, full of confusion. Fang Ping looked back at them and roared again, "After them!" The Jiao shook its fat body, not making a sound. What was there to chase? The Dumbwood was killed. The giant mine was ownerless. The giant mine belonged to the Dumbwood, not the Wood King. The demons knew this. Now that their master was dead, the Wood King was being hunted. Even if he was not being hunted, he would leave the 7 southern regions. If that was the case, why should they chase? The Wood King had a rank 9 divine weapon. He was fierce when fighting demons. Moreover, the giant mine was waiting for them. The Jiao could not wait any longer. It was going to reap the benefits. Seeing that it was going to Skygate City, Fang Ping cursed in his heart and said hurriedly, "King Jiao, the giant mine is not in a hurry. You guys chase after it and help me kill that old dog. I'll give you the imperishable substance to hone your bodies." 3 big lumps of imperishable substance appeared in Fang Ping's hands. He threw one to each monster and said hurriedly, "There's more after this. The giant mine is right there. It can't run away. With the help of the imperishable substance, the chances of breaking through rank 9 will be higher." As soon as he said that, the Jiao suddenly growled, one more, go after it." Fang Ping wanted to curse out loud. Just you wait, if it were not for the fear that these monsters would ruin things when they returned to Skygate City, he would not have let them chase after them. Fang Ping did not say much. He condensed another 3 lumps of imperishable substance. Seeing that the monsters were staring at him, Fang Ping coughed softly. "My ancestor is still here." The 3 monsters did not look at him anymore. They leaped into the air and chased toward the west. When they flew away, Fang Ping cursed. When the Jiao saw his expression just now, it was very greedy. This big dog actually wanted to rob him. "I've always been the one robbing others. How dare you try to rob me? I'll get even with you sooner or later." Fang Ping scolded him, but he had no intention of chasing after him. There was no other reason than that he couldn't catch up. The Skygate City Lord's speed was too fast. If that guy turned around and killed him, how could he explain himself? As a weakling, he would not participate in the battle between the strong. Other than him, Chen Yaoting didn't get involved either. At this moment, Chen Yaoting no longer had the high spirits he had when he killed a rank 8. His face was bitter. He could not catch up. Forget about Old Man Li and Wu Quishan, he could not even catch up with 3 rank 8 monsters. Needless to say, these 3 level 8 beasts were really strong. It was only natural that they were strong. The 3 rank 8 monsters all believed that they were not far from rank 9. That was why they dared to take the risk. If they were not strong, they would not have thought of seizing the giant mine. Chen Yaoting flew over and looked at the figures that had already disappeared in the distance. He exhaled slightly and said, "The outcome is set." The Skygate City Lord had given up on the idea of continuing the battle because the Skygate tree was killed. At this time, the rank 9 battle was considered over. Fang Ping shook his head and said, "The Vice-Chancellor won't rest until he kills the Skygate City Lord. There's still a catacomb city over there." Chen Yaoting wanted to say something but stopped. This was not an easy thing to do. The Skygate City Lord did not run in the direction of Skygate City because there were MCMAU powerhouses on the way. If they tried to stop him, he would be blocked easily. He did not go deep into the catacombs because there were human powerhouses at Imperial Sea Mountain. He did not go to the Forbidden Sea because he did not dare to go there. That was why he chose to escape to the west. That was also the only direction he could escape from. If Wu Quishan and the other human powerhouses went after him, some city lords might attack. This was because Wu Quishan had already exceeded the battle area set by the true kings and invaded their territory. Moreover, Fong Ping looked in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, frowning slightly. At this point in the battle, Skygate City had already lost. If King Huai decided to stop the battle, then MCMAU could not continue to chase him. The Skygate City Lord would also be taken away. King Huai's mentality was shattered earlier. He might not know what happened now. Fong Ping said suddenly, then added quickly, if the Vice-Chancellor wants to kill the Skygate City Lord, he can only take advantage of this gap. King Huai probably did not expect Skygate City Lord to be killed so quickly. His mentality had covered thousands of miles, probing the situation here. Zhang Tao and Fong Ping had joined forces to annihilate it. In a short period of time, the other party might not release his mentality again to probe the situation. Time was short. Fong Ping knew that for the sake of the big picture, Zhang Tao would not insist on killing the Skygate City Lord even if the outcome had been decided. Wu Quishan wanted revenge, but he did not have much time. Without thinking about this, Fong Ping hurriedly ran in the direction of the previous battle. After a while, Fong Ping arrived at the previous battlefield. I'm rich. When he saw the Skygate tree's corpse, Fong Ping laughed loudly. He was really rich. The Skygate tree was killed by Old Man Li with one slash. The void rift cut it into dozens of pieces. It did not even have the chance to self-destruct. Although it was cut off and a part of its trunk was swallowed by the void rift, compared to the Skygate tree's huge body, the swallowed part was nothing. This was Fong Ping's first time seeing the corpse of a rank 9 monster plant. During the battle in Tiannan, he had also killed rank 9 monster plants, but almost all of them had self-destructed, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, in the big hole underground, the golden trunk of the big tree was still exuding a strong life aura. During the battle against the Skygate tree, the life essence was constantly being used. This was also one of the reasons why monster plants were so strong. During the battle, their recovery speed was fast. Fong Ping did not hesitate. He quickly flew into the hole and picked up the tree trunk. Not only the tree trunk, but the life essence was also rapidly depleting. Fong Ping quickly found the area that contained the life essence. It was a small section of the big tree trunk. The trunk not only contained the life essence, but also a golden water mirror-like object the size of a human head. Core. Fong Ping shouted hurriedly, Old Chen, help me look, see if the brain core is here. The remains of a rank 9 monster plant were left here. If they did not take it away, it would probably be gone by the time they returned. Chen Yaoting heard this and quickly searched. Soon, Chen Yaoting dragged a section of the trunk in his hand and said, it's here. At this moment, a blood-red crystal appeared in his hand. That was the Skygate tree's brain core. Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief. His main worry was that the brain core would be swallowed by the void rift. He was quite lucky that it had not been swallowed. With the brain core and the heart core, a rank 9 divine weapon was in his hands. However, when he saw the dozens of sections of the trunk, Fong Ping bared his teeth. The monster plant was too huge. Even if it was cut into dozens of sections, each section was about 10 cubic meters. With so many pieces, there might be about 300 cubic meters. Fong Ping did not care about these. He took out a huge crystal bottle and began to collect the overflowing life essence. Chen Yaoting watched as his big bottle filled up quickly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Every time he saw this kid use such a big bottle to store life essence, he felt that it was not life essence, but water. Who would use this to store life essence? Other people calculated it in grams, but Fong Ping always calculated it in caddies. People were afraid of comparisons. Soon, Fong Ping filled up 2 big bottles. Then, he suddenly cursed, why is there only so little? 2 big bottles weighed about 100 caddies. Skygate City had existed for a long time. The Skygate tree had not borne any fruit. Where was the life essence? That's normal. It's already unexpected that there's so much. Chen Yaoting explained, don't even think about getting much life essence from cities that are at war with humans. The war has been going on for so many years. Any more would have been used up. The Skygate tree has been used up quite a bit. I'm surprised that there's so much left. This was not Gigantic Willow City. Gigantic Willow City's catacombs had just opened and the war had not started. That was why Fong Ping could get a bunch. Skygate City had fought countless battles with Sino Nation over the years. High-ranked powerhouses had been injured time and time again. Chen Yaoting was surprised that there were still so many left. Fang Ping thought about it and agreed. Old Manly had killed the other party with one slash, which was why they had the chance to keep this thing. It had already exceeded his expectations. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Chen Yaoting's expression stiffened even more. 100 caddies of life essence had become mosquito meat. Were they from the same world or not? Fang Ping did not care what old Chen was thinking. He had spent a lot this time. It was not a lot of money to give him all of the 100 caddies of life essence. According to the previous value given by the system, it was 250 billion. Now it was 25 million points. However, if he gave the Skygate tree to him, the rank 9 monster plant's carcass was also extremely precious. It would not be difficult to add another 10 million points, right? Old Wu and Old Manly both owe me a lot of money. They killed it. I'll pay the debt first. Fang Ping calculated for a while. This rank 9 monster plant belonged to him. Not only did it belong to him, but he would also have to settle the debt with the two of them later. The imperishable substance and vitality recovery pills were all things that he had to pay for. After keeping the life essence, he put away the brain core and the heart core. Looking at the golden tree trunks beside him, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. Should he expand his storage space? Forget it. I won't expand it now. The outside world still doesn't know how big my storage space is. If I take it all away, Fang Ping shook his head. It was better not to expand it now. If he really took it away, Zhang Tao and the others might be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Although Fang Ping did not know how big their storage rings were, he guessed that it would not be too big. The space of the jade pendant earlier was only so big. No matter how big Zhang Tao and the others' rings were, they could not be much bigger. After gathering the tree trunks together, Fang Ping began to gather the golden leaves. Seeing that Fang Ping did not even let go of the leaves, Chen Yaoting did not know whether to laugh or cry. This kid was really rich, but even so, he did not let go of the leaves. He was really thrifty. The leaves of the rank 9 monster plant were also good stuff, but relatively speaking, they were not worth mentioning at this moment. He did not expect Fang Ping to not even leave a single leaf behind. After he was done, Fang Ping raised his head and looked into the distance. He frowned slightly. There was no explosion of the aura of a great battle. It seemed that Old Wu and the others had not caught up yet. If that was the case, things would not be easy to handle. At this moment, Lu Fengru and the others finally arrived. When she saw the golden tree trunks, Lu Fengru's face was full of joy. She said loudly, "The Skygate tree has been killed?" "Yes, where is that B** starred?" Fang Ping paused, then said quickly, "The Vice-Chancellor and the others went after him. The Vice-Chancellor and Instructor Li are both there, and there are also 3 rank 8 monsters. As long as they catch up, the Skygate City Lord will not be able to escape." "He ran away," Lu Fengru murmured, then asked hurriedly, "Where did he run to?" "Instructor, I want to go take a look." "He ran to the west." "Instructor, that's the catacombs territory." "Don't act rashly." Before he finished speaking, Lu Fengru sprinted toward the west. Seeing that, Fang Ping glanced at Chen Yaoting. Chen Yaoting did not say much and quickly followed. Fang Ping looked at Tang Feng and the others. Seeing that they were excited and wanted to go too, he said hurriedly, "It's useless to chase after him now. We can't catch up, and we still have to guard against the Skygate City Lord's counterattack. Old Lu, you and the others have an extremely important mission now." Lu Polu's expression was serious. He said immediately, "Speak." "Mining." Everyone fell silent instantly. Fang Ping said solemnly, "The war is almost over. Once the Paragons intervene, things will come to an end. According to the agreement, we can only take 30% of the giant mine. That would be a huge loss. Everyone, quickly return to Skygate City and organize the teachers and students to start mining. The more the better. Focus on mining the high-ranked energy mines in the core area. You must be fast." Having said that, Fang Ping added, "And these rank 9 monster plant torsos, bring them back too. Leaving them here will easily attract other people's attention." "I'll go and take a look." I don't know how the vice-chancellor is doing. If this mission was important, it was very important. If it was not important, it was just average. There was no need for so many grandmasters to do it. However, everyone understood what Fang Ping meant. They could not intervene in the battle of rank 9. If they went, they would have to be careful of being killed by the Skygate City Lord. At this time, the war was nearing its end. If they died here, it would be a huge loss. Lu Polu nodded. All right then, we'll go back to mining. Why don't you go too? It's too dangerous. It's okay. I can conceal my aura. It's safer. Fang Ping was about to leave when Li Hansong said, I'll go too. If we encounter an enemy, I can still hold off a rank 8 for a while. Fang Ping glanced at him and nodded. Seeing that old Wang and the others were about to speak, he waved his hand. You guys don't go. Don't split up. If the Skygate City Lord turns a corner and runs back, he can still hold on for a while if there are more people. If there are fewer people, then it'll be really troublesome. If these people gathered together, it would take some time for the Skygate City Lord to kill them. However, if they split up, killing a rank 7 would really be like killing a chicken. Everyone nodded. Soon, Fang Ping brought Li Hansong and chased toward the west. At the same time, the moment the Skygate tree fell, some powerhouses sensed it. In the direction of Monster Sunflower City. The Monster Sunflower City Lord's expression was ugly. Previously, only one of his 2 rank 8 subordinates came back. It was already a headache for him. In the end, the rank 8 powerhouse had just returned when the monster tree fell. At this moment, the Monster Sunflower City Lord could not help but sigh. This time, it was really beyond his expectations. In the city, the giant golden sunflower was also swaying continuously, its mentality trembling. A fellow clansman had fallen. Monster plant powerhouses were considered clansmen. In the 7 southern territories, the Guardian clan had 6 rank 9 monster plants. Now, one of them had fallen. The fall of the monster tree meant the destruction of Monsterwood City. From now on, Monster Sunflower City would be the first city to fight against Hope City. At this moment, the 2 rank 9 powerhouses of Monster Sunflower City had mixed feelings. Not only was Monsterwood City destroyed, but Monster Sunflower City had also lost a venerable and 6 chieftains in this battle. Their vitality was also greatly damaged. MCMAU, the Monster Sunflower City Lord murmured. Even King Huai did not expect the result of this battle. He had mixed feelings, but there were cheers outside the city. Old Fan once again used the catacombs language to announce the results of the battle loudly. This time, in the huge Monster Sunflower City, millions of people were silent, not daring to speak. The King Realm had fallen. Monsterwood City's guardian divine tree had actually fallen. For Monster Sunflower City, who had already started a war with humans, this was an unimaginable blow to their morale. The Monster Sunflower City Lord could already feel the pessimism coming from the city. Not only the ordinary people, but even the chieftains were at a loss at this moment. The 6 cities of the Monster Plant Clan had stood tall in the 7 southern territories for countless years. Today, one city was destroyed. Without the guardian monster plant, even if the Wood King was not dead, it was powerless. They sensed it. Mount Imperial Sea. Zhang Tao and War King sensed it too. King Huai's mentality was destroyed, but they did not. At this moment, King Huai's face was cold. He had not noticed the changes in the 7 southern territories. At this moment, King Huai was extremely angry. He looked coldly at Zhang Tao and War King. King Wu, what do you mean by sealing off the 7 southern territories? If there are powerhouses from the Land of Rebirth participating in the battle, I don't know anything. How can I be sure that you're not cheating? Zhang Tao said calmly, there are so many rank 9s in the 7 southern territories. What conspiracy? You participated in the middle of the battle several times. You're the one who broke the rules. Since you're willing to gamble, you should be willing to lose. It doesn't matter if you lose or I lose. Let them settle it themselves. Not only will you be the referee, but you also have to participate in the battle personally. King Huai, is this the catacombs' true king? King Huai's eyes flickered. He regained his calm and said slowly, all right. I won't participate anymore. Let Green Wolf King supervise. Beside him, a thin man with a smile said slowly, King Wu, War King, the 7 southern territories are my territory. It's fine if you don't let King Huai probe, but you even want to stop me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Zhang Tao smiled. Why do you say that, Wolf King? I just don't want Monster Life King Court and humans to have a misunderstanding. If Wolf King is willing to be the supervisor, then there's no problem. What I'm afraid of is that Wolf King can't hold it in and wants to join in. If Monster Life 7 cities are involved, that will ruin the harmony between us. Green Wolf King said lightly, this is a private bet between you and King Huai. I won't participate in it. However, I still want to know about the 7 southern territories. Of course, although Zhang Tao said so, he still refused to let go of the blockade. At this moment, Wu Quishan and the others were still chasing after the Skygate City Lord. He also knew that the people of MCMAU had always wanted to kill the Skygate City Lord. If he did not kill the Skygate City Lord this time, it would be difficult. Once Green Wolf King found out the details and told King Huai, if King Huai chose to admit defeat, the Skygate City Lord would not be able to kill him. He could only delay it for a while more. Zhang Tao continued to wrangle with Green Wolf King and King Huai while he was calculating in his heart. At most, he could drag it out for about 10 minutes. By then, these two would be suspicious. Whether or not he could kill the Skygate City Lord before the end of the bet depended on his luck. In this battle, MCMAU had destroyed a rank 9 and almost razed Skygate City to the ground. This was already beyond Zhang Tao's expectations. If he really could not kill the other party, he could only end the war. Now, it was not the time to completely fall out. He was still prepared to kill those powerhouses in the Forbidden Purple region. Now that he had fallen out, things would not go so smoothly after King Huai changed his mind. Wu Quishan. I'll give you another 10 minutes. If you can't kill him, there's nothing I can do. Zhang Tao sighed softly in his heart. If he did not kill the Skygate City Lord, the murderer of a woman, Wu Quishan would not be able to untie the knot in his heart. The shackles were still there. When he reached the realm of rank 9 and comprehended the origin path, such a knot in his heart might become a huge obstacle. Just like Lu Fengru, who could not achieve mentality-vitality fusion in rank 6. The knot in her heart was too heavy, and her obsession was too deep. It was not a good thing. Zhang Tao was buying time. Although Wu Quishan did not know about this, he could guess it. He knew that this was his last chance. Now that he could not kill the Skygate City Lord, King Huai would not easily give up on a rank 9's life. Seeing that the outcome was set, even if King Huai wanted to turn things around, he knew that there was no chance. If he ended the bet, then the Skygate City Lord could get away. Up ahead, the Skygate City Lord was extremely fast. At this moment, he had already reached the boundary of Monster Phoenix City. At Monster Phoenix City, the Monster Phoenix City Lord and an incomparably huge phoenix monster beast soared into the sky at this moment. From afar, the Monster Phoenix City Lord roared, "Stop! The battle between Monsterwood City and MCMAU is the True King's personal grudge. It has nothing to do with me. If you trespass into Monster Phoenix City, then don't blame us for breaking the True King's rules." Up ahead, the Skygate City Lord shouted, "Phoenix King. I'm just passing by. I won't implicate Monster Phoenix City." The Monster Phoenix City Lord frowned slightly. He had also felt the fall of Monsterwood City's divine wood. He also knew that the Wood King wanted to escape. They were both 7 Southern Territory city lords. Although they were not of the same bloodline, the Wood King was still a person of the 7 Southern Territory. At this time, the resurrected martial artist was chasing after the Wood King. Should he pass by? The Wood King passing by Monster Phoenix City meant that he understood. He wanted him to delay for a while and wait for the True King's order. However, the True King had not given the order yet. Should he wade in this muddy water, seeing that the Skygate City Lord was getting closer and closer? Outside the city gates, Wu Chuan suddenly exploded with force. This time, the Skygate City Lord turned pale with fright. He shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Wu Chuan's ability was much stronger than Wu Quishan. As one of the 4 major guardians, the Skygate City Lord also knew this. He had even fought Wu Chuan a few times. As the Southern Guardian, Wu Chuan had entered the MCMAU catacombs several times to fight him. However, Wu Chuan was not an MCMAU now. Wu Chuan said coldly, "You've crossed the line. The battlefield is near Skygate City. The Absolute King has not given the order, which means that the war is not over. You've crossed the line. That means you've broken the rules. I have a reason to kill you." The Skygate City Lord was furious. He was also infuriated. Had the King Huai not noticed the change, or was the King Huai really going to sacrifice himself, or was he pinned down? No matter what, the King Huai had not given the order, which meant that the war was not over. At this moment, Wu Chuan wanted to kill him on the grounds that he had crossed the line. Seeing Wu Chuan's aura erupt and the rank 9 divine weapon in his hand, the Skygate City Lord was furious. If it was Wu Chuan without a rank 9 divine weapon, he would still dare to fight. However, the other party had a divine weapon. Once he attacked, he was not a match at all. Not to mention that the Snake King and the others were about to catch up. Glancing at the monster Phoenix City Lord from afar, seeing that he had no intention of helping him, the Skygate City Lord was even more furious. If the monster Phoenix City Lord stood up and said a few words to pin down Wu Chuan, he would not have to worry at all. No matter how strong Wu Chuan was, the 2 rank 9s from monster Phoenix City were enough to pin him down. Damn it. The Skygate City Lord was furious, but he did not stop. Very quickly, he took a detour and flew toward the edge of the Forbidden Sea. As soon as he left, Wu Kushan and the Snake King arrived. Without exchanging any pleasantries with Wu Chuan, both of them did not stop at all, quickly chasing after the Skygate City Lord. As soon as they left, the 3 monsters arrived. When the 3 monsters saw Wu Chuan, they were a little wary. When it saw the monster Phoenix City Lord and the Phoenix monster, the Jiao suddenly roared a few times. Wu Chuan clearly felt the rank 9 monster from monster Phoenix City stop. The monster Phoenix City Lord's expression changed slightly, saying loudly, "Golden Horned Beast King, 100 Beasts Forest wants to kill the Wood King. I don't know the inside story, I can't make a decision. I think we need to be cautious about this." Before he could finish, the Jiao roared and ran away with the 2 monsters. As soon as this fellow arrived, he roared at the rank 9 Phoenix, asking it to help 100 Beasts Forest kill the Wood King, the villain who killed the 100 Beasts Forest messenger. The villain was the first to complain. That was it. Before this, the monster Phoenix City Lord wanted to say a few words. It was not a good thing for 100 Beasts Forest to participate in the war set by the true king. The Golden Horned Beast King was still chasing after them at this time, offending King Huai. However, when he heard that this fellow wanted to kill the Wood King, the villain who killed the messenger, the monster Phoenix City Lord was speechless. Motherf *Ker, was it true? Was the Wood King an idiot? Did he really kill the 100 Beasts Forest messenger? Last time, he caused a ruckus and fought with 100 Beasts Forest, and now he killed the 100 Beasts Forest messenger? He did not think that the Wood King was that stupid, but the 3 rank 8 venerable monsters of 100 Beasts Forest had confirmed this, and would rather offend King Huai to kill the other party. It was really hard to determine whether it was true or not. Could it be that the aftermath of the battle accidentally killed the messenger? Was the 100 Beasts Forest messenger so stupid that he had to rush in during a battle between rank 9? Despite his doubts, he was still relieved to see the Golden Horned Beast leave. Forget it, he did not care anymore. The Guardian Divine Beasts were also monsters, and they had a good relationship with the Forbidden Land. Earlier, the Phoenix monster could not refuse. Fortunately, the Golden Horned Beast King ran away, or else this would be troublesome. The monster Phoenix City Lord was full of doubts, but Wu Chuan's expression was stiff. He roughly understood the meaning of their conversation. This monster was really strange. "Bastard, you won't get away today." At the edge of the Forbidden Sea, Wu Kushan roared and attacked his opponent from a distance. In front, the Skygate City Lord did not stop. Even when he was hit by Wu Kushan's heaven and earth powers, he did not care. He was not necessarily afraid of these 2. Even though the other person had killed the Divine Wood Tree, the Skygate City Lord did not really think he would be killed. There was no need to take the risk. At this moment, he wanted to buy time. He wanted to wait for Lord Huai's orders. At this point, Monsterwood City had lost. Since they had lost, he did not want to fight with these people anymore. because his life was indeed in danger. Although it was a pity that he could not kill the Snake King, at this point, he might as well go to the Forbidden Zone. Could the Snake King really kill his way to the Forbidden Zone if he just stayed as a city lord? Even if he was a true king, attacking from a distance could kill the weak, but it was clearly impossible to deal with a powerful cultivator like the Skygate City Lord. Not only could he not kill him, he could not even stop him for a moment. Seeing that his opponent was charging forward and running away, Wu Quishan panicked. Time passed quickly. If this went on, there would be no time left. At this moment, a loud beast roar came from behind. Roar. That was Jiao's voice. The sound spread far and wide. At first, no one paid attention, but soon, the same beast roars came one after another. Then, right in front of the Skygate City Lord who was fleeing, a creaking sound could be heard. It was not Jiao's roar, but a sharp grinding sound. In front of him, in the middle of a vast golden desert, a few shockingly large ants soared into the sky, and crunching sounds rang out incessantly. Jiao also roared crazily, "Brother, help block the way." The Wood King killed the Forbidden Zone messenger again. There were several Forbidden Zones in the 7 southern regions. Mount Royal Sea in the north, the Forbidden Sea in the south, the 100 Beasts Forest in the east, and the 10,000 Ants Desert in the west. Jiao did not have many good relationships in the 7 southern regions. The 100 Beasts Forest only had these 2 brothers, and there was a big ant in the 10,000 Ants Desert that it was on good terms with. Previously, Jiao had considered asking the big ant for help, but then it was afraid of attracting the attention of the 10,000 Ants Desert's Beast King, so it did not go. Now, seeing that Chef's people could not catch up, and that the Wood King had entered the 10,000 Ants Desert, Jiao began calling for help. Roar, roar, roar. The Jiao roared. Bro, block the road, there's something good for you. If Chef didn't give it more than 100 pieces of imperishable substance this time, it would go to the 100 Beasts Forest to complain that Chef killed the messenger. In front of them, the ants seemed to be hesitating. However, after Jiao roared for a while more, a few of the giant ants rose into the air and flew towards the edge of the area. At this moment, the Skygate City Lord's expression changed drastically. He roared, "Golden Ant King. This king has received the true king's order." Creak, creak, a gigantic golden ant replied for a while. "You can fight, but you can't come to the 10,000 Ants Desert." The 10,000 Ants Desert ran from the north to the south. As for the Wood King, he would go through the Forbidden Sea. This was the rule of the Forbidden Area. The Wood King dared to trespass into the 10,000 Ants Desert, but there were still 4 King Realm experts in the 10,000 Ants Desert. The Lord of Skygate City was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. At the same time, the person he hated the most was not Wu Quishan, but the Jiao. Because of the golden horned Beast King, he was entangled, causing the divine tree to fall. Because of the golden horned Beast King, he passed through the 10,000 Ants Desert. If it was any other day, he could just flash past and these giant ants would not do anything. This was only the edge of the 10,000 Ants Desert, not the core of the Forbidden Area. But because of the golden horned Beast King, the demons of the 10,000 Ants Desert appeared and stopped him. Damn it! Golden horned beast. You colluded with the resurrected martial artist. From now on, there will be no place for you in the 7 southern regions. The Skygate City Lord was about to explode. He did not fall at the hands of the Snake King, but at the hands of this beast. It was so frustrating. Roar, roar. Beast. Don't think I don't know that the incident at Hedgehog Ridge was most likely your doing. Do you think no one knows that your strength has improved greatly? The 100 Beasts Forest has been suspicious for a long time. This time, you're playing the same trick. You're courting death. The Skygate City Lord also roared, exposing the Jiao's true colors. After that incident, the golden horned beast's strength increased dramatically. Actually, the Skygate City Lord was already suspicious, and so was the 100 Beasts Forest. But the incident was over, and there was no way to find out how the hedgehog beast died. But now, the Snake King had a divine weapon in his hand and was stained with the aura of the divine wood. Everything was clear. The resurrected martial artist and the golden horned beast had long colluded. Back then, the Snake King must have secretly killed the hedgehog beast king that guarded the gate. The golden horned beast devoured the hedgehog beast king, and that was how its strength increased. Now, this human and demon had joined forces again. It was really hateful. The Skygate City Lord roared, and the Jiao also roared, refusing to admit it. How could it do such a thing? It didn't do it. Its strength increased greatly because it was talented, and because it had escaped from death last time. It did not kill the Hedgehog Beast King. The Jiao roared. Seeing that the two brothers were looking at it, it roared angrily again. It didn't do it, besides, so what if it did? The two of you also killed the emissary. At most, they would set up their own forbidden area. What was there to be afraid of? The two monsters seemed to be thinking about something, but soon they stopped thinking. The golden horned beast was right. They did it. In the 100 Beasts forest, the rank 9 beast kings monopolized all the resources. They, who had hopes of becoming rank 9, would not be given the opportunity to enjoy the life mine. There were only so many beast kings, and it was not enough to share. If a few more rank 9 beast kings came, wouldn't the other beast kings' current resources decrease? Because of this, the 100 Beasts forest had not produced a new king for a long time. Not only the 100 Beasts forest, but the entire catacombs was the same. There was only one rank 9 city lord in each city. Could there really only be one rank 9? The strong would not let the weak rise and be on equal footing with them. There was only one king in each city. If two kings existed, where would they go? Some rank 8 venerables could not break through because of a lack of resources. Some simply died without knowing why. Of course, a more broad-minded city lord would send these rank 8 powerhouses to the restricted area, which could also avoid internal strife. However, within the Imperial Sea Mountain of the 7 southern regions was the Monster Life Royal Court. The Monster Life clan could still send people into the Forbidden Zone, but it was too difficult for the Monster Plant clan. The Forbidden Zone would take away some people, but they would never take away a lot of people. The Forbidden Zone would only take some young and talented martial artists. The older generation martial artists would rarely be taken away. That would squeeze the resources of the Forbidden Zone's powerhouses. The catacombs humans were like this, and the demons were even more so. The powerful Beast King was suppressing them, not giving them the chance to level up. This was a rare opportunity, so killing the emissary wasn't a big deal. The Lord of Skygate City was still shouting angrily, and the Jiao was also roaring continuously. Meanwhile, Wuquishan and Old Manly were beaming with joy. The Lord of Skygate City had no way of escaping. In front of them was the 10,000 Ants Desert. Old Manly surrounded them from the north while Wuquishan chased them from the back. At that moment, the Skygate City Master would either cross the 10,000 Ant Desert or enter the sea. At the edge of the 10,000 Ants Desert, the Skygate City Lord had exposed the Jiao's true colors. His eyes were cold, but he stopped in his tracks. Where should I go? Traversing the 10,000 Ant Desert, but there were many ant tribes in the 10,000 Ant Desert. Traversing the 10,000 Ant Desert would be equivalent to challenging the Forbidden Land if one had already rejected it in advance. The Forbidden Sea. Going to the Forbidden Sea was courting death. The Forbidden Sea was full of danger. He could not sense any movement under the sea. If a rank 9 monster attacked, he might not even be able to react in time. Fine, you guys forced my hand. At that moment, the Lord of Skygate City looked at Wuquishan and Old Manly. Compared to the few beast kings in the Forbidden Land and the Forbidden Sea, these two were nothing. The Snake King had self-destructed his divine weapon. Although the other MCMAU powerhouse had the ability to kill a rank 9, the other party's aura was not too strong. Such an ultimate move could not be used more than a few times, or, it could not be used at all. King Huai, the Lord of Skygate City, looked in the direction of Mount Imperial Sea. Was the King Huai entangled, or had he given up on him? If he gave up on him, even if he ran to the bounded zone, what could he do? From now on, he could not return to Monsterwood City, nor could he go to the Forbidden Zone. Was he supposed to wander around the 7 southern regions? The Bamboo King hates me for betraying him. If the King Huai gives up on me, then I'll turn to the Green Wolf King. Betraying the Monster Plant clan and turning to the Monster Life clan was a taboo in the catacombs. However, now that the situation had come to this, the Lord of Skygate City did not care anymore. Presumably, the Green Wolf King would not reject the surrender of a rank 9 powerhouse. With these thoughts in mind, the Lord of Skygate City did not wait for the two to converge. In the next moment, he broke through the air and slashed at Wu Quishan with his axe. At this moment, Wu Quishan wore an extremely cold smile on his face. He also held a black greatsword in his hand, roared, and slashed wildly. Rumble, the axe and sword collided. Both of them took a few steps back, the bones in their hands shattered. Golden blood rolled and dripped. The aftershock shattered countless golden sand on the ground. ***, you have nowhere to run now. Run? I just don't want to do useless things. Since you guys are chasing me relentlessly, I'll fulfill your wish. As they spoke, the two of them brandished their weapons and fought again. Just as Zhang Tao said, in a fight between powerhouses, close combat was a battle of life and death. When they fought in the air, it was either the powerhouse killing the weak or testing each other out. It looked spectacular, but in reality, it was not that dangerous. Only close combat was a sign of life and death. As the two of them fought, the axe and sword intertwined. Wu Quishan fought with all his might. Every move was fatal, and he never defended. In a short moment, the golden body on Wu Quishan's chest exploded, and the Lord of Skygate City's shoulder blade was pierced. From the north, Old Manly had also rushed over. This time, he was no longer fishing in troubled waters. His longsword slashed domineeringly at times, and sometimes it was like a ghost, breaking through the air suddenly. After fighting for a while, the Lord of Skygate City suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so it's an outburst that consumes vitality. I thought you were a hidden king level. So that's how it is. Under Old Man Li's full attack, he could no longer hide the loss of vitality. This time, the Lord of Skygate City could not help but laugh. As long as a powerhouse like this was not cut by the other party's outburst, he was useless. Even if it was a battle of attrition, he would die, Old Man Li snorted coldly. Without another word, he took out a ball of golden substance and swallowed it. In the next moment, he recovered to his peak state. The imperishable substance also had the effect of life essence. Seeing this scene, a fierce look flashed in the Lord of Skygate City's eyes. The outcome of this battle had something to do with the imperishable substance, the divine weapons held by the MCMAU people, and those few beasts. Fong Ping, at this moment, the Lord of Skygate City thought of someone. He thought of the guy who kept providing imperishable substance to the golden horned beast. A mere commander-level martial artist actually had so much imperishable substance. No wonder the venerables and commander-level martial artists died one after another at Monsterwood City. With that guy around, constantly restoring the strongest combat strength for the others, although everyone still died too quickly, even if it dragged on, Monsterwood City would probably still be defeated. Thoughts aside, the battle between the powerhouses did not stop for even a moment. The Lord of Skygate City was not fighting for his life. Instead, he was focusing on defense. He did not believe that if it dragged on, could the other parties let them continue fighting? Until now, no true king's mentality had probed over. He was more willing to believe that King Huai had indeed been stopped. Even if he could stop King Huai, could he keep stopping Green Wolf King? 7 southern regions was Green Wolf King's territory, although Snake King, who had lost his divine weapon, was not at a disadvantage when the long sword in his hand collided with the Lord of Skygate City's giant axe. The Snake King, who had just obtained the divine weapon, could not exert its full effect at all. Without a convenient divine weapon in hand, they were almost on par. As for the one next to him, the Lord of Skygate City only needed to observe the loss of his vitality to know how strong he was. He was not much of a threat. Just as the three of them were fighting, the Jiao arrived. The Jiao did not participate in the battle. Instead, it stood in the air, roaring continuously. Villain who killed the messenger. This was the meaning of the Jiao's roar. It was here to denounce this villain. As for participating in the battle, killing the Wood King was useless. It had to be careful that the Wood King would kill it in desperation. It would not participate in the battle. Being able to help Chef's people stop the Wood King was already the limit. The Lord of Skygate City glanced at the monsters from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that they were not participating, he did not say a word and did not provoke the golden horned beast anymore. If he said more nonsense now, the 3 rank 8 monsters would join the battle, and he would be in trouble. As for denouncing him, whatever. Whether it was true or not, it was not up to the golden horned beast to say it. As the three of them fought, every move was fatal. Although the Lord of Skygate City mainly defended, he attacked Old Manly from time to time. He had already realized that the Snake King was more difficult to kill. Although Old Manly held a rank 9 divine weapon and had strong combat strength, every sword even carried a sense of destruction, the other party's vitality was flowing away. As this flowed away, his combat strength was declining. Not only that, the Snake King attacked now, every move was desperate, also carrying imperishable substance attacks, but the other one did not, he was using his vitality to attack. The Lord of Skygate City was emboldened. A martial artist like this could still stand a chance against a typical rank 9, or he who did not have a divine weapon. However, he had a divine weapon in his hand. The divine weapon had long become one with him, and his combat strength had skyrocketed. The other party was not a match for him at all. The divine weapon in the Lord of Skygate City's hand was now at his will. Defense, attack, everything was done flawlessly. He was not in a hurry. If he dragged it on, he would exhaust Old Manly to death. He was not afraid of the Snake King who did not have a divine weapon. At this moment, on the Jiao's side, watching the show from the sidelines, a giant golden ant flew over and exchanged a few words with it. The Jiao also responded with a few words. It was fine to just watch the show, there was no need to participate in the battle. Killing the Wood King was a good thing. If it could not be killed, it did not matter. The Wood King would be gone soon anyway. At this moment, the Jiao wanted to go back and get the giant ore. It could not wait anymore. Just as the three people in front were killing until golden blood was dripping, Chen Yaoting arrived with Lu Fengru. Seeing the 4 rank 8 monsters gathered together, Chen Yaoting's face was full of vigilance. Demonic beasts were not really harmless. If they really thought that these monsters were on their side when they held the Lord of Skygate City back then, they could only say that they were thinking too much. Monsters were very realistic. One could even say that there was no such thing as loyalty. Some rank 9 powerhouses could easily be betrayed when they subdued rank 7 monsters as mounts, not to mention these rank 8 powerhouses. Even rank 9 powerhouses could forget about subduing them. B** starred. Lu Fengru did not look at the beasts. Instead, she stared at the Skygate City governor with bloodshot eyes. Chen Yaoting pressed down on her shoulders and growled, "Don't give them more trouble." Even he did not dare to get involved in the battle between these level 9 experts with divine weapons. If they were unarmed, it would be easier to deal with them. However, if one held a divine weapon, the divine weapon itself would not be very strong. However, if the heaven and earth energy or the power of annihilation erupted through the divine weapon, it would greatly increase one's strength. Such a powerhouse might not be able to kill Chen Yaoting in one hit, but it would not be difficult for him to kill Lu Fengru in one hit. Lu Fengru gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. She glanced coldly at the Skygate City governor, but she did not step forward to join in. She was only an early stage rank 7. If she went up, she would only be sending herself to her death. She would also disrupt the rhythm of Wu Quishan's team. However, seeing that Wu Quishan and Lu Fengru could not take down the other party within a short period of time, and Old Man Li's aura was starting to weaken, Lu Fengru was so anxious that she clenched her fists tightly, her veins popping out. Very soon, not far away, Fang Ping pulled Li Hansong along as he broke through the air. The Jiao roared as soon as Fang Ping arrived. Fang Ping's face turned purple when he heard the roar. "Mother Cur, you're eating again, and you still want to eat more? Are you a pig? How much of my imperishable substance have you eaten? Don't you have any idea? I asked you to kill the Skygate City governor before I give it to you. Now you're just watching the show, asking me to give you the imperishable substance. Do you really think I don't need to spend money? Kill this old dog, and I'll give it to you." Roar. The Jiao's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. It was not very willing. "Kill him. I promise I'll give it to you. I'll give you a lot." Fang Ping said with a straight face, "You'll only get something in return if you give it. Whether you're a human or a demon, it's the same. Of course, King Jiao can attack me, but if you attack me, you won't get any of the imperishable substance." The Jiao was still thinking. Once again, 3 large lumps of imperishable substance appeared in Fang Ping's hand. He said in a low voice, "This is the down payment. I only want him dead. At this moment, before the Jiao could say anything, the giant ant suddenly became restless. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He growled, I have the true King Patriarch watching the battle from Mount Royal Sea. Despite what he said, the giant ant was still restless. Just as King Huai could not interfere, the human's apex could not interfere either. From thousands of miles away, the apex could not kill. A rank 8. Usually, the apex could not even enter the outskirts. Since that was the case, Fang Ping's wealth had naturally attracted the attention of this monster. The Jiao growled in a low voice, it stopped the giant ant. Now was not the time to kill Chef. It was still hoping that Chef's patriarch could suppress King Huai. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He threw the 3 large lumps of imperishable substance to the Jiao. As for the giant ant, it was not participating in the battle, so Fang Ping was not going to give it to it. However, he would have to restrain himself from now on. This was the territory of the 10,000 ants desert. The Jiao distributed the 3 lumps of imperishable substance to the other 3 monsters, then looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression was dark. Very good, using my things to buy people's hearts. You're ruthless. If King Jiao is participating, then everything will be yours. Roar. The Jiao shook its huge head, still not very happy. It had already helped Chef to stop the people. Fang Ping knew that the monster had its reservations. It was worried that the Sky Gate City Lord would fight to the death and kill it in one last blow. The probability of that happening was not impossible. When it came to the last moment, when it was hopeless, and it was difficult to kill a rank 9, then it would kill a rank 8 monster. Who was the most suitable to kill? The Jiao. Of course, Fang Ping saw that the Jiao was unwilling. He thought for a moment, then set up a mentality barrier and said, King Jiao, you don't need to kill him. Just force him into the Forbidden Sea. This place was less than 1,000 meters away from the Forbidden Sea, with Wu Quishan and the 3 monsters working together. Forcing the opponent into the Forbidden Sea was not a problem. The Jiao's eyes flashed with doubt. The Forbidden Sea was dangerous, but that was only in the central area. The periphery might not necessarily have monsters lurking. It could only be said that there might be monsters. Even if the Wood King was forced into the Forbidden Sea, so what, if there were no monsters at the bottom of the sea, or if the monsters were not strong, then the Wood King would not be affected. King Jiao, you don't need to worry about this. As long as you force the opponent into the Forbidden Sea, our deal is done. I will give you 10 lumps of imperishable substance like this, you don't need to kill him, or even hurt him. If you are not willing to pay this price, then you can go collect the giant mine now. That was what Fang Ping said, but his heart was burning with impatience. Agree quickly, 3 rank 8 monsters could really turn the tide of the battle. As for collecting the giant mine, the Jiao should stop dreaming. The Jiao hesitated for a moment, then roared at the monsters around it. After a while, the Jiao roared at Fang Ping 5 times. Fang Ping's face darkened again. He gritted his teeth, condensed another 5 lumps of imperishable substance, and threw them over. The Jiao's big eyes lit up. It collected 2 lumps, 1 for each monster and 1 for the remaining 3 lumps. Then, not only the 3 rank 8 monsters, but the giant ant also rushed over at the same time. This time even Wu Quishan and Old Manly were shocked, hurriedly dodging. When they saw the 4 rank 8 monsters besieging the Sky Gate City Lord, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Ping shouted, Teacher Li, come back first. Old Manly looked much older now, but he did not delay. With 4 rank 8 monsters joining the battle, they were stronger than him. The Sky Gate City Lord had suffered a lot. As soon as Old Manly returned, Fang Ping condensed large lumps of imperishable substance and poured them into Old Manly's body. A lot, he did not give him life essence. The effect of that thing might not be better than the imperishable substance. Moreover, he had not calculated his wealth yet, so he might as well use the imperishable substance. Teacher, don't be frugal. Also, hit the Sky Gate City Lord into the Forbidden Ocean. I'll lure the monsters in the Forbidden Ocean. Fang Ping's eyes flashed. There are many rank 9 monsters in the Forbidden Ocean. I'll release some imperishable substance secretly. I'll definitely attract strong monsters. When the time comes, when you guys hit the Sky Gate City Lord into the ocean, I'll hit him with large lumps of imperishable substance. The monsters will attack. Old Man Li's eyes lit up. The imperishable substance was also a destructive force. When used as an offensive force, it could have a strong attack power. However, it was not used to attack, but condensed into lumps to hit people. That was a treasure that everyone dreamed of. Old Man Li did not say much. Soon, he rushed into the battle circle. When 2 humans and 4 monsters joined forces, it was definitely comparable to 3 rank 9 powerhouses joining forces. Even Nan Yunhua might not be able to withstand such a lineup. Naturally, the Sky Gate City Lord could not either. However, Fang Ping could still see that Old Man Li was not a true rank 9. If he did not unleash a full-force attack, he would not have the combat strength of a rank 9. The 4 monsters did not have the intention to fight to their deaths. Although Wu Quishan wanted to fight to his death, his divine weapon was not very convenient. Against the Sky Gate City Lord who had a divine weapon, he did not have an overwhelming advantage. At this moment, Zhang Tao's voice rang in Fang Ping's ears. 3 minutes at most. We can't hold them off anymore. Once the Green Wolf King intervenes, the war will end. Fang Ping's eyes showed a hint of urgency. 3 minutes was too short. It might not be able to attract strong monsters. That Jiao fellow was not going to fight to his death. Otherwise, if the 4 rank 8 monsters fought to their deaths, 1 or 2 of them died, it would definitely be able to severely injure the Sky Gate City Lord and create an opportunity for Old Man Li. Fang Ping also knew that there was not much hope in relying on these monsters to fight to their deaths. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. However, seeing that he was only left with about 35 million wealth points, Fang Ping could not help but curse in his heart. Jiao had wasted too much of his wealth points. He still had 50 million before, but Jiao had asked for it for a while. In addition to Old Man Li's recovery, he had spent more than 10 million. This was not killing people, it was killing me, it was stabbing my heart piece by piece. Fang Ping glanced at Lu Fengru, who had an expectant look on her face. This was probably the first time Lu Fengru had shown such a weak attitude in front of her student. She was begging Fang Ping, hoping that he could help her. Fang Ping looked helpless. He smiled bitterly. Instructor. 1,000 credits. I accepted this mission. This is the worst deal I've ever made in my life. After saying that, Fang Ping headed straight for the Forbidden Sea. If he really killed the Sky Gate City Lord this time, Old Wu would have to write him an IOU of 1 trillion. Sigh, I can't make a move at absolute peak. Otherwise, I could spend 1 trillion and hire old Zhang to kill 7 or 8 rank 9s. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Definitely. Maybe even 10 would not be a problem. 100 billion to kill a rank 9. It was not money, but imperishable substances of the same value. Old Zhang would most likely have no objections. After this war, he would not suffer a loss, would he? Fang Ping did not delay any further. Very soon, he landed at the edge of the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping was extremely careful. This godforsaken place was very complicated. Mentality could not penetrate the water surface. He could not even see clearly. Who knew if there were rank 9 monsters below? If he suddenly went berserk, the rank 9 would drag him down at once. Then, he would just be waiting for death. Fang Ping did not dare to get too close. He signaled Iron Head and the rest who followed him to move further away. Only then did he condense a few balls of imperishable substances and threw them into the sea. 1 ball, 2 balls, Fang Ping made a small ball of imperishable substances. 1 ball cost more than 100,000 wealth. He did not know if the powerful monsters would sense it if it was missing. Just like that, Fang Ping threw hundreds of balls down. This time, it was another expenditure of tens of millions. Fang Ping's face was deathly pale. Chen Yaoting and the rest who were far away thought that he was injured. However, they did not know that Fang Ping's heart was badly hurt. It was an irreparable injury. This time, from preparing for the war until now, he had really spent hundreds of millions of wealth points. At the same time, Fang Ping tossed the imperishable substance. Wu Quishan and Old Man Li fought with all their might. Old Man Li even used the slash that killed a rank 9 earlier. the moment the void rift appeared, even the few giant ants in the 10,000 ants desert stopped in their tracks, collectively silent. Was this a powerhouse from the land of rebirth? He was too strong, although Old Manly, who had unleashed this attack, was once again dispirited. This attack was not in vain. On the Sky Gate City Lord's giant axe, a tiny crack appeared. Both his arms exploded, and the flesh on his shoulders was cut and swallowed by the space. He dodged the attack forcefully, but a few cracks still slashed across him, almost cutting his right arm off completely. If he was hit by this attack head-on, he would lose half of his combat strength in an instant. The possibility of death was not high, unless the cracks split his skull directly. However, he had taken precautions. It was difficult for the other party to do so. Old Manly had just become dispirited when Wu Quishan seized the opportunity to unleash an attack. This time, Wu Quishan gave it his all. Blood red appeared on the divine weapon, a sign of the blood saber technique. Wu Quishan combined his strength. Although it was not completely exhausted, he gave it his all and unleashed a slash. Once again, the Sky Gate City Lord was pushed back hundreds of meters, golden blood spurting from his mouth. Damn it! At this time, the Sky Gate City Lord was also heavily injured. If this went on, he would be done for if it happened a few more times. Fortunately, both of them were slightly dispirited after unleashing an attack. Fang Ping could not come to the rank 9 battlefield now. He could not be their healer. In fact, Fang Ping was in a difficult position now. The two rank 9s were gold-swallowing monsters. He could not take it anymore. Now, he could only try to force the Sky Gate City Lord into the Forbidden Sea. King Jiao. Fang Ping, who had already thrown away a large amount of imperishable substance, roared, signaling Jiao and the rest to help. The Sky Gate City Lord was already close to the Forbidden Sea. Jiao heard Fang Ping's roar and roared too. Leading the three monsters in an attack, the Sky Gate City Lord was once again sent flying backward. Wu Quishan's face was pale. He attacked again. Wu Quishan, Old Manly, and the four monsters took turns to attack, forcing the other party into the Forbidden Sea. Soon, the Sky Gate City Lord approached the Forbidden Sea. Sky Gate City Lord was no fool. Upon seeing this, he suddenly sneered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He said with a smile, "You want this king to enter the sea? Dream on." He did not know what Fang Ping had done, nor did he have the time to care about these people. However, the catacombs powerhouses feared the Forbidden Sea more than anything else. They would rather fight on land, even if they had to fight to the end of their lives, than enter the sea. At this moment, they were only a few dozen meters away from the Forbidden Sea. However, even though the Lord of Sky Gate City was severely injured, he did not retreat an inch. The Lord of Sky Gate City sneered as he fought Wu Quishan. The true king of the land of rebirth has stopped King Huai and the rest? If this king didn't guess wrong, it should be soon. Duke Huai won't let you seal off the 7 southern regions forever. Not even the Green Wolf King. Snake King, are you in such a hurry to kill me? If that's the case, the true king of the land of rebirth won't be able to stop him. Snake King, you can't kill me. The Lord of Sky Gate City laughed loudly. He laughed so hard that blood kept gushing out, but he still laughed wildly and roared, "Lord Scholar Tree King. The war is over." Wu Quishan did not say a word, but he was also ruthless. He erupted wildly, using the imperishable substance as a destructive force, hitting the Lord of Sky Gate City until he spat out blood. "If you keep fighting, I might be exhausted to death by you, but how much time do you have left?" At this moment, Old Manly and the rest had sealed off his escape routes from 3 other directions, trying to force him into the sea. The more they did so, the more unwilling the Lord of Sky Gate City was to enter the sea. Seeing that time was running out, Wu Quishan roared madly, abandoning his greatsword and throwing it to Fang Ping. His fists were golden as he hammered the Lord of Sky Gate City madly. As he hammered, he roared, "Chongqing," again. Old Manly's expression changed slightly. Wu Quishan wanted him to strike again. Fang Ping had given him a lot of imperishable substance earlier, so he could strike again. However, both of them were so close now. He was very confident in his swordsmanship. He was confident that he would not hit the wrong person. He was confident that he would not lose control of his strength and hit Wu Quishan. The key was that if he went all out, he would slash a void rift. That thing was really not under his control. To a rank 9 powerhouse, a void rift was also in existence that could not be resisted. It would be fine if it cut the flesh, but if it cut the head, hurry. Old Manly was really hesitant. This was the first time he hesitated on whether to draw his sword. It's too late. Wu Quishan roared suddenly. The Lord of Skygate City spat blood wildly, but he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Lord Green Wolf King. Sir, I've lost. The war should end. He did not say anything about seeking refuge. The Green Wolf King's mentality enveloped him, which meant that he was indeed sealed. Now that the Green Wolf King was here, the White King should be here soon. After all, he was one of the top powerhouses in the 7 Southern Territory. The Green Wolf King would not sit and watch him die. If he did not see it, so be it. If he did, he would just pass on the message. The White King had ended the war. Everything should end. In the void, a sonorous voice came, Monsterwood City has lost. The war should end. Just as the Lord of Skygate City thought, the Lord of Skygate City was still a powerhouse of the 7 Southern Territory. Although he was a powerhouse of the Monster Plant clan, he had also agreed to this war. Now, he was the arbitrator. Seeing that the Lord of Skygate City was no match, he naturally had to end this war. No. Wu Quishan was filled with unwillingness and madness. He could not accept this. He hated himself for being powerless. If he was given a little more time, the heavily injured Lord of Skygate City would not survive. No, he still had a chance. The next moment, Wu Quishan's body turned blood red. Seeing this, Fong Ping suddenly cursed, "Did I pay a huge price just to let you die?" The Green Wolf King's words do not count. The White King did not end the bet. His words do not count. Quick, kill him. As soon as he said that, Old Manly did not hesitate anymore. If he hesitated any longer, he would not have another chance. Insolence. The Green Wolf King was furious. He was a true king powerhouse. He said to end the war, but now a commander-level martial artist dared to refute him. Fong Ping shouted, "This is the bet between the Martial King and the White King." As soon as he said that, the Green Wolf King's cold snort exploded in Fong Ping's ears. The next moment, from afar, 3 powerful mentalities swept over at the same time. The moment the Green Wolf King transmitted his voice, he had already conveyed everything to the White King. He did not care to kill a rank 9 under the White King's command. There was no need. Air-piercing. Old Manly roared. He could not care so much anymore. Kill him first. As for Wu Quishan, if he was affected, then so be it. He would think of a way to save his own life. He slashed with his sword. Wu Quishan also roared. The blood-red color on his body intensified, and he punched. Boom, a loud sound reverberated. The Lord of Skygate City also roared crazily. The golden color on his body intensified. The war was over. These people were counting on this moment to kill him. How could it be so easy? He was forced back a few steps by Wu Quishan's punch. The next moment, Old Man Li's sword aura arrived. In the void, many black cracks appeared again. The air-piercing technique he used was Li Jin's signature move. Combined with his swordsmanship, he slashed with his sword. The Lord of Skygate City roared again. Before the sword aura arrived, many bloody marks had already appeared on his body. Golden blood rolled and dripped into the sea. At this moment, he had been forced to retreat to the Forbidden Sea. Even so, the Lord of Skygate City forcefully twisted his body and still managed to avoid the sword that was aimed at his head. The cracks exploded. One of the Lord of Skygate City's arms was instantly crushed. However, the Lord of Skygate City still laughed loudly. The next moment, a loud voice came again. It was cold and indifferent. The war is over. No. Wu Quishan and Lu Fengger's eyes were bloodshot. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. If they had a few more minutes, they would have killed the Lord of Skygate City. But now, a true king powerhouse had appeared. Killing the Lord of Skygate City would put Zhang Tao under great pressure. He might even face the predicament of the previous bet being torn up. Wu Quishan knew what this meant, but he was not resigned to it. He hated himself for being powerless. Why could he not kill the enemy with one sword? This war with Skygate City really made him feel powerless. He thought that he was very powerful, however, reality proved that he was nothing. He could not kill the enemy above his rank. The Catacombs Castellans were stronger than he had imagined after wielding divine weapons. He thought that he was very powerful. However, reality proved that he was not. Lu Fengger's eyes were also red. She flew toward the Forbidden Sea. Chen Yaoting grabbed her. No matter how much she struggled, he did not let go of her. At this moment, Fang Ping casually tossed out a ball of golden light. He snorted coldly. The war is over. Then, I'll send you to heal your injuries. Heal your injuries and wait for me to kill you. A look of extreme surprise flashed across the Lord of Skygate City's eyes. He felt that it was imperishable substance. It was imperishable substance that did not have any offensive ability. It was not destructive force. At this moment, he was really a little surprised. No, something was wrong. How could it be possible? How could the enemy send him imperishable substance to heal his injuries? There was a conspiracy. When Fang Ping tossed out this ball of imperishable substance, even the few paragons who radiated their mentality did not make a sound. At this moment, what should they say? The war was over. The Catacombs' true king did not allow humans to kill the Lord of Skygate City. However, he had sent out imperishable substance and had no intention of attacking. When Fang Ping tossed out this ball of imperishable substance, the Jiao opened its mouth wide. Its eyes were filled with excitement. So many! It wanted to eat it too. However, this ball of imperishable substance was extremely fast. It headed straight for the Lord of Skygate City. The Jiao looked at the sky above the Forbidden Sea. It hesitated for a moment. It did not dare to snatch it. The Lord of Skygate City frowned. He moved his body instantly, avoiding the imperishable substance. A conspiracy, it must be so. At this moment, he was severely injured. Indeed, he needed a large amount of imperishable substance to heal. However, he would not use it on the enemy. Who knew what the enemy wanted to do? He might as well wait for himself to recover. As he was thinking, in the next second, a large number of limbs suddenly shot out from under the water. There were tentacles, claws, and pincers. Most of these limbs swept toward that ball of imperishable substance. There were also many monsters that targeted the Lord of Skygate City. There was no other reason. A heavily injured rank 9 was also a great tonic. If they dragged him down and ate him, they might be able to comprehend the other's origin. No. The Lord of Skygate City roared in fear. He hurried toward the Forbidden Sea. However, he did not see that when Fang Ping tossed this ball of imperishable substance, he had tossed 7 or 8 balls of imperishable substance to the Jiao. The Jiao was dumbfounded, because Chef had sent it a voice transmission, asking it to do something bad, to do it or not, to do it or not. It was a struggle, it was a struggle. Achoo! In the next moment, an earth-shattering sneeze was mixed with a lot of energy, destructive energy, celestiality, mentality. All at once. The Jiao looked at it innocently. I sneezed. It's okay, right? This ball of mixed energy was also mixed with some messy things. Fang Ping felt disgusted just looking at it. The Jiao was already rank 8. Mother of Ker, why did it still have these things in its body? And this ball of black stuff shot out. In the blink of an eye, it hit the Lord of Skygate City, who was running back. The Lord of Skygate City had been seriously injured by Wu Quishan and Old Manly. The monsters at the bottom of the sea had their eyes on him and were pestering him. This sneeze was the full-force sneeze of a rank 8 monster. When it collided with him, he took a step back. This step had also become an eternal farewell. No. The Lord of Skygate City's face was full of madness and indignation. He had already escaped from the hands of the Snake King and the others, but in the end, he had actually been tricked by a monster. At this moment, the Lord of Skygate City did not look at anyone. His blood-red eyes were fixed on the Jiao. Behind him, at this moment, 4 or 5 monster limbs instantly entangled him. Golden-horned beast. The roar, which was filled with extreme resentment, spread over a radius of 100 miles. The Jiao looked at it innocently. I really could not help but sneeze. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of Skygate City did not even have time to self-destruct. He was directly dragged into the water. The seawater began to churn violently. Golden blood began to gush out. Fang Ping did not know if the Lord of Skygate City had killed the monster, or if the monster was eating the Lord of Skygate City. However, Fang Ping felt that he did not have to think too much. There were more than 10 types of monster limbs that had just emerged, and they were all extremely powerful. If the heavily injured Lord of Skygate City could survive this, Fang Ping felt that he should just die. The only regret was that he could not see the other party die with his own eyes. Until this moment, perhaps because the coverage of mentality was too wide, there was some delay. King Huai suddenly said angrily, "Good, very good." When he announced the end of the war, one of the commanders of the resurrected martial artists threw out the imperishable substance. As for the golden-horned beast, it was a rank 8 monster, and it actually sneezed. Green Wolf King. I want to kill it. I must. I must. At this moment, King Huai was extremely sure. He wanted to kill this monster, it was too crazy. This demonic beast had been participating in the battle from the very beginning and had ruined his plans. Now, it had even killed his last divine general in the 7 southern regions. If he did not kill the golden-horned beast, he, King Huai, would not have the face to go back. As soon as he finished speaking, King Huai shouted angrily again, "Martial King, War King. I admit defeat, but I want to enter the territory. I promise that I will not attack the resurrected martial artists. I will only kill these few monsters." At this moment, King Huai was furious, his great event was ruined by a few extremely stupid demonic beasts. He was not willing to accept this. Beside him, the Jiao's eyes were dull. Roar roar roar, the Jiao roared hurriedly. I was just a villain who chased after the messenger, and I only sneezed, King Crocodile. I want to kill it myself. Does 100 Beasts Forest have any objections? King Huai's voice was extremely cold. In the distance, a rank 9 beast king that had not arrived yet roared a few times. 100 Beasts Forest had no objections. This time, the golden-horned beast had offended King Huai. 100 Beasts Forest was not willing to completely fall out with King Huai for a rank 8 monster. What's more, these demonic beasts were restless. On the way here, King Crocodile had passed by Monster Phoenix City and understood some of the situation. The golden-horned beast said that it was chasing after the Wood King to avenge 100 Beasts Forest, but this guy had been eyeing Monster Wood City's giant mine. Who in 100 Beasts Forest did not know about it, a restless monster that wanted to break through to the next realm. 100 Beasts Forest did not need such a subordinate. Roar roar roar, the Jiao was completely anxious and hurriedly roared at Fang Ping. It was customary for true kings not to enter. Moreover, it was Fang Ping who ordered it to do this. He said that it would be fine. His ancestor was at Imperial Sea Mountain. As long as his ancestor did not let King Huai enter, no matter how angry King Huai was, it would be useless. Would 100 Beasts Forest attack it personally? No way. The other cities would not either because they were not King Huai's people, and it and its brothers were extremely strong. Seeing this, Fang Ping sighed and said loudly, "Ancestor. True king's not entering, can you save the Jiao's life?" Fang Ping, Zhang Tao's voice sounded slowly, calmly saying, "This is an internal dispute in the catacombs, it has nothing to do with us humans. The war is over, we humans won, and King Huai is willing to admit defeat. Since he promised not to attack human martial artists, then everything ends here. If King Huai wants to enter, I will not stop him. Of course, I will accompany King Huai." Accompanying, that was to prevent King Huai from rushing into the passage and entering Earth. As for killing the Jiao, what did it have to do with him? Ancestor. Fang Ping's face was full of anger as he roared, "No, the Jiao helped us this time. Without them, we would not have won the war. Ancestor, please save its life, I beg you." Fang Ping, sigh, silly child. Those who are not of the same race must have different intentions. The Jiao only attacked for the benefits, for the huge mine and the imperishable substance, not for you. I will not ruin my human affairs for the sake of a demon. The war is over. King Huai, let's enter together. Martial King, I am willing to admit defeat. This battle, the land of rebirth has won. Then let's enter together. The next moment, in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, two towering auras erupted. The Jiao roared in horror, the other three demonic beasts were also terrified. The true king had entered. Imperial Sea Mountain was less than 2,000 li away. With the speed of a true king, they could reach it in no time. At this moment, Fang Ping's face was suddenly full of sorrow, and he said loudly, "Go quickly. Run, go to the bounded domain, quick. King Jiao, I have dragged you into this, but it's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping threw out a large mass of imperishable substance, and said loudly, "Take care. The King Huai dared not enter the bounded domain, quick. Cultivate hard, strive to enter the true king realm, King Jiao. I am useless." Roar. The Jiao roared indignantly, how could this be? The King Huai had entered, catching the imperishable substance tossed by Fang Ping. The Jiao let out a wild roar. No one knew whether it was from anger, despair, or unwillingness, but it did not dare to stay any longer. With a roar, it led the three monsters in a frenzy, fleeing towards the bounded domain in the west. That speed, it was extremely fast. After waiting for them to run far away, Fang Ping said softly, "I have done you justice, we are even now." They had cooperated for the sake of benefits, after all. Fang Ping felt a little sad in his heart, but it was not to say that he was upset. He and the Jiao had cooperated for the sake of benefits from the beginning. The Jiao had cheated him many times, and he had cheated the Jiao, and this time, it had cheated the Jiao to the point that it would not dare to leave the bounded domain for the rest of its life. Moreover, it was hard to say whether they could reach the bounded domain. The Jiao and the other three monsters ran very fast. The monsters of the 10,000 Ants Desert did not stop them, because one of their rank 8 venerables was among them, and this made the beast kings in the distance not come back to their senses. The true king had entered. These monsters, because of their greed, had no choice but to flee for their lives. No one knew if they could escape the true king's pursuit. At this moment, over at Imperial Sea Mountain, a pressure that pierced through the heavens and the earth was also flying at extreme speed towards the bounded domain in the west. King Jiao. Take care. Have a safe journey. You must stay alive. Fang Ping roared, his voice traveling dozens of miles. There is no one else who can compare to my sincerity. For a human and a monster to form such a friendship, it was rare to see. Roar. In the distance, the Jiao roared again. Fang Ping did not understand what it meant this time. Perhaps the Jiao was also very complicated. It seemed to have been cheated by Chef, but Chef had pleaded for it in front of the true king, even giving it a precious imperishable substance before they parted, pointing out where it could run to escape. Did this count as being cheated? The Jiao did not know, so the Jiao was very complicated. Chen Yaoting and Iron Head were looking at Fang Ping with complicated expressions. You really have a bad conscience. Even Wu Quishan was crying and laughing at the same time. He was really crying. As he cried, watching the sea surface slowly calm down, he laughed and said in a hoarse voice, It is also my benefactor." The Jiao's sneeze had cut off the Skygate City Lord's last chance of survival. But now, the Jiao had suffered all of King Huai's anger. It was not good for King Huai to attack humans because it was a war, and in the end, Fang Ping had really given the imperishable substance, even though everyone knew that he wanted to kill the Skygate City Lord. But was giving the imperishable substance against the rules? King Huai did not know, and did not want to say. If the monsterwood city lord was dead, then so be it. But if he did not vent the anger in his heart, he was afraid that he would go crazy. So, he wanted to vent. And the target was the Jiao. As for the Jiao, that sneeze in the end was also because of greed and Fang Ping's deception. Fang Ping said that the true king would not enter. This was the truth. There had not been a true king entering for many years. If the true king did not enter, it had nothing to fear. Even a rank 9 powerhouse would not dare to recklessly start a war with it. But the true king had entered. This was beyond everyone's expectations. On the other side, Lu Fengru was squatting on the ground and crying loudly, muttering duo air over and over again. Old man Li's face was also full of tears. He was a little crazy, not caring about his old body. Victory, he had killed the executioner, the Skygate City Lord, 61 years. MCMAU had been at war for 61 years. Too many people had died. Relatives, friends, teachers, students, the blood feud of 61 years had been avenged with the death of the biggest executioner, the Skygate City Lord. Instructor. Ah, you. Revenge. Old Manly had a head full of white hair. He was incomparably old, but he laughed hysterically. The longevity sword that he treasured and could not be touched by others was now tossed aside like scrap metal. It was difficult for Fang Ping to feel this emotion. He wanted to kill the Skygate City Lord because of Wu Kuishan, Lu Fengru, and the others. He was not too excited about killing the Skygate City Lord. He only felt that the war was finally over, and he could go and count his spoils. However, the few people present were a little crazy. Fang Ping did not say anything. These people needed to vent their frustrations. Wu Kuishan's daughter, students, and friends had all died in the others' hands. Lu Fengru too. Although Old Manly usually did not say much, 10 years of silence and the old vice-chancellor's death in battle had made him extremely depressed. After the old vice-chancellor died in battle, he rushed to the Nanjiang catacombs with the intention to die. As for Ayu, although Fang Ping felt that it was not the right time to think about it, he could not help but think about it. Was she Old Manly's lover? He knew that Old Manly was not married. Could she be his childhood sweetheart? Every martial artist had a story, a past that they did not want to recall. They laughed crazily and cried pitifully. Grandmaster powerhouses were invincible in the world. How could such powerhouses cry in front of others? Today, the 3 high grandmasters were sobbing. They could no longer care about their dignity or their manners. Sometimes they laughed wildly, sometimes they cried. They were crazy. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. After a long sigh, Fang Ping's voice was choked with sorrow. This war. I'm bankrupt. Grandmaster powerhouses should not embarrass themselves in front of outsiders. Crying and grieving were not what powerhouses should do. However, since Old Wu and the others did not care about their manners now, there was no need for him to hide anything. Cry, cry. Men should cry. Fang Ping was really sad. He used to think that he might not be able to finish spending trillions of wealth in his lifetime. Now, looking at the remaining 6 million or so points of wealth, Fang Ping was overwhelmed with grief. Before the war, his wealth was more than 120 million points. Now, there was only a fraction left. Qin Yaoting patted Fang Ping's shoulder lightly and said in a complicated tone, "Don't be too sad. Today is a happy occasion." This kid Fang Ping was also a sentimental person. He had been in school for less than 2 years. In these 2 years, there were not many people who died in MCMAU. He did not expect Fang Ping to be so sad. Ironhead's armor disappeared too. He comforted Fang Ping, "Revenge has been taken. Don't be sad." Sob sob, Fang Ping's heart was filled with endless pain that could not be put into words. You don't understand. You don't understand why I'm sad. After this battle, I'm going to break my bank account. Although everyone did not understand, Ironhead and Qin Yaoting comforted Fang Ping for a while when he was so sad. Revenge has been taken. There are still many things waiting for everyone. Don't be sad. Wu Kuishan and the others gradually returned to normal. When they saw Fang Ping's expression, they sighed in their hearts, not knowing what to say. Wu Kuishan let out a long sigh. With this sigh, a powerful force spread from Wu Kuishan's body. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Hindsight. If he had his current strength, he would not have ended up like this. He would not have nearly let his enemy escape in front of his eyes. Looking at the forbidden sea that was still tumbling not far away, Wu Kuishan suddenly laughed, and then soared into the sky, heading straight for the forbidden sea. Fang Ping could not care less about his grief. He exclaimed, "Vice-Chancellor." Rumble. Before he finished speaking, Wu Kuishan punched out and blasted a large golden pincer into 2. At this moment, Wu Kuishan's strength was shocking. I will only take his head. Demon Kings, please grant my wish. Wu Kuishan hollered and turned around to kick the void, breaking a tentacle. He roared once more, I have no intention of becoming enemies with all of you Demon Kings. I want to offer the heads of the enemies to the dead. Rumble. He didn't know if the demonic beasts in the sea heard him or if they understood him, but they continued to attack him. At this moment, Wu Kuishan was so powerful that it shocked Fang Ping. He didn't use any divine weapons. With his bare hands, he punched and kicked, causing the limbs of those demonic beasts to continuously collapse and flesh and blood to fly everywhere. I only want the enemy's head. Wu Quishan repeated it again and again. Punch after punch bombarded the surface of the sea. On the shore, Old Man Li's aura exploded as well. He roared, "We'll only take his head. Please grant my wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Li slashed with his sword. Although he did not slash through the void this time, he managed to chop off a tentacle that was shooting toward him. These two powerhouses did not go deep into the Forbidden Sea. Instead, they stayed close to the shore, bombarding the surface of the sea continuously. Just like that, the battle went on for a few minutes. Suddenly, something shot out of the water. Wu Quishan reached out and caught it. Then, he retreated to the shore. Fang Ping fixed his eyes on it. It was a golden bone. Fang Ping also looked at his hand. When he saw that it was a golden bone, he could not help but say, "Vice-Chancellor, this, Skygate City Lord's leg bone." Wu Quishan shook his head and said helplessly, "The head was probably swallowed. Only this is left." "No. I mean," Fang Ping was stuttering. He could not help but ask, "How did you suddenly become so powerful? You were like a weak chicken earlier. Even with a divine weapon, you could not kill the Skygate tree. It was too easy for you to become stronger." Under the sea, there were at least 4 to 5 rank 9 demonic beasts. Although they did not come out of the water, only part of their torsos poked out of the water to fight Wu Quishan. They were definitely not weaker than the Skygate tree at its peak. In the end, they were actually scared by Wu Quishan and threw out a leg bone. Were the Forbidden Sea's demonic beasts so cowardly? Did they not know how to swim away? However, thinking about it, these demonic beasts might not have taken away all the imperishable matter clusters. Maybe they were still searching or waiting for new imperishable matter clusters. It was normal that they were unwilling to leave. Regardless, Fang Ping was still surprised that they were beaten by Old Wu until they admitted defeat. Wu Quishan did not say anything. Old Man Li, on the other hand, had returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Old Wu has more control over the origin path. The power that he can activate is also greater." Having said that, he added, "To put it more directly, the origin path is a road that is paved by oneself. Early stage rank 9 is like laying a foundation and digging a shovel. I don't know where to pave the road. I don't know how long the road will be." Previously, Old Wu paved the road. It was about 3 to 5 meters long. There was a boulder in the way, so he could not pave it further. Now, he blew up this boulder and continued to pave it. In an instant, he paved a long road. "If I put it this way, can you understand?" Fang Ping nodded. Then, he said quickly, "That Desperation Realm powerhouse paved this road to the end, and there is no more road in front? That's why many paragons are now starting to pave a second road?" Before Old Man Li could say anything, someone chuckled beside his ear. "The road has reached the end. There is no more road in front." However, how far the end of the road is varies from person to person. Some people pave 1,000 meters and feel that the road has reached the end. Some people pave 2,000 meters before reaching the end. Therefore, there are strong and weak paragons. Paving a road does not mean that the more roads paved, the better. A paragon who built 2 1,000 meters roads may not be as good as a paragon who paved 2,000 meters of road. The reason why the second road is paved is to pave the road in front that has no direction, to pave a road that leads to heaven. If there are more roads, maybe a new road will appear in front. Do you understand? I understand. In other words, if your road is 2,000 meters long, the Heavenly King's road is 1,000 meters long. Don't look down on the two roads. You don't have to be afraid of him, do you? Zhang Tao's tone faltered. Mother *Ker, did I say that? Are you trying to provoke an opponent for me? You want to trick me too? What should I say now? If I say it right, I'll be looking down on the Heavenly King. If I say it wrong, won't I be belittling myself? Before Zhang Tao said anything, Fang Ping said again, "Director, you said 1,000 meters and 2,000 meters. Instructor Li just said that the Vice-Chancellor used to walk 3 to 5 meters. I'm afraid it's a lot more now. Let's just say it's 10 meters. Is there such a big difference between him and a paragon? Zhang Tao was a paragon who loved eavesdropping. He must have heard what Old Manly said. Since he said 1,000 meters, Fang Ping felt that it might not necessarily be an imaginary number. You'll understand when you reach this realm. Director, how far away are you from us now? Fang Ping observed for a while. Zhang Tao was actually not with them. This old man was eavesdropping on them from afar. How shameless. More than 800 li, how much longer until he reaches us? You're really fast. How long will it take to reach us? I have to keep an eye on King Huai now, understood? Fang Ping nodded. In other words, he would not be going to Skygate City for a while. Fang Ping ignored old Zhang. He could not interfere with old Zhang's business. He glanced at Wu Kuishan and said, Vice-Chancellor, let's go back to Skygate City. Wu Kuishan glanced at him too. Very quickly, he nodded and said, okay. As he said that, he glanced at Lu Fengru who was silent at the side. He did not say anything else. He grabbed Lu Fengru and soared into the air, flying in the direction of Skygate City. Fang Ping followed closely behind. They used the flight step together. Skygate City. The great battle was nearing its end. The sound of killing gradually dissipated. A few Grandmaster powerhouses had sealed off the mineral vein. Some were in the air, releasing pressure and intimidating their surroundings. They did not attack, but it was more intimidating than if they did. The Catacombs Royal City allowed human high-ranked powerhouses to use the flight step to intimidate their surroundings. There was no need to describe what this meant. More and more ordinary people dragged their families and fled from all directions. A large number of martial artists were killed on the spot. The armored martial artists were the targets of everyone in MCMAU. These armored martial artists were military martial artists. They were also the main force in the battle against humans in recent years. These people, whether they were recruits or veterans, were all targets that everyone had to kill. They killed until their hands were tired. The sound of killing gradually faded away. When she swung her sword and there was no one around, Chen Yunqi suddenly slumped to the ground. Her entire body was dyed red with blood. Not far away, Song Yingji was also panting heavily, resting on a pile of corpses. Many people were now slumped on the ground, motionless like the dead. Only their chests were moving up and down. 3 days, the battle had been going on for 3 days. These people had been killing and killing. Even when their vitality was depleted, they still relied on their physical strength to kill the enemy. They no longer had the time to think about how many people they had killed. In the center of the city, Qin Fengqing's legs were weak from all the killing, but he refused to let go of the last rank 6. He was only short of one head. This guy could not run away, and he could not let his head be smashed. The sound in the city was getting softer. North of Skygate City, a large number of people were fleeing. No one was in the mood to care. Exhaustion. To exhaustion. At this moment, everyone's spirits were lifted. Skygate City Lord and Skygate Tree have been executed. MCMAU's great victory. As soon as these words came out, even those who were slumped on the ground stood up instantly. Then, each of their faces flushed red. Suddenly, they shouted, MCMAU's great victory! MCMAU's great victory! Destroy the city! Destroy the city! Loud shouts rang out, shaking the royal city. Congratulations to MCMAU! Congratulations to MCMAU! The deafening cheers traveled further and further. Du Hong, who was in the air, did not say a word and went straight to Hope City. Great victory, MCMAU's great victory, 2 rank 9s, 2 rank 8s, and 9 rank 7s were killed. Skygate City was destroyed. Very soon, in the faraway direction of Hope City, countless people were cheering wildly. Wild cheers rang out in the entire catacombs. Fang Ping could not care less about other places. Fang Ping, who had landed from the sky, looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after they left, MCMAU did not suffer too many losses, although many people were seriously injured. At this moment, Skygate City was filled with cheers. Fang Ping could not care about the others. Without another word, he went straight to the inner city. While old Zhang was still watching, he had to take away a batch of energy stones first. Fang Ping walked quickly. At this time, nothing was more important than snatching things. Although these things would eventually be used on the Sino nation martial artists, Fang Ping felt that giving them to himself was the best choice. Underground. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, Huang Jing said immediately, "We've dug quite a lot." Fang Ping glanced at the energy stones piled up like a small hill beside him. Without another word, he kept them into the storage space. Huang Jing's face twitched. What a huge storage ring. Quick, keep digging. Fang Ping was very anxious now. He was going bankrupt. The more he dug, the better. This time, he wanted to be corrupt. He did not do this before, but this time, he must. He was going to be greedy no matter how much he dug. Instructor Tang, hurry up and call the Vice-Chancellor and the others over. Tell them that if they want to repay their debts, they have to mine to repay their debts. Tang Feng's cheeks twitched. Mine to repay their debts? All right, he would talk to the Vice-Chancellor himself. Who knew if the Vice-Chancellor would vomit blood in anger? Tang Feng left the underground mineral vein very quickly. Not long after, Wu Quishan and the others arrived. As soon as they arrived, Fang Ping said immediately, "Mine. Vice-Chancellor, I've gone bankrupt this time. I've used up all my imperishable substances. I want 80% of the mines dug this time. The remaining 20% belongs to you, and we'll count it as debt repayment." Wu Quishan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not say much and began to help dig. When rank 9 powerhouses came to mine, their speed was also extremely fast. Very soon, huge pits were dug in the core area. Other than Lu Polu, who was still maintaining order in the city and intimidating everyone, the rest of the Grandmaster powerhouses were all mining at this time. Time was tight. Once old Zhang arrived, this matter could no longer be carried out. Not long after, a group of rank 5 and 6 martial artists entered the underground mineral vein one after another. The moment they saw the mineral vein, everyone was shocked beyond belief. Among everyone present, other than Fang Ping, only Li Hansong had seen this situation at the periphery of the mineral vein when he dug a hole with Fang Ping. Even old man Li had not seen it before. When he was in gigantic Willow City, he only revived after escaping to the underground pipeline. The others, including Wu Quishan, had never seen such a huge mine before. Just like that, with everyone's help, they dug for about an hour. Everyone felt a strong pressure approaching. Wu Quishan said immediately, "The minister is here. Everyone, go up." As Fang Ping said that, he put away all the energy stones that had been dug out and ran outside immediately. In the sky above Skygate City, Zhang Tao stood in the air, looking around. Soon, his cheeks twitched slightly. Underground. What were so many people doing underground? Also, the core mineral vein. How did it turn into honeycomb coal? Recalling what Tian Mu had said that day, Zhang Tao suddenly did not know what to say. These people from MCMAU were really something, no wonder Fang Ping had asked when he would arrive. It was because of this. When Fang Ping and the others came out, before Zhang Tao could speak, Fang Ping roared, "Minister! MCMAU has won a great victory. Today, we have destroyed a royal city and killed 2 rank 9s. Yes, everyone from MCMAU has made outstanding contributions." Zhang Tao spoke loudly for a while, praising them. He was also quite emotional. At this moment, he did not care about how many energy stones Fang Ping and the others had dug out. It was beyond his expectations that the battle would turn out like this. Initially, he actually thought that MCMAU might not win. Even if they did win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, there were 2 rank 9s. MCMAU most likely could not kill them. He did not expect the final result to be so unexpected. All the high ranks in Skygate City were wiped out. Not just the high ranks. Zhang Tao looked around. At this moment, the huge Skygate City had become an empty city, except for the people from MCMAU. Almost all those who could escape had run away. Those who did not were killed. An intact royal city had been conquered by MCMAU. This was the first time in Sino Nation, including the entire human race. In the past, even if a city was conquered, there would not be such a result. Of course, this was also related to his bet with King Huai. If he had not made a bet with King Huai, this situation would not have happened. Next time, he might not have the chance. King Huai had suffered heavy losses by using subduing King's origin Qi as bait twice in a row. Next time he was tempted, he would probably not bet with him again. After praising him for a while, Zhang Tao landed on the ground. He looked at Wu Kuishan and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Fang Ping and smiled faintly. Congratulations. Fang Ping looked embarrassed. He laughed dryly. Why are you congratulating me? The Vice-Chancellor is still here. Zhang Tao chuckled. Of course I have to congratulate you. After this battle, everyone in MCMAU will respect you. Everyone will remember your kindness. If I don't congratulate you, who else should I congratulate? Fang Ping laughed dryly. These words were spoken as if he wanted to seize power. Was he that kind of person? Wu Kuishan did not care too much this time. He glanced at Fang Ping, then turned his head to look at his wife. In the next moment, Wu Kuishan's action was somewhat unexpected to Fang Ping. Wu Kuishan was extremely serious. He said seriously, Magic City Martial Arts University Vice-Chancellor Wu Kuishan, on behalf of MCMAU's instructors and students, and on behalf of MCMAU's heroic souls, thank Grandmaster Fang. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Kuishan bowed. Fang Ping hurriedly dodged. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Kuishan said loudly again, Wu Kuishan and Lu Fengru, thank Grandmaster Fang for helping us take revenge. Having said that, he bowed again. Not only him, but Lu Fengru also had to bow. Fang Ping hurriedly dodged. Seeing that Wu Kuishan still wanted to speak, he pulled a face and said bitterly, Vice-Chancellor, don't bow 3 times, what was old Wu doing? He was so formal that even he was blushing. How embarrassing, these people were his own instructors. Asking them to bow to him and even call him Grandmaster Fang was embarrassing. It was not over yet. In the city, the instructors and students looked at each other. Soon, someone shouted, thank you, Vice-Chancellor Fang, for avenging MCMAU. Salute. Thousands of people saluted one after another. This time, Fang Ping could not avoid it. He quickly said, everyone, don't do this. I'm just doing what I should. Beside him, Zhang Tao saw his awkwardness and chuckled. How do you feel? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. He did not know what to say. Zhang Tao said again, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the heavier the burden on your body. Kid, you've really put yourself in this situation. No one forced you to do this. As he said that, he smiled and said, let's go to the city lord's mansion. I'll be leaving this place soon. Before I leave, I need to take a clear inventory of the mineral veins. Otherwise, when I leave, there will only be the peripheral mineral veins left. Everyone laughed. Fang Ping's expression did not change this time. Was he that kind of person? He would definitely not dig out all the core mineral veins. He would leave some for him. Old Zhang actually did not trust him. Thinking was just thinking. Fang Ping did not say much and followed old Zhang to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, there was Venerable Bug keeping watch here. He did not have to worry about any problems. He just did not know if King Huai had left. Was Jiao still alive? P.S. Damn, the update was late. City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, the once majestic City Lord's Mansion was now dilapidated. The ground was covered with broken limbs. Everyone looked indifferent. They did not care. The City Lord's Mansion was taller than other buildings. From here, they could see the situation in the city. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, Qin Fengqing walked out from the side, holding a head. His legs were weak, his face pale. I killed this. Fang Ping, I killed 15 rank SIXS. Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while, he said, weren't there only 7 before? Qin Fengqing said hurriedly, when you weren't here, I killed a few more. This is the 15th. If you don't believe me, I'll go get the head. I hid it, Fang Ping chuckled. Hid it behind the throne? And hid something else? Qin Fengqing, hiding spoils of war is a serious crime. This is not an individual battle, but MCMAU's entire school. Tell me, what should we do about this? Qin Fengqing looked pained. He said immediately, I didn't hide it. I collected it and waited to hand it over. Qin Fengqing's words were not wrong. Fang Ping sneered. He did not say anything else. If you were discovered, you should hand it over honestly. Qin Fengqing looked sorrowful. Mother of Ker, why did these people come to the city lord's mansion? Everyone ignored him. Zhang Tao looked around, not in a hurry to say anything else. Instead, he glanced at Li Hansong, then at Wang Jinyang and the rest. After a while, he said, don't expose divine weapons. You kids. I don't know if I should call you old guys or something. Forget it, I'll just call you kids. You guys have exceeded my expectations. Don't reveal anything about you to others. Previously, Star City invited you. You can take some time to go. Of course, it might not be helpful to you. You guys are a little different from the martial artists who resurrected before. As he said that, Zhang Tao suddenly threw a punch at Li Hansong. Li Hansong's armor appeared instantly. The next moment, Li Hansong flew hundreds of meters backward. Immediately after, a gigantic hand descended. Just like how Buddha captured a monkey, it directly grabbed Li Hansong in its hand. After pinching for a while, the invisible hand dispersed. Li Hansong's armor retreated. His face was blank and gloomy. Why did you hit me out of nowhere? Mystic armor, Zhang Tao murmured. After a long time, he said, the mystic armor is intertwined with your life force. The ancient martial arts refining technique is more brilliant than I thought. Also, pay attention, your divine weapons are very powerful, but they also have a huge flaw. Once the divine weapon is destroyed, you will be heavily injured. Using life force to refine weapons. Zhang Tao frowned slightly as he looked at Yao Qingjun and mumbled, no, you're using your mental strength to refine the weapon. After saying those words, he turned to Wang Jinyang and asked, you used your blood essence, it's not the same weapon refining method. Zhang Tao was truly surprised. He had assumed that they had used some sort of weaponsmithing technique to refine their weapons. Ancient martial arts practitioner. The ancient martial arts practitioner's method of refining weapons is interesting. Does it vary from person to person? It's not like the current unified refining method. Zhang Tao went on for a while. Fang Ping asked curiously, Minister, do you know our identities and our past lives? I know. Zhang Tao's words made them excited and surprised. Zhang Tao actually knew, of course, that did not include Fang Ping. Fang Ping's heart trembled. No way, before he could finish his thoughts, Zhang Tao said with a faint smile, aren't you the Celestial Emperor? Aren't Li Hansong and the rest generals under your command? Fang Ping was dumbfounded, F***ck, where did you overhear that from? You know this too. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Li Hansong said excitedly, He's really the Celestial Emperor? Zhang Tao gave him a look. Where did this idiot come from? Did he not hear that I was teasing him? Zhang Tao did not bother to pay him any attention. Li Hansong, on the other hand, was inexplicably excited. Wang Jinyang and the rest were speechless. You really understood what old Zhang meant. He was obviously teasing Fang Ping. What was he so excited about? They were all mentally exhausted. Old Zhang too. He made a joke out of nowhere. Ironhead might have completely fallen for it now. Forget it. He had fallen for it long ago anyway. Fang Ping laughed dryly, cursing in his heart. Eavesdropping maniac, old Zhang was really shameless, and he was really free. Fang Ping did not even know when he had eavesdropped. There was really no way to deal with this kind of person. Eavesdropping from the top. You could not even stop him. Zhang Tao did not continue this topic. He gave them a simple reminder. As for their divine weapons, they were nothing to Zhang Tao. They were comparable to rank 9 divine weapons. He was only curious about the weaponry refinement method of these divine weapons. After saying that, Zhang Tao asked, how's the battle damage? Beside him, Lu Polu said in a low voice, 6 rank 6 instructors died in battle. 22 rank 5 instructors died in battle. 97 rank 4 instructors died in battle. Fang Ping frowned. 125 instructors died in battle. Although they had been prepared for the worst, they still didn't feel good seeing so many of them die. Lu Polu said again, As for the students, 31 rank 4 students died in battle. 69 rank 3 students, 22 rank 2 students. Rank 2 students died the least in battle because they were mostly responsible for logistics, rescuing the wounded and the like. There were not many rank 2 students who actually participated in the battle. 125 instructors died in battle. 122 students died. 247 people died in battle in exchange for the destruction of a royal city. Was it worth it? No one would say it was not worth it no matter who it was. However, the lives that were still alive a few days ago were now dead in a foreign land. It still felt bad. Lu Polu continued, 37 people died in the military department's instructors group. Fang Ping could not help but ask, why did so many of the instructors group die in battle? There were less than 100 people in the instructors group. Beside him, Luo Yichuan explained, General Du led the military department's people and charged at the front line. There were a few times when the brothers from the military department broke the deadlock and helped us kill the strong enemies. Fang Ping exhaled softly. Du Hong was not here at the moment. He had gone to Hope City and had not returned yet. Fang Ping did not say much when he heard that so many people from the military department died in battle. MCMAU and the military department had a total of 284 people who died in battle. When they set off, the team had more than 5,000 people. Skygate City was destroyed at the cost of less than 300 people. It was a miracle. However, more than half of these 300 people were middle-ranked. In order to cultivate these powerhouses, MCMAU and the military department had spent a lot of effort. To put it bluntly, even if humans destroyed a big city with millions of people dead or injured, it would not be as bad as losing so many powerhouses. Although Skygate City suffered countless casualties this time, with almost all the martial artists killed, the number of middle-ranked martial artists who died would not be more than 1,000. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment and said, so many people died in battle. It's much less than I expected. However, these people are the elites of Sino Nation. They are the pillars of Sino Nation. Hundreds of people died in battle. Zhang Tao sighed softly and said again, collect the remains and transport them back to Earth. When this battle is completely over, the government will hold a memorial service. They are all the sons and daughters of Sino Nation's heroes. Fang Ping and the others did not say anything. This battle was requested by MCMAU. Before the war started, everyone knew that there would be casualties. Now that more than 200 people died in battle, everyone should be mentally prepared. If Fang Ping did not give away a large number of imperishable crystals, the number of middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists who died in this battle would at least be 3 to 5 times more. It was normal for thousands of people to die. If the high-ranked battle did not end quickly, the casualties would be even worse. Without mentioning the battle damage, Zhang Tao continued, King Huai has admitted defeat. According to the agreement, Skygate City is the spoils of war. However, Skygate City is actually not King Huai's territory, but Green Wolf King's. However, Skygate City is too close to us. Even if it's destroyed, we won't give them a chance to rebuild the city. As for MCMAU, are you sure you want to keep Skygate City? If you want to take down Skygate City, you might be attacked by powerhouses from other cities. Wu Quishan thought for a while and said, even if the giant mine is dug out from Skygate City, the energy is still extremely rich, which is very helpful for martial artists' cultivation. It would be a pity if such a big royal city was destroyed just like that. This place is very close to Hope City. The closest ones are Monster Phoenix City and Monster Sunflower City. However, Monster Sunflower City suffered heavy losses this time. I'm afraid they won't be able to continue fighting with us. As for Monster Phoenix City, Wu Quishan still wanted to protect Skygate City. Skygate City was a complete giant city, not smaller than Magic City. The buildings were complete, and the facilities were complete. Moreover, because there was an energy giant mine here, the energy was much richer than in Hope City. If this place was built into a base for MCMAU and a portion of the students were placed here to cultivate in the future, the speed would be extremely fast. There were so many martial artists in Skygate City. Many of them did not have many cultivation resources, but they could still reach middle ranks or even high ranks. This had a lot to do with this. MCMAU just won, and with the momentum of a great victory, Monster Phoenix City probably won't dare to send troops now. Zhang Tao said, moreover, when I just came, I went to Monster Phoenix City for a walk. The other party probably won't dare to make a move recently. However, if you really want to establish a foothold here, then it's hard to say. As for the government, they still have to guard the passageway. Even if someone comes to station here, they won't send too many people. This place is only suitable as a bridgehead, not a place to station. The passageway was not here, so naturally, they could not station here. Otherwise, the government would not let go of a royal city. As for MCMAU, it's best to think carefully. There's no rush for now. Zhang Tao said for a while, then said, but the giant mine must be dug out immediately. We can only dig it out, we can't leave it behind. Once the giant mine is left behind, it's a road to death. The other cities, including the restricted areas, will not let go of this giant mine. Fang Ping also knew that humans were not suitable to leave behind giant mines. Although there was no way to regenerate it after digging it out, it was better to dig it out than to keep it and provoke the enemy. However, when he thought of the incomparably huge mineral vein below, Fang Ping still had a headache. He said, Minister, this mining work is not something we can do. Why don't you help to dig it out? Zhang Tao gave him a look and did not refuse. Instead, he nodded and said, all right, I'll do it later and let Hope City's military department come and take it. On your side, take the remaining mineral resources as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. It's not just the mineral resources. Skygate City is a royal city. There are countless good things. Take them away as soon as possible. Their armory and herb fields must be taken away as soon as possible. Leave behind an empty shell of the city. This way, the other parties won't have too much desire to attack. Everyone nodded. After discussing these matters for a while, Fang Ping quickly asked, Minister, is Jiao still alive? I don't know. Zhang Tao was a little amused. You've really screwed these few monsters over this time. The elephant beast was slow and was the first to be caught. King Huai was unable to restrain his anger and directly crushed it. The golden ant beast was also crushed before it could cross the boundary river. On the other hand, Jiao and the sheep beast crossed the boundary river, but the probability of survival is not high. King Huai attacked from a distance and directly crushed the golden bodies of two monsters. There are also many demons over there. Two monsters whose golden bodies were destroyed went in, and it was a dead end. Fang Ping said with a sigh, what a pity. A pity that they couldn't be made into divine weapons? Zhang Tao said with a smile. Fang Ping shook his head and said, that's not it. No matter what, they were the heroes of MCMAU's great victory in this battle. Although everyone had their own objectives, these few monsters did help a lot. Now, two are dead and the other two are disabled. Sigh, my heart doesn't feel good. Zhang Tao and the others looked at him. Are you sure? Are you sure you're grieving for them? Are you sure you're not regretting that you couldn't take their bodies? Fang Ping coughed softly. Don't look at me like that. If I really wanted to kill them, I wouldn't have given them the imperishable substance when I left. I still hope that these monsters are alive. If they're alive, based on what King Huai did this time and 100 Beasts Forest abandoning them, there's going to be a good show. Jiao most likely won't find trouble with me first. It'll probably kill the monsters in 100 Beasts Forest first. Let them mess around for a while. When he mentioned this, Zhang Tao remembered and chuckled. You have a lot of imperishable substance. Fang Ping suddenly punched himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his chest exploded. Everyone was surprised. What were you doing? Fang Ping waited for a moment, then looked at Zhang Tao and said, I've used it up. Minister, help me recover it. Zhang Tao frowned slightly. After a while, he said, I've said it. It doesn't matter if I know or not about some of your secrets. The premise is that you stand on the side of humans and not betray them. On the premise that you don't betray humans, you're all heroes of humanity. I, Zhang Tao, have come this far. I don't care about some small benefits and spoil my own conscience. Kid, it's right to be vigilant, but if I really want to deal with you, I can destroy you with a finger. Do you understand? Fang Ping nodded and said, Minister, I'm injured. Zhang Tao felt a little helpless. Did I say it for nothing? He ignored him. Zhang Tao was about to speak again when Fang Ping suddenly asked curiously, Minister, is the difference between rank 9 and Paragon really that big? Jiao's physique is comparable to rank 9, right? They crossed the Forbidden Sea tributary and even had their golden bodies destroyed by King Huai's attack. Isn't that too powerful? The strength of a paragon was beyond Fang Ping's imagination. The Forbidden Sea tributary was at least 1,000 meters wide. In fact, since Jiao and the others had crossed the river, they must not have run that far. Fang Ping asked again, how far away did King Huai's golden bodies explode? Almost 10,000 meters. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What a joke, from 20 li away, he destroyed a demon's body that was comparable to a rank 9 golden body with a punch in the air. Were you beating up a child? Was a paragon really that powerful? Zhang Tao saw his dumbfounded expression and laughed. The so-called paragon is the end of the path. Strictly speaking, in terms of the realm, it's the difference between rank 6 vitality unity and rank 6. But in terms of strength, the difference is even bigger. It needs to be replaced by early stage rank 6 and early stage rank 7. Can you understand if I put it this way? Fang Ping gulped. Wu Kuishan could not help but ask softly, Minister, is the difference that big? Doesn't that mean that a paragon can kill a rank 9 easily? How many moves would a rank 7 grandmaster need to kill an early stage rank 6 martial artist? This question was difficult to answer. One move, or directly shocked to death by mentality? Rank 9s are also divided into strong and weak. It depends on how much they have comprehended the origin Dao. But the difference is huge. Then, can a rank 9 martial artist kill a paragon? A paragon is also a rank 9. You should ask if anyone below the paragon can kill a paragon? Zhang Tao chuckled. The possibility is not high. Even if Li Chongqing really cultivated his vitality to a peak, cultivating it to 100,000 calories or 200,000 cal, he can forget about killing a paragon. Let's put it this way. When that time comes, although his vitality is strong, a desperate state can suppress his outburst and disperse his strength. If you slash out 200,000 calories vitality, you can only hurt a paragon with a few tens of thousands cal or even less. Can you kill a paragon? If I stand here and let him slash at me, he can forget about breaking my body easily. Old Zhang was very confident. With the small crack that Li Chongqing had created now, even if he stood still and did not move, he could at most leave a bloody mark on Li Chongqing's body. This was already the limit. Beside him, old man Li curled his lips and continued to be arrogant. Wait until I cultivate 1,000,000 cal vitality, then you can be arrogant. Fang Ping, on the other hand, said thoughtfully, what if what teacher slashed out was not vitality force but destructive force? As soon as he said that, Zhang Tao focused slightly and said, then it would be terrifyingly powerful. Vitality force is card, celestiality is Luan, and destructive force is vitality. A Luan is equivalent to a 500 calories vitality outburst. As for vitality force, Fang Ping kept looking at him. When he saw that he had stopped, he said hurriedly, destructive force is vitality? Vitality is the beginning of all things. Isn't that an exaggeration? It's just a unit of measurement. You don't have to worry about this. Zhang Tao laughed. I thought you were ignorant and incompetent, and you would tell me that this is a unit of money. Fang Ping's face twitched. What did he mean? Old Zhang was too much. I'm ignorant and incompetent. I'm ignorant and incompetent. Can I get into MCMAU? Zhang Tao laughed and continued, vitality force is equivalent to 10C celestiality. Moreover, you know about destructive force yourself. It's more destructive and has other uses. The advancement of a martial artist's realm is also an advancement of the level of strength. Nowadays, when martial artists reach the high ranks, most of them use celestiality. Actually, ancient martial artists don't seem to be like this. When real ancient martial artists reach rank 8, they should be using destructive force. Or in other words, when that time comes, ancient martial artists don't really care about the types of strength. Instead, strength is the only thing. Whether it's cultivating the physique or mentality, in the end, strength is still the only thing. Destructive force might be the ultimate strength. The unit of destructive force is vitality, the source of strength, the beginning of strength, and the end of strength. Zhang Tao's words matched up with Feng Ping's earlier guess. As expected, Absolute Peak knew more than he did. Looking at Zhang Tao's expression, he was probably certain. If Li Chongqing really converted his strength into destructive force and grew endlessly, then he would be much stronger than he is now. Zhang Tao concluded. Feng Ping did not ask further. At this time, Zhang Tao said again, let's not talk about other things. I'm going to start mining now. Otherwise, once I leave, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. When everyone heard that he was going to mine, they all nodded. If this thing was not taken away, everyone would not be at ease. In the end, although Zhang Tao said that he was going to mine, he did not move. Just when everyone was puzzled, Zhang Tao suddenly roared. This roar caused the earth to tremble. In the direction of the inner city, at the entrance of the mine, there was originally a big pit. That was where the sky gate number took root. At this moment, following Zhang Tao's roar, a crystal-clear mineral vein that looked like a long dragon slowly soared into the sky. Rise! Zhang Tao roared again. In the next moment, the long crystal dragon flew slowly toward the direction of Hope City. If one did not look at the holes on the long crystal dragon, this scene was enough to be remembered for a lifetime. However, when they saw the large number of holes on the long crystal dragon, some of the MCMAU instructors and students in the city twitched their mouths. What an ugly crystal dragon! Some people did not know the situation and thought that the royal city's mine looked like this. For a moment, they were shocked by the number of high-ranked energy stones and despised the aesthetic standards of the catacombs' powerhouses. How did the mineral vein become like this after mining? Couldn't they just mine it properly? Feng Ping did not care about this. Watching the long dragon fly out, he could not help but say, Minister, we still have 30%. I know. We'll split it when we reach the ground. Send it to Hope City first. Feng Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he gulped and said, Minister, you're amazing. Although it's only the core mineral vein, it's at least 100 tons. You can even control it with mentality. Amazing. At this moment, Zhang Tao was lifting the core mineral vein, but it was at least 100 tons. To use mentality to control something that weighed 100 tons and send it to Hope City, which was 70 to 80 li away, this ability was really scary. Looking at Zhang Tao, it did not seem to be very difficult. As Zhang Tao flew forward, he said, there are still 100 tons, but it's filled with a lot of energy crystals. There aren't many real high-ranked energy stones. Feng Ping naturally knew this. Mining mineral veins meant removing the energy crystals. Even so, there were still a lot of high-ranked energy stones. While flying, Feng Ping said, there are 50 tons of high-ranked energy stones, right? More or less. MCMAU gets 15 tons? Zhang Tao glanced at him. After a while, he nodded and said, more or less. Behind him, Chen Yaoting and the others also flew over. When they heard this, they were a little stunned. They were starting to calculate the energy stones in tons. Only 30,000 caddies. Feng Ping sighed softly. The core mineral vein is too small, even if it's all rank 9 energy stones. Right now, martial arts universities only set the price of rank 9 energy stones at 600,000 per gram. One caddy is only 300 million. 30,000 caddies is 9 trillion. Moreover, not all of them are rank 9. There are many middle and low-ranked ones mixed in. There are even rank 7 and 8. If I calculate it like this, can it be 5 trillion? Zhang Tao suddenly did not want to speak. What's with your tone? When I saw this mineral vein, although I didn't show it, I was actually laughing in my heart. What do you mean by that dissatisfied expression of yours? A huge mine. In my life. I've seen it, but I've never taken it. Do you know how many years of cultivation a huge mine like this can supply Sino Nation martial artists? Do you know how much the Sino Nation government has in reserve? You get 30,000 caddies, I get 70,000 caddies, 70,000 caddies. Star Town's 13 paragons, the city has been established for 300 years. This is probably the amount of energy stones harvested together. Just like that, it has provided for thousands of people in Star Town for 300 years. MCMAU gets 30,000 caddies. This time, MCMAU has conquered Skygate City. Otherwise, Zhang Tao would not have said that MCMAU would get 30%. Even if he did not give this huge mine to MCMAU, no one would say anything. It was true that MCMAU conquered Skygate City, but conquering the city did not mean that the huge mine belonged to MCMAU. This huge mine was the bet between Zhang Tao and King Huai. Otherwise, how could the survival of two rank 9 martial artists be compared to his, Zhang Tao's, ultimate technique? Strictly speaking, this was his, Zhang Tao's. However, as the victor, he would only get to take the huge mine if MCMAU won. Giving MCMAU 30% was also what he had agreed on before. He thought that MCMAU would be so happy, but now, this Fang Ping kid was not satisfied. Zhang Tao suddenly wanted to smack him to death. Fang Ping continued, let's just decide on a value of 5 trillion. Of course, there are many low-ranked mines in the periphery, but those things, 1, are difficult to mine. 2, we can't really excavate them all. If we do, Skygate City will be ruined. You still want 70%. If we excavate some, we'll be at most able to dig up a mine worth 1 trillion. That way, it's only 6 trillion. There are some other gains in the city, a lot of them. Added up, it's only about 1 trillion. Let's just say it's 2 trillion. That way, after this battle and destroying a royal city, we'll only get a harvest of 8 trillion, 5,000 people. How much can one person get? On average, it's 1.6 billion per person. Zhang Tao was already stunned. Let me think about it, a battle of 5,000 people, 1.6 billion per person. This kind of war. If it was possible, he would be willing to launch a war of 100 million people, and now, a certain fellow was nagging behind him. What was he trying to say? What was he trying to say? Fang Ping did not want to say anything. He only calculated for a while and felt that Zhang Tao should give a little more to MCMAU. At the thought of this, Fang Ping said again, why don't you take a little less and give us 10 trillion, get lost. Zhang Tao could not hold it in anymore. His mentality erupted, sending Fang Ping flying thousands of meters away. Mother ***, this is too much. I didn't even settle the score with you when you stole the mine. You guys even killed the Skygate tree, and he didn't say anything. Now you want me to give you a little more. How much do you want? Why don't I just give it all to you? MCMAU only has so few instructors and students. If you want so many mines, don't tell me you want to plant mines under MCMAU? While he was still thinking, Fang Ping, who had been sent flying, said loudly, Minister, it's best if you leave us an intact section of the mineral vein. I want to see if the MCMAU mineral vein is okay. The entire city was so quiet that it could not be any quieter. Was he really going to plant mines, let MCMAU become like Royal City? At this moment, the eyes of the teachers and students were glowing. Then why would they need medicinal pills to assist their cultivation in the future? Did they not see that the martial artists in the catacombs did not use medicinal pills at all, because they did not need it? Which martial artist living in Royal City needed medicinal pills to cultivate? Even if they were poor, they did not have to worry about martial arts not progressing. It was just a matter of speed. That was only for the martial artists in the outer city of Royal City. The martial artists in the inner city had extremely fast cultivation speeds. Was this not equivalent to cultivating in the energy room every day in the future? In front, Zhang Tao did not say a word. This kid was too extravagant. Was he going to make MCMAU the second sacred place in Star Town? There were only a few thousand people in Star Town, but there were 50 to 60 grandmasters alive now. Moreover, a portion of them did not have high cultivation qualifications. All of this had to do with their rich resources. MCMAU was not a family clan. This was a school that had accumulated the most outstanding batch of people out of more than 1 billion people. With the same amount of resources, MCMAU might be able to produce hundreds of grandmasters. Of course, it would take time to accumulate. Zhang Tao began to calculate whether to give it to MCMAU. If it was too much, how would the other martial arts universities survive in the future? No, it would be hard to survive in the education ministry. Should I say halfway that it was robbed by Li Zhen? Zhang Tao calculated in his heart. Should he do it? As for MCMAU's revenge on Li Zhen in the future, it would be better to leave the pinnacle first. Even if they left, they might not be Li Zhen's match. Li Zhen would probably be very willing to be the scapegoat. I underestimated the reserves of Skygate City's giant mine. I thought it would be used up after all these years. Zhang Tao felt helpless. If he had known, he would have said 10%. Zhang Tao ignored Fang Ping and steered the crystal dragon toward Hope City. Fang Ping did not follow, but he sent Tang Feng and Huang Jing to keep an eye on them and not let them embezzle. As for himself, he stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. He had to get all the spoils as soon as possible. Inside the city, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Fang Ping, on the other hand, received the list of casualties. When he saw the names, both familiar and unfamiliar, flashing by, Fang Ping suddenly lost his excitement. In the distance, Zhang Yu leaned against the wall, spacing out. Further away, Xia Lei was hugging his knees, like an abandoned puppy, curled up in a corner. Zhang Ziwei had died in battle. Fang Ping only knew that Zhang Ziwei had died in battle. Xia Lei and Zhang Ziwei were a couple that everyone in MCMAU envied. Same year, same class, same instructor. One was a thrice-honed, the other a twice-honed. One was a middle stage rank 5, the other a middle stage rank 4. Fang Ping remembered Zhang Ziwei very clearly. When the special training classes first started, he had challenged Zhang Ziwei and injured her. He also remembered that she had been injured in the chest. That girl had been so angry and annoyed at that time. Fang Ping suspected that Xia Lei wanted to snatch the position of president from him because he had injured his girlfriend. Of course, Xia Lei did not challenge him when his rank was low. Other than Fang Ping, he was the only thrice-honed martial artist in MCMAU. He had his own pride, and he did not want to bully the weak. Now, his girlfriend had died in battle. This couple that everyone envied had gone their separate ways. Jin Lei, Guosheng, the familiar names made Fang Ping lose a lot of interest. Less than 300 casualties, a great victory. A great victory, but this was more than 200 lives. The joy of victory might excite those who had nothing to do with it, but how could those who had lost their loved ones and friends be excited? Qin Yunqi walked over from the side. Seeing that he was looking at the casualty list, she said softly, "People die in war." Fang Ping looked at her and said suddenly, "What if we lose this time? You all worship me, admire me, thank me. Do you know that I'm actually gambling with the lives of everyone in the school? Gambling on victory. Gambling that we can win. If Jiao doesn't join the battle, the result might be reversed. Right now, we're the ones who lose. That's how war is." Qin Yunqi did not agree with him this time. She said seriously, "Humans are weak. In every war, as long as there's a chance of winning, no matter how small, it's worth the gamble. Don't we know? We know. Don't the teachers know? They know." He even knew about Minister Zhang. There is no sure-win war. We are the weak. Even if we are the strong, there is still the possibility of failure. Everyone knew this, but everyone did it without hesitation. Humans were inferior to the catacombs. If a full-scale war were to break out, humans might perish. Did the minister and the others know that? But they had no second thoughts. They were also gambling with the fate of mankind. But what else could they do? Sit and wait for death? Fang Ping, we only need results. If the results are good, that's enough. If you don't do it, who knows if you can win this war? You've already done very well, so well that it's beyond our imagination. You've done so well that even Department Head Zhang and the others feel that you're very powerful. The deaths of the students and teachers aren't your fault. At this time, you can grieve, but you can't give up. You can't be afraid just because someone died and feel that you shouldn't do it." Fang Ping looked at her deeply for a while. After a while, he suddenly laughed. "I didn't realize that you were so talkative." Qin Yunqi suddenly blushed. After a while, she stammered, It's the Vice-Chancellor and the others. They said that you might have some thoughts now, so they taught me to say it like that." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He said helplessly, "Vice-Chancellor. Forget it. Let's not talk about him." Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Xia Lei in the distance and said softly, "Zhang Ziwei died in battle. He's probably very upset." "Yunqi. Tell me." Qin Yunqi shook her head abruptly. "You'll be fine. If one day, I also die in battle in the catacombs. Yunqi, listen to me. Xianxia looked at him and smiled brightly. Martial artists don't shy away from death. No one knows if that day will come. If I really die in the catacombs, don't cry for me, don't grieve for me, because in my impression, Fang Ping has always been the strongest man. He won't give up his dreams and hope just because his family is average. He's like grass, struggling and growing in the mud. If he feels that he can grow into a towering tree, then he will grow into a towering tree. For the sake of cultivation, he can smile cheekily and peddle his pills. For the sake of the teachers, he can humble himself and please others. For the sake of everyone, he can give everything he has. He won't cry when he's injured. No matter how serious his injuries are, he will always smile. A man like this shouldn't cry or grieve because of a woman. This is the Fang Ping I like, not the Fang Ping who's depressed because of a woman. If I really die in the catacombs, just remember to avenge me. Kill more enemies, kill them until they're terrified. Kill them until they don't dare to invade the human world anymore. Then you'll be my great hero, a great hero that no one can surpass. This Fang Ping is the Fang Ping that I, Xianxia, should love. Fang Ping looked at her for a while. After a long time, he smiled. I won't die, I won't. The catacombs will be conquered sooner or later. In the future, I won't have to live in such a precarious situation anymore. You put me so well that I'm embarrassed to refute you. Alright, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not that weak yet. Death isn't scary. What's scary is that death is worthless. So, don't die easily. I'm the leader, the celestial emperor. A little setback won't make me doubt myself. Xianxia seemed relieved. She smiled quickly and said, then I'll go clean up the battlefield. Go ahead. After Xianxia left, a few silhouettes appeared. Fang Ping chuckled. Instructors, am I that weak? Maybe a little sad, but not to the point of self-denial. Wu Kuxian looked at him for a while and sighed softly. This is the first time you've experienced this. I've seen many dead people. Fang Ping said calmly, destroying Skygate City, avenging the blood feud, reaping great rewards. Only by cultivating more powerhouses will fewer people die. I understand this principle. To put it more realistically, the people who died today were not my relatives, not my girlfriend, so I think it's acceptable for people to die. If there's such a day, and my relatives die in the catacombs, please wake me up, Vice-Chancellor, so that I can pull myself together and take revenge. I won't be dispirited. Yunqi is right. I'm just a blade of grass in the mud. I'll only become stronger and stronger, not more useless. In the crowd, Chen Yaoting smiled faintly. My granddaughter has said what she needs to say. Don't you have anything to say? Fang Ping glanced at old Chen and smiled. Yes, I have. I've thought about it. When I'm at the top, I'll marry her. What do you think? Chen Yaoting cursed under his breath. Are you kidding me? When can you, kid, become a top? Everyone could not help but laugh, sweeping away the sadness from just now. After a war, it was inevitable to feel sad when they saw their comrades die in battle. However, as powerhouses, the weak could be sad, but they could not. At least, they could not show it in front of others. Today, Fang Ping was not only the student leader, but also one of MCMAU's pillars. Everyone believed in him. They believed that he could lead MCMAU to a better place. If they did not believe in him, would Zhang Tao let him start a war like this? He would use the Origin's unique art as a gamble. Wu Kuxian and the others also believed in him. Even though he was young, he would bring them miracles. Now, a miracle had happened. Therefore, nothing could happen to Fang Ping. If anything happened to him, the confidence built up in this war would collapse instantly. Looking at everyone's expression, Fang Ping suddenly revealed a narcissistic expression, a little intoxicated. I didn't know that I'm already so important that the school doesn't have a vice-chancellor. It's not a problem at all. Wu Kuxian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Fengru, on the other hand, was all smiles. You're more important than him. There was no other reason. Fang Ping killed the Skygate City Lord. Lu Fengru felt that no matter how strong Wu Kuxian was, he was still useless. At the end of the day, the one who avenged her was still Fang Ping. Wu Kuxian was really helpless. What was this? Was he despised? He was now stronger than before. He had walked a distance on the Origin's path. In rank 9, the division below the top was very vague. The division was actually based on how far one walked on the Origin's path. The further one walked, the stronger one would be. It was not called a middle or upper stage. It was just a simple division. If he walked far on the Origin's path, it meant that his combat strength might surpass many of the older rank 9, even if he did not have a divine weapon. He was such a powerful figure, yet he was despised. There was no justice in this world. After a few jokes, Fang Ping coughed softly. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Kuishan suddenly laughed. No matter what, the annihilation of Skygate City was also completed during my tenure. Fang Ping, you have to work hard. During my tenure, I've made such a great contribution, annihilating a royal city. If you, Fang Ping, really become the Vice-Chancellor, what kind of contribution do you have to make? Annihilate a catacomb, or annihilate the restricted area? Fang Ping's expression stiffened. Old Wu stole the credit, however, there was no way to reason with him. After all, Old Wu was the Vice-Chancellor. In order not to let Old Wu celebrate too early, Fang Ping chuckled. Vice-Chancellor, it's time to settle the score. This time, let's count it as 8 trillion. I want a dividend. According to the contribution ratio, I want 20%, 6 trillion. Fang Ping said, and then added, so, that mineral vein, 1/3 of it is mine. The few grandmasters looked confused. What did he want to do? I'm planning to build a big house made of energy crystals on this 1/3 of the mineral vein. In the future, I'll eat, drink, defecate, and sleep there. Fang Ping, Old Manly wanted to say something but stopped. What are you doing? MCMAU didn't say that you can't cultivate. Why do you have to calculate it so clearly? Fang Ping said with a serious expression, public is public, private is private. You have to distinguish between public and private. After all, MCMAU doesn't belong to anyone. Right now, the Vice-Chancellor is the Vice-Chancellor. What if the Vice-Chancellor becomes the Vice-Chancellor? What if Minister Zhang arranges for someone else to be the Vice-Chancellor? When it's time to settle the score, we still have to do it. Vice-Chancellor, don't you think so? Wu Kuishan pondered for a moment, nodded and said, yes. After saying that, he said, I'll explain the situation to Minister Zhang. In this battle, you have the most credit. 20% is not much. When Fang Ping heard that, he smiled immediately. That's fine. Of course, I'll still bury the mineral vein under MCMAU, but it still has to be cut open. Without my permission, I won't let anyone enter my mineral vein to cultivate. Everyone could not help but laugh. They did not want to say anything. Fang Ping said again, as for the mine that was dug out earlier, we agreed to split it 80-20. I'll take 80%. The remaining 20% is gone. Everyone was stunned. Why was it gone? Jiao's appearance fee. I had no choice. I spent too much imperishable substance on Jiao's side. Now that we don't know if Jiao is dead or alive, as a middleman, I have to help it save it. It also has to pay me back, so it's cancelled out. Beside him, Old Manly did not know whether to laugh or cry. How much did you dig out earlier? Not much. Just about 2 tons. How much is that? All the rank 9 energy stones are only 1,200 billion. Not to mention, half the price is 600 billion. 20% is only 120 billion. It's not much. Everyone stopped talking. Fang Ping continued, as for the Tianmen tree's carcass. Instructor Li, your share will be considered interest. Old Man Li's face was blank. Interest? He did not even pay back the capital. Fang Ping said very seriously, it can only be considered interest. The debt is still owed. He had no choice. Most of the money that Old Man Li owed had actually been calculated for his wealth. The things that had been calculated for wealth, even if they were returned to him now, it would not be considered a net increase. But the interest? That would be his extra gain. Seeing that Wu Kuishan was about to speak, Fang Ping chuckled and said, Vice-Chancellor, you've also contributed previously. Your share can be considered as vitality recovery pills, golden body pills, and other things, plus interest. You still have to continue to owe me the 100 billion you owe me. Wu Quishan was mentally exhausted. He did not want to speak. If I calculate it this way, I'll get 1.6 billion of the ores. The 600 billion ores on my side are all mine. Also, the Tianmen tree's carcass and life essence are all mine. If I calculate it this way, it's not much. It's only about 2.5 trillion. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and calculated for a while. He had only earned double. As for the imperishable crystals and the rest, he did not care. Those were all converted from wealth. Even if they were converted into money and given to him now, his wealth would not increase. After destroying a royal city, he had actually gotten so little. There were so many people here. After splitting the spoils, he would indeed get less. If he had destroyed the royal city alone, it would all be his. That would be making a fortune. What a pity. However, 20% of all the spoils was already his limit. If he asked for more, that would make others think that he was too greedy. He was not that kind of person. Moreover, Zhang Tao might not agree to it. Sigh. Fang Ping sighed. His wealth had only doubled. It was not much. But, that was not right. Fang Ping suddenly remembered, he had even gotten more than 200 billion worth of resources. If he calculated it this way, that would be 3 to 4 trillion, Fang Ping licked his lips. If he calculated it this way, then he had earned quite a lot. As for Old Man Li and the rest, they looked dazed. Fang Ping did not care about them. You don't have to care about what I'm doing. The things are mine anyway. I have to calculate it clearly. If MCMAU really became his, Fang Ping's, private property, then he would not care about this. However, since it was not, of course, he had to calculate it clearly. Although Fang Ping said that the splitting of the spoils was over, the system did not increase his wealth. Fang Ping knew that it was probably because the calculation had not been completed. When the calculation was completed, there should be no problem. He took a look at his own data. Wealth, 1 million points. Vitality, 17,000 calories, 17,009 calories. Mentality, 2,000 Hz, 2,145 Hz. Destructive force? Bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, there's not much wealth left. I have to calculate it as soon as possible. After muttering in his heart, Fang Ping said, Instructor, if we don't give up Skygate City, then we need a powerhouse to guard it. Wu Quishan saw that he was looking at him and said with a speechless expression, What do you mean? Vice-Chancellor, the capable do more work. It's the same no matter where you cultivate. Isn't it better here? You're MCMAU's pillar now. If you're here, then we can intimidate everyone. What's the point of starting a war with a powerhouse like you for an empty city? The catacombs martial artists are very practical. It's impossible for them to start a war with you for something that doesn't benefit them. That's why this place can become our base, because you're here. Even Instructor Li can't do it. His vitality is depleting very quickly. The others aren't afraid of him. Moreover, you can guard this place alone. The school's grandmasters don't have to come. Wu Quishan was mentally exhausted. You want to exile me? You want to exile the principal who's in charge? You're really black-hearted, kid. He looked around. His wife looked indifferent, Old Man Li looked approving, and even Lu Polu was nodding nonstop, thinking that this was a good idea. Sigh. Wu Quishan let out a long sigh. I haven't even said anything, and I'm already exiled. As for Old Huang and Tang Feng, there was no need to ask. They probably had no objections. I'll guard this place. Then the school, Fang Ping smiled. You're often in closed-door cultivation in the school, so you don't have to worry about it. Vice-Chancellor, I'll ask the instructor to visit you when she's free. Lu Fengre glared at him. What did this kid mean by that? Wu Quishan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Mother *Ker, do I need your permission to visit me? That's not right. Am I just going to guard this place silently? Fang Ping did not give Old Wu a chance to make things difficult for him. Very quickly, he walked down the mansion and headed into the city. Along the way, greetings of Vice-Chancellor Feng rang out incessantly. Of course, most of them were students. The instructors usually did not greet them. Even so, over at the mansion, Wu Quishan was still shaking his head. Vice-Chancellor Feng, what kind of Vice-Chancellor Feng was this? He was just a trainee, but he was more authentic than him, the real deal. There was no justice in this world. Sigh. This kid really seized power. A rank 7 seized power from a rank 9. Am I considered the most cowardly rank 9? Beside him, Chen Yaoting said disdainfully, you're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of the situation. If you're not willing, let this kid go to SCMAU. I'll make him the vice-chancellor immediately, Wu Quishan said reservedly. Old Chen must be joking. After all, Fang Ping is from MCMAU. He's still young. MCMAU still has many high ranks to look after. SCMAU probably won't be able to hold on. Why don't you take a look at SCMAU's conditions? You're just a rank 8. Can you hold on? This kid's ability to get into trouble is something that even MCMAU can't handle. Yet, you still want him to go to SCMAU? This old man is really stubborn. Chen Yaoting was speechless. After thinking about it, it made sense. Other things aside, could SCMAU even start a war like this? P.S. Powerless update, sorry. Congratulations. MCMAU has annihilated Skygate City, raised the prestige of Sino Nation, raised the prestige of MCMAU. While Fang Ping and the others were still sorting through the spoils of war, an earth-shattering laughter came from afar. Tian Mu had arrived. Tian Mu had just finished speaking when someone laughed loudly from the west. Killing the enemy. Teacher's death has finally been avenged. My only regret is that I couldn't kill the enemy personally to avenge my teacher's death. Wu Chuan had arrived. As soon as these two people arrived, the MCMAU crowd below them cheered loudly. This battle was MCMAU's battle. It was from the beginning to the end. Tian Mu sealed off Monster Sunflower City. Wu Chuan sealed off Monster Phoenix City. Both of them were from MCMAU. Moreover, among these two people, one was the Guardian of the South, the highest leader in the southern region. The other was the general of the military department and would soon become the deputy commander-in-chief of the military department. Perhaps he would also lead the southern military department's war situation. In this way, the highest leaders in the entire southern region were all from MCMAU. Moreover, both of them were rank 9. Wu Quishan was also a rank 9. Old Manly was not a rank 9, but he was better than a rank 9. With so many powerhouses appearing in one school, it was also the beginning of the golden age of MCMAU. In midair, Fang Ping and the others had arrived. As soon as Tian Mu arrived, he laughed loudly. Chongqing, you kid, not bad. You actually cut down the Skygate tree. Amazing. On the other side, as soon as Wu Chuan arrived, he also laughed. Fang Ping did well this time. I heard that you killed a rank 8. Very strong. Vice-Chancellor Chen is also tired. He restrained 2 rank 8s and killed 1. Vice-Chancellor Liu and the rest have also worked hard. They restrained the rank 8s, both of them were beaming with joy, praising them profusely. Wu Quishan waited for a long time, his expression was so stiff that he looked like a zombie. So, I'm the only one who didn't contribute? At least I self-destructed my divine weapon and severely damaged the Skygate tree. At least I injured the Lord of Skygate City and made him retreat to the Forbidden Sea, right? Why doesn't anyone mention me? This is too sad. Wu Quishan's heart was desolate. Fine, I'll stay in Skygate City then. Every time, his heart would bleed, but he couldn't say anything. Fang Ping, a rank 7, had killed a rank 8. Li Chongqing, a rank 8, had killed a rank 9. Chen Yaoting, the external aide, had also killed a rank 8. Yao Qingjun, Li Hansong, and the rest had killed a few rank 7s. Lu Po Lu and the other rank 7s were restraining a rank 8. This was considered a cross-rank battle. He was the only one who seemed to have nothing to say. Could it be that he was very powerful after snatching back the Skygate City Lord's thigh bone? Tian Mu laughed for a while and said, Minister Zhang is now guarding Hope City. Elder Fan and the others are transporting the mineral veins back to Earth. I've arranged for a team of 1,000 people to mine the mine. This matter should be settled as soon as possible, in case someone covets it after the minister leaves. Zhang Tao wouldn't be able to stay here for long and would be leaving soon. Once he left, Magic City's catacombs might not be as quiet as it was now. Everyone nodded. Soon, the military martial artists from Hope City arrived. As soon as these people arrived, they began to cooperate with the MCMAU martial artists to mine the underground low-grade mineral veins. After chatting for a while, Wu Chuan looked at Wu Quishan and nodded slightly. It seems like it won't be long before Quishan catches up to Northern Spear King. Northern Spear King Wang Yu, ranked 10th on the rank 9 Grandmaster ranking. When Fang Ping heard this, he was a little surprised. It can't be. The Vice-Chancellor just broke through rank 9 not long ago. Although Wu Quishan had made progress in the origin path previously, it shouldn't be possible for him to catch up to the top 10 Grandmasters in an instant, right? Wu Chuan laughed. His progress in the origin path might not be as good, but with a rank 9 divine weapon, he should be comparable to Wang Yu. However, he needs some time to accumulate, Wu Quishan said helplessly. The divine weapon has self-destructed. What are you afraid of? Isn't Fang Ping here? Wu Quishan was speechless. What should I say? Fang Ping also looked up at the sky. Old Wu trusted him so much. Speaking of which, are you asking me to lend out the Sky Gate Tree's heart and brain nuclei? As for Tai Tu's black greatsword, that belonged to Tai Tu. Although this fellow did not use it now, the divine weapon he obtained this time was the divine armor. Other than the divine armor, he did not have any other divine weapons. This greatsword, Fang Ping really could not give it away so easily. Fang Ping did not talk about this. He would talk about it later. Right now, Fang Ping was not very interested in Wu Quishan's progress. Instead, he said with a face full of curiosity, among the top 10 Grandmasters in Sino Nation, other than the 2 Godly Guardian, I have never seen the 8th-ranked High Grandmaster Kong. High Grandmaster Kong is really low-key. Right now, Wu Chuan was ranked 7th, Zhao Xingwu was ranked 9th, and Wang Yu was ranked 10th. Including the 11th-ranked Li Daong, the 17th-ranked Dragon King Lin Long, Fang Ping had seen all of these people before. Not to mention Jueshing, he had always been guarding Mount Yuhai. It was normal that the 2 guardians, Chen and Shen, had not seen him. However, Fang Ping had not seen the 8th-ranked High Grandmaster even once. The others did not talk about him much either. When Fang Ping mentioned this, beside him, Wu Chuan laughed and said, Kong Lingyuan has been in closed-door cultivation all these years. During the Donglin Catacombs battle, Kong Lingyuan was seriously injured. Even his origin path was severely damaged. That is why he has spent most of these years recuperating. Fang Ping had heard of the Donglin Catacombs battle. In 1996, the Donglin Catacombs riot. It was also that year that Donglin's Chen family's old grandmaster brought his entire family into the catacombs. All of them died in the catacombs. The only survivor was the young Chen Jiaxing. Fang Ping had met him a few times during the first Martial Arts University Championship. Later, he also went to Donglin Martial Arts University to meet him. I see. Fang Ping responded. Then, he suddenly asked, Senior Wu, what's your title? He really did not know. The leaders of the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures did not have titles on the ranking. Only their positions were listed. Martial King, Netherworld King, and so on. Wu Chuan was the Snake King. Tian Mu was the Fist King. As for what Wu Chuan was, Fang Ping had never thought about it. Now, his interest was piqued. When Wu Chuan heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, titles and whatnot are all decided by outsiders. It has no effect on combat strength. Why do you care about these? Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously. Don't tell me you don't have a title? Beside him, Old Man Li yawned and said, Emerald Light Sword. None of teacher's students who use swords are called kings. Jade Light Swordsman Wu Chuan, Longevity Swordsman Li Chongqing, Wooden Swordsman Huang Jing. Cough cough cough. Fang Ping coughed violently to hide his urge to laugh. Compelling Light Swordsman, a Wooden Swordsman, damn, no wonder Wu Chuan never mentioned this. What kind of title was that? Wasn't it embarrassing enough, and Huang Jing, how did he get such a nickname? Was it for real? Wu Chuan looked at Old Man Li with an unfriendly expression. He said mildly, longevity swordsman is a title that someone named himself. I remember when he first made a name for himself, he was called, One Sword Hero. Tianmu replied lazily. Then, with a casual expression, he said, dominating with the first strike, but dispirited with the second. Actually, this title can be used even now. It's still the same. Ha ha ha, Fang Ping could not hold it in any longer. Old Man Li's swordsman longevity was his own doing. How shameless, Old Man Li let out a humph. One sword was enough. Why? Did he need so many swords? After laughing for a while, he saw that Old Man Li and the others had unfriendly expressions. Fang Ping coughed dryly and immediately changed the topic. Senior Wu, your title is too lousy. How can it match your identity? The Martial Arts Association is not a good thing. They keep using these titles to disgust people. When we return to Earth, Senior Wu, let's go find trouble with them. Of course, the title has to be domineering. What are they doing now? Fang Ping had wanted to find trouble with the two presidents of the Martial Arts Association for a long time. This time, when he returned to Earth with the momentum of a great victory, he had to rearrange the ranking and change his title. He had been thinking about this for a long time. What did he change last time? This time, he would give the two presidents one last chance. He would also go and collect the debt from President Liu. Do you think you're mingling in the underworld? Do you have to come up with a nice-sounding name? Wu Chuan could not be bothered with him. There was a reason for the title. When he was young, he wielded the emerald light sword. When he slashed with the sword, emerald light shone brilliantly. This was also one of his characteristics. Of course, that was in the past. However, he used a sword. There were too many powerhouses who used swords, including his own teacher, the King of Swords. He would not use it. Not continuing to talk about this, Wu Chuan said again, you better be careful, kid. I saw your arrest warrant at Monster Phoenix City previously. It was issued by the Monster Royal Court. Even I want to kill you for the bounty after reading it. 1 rank 8 divine weapon, 10,000 rank 9 energy stones, which is about 1,000 caddies. Plus a set of rank 9 powerhouses combat techniques. Kid, with this price, the arrest warrant might have spread all over the outer realm. If you encounter people from the Monster Life clan in the future, be careful. Not only that, if people from the outer realm kill you, they can also get 3 restricted area passes. The outer realm has a limited quota every year to go to the restricted area. Many people covet the 3 restricted area passes. Fang Ping cursed under his breath when he heard that. He said viciously, it must be that Ji Yao who did it. Don't let me see her next time. If I do, I'll beat her into minced meat. Beat her into minced meat? Wu Chuan said exasperatedly, where there are people, run if you see her. Stop talking nonsense. If you kill her, you'll be in big trouble. Her grandfather is a life king. His combat strength is not weaker than Commander Li and the others. Her father is the Lord of the Royal Court. I heard that he has been in closed-door cultivation recently and has a chance of achieving true king realm. 1 family with 2 true kings. Moreover, they are father and son. They lead a big royal court. Your death won't have as big an impact as her death. Besides, I heard from the people who came back from the restricted area that Ji Yao broke through to rank 7 and signed an agreement with the descendant of the royal court guardian Phoenix King. That Phoenix monster is similar to you. Rank 7 has also forged golden bones. If you really meet her, you might not be able to deal with her. Fang Ping said indifferently, I can even kill a rank 8. Why would I be afraid of her? Let's not talk about family background. I'll kill her with 1 slash. Oh right, the Lord of the Monster Life Royal Court breaking through to Paragon, will it affect us? It definitely will. Wu Chuan's expression was slightly solemn. He said, the current Lord of the Monster Life Royal Court is ambitious. Previously, a true king monster from the Guardian bloodline appeared in the capital city catacombs. Whether it was the Royal Court's monster that acted on its own or the Monster Life Royal Court ordered it, no one knew. The catacombs passageways are about to be fully opened. These people are all eager to make a move. Now, they are all waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the passageways to be fully opened. Therefore, in these 1 or 2 years, even if we provoke them a little, they won't really start a war. Because it's not a good time for them to start a war now. However, when the passageways are fully opened, that will be the opportunity. Fang Ping also knew what it meant for all the passageways to be fully opened. It meant that every passageway could be passed through and allowed a large number of desperate situations to enter. Now, the true kings of the catacombs did not have a unanimous opinion. It had something to do with the passageways not being fully opened. If they were not fully opened, individual true kings might not be willing to enter Earth. Fang Ping hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "The monster plant clan wants the seed of rebirth." "Senior Wu, what exactly is the seed of rebirth?" "I don't know." Wu Chuan's answer was straightforward. Beside him, Tian Mu saw that Fang Ping was a little puzzled. He thought for a while and still said, "I really don't know, but I have some guesses." Tian Mu hesitated for a moment before saying, "There are absolute powerhouses who have guessed that the seed of rebirth that the catacombs want might be a kind of life core. It might be the planet's life core, or it might be the life core of all living things. No matter which one it is, absolute powerhouses have determined that the seed of rebirth probably doesn't exist, or rather, it doesn't exist now. After massacring the humans on Earth and letting the vitality of the humans on Earth return to the planet, when all living things die out, there might be a chance that the so-called seed of rebirth will be born. This kind of speculation is not baseless. There are powerhouses who have found some clues in ancient books. The humans born on Earth cultivated martial arts, seized the origin, cultivated all kinds of martial arts origin paths, and plundered the Earth's origin. If they kill a large number of humans and powerhouses, they might be able to condense a new origin path, a new path that leads to the pinnacle. Wu Chuan, on the other hand, continued, "This is just an individual speculation. It's not something that can be confirmed. The catacombs should know more than us, but they won't tell us. Since they didn't force us to hand over the seed of rebirth, it means that the speculation might be true. If the seed of rebirth exists on Earth now, faced with a crisis and a situation like this, humans might very well compromise and hand over the seed of rebirth to avoid a war of annihilation. However, the catacombs powerhouses did not ask us to hand it over. Instead, they blindly opened the passageway and invaded Earth. In that case, the possibility of this theory being true will increase greatly. In the past, no one would have told Fang Ping about these things. But now, with his strength and status, as long as he asked a few questions, they wouldn't hide anything and told him everything. As Wu Chuan spoke, he continued, "Actually, there are other speculations, including, this so-called seed of rebirth. It's possible that it was originally something from the catacombs. Our ancient martial art practitioners might have stolen something from them and cut off their path to the pinnacle. It was possible that the catacombs powerhouses wanted to retrieve such an item and walk the path to the top again. You have to know that there are many peak-level powerhouses in the catacombs. The Monster Plant's royal court has a true king hall. The true kings in the True King Hall are known to the public as 49 true kings. Maybe there are even more. As for the 4 majestic halls, the number of true kings guarding the majestic halls was slightly less, but the rest were about the same. There were so many paragons, but none of them had taken a new path. The catacombs martial arts legacy had never been broken, so why not? Was there really no other way to go on the summit? It was rumored that during the Demon Emperor calendar, the Demon Emperor was at the peak. How did the Demon Emperor die? Of old age? Or something else? Or maybe, the Demon Emperor took away some important things related to the peak. Maybe, such things are in the human world. The other party was not willing to say it, maybe to prevent the humans' paragons from obtaining it. All these years, the humans' paragons have been searching for it, but to no avail. Therefore, other than the name Seed of Rebirth, we really don't know anything. Seed of Rebirth. From the name, maybe it's a kind of martial arts revival seed? Wu Chuan shook his head as he spoke. He was really not sure about these things. If he knew, the humans would have gotten the seed of rebirth long ago. Fang Ping felt slightly regretful when he heard that. He said, "If we don't know what the enemy wants, then it's not easy to make some targeted arrangements. No wonder we can only hold on until now." They did not know what the catacombs powerhouses wanted at all. The other party looked like they wanted to enter Earth and kill humans. How could they negotiate? Forget about negotiating, even some arrangements were difficult. If the seed of rebirth was an object, they might as well let the human powerhouses bring the seed of rebirth into the Forbidden Sea. If they had the ability, they could let the paragons snatch it from the Forbidden Sea. Unfortunately, there was no conclusion to everything. After saying so much, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Then, on our Earth, are there any ancient martial artists still alive? I heard that there are some old antiques in the sect world who haven't come out. Is that true?" Fang Ping had been puzzled about this for a long time, but he still could not find an answer. No. Wu Chuan's answer was straightforward. He said quickly, "There are hidden powerhouses in the sect world, but they can't be considered ancient martial artists." What does ancient martial artists mean? Only martial artists who are at least 1,000 years old can be called ancient martial artists. There are some old antiques in the sect world, but most of them are powerhouses who were born in the last 100 or 200 years. Other than that, there are actually some martial artists who have been resurrected. They don't show up often, so you guys don't know. However, the government has registered these people. Sometimes, they are also enlisted to participate in the war. But, how do I put it, these old antiques, speaking of these old antiques, Wu Chuan felt a headache coming on. He said, "When I say old antiques, I mean really old-fashioned. Some of the seniors in the sect world are actually guarding the catacombs, including Mount Royal Sea. Other than the paragons, there are actually some powerhouses guarding it. Those are the powerhouses in the sect world. This is one of them, and another one, these people are more stubborn. They are only willing to defend Earth, unwilling to defend against the enemy outside. If the catacombs invade, they will participate in the war. But if they do not invade, they are not willing to participate in the war. It is not good to force them on this matter. They can't possibly suppress them because of this, right? Since they are willing to defend, the few paragons did not force them either. However, when Commander Li and Minister Zhang rose to power, they still did something big. They forcibly migrated these sects to a few places near the more dangerous catacombs entrances. Since they are unwilling to enter the catacombs, these people are guarding the passageway entrances. The old antiques are unwilling, but the young people can't. Watching martial artists from all over the world enter the catacombs, in the past few years, the young martial artists from those sects have also started to enter one after another. Otherwise, without resources, without battles, the sect world will become weaker and weaker. After listening for a while, Fang Ping said with slight regret, "There are no ancient martial artists. I thought there would be some ancient people in the sect world. 100 or 200 years was considered a long time, but relatively speaking, these people were really not considered too old." Then, are there many of these powerhouses? Not really. There are only a few tens of high ranks. Wu Chuan said with some regret, "It's really not easy for these people to cultivate to this stage in that era. Most of them have never entered the catacombs. These people are the most outstanding group of people in several generations. It's a pity. If they had entered the catacombs to fight, maybe a paragon would be born. Now that they are old and weak, unless they have reached rank 8, rank 7's combat strength has declined, but speaking of which, these martial artists from these sects might be the martial artists that we yearn for. Practicing martial arts is to cultivate one's character, to play in the secular world," Fang Ping said disapprovingly. "Before the crisis is eliminated, cultivating one's character and playing in the secular world at this time is not considered a martial artist. These old antiques can only be used as signboards. Anyway, they are not good enough for me. In every era, there would be some people who stood out and led the era. These influential people guided the direction of the people of an era. When people like Li Zhan and Zhang Tao rose to power, Sino nation martial artists gradually moved from defense to counterattack. Before Li Zhan and the others rose to power, there was defense but very little counterattack. However, when people like Li Zhan and the others rose to power, some of Sino nation's policies changed. They started initiating wars. This was the change. Everything was related to the style of these powerhouses. Those old antiques practiced martial arts to play in the secular world. This also led to the majority of the martial artists of that era to have this kind of character. The conversation went on for a while. Fang Ping had understood everything he needed to know. Tian Mu and Wu Chuan did not talk about this anymore. Instead, they went underground to look at the mineral veins. These rank 9 who were inexperienced had not seen the royal city's giant mine. When country bumpkins entered the city, of course, they had to take a look. Wu Quishan accompanied them, showing off silently at the same time. Haven't seen the world, right? This war went on for 3 days. After the war, the aftermath lasted for a long time. Plundering the spoils of war, transporting materials, mining, cleaning the battlefield, Zhang Tao did not stay in the catacombs for too long. After the core mineral veins were transported away, he left the catacombs. Green Wolf King had warned him many times with mentality. If Zhang Tao did not leave, he would not be courteous. Although Warlord was still keeping watch at Mount Royal Sea, Warlord had to return to his own defense zone. He could not stay for long. After Zhang Tao left, MCMAU began to evacuate the wounded and the weak. The others, including Fang Ping, had to go underground to dig away the mineral veins in the periphery. Wu Chuan and Tianmu did not leave. Instead, they were in charge of keeping watch here to prevent any unforeseen events. The team transporting the middle and low-ranked energy ores flowed endlessly between the two cities. Such a grand scene was rare in the catacombs. The Jiao's forest had also become a thing of the past. The team directly opened up a passageway in the Jiao's forest. The Jiao's clansmen had long fled in all directions. No one knew where they went. At the same time, the news of MCMAU annihilating Sky Gate City had also spread to Sino Nation and the human world. There was an uproar in the Grandmaster Circle. After the uproar, there was shock and joy. MCMAU annihilated a royal city, greatly boosting the human martial artists' morale. In MCMAU, the teachers and students who stayed behind were also cheering. Chen Zhenhua and the others even hurried to the southern area cemetery and the school archives to pay their respects. The enemy of decades had been completely annihilated this time. Such a big event was enough to comfort the heroic souls who had died in battle. At this moment, many powerhouses rushed to Magic City once again, waiting for MCMAU's return. On the night of August 17, Zhang Tao left the catacombs. He did not take the passageway. Instead, he unleashed his aura and went all the way to Imperial Sea Mountain. Old Zhang liked to do this kind of thing. He would scare people whenever he had the chance. Peerless powerhouses were incomparably powerful. Although he did not hurt anyone, he unleashed his aura. Fang Ping and the others should be safe for a while. At this time, no one would dare to attack. MCMAU spent a few days cleaning up the battlefield this time. It was not until August 20 that the spoils of war were almost collected. Even so, there were still many places in the city that had not been cleaned up. The huge royal city was extremely desolate at this moment. The city lord's mansion overlooked the city. Outside the city lord's mansion was a huge energy crystal square. This was also the place where Sky Gate City's army used to gather. At this moment, on the energy crystal square, MCMAU instructors and students gathered. Wu Quishan was in high spirits. He was much more talkative than when he went to war. He said loudly, August 15, MCMAU enters the catacombs. August 17, annihilate Sky Gate City. In this battle, we killed 2 rank 9s, 2 rank 8s, and 9 rank 7s. Middle-ranked martial artists, 897 killed. Low-ranked martial artists killed more than 10,000 enemies. More than half of Sky Gate City's army of more than 100,000 died or were injured. 90% of the martial artists were killed. After announcing his achievements, Wu Quishan began to talk about the harvest. Energy mines. This battle's harvest of high-ranked energy mines is close to 20 tons. Middle and low-ranked energy mines, more than 50 tons. There's still a lot of low-ranked energy mines underground that we haven't had the time to mine. More than 8,000 sets of standard armor, more than 40,000 metal weapons. Countless energy fruits, countless medicinal herbs. According to statistics, this battle's harvest is more than 10 trillion. This number was more than Fang Ping had calculated before. There were too many things in the huge royal city where millions of people lived. When royal city residents fled, they could not bring many things with them. According to the previous school policy, killing a rank 1 martial artist is 5 merit points. Rank 2, 10 merit points. Rank 3, 30 merit points. Rank 4, 100 merit points. Rank 5, 1000 merit points. Below rank 6, Mentality Vitality Fusion, 10,000 merit points. Mentality Vitality Fusion, 50,000 merit points. Wu Kuxian did not mention high ranks because there was no need for that. High ranks were the Grandmaster's business. As the school's leadership, they did not need these merits to be calculated. At this point, Wu Kuxian raised his voice again. Merit points are based on the number and grade of enemies killed. This time all the spoils of war were confiscated. The teachers and students were not allowed to hide them. After the war, MCMAU started the merit redemption system. In the past few days, we've been tallying up everyone's battle achievements. When we return to MCMAU, we'll launch the merit exchange system on Distance's platform. Everyone can go back and exchange for things that you need. On the side, Fang Ping smiled and continued, the value of 1 merit is equivalent to 1 credit. Killing a rank 6 would be worth about 100 million. Killing someone at the Blood and Essence Unity realm would be worth 500 million. Of course, in this way, the school would still have a lot of surplus, which would go into the public account. Over the past year or so, the school's expenses had been too great. The school couldn't afford to waste all its resources. Besides, this time, General Du Hong and the others from the military department have come to MCMAU's aid and suffered heavy casualties. The brothers from the military department have shed their blood for us, and we, MCMAU, are not ungrateful people. Credits will be calculated according to double the value of MCMAU's instructors and students. Do any instructors or students have any objections? No problem. Everyone below the stage cheered loudly. Although MCMAU started the war to kill the enemy, it was also because of personal grudges. More than 1/3 of the military department's instructors group had died in battle. Their casualties were heavy, and no one had any objections. Below the stage, Du Hong wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he said nothing. This time, the military department had killed a lot of enemies. Especially him, who had killed a Blood and Essence Unity realm and 2 rank SIXS, it was the same for the others. After counting the battle achievements for the past few days, less than 100 people from the military department had more than 300,000 points of credits. Under double, that would be 600,000 points. 6 billion, the military department would probably not take the resources worth 6 billion this time, but distribute them instead. It seemed like the average share was not much, but participating in the war once and gaining close to 100 million per person was almost impossible for martial artists below the high ranks. Of course, Fang Ping was an exception. There was never a time when he did not earn money when he went down to the catacombs. The military department had more than 300,000 points of credits. Although there were many MCMAU instructors and students, most of the people they killed were ordinary people. Most of them were martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. Calculating it, the total credits were less than 3 million. In this way, thousands of instructors and students only gained 30 billion. In reality, this was a lot for anyone. After the war, the average reward was close to 10 million. However, MCMAU had gained a lot this time, and the school was not that stingy. Fang Ping continued, actually, it's best not to exchange these credits for daily cultivation resources. This time, we will open the exchange of some precious materials. For example, the 100 honing fruit, the vein molding flower, and the fruit of nourishment. These are all rare treasures. We will also open the exchange of some divine weapons. These are things that money can't buy. As for daily cultivation, MCMAU will be carrying out a major renovation this time, rebuilding the southern area. We will be laying an incomparably huge mineral vein under the southern area. Although it may not last forever and is not as renewable as the royal city, when everyone cultivates in the southern area in the future, the effect will not be worse than the royal city inner city residents' cultivation. This is free, but it is only for the current MCMAU instructors and students. In the future, new students will follow the old rules, credits are the priority. From now on, new students can enter the southern area, but they must spend credits to enter. Everyone can stay in the southern area for a long time. We will invite some powerhouses to set up a strong mentality solidification barrier in the southern area. Not only will it be safe, but it will also maximize the concentration of energy. From now on, MCMAU will be the holy land of cultivation. Everyone bleeds for MCMAU, but MCMAU will never let everyone shed tears for MCMAU. In addition, the credits for those who died in battle will be tripled. Those who have martial artists in their family will give all their credits. Those who have no martial artists and have children of the right age will be exempted from the test to enter MCMAU, and the credits will be recorded under their names. Those who have the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children will be provided for by MCMAU for 100 years. This order is not only for MCMAU instructors and students, but also for the comrades of the military department who have sacrificed themselves in this battle, Fang Ping explained one by one. Everyone's faces were full of excitement and agitation. If that was the case, from now on, cultivation would be free. These people were excited, while Wu Quishan and the others beside them could not help but laugh. According to Fang Ping, in order to not let everyone lose their motivation, the so-called free was just the permeating energy. If one wanted to truly enter the core mineral vein to cultivate, they still had to pay a lot of credits. With the mineral vein buried, just the permeating energy alone was extremely rich. It would not be a problem for martial artists in the 3 lower ranks to cultivate. However, if martial artists in the 3 middle ranks wanted to improve quickly, they still had to enter the core mining area. Although MCMAU's harvest was huge, it was mainly the energy mines. The energy mines were the main source of the harvest. Energy mines accounted for 80% of the 10 trillion harvest. This stuff was very difficult to convert into cash, and no one could afford it. MCMAU would not sell it either. Therefore, the real harvest could not be said to be a lot, but it was not a lot either. After saying these, Wu Quishan shouted, "Skygate City has been destroyed. The credits have been calculated. It's time to go back to school. Everyone, Skygate City will be temporarily taken over by the military department. When MCMAU has made arrangements, we will be stationed in Skygate City. There are still a lot of low-ranked energy mines here. Since we have conquered Skygate City, we will not give up. When the arrangements are done, MCMAU will take over Skygate City. Victory!" Everyone cheered. Taking over a royal city. Conquering a royal city in the catacombs. Who else? 2 royal cities had been destroyed in the capital city catacombs, but the royal city had already been destroyed. There was no way to take over. If the Tiannan catacombs blew up a royal city, it would also disappear completely. The Xishan catacombs humans built a big city themselves. They did not conquer the royal city. The big city without a mineral vein was still prepared by the government to be used as an arcane realm for martial arts university freshmen to cultivate. On the other hand, MCMAU had truly conquered the royal city. The huge underground mine had not been completely excavated. Cultivating here was 10 times, 100 times better than going to the Xishan catacombs. Of course, it was also more dangerous. "Go home!" Wu Quishan shouted. Thousands of instructors and students began to return. The Grandmaster powerhouses did not let down their guard. All the Grandmasters hovered in the air, releasing their pressure and intimidating the surroundings. Hope City. At this moment, the city walls were also filled with people. Both sides of the streets were also filled with people. MCMAU was going to return triumphantly from Skygate City. On one side of the city walls, Han Su's expression was complicated. He said softly, "Senior Li has entered the Grandmaster realm." Beside him, Ling Yi mumbled for a while. Back then, when Fang Ping said that Li Hansong could only enter the Grandmaster realm if he went to MCMAU, she did not take it seriously. However, how long had it been? At that time, Fang Ping went to CCMAU in June. It was only August now. In a little more than 2 months, Li Hansong had entered the Grandmaster realm. Not only Li Hansong, but some information about the MCMAU war had also spread. MCMAU Fang Ping was so powerful that it was shocking. 1 against 7, he killed 7 rank 7 martial artists. Not only that, with the help of others, he killed a rank 8 with a saber, completely establishing the victory of the rank 7 and 8 battle. Li Hansong, Wang Jinyang, and Yao Qingjun had also joined forces to kill 2 rank 7 powerhouses. Li Hansong's defense was invincible, resisting the rank 8's attack for a while. An early stage rank 7 blocking a rank 8 was also shocking. As for Li Changxing killing a rank 9 with his sword, and Wu Kushan fighting the Forbidden Sea Demon Clan. Alright, this big battle with the Forbidden Sea Demon Clan made a lot of people confused. How did it have anything to do with the Forbidden Sea? However, no matter what, the two rank 9 combat strengths of MCMAU were also powerful to a shocking extent. At this moment, MCMAU was too powerful. Getting stronger and stronger, including Li Hansong, there were already 8 Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Moreover, it was said that Luo Yichuan and Zhang Jianhong were also in high spirits in this battle. Essence, spirit, and soul united, MCMAU had killed countless people. Perhaps they could enter rank 7 soon. This old man, Su Guqing, was old but strong. After a long fierce battle with a Mentality Vitality Unity powerhouse, he entered Mentality Vitality Unity on the 16th. In the past, MCMAU was inferior to CCMAU. Now, it was getting stronger, leaving CCMAU far behind. Not to mention, they had not digested the gains from this battle. After digesting the gains from this battle, MCMAU would become stronger. This was how martial artists were. They would become stronger and stronger in battle, they would not become weaker the more they fought. Han Su, do you think we can't catch up to MCMAU? Ling Yi used to be very confident, but now she was not so confident. With MCMAU's current situation, could they really catch up? She had some small ideas. CCMAU was too comfortable. Although small battles were constantly happening in capital city, since the last time the enemy was defeated, there had not been a large-scale battle for a long time. She was also a senior this year, about to graduate. Should she stay in CCMAU, or go to MCMAU? When the results of the Magic City Catacombs battle spread, she and Han Su rushed to the Magic City Catacombs overnight and found that there were indeed some differences between here and the capital city catacombs. Under the stimulation of MCMAU, the martial artists in the city were seething with anger. They could not wait to fight a big battle. In the direction of Monster Sunflower City, the military martial artists actively blocked the other side, often cursing at each other. Their morale was extremely high. Han Su did not say anything. Not being able to catch up was probably inevitable. Others aside, Fang Ping, that monster, was also out of the question. Among the students of the same batch, his ability was now considered extremely strong. Peak rank 4, just a little bit away from entering rank 5. He just needed a few more days to prepare. However, this time, he heard that Chen Yunqi, who was inferior to him in the past, took the lead and led the MCMAU Martial Arts Society members to kill countless enemies. It was very likely that she would quickly enter middle stage rank 5. Not only Chen Yunqi, but the once honed Zhao Xuemei also used the indestructible crystal to recover during the battle. She had completed honing the last of the 5 viscera and also entered peak rank 4. The others, such as Fu Chongding, Zhao Lei, and Yang Xiaoman, had all entered peak rank 4 or were about to. With MCMAU's harvest from this battle, these people could probably enter rank 5 very soon. MCMAU's golden age had completely begun. In this battle, they had wiped out the feud. The instructors and students were in high spirits, carrying the momentum of a great victory. Although these people did not walk the path of invincibility, they had also used this battle to complete the transformation, achieving the unity of essence, spirit, and soul. This kind of state was too rare. Perhaps in the end, many people would quickly enter the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. When Fang Ping walked the path of invincibility among rank 3, his state might not be comparable to the current MCMAU instructors and students. At that time, Zhang Dingnan and the others had already determined that Fang Ping had a chance of becoming a grandmaster. At least, under the unity of essence, spirit, and soul, Mentality Vitality Unity might not be a big problem. Han Su knew all of this. The more he knew, the more bitter he felt. This time, he hurried to Magic City to see how MCMAU's current state was. Very soon, Han Su saw it. From afar, an incomparably huge vitality pillar pierced through the sky and moved toward Hope City. That vitality pillar reflected the catacombs in red. On the city wall, someone exclaimed, This force is too strong. If there's an invasion from the outside, this vitality pillar alone can defeat a rank 7 or 8 martial artist's mentality. Thousands of people's vitality forces converged and condensed into a force. This was equivalent to thousands of people walking the path of invincibility. in this battle, they were indeed walking the path of invincibility. An opponent of the same rank was nothing. In this battle, they fought a battle that destroyed the city. Not only did they fight, but they also won, killing countless enemies. At this moment, when everyone returned, their momentum was also full to the peak. Each of them held their heads high and puffed out their chests, returning to Hope City and the human world in their best state. Strictly speaking, invincibility was to build a sense of confidence. Old Wang, this fellow, could do this when he hypnotized himself back then. Not to mention that they had won this time, and it was a great victory, on the way. Fang Ping also noticed that the vitality pillar where everyone's vitality forces converged was getting stronger and stronger, even faintly carrying some pressure. Old Wang, who was next to him, was also full of emotion and envy at this moment. He said softly, "The force of the whole school converges, the essence, spirit, and soul become one, thousands of people. MCMAU is really going to rise completely." Now, everyone was also a grandmaster. Their knowledge might not be much, but it was definitely not too bad. Fang Ping was also full of smiles. He said, "Accumulating force. I know about individual accumulations, but I didn't expect that everyone could actually do it inadvertently. This is too rare. It is very rare." On the other side, Li Hansong was also shocked. He said, "This kind of thing rarely happens. Even if it happens, it's only for a few people, in the case of tens of people. In Capital City, I've seen it once. A team of 100 people army martial artists ambushed an army of 1,000 people. In the end, the remaining 30 or so army martial artists did this when they returned to the city. Great victory, confidence, invincibility, this is the main reason for forming this force. I just didn't expect that a few thousand people in MCMAU could actually do it." While they were talking, among the crowd, someone's celestial bridge suddenly appeared. In the next moment, it converged into a halo. Someone had entered rank 5, under the influence of this environment, everyone's essence, spirit, and vitality had reached the peak. Some martial artists who were only a step away from breaking through the realm easily broke through. This was a rare opportunity. This kind of force would not last for too long, but in the process, everyone would reap great rewards. Not only the celestial bridge, Fang Ping even saw someone's Sanjiao gate materialize. After watching for a while, Fang Ping's expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, Fang Ping's mentality giant hand stretched out and grabbed Qin Fengqing, who was in the crowd. Qin Fengqing looked at him innocently. Fang Ping could not help but curse under his breath, "Bastard, what are you doing?" Qin Fengqing said innocently, "Everyone is accumulating force, I'm following along, you." Fang Ping wanted to slap him to death. Everyone was immersed in this state, but this guy was not. Motherf *Ker, he was counting the energy stones. This time, the spoils of the battle were all handed over. However, there were too many low-ranked energy stones. After digging out a large number of low-ranked energy stones, MCMAU opened up for everyone to dig for a while. The ones dug out were all personal gains. Qin Fengqing's luck was not bad. He had dug out a lot of middle and high-ranked ones. He was actually counting these things just now. What was he thinking? Seeing Fang Ping staring at him, Qin Fengqing felt even more innocent. After a while, he said helplessly, "I'm already an invincible powerhouse. I don't need to accumulate force." As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing said in a deep voice, "I, Qin Fengqing, am invincible. I am an invincible powerhouse. Among martial artists of the same generation, I am number one. Between heaven and earth, I am the only one." As soon as he said that, a towering aura rose from his body. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was no longer wretched, but majestic to the extreme. He was invincible, that was what he was thinking. F***ck. Fang Ping was stunned. This was even more unreliable than Old Wang. Old Wang was not as powerful as him in the beginning. This guy hypnotized himself to this extent. How did he do it? Fang Ping was stunned. The corner of Wang Jinyang's mouth twitched too. After a while, he said, he firmly believed that he was number one. He never doubted himself. Not far away, Old Manly also came over using the midair step. He was speechless. This kid has some tricks up his sleeves. He's made his confidence inflate to an explosive level. I say. Are you young people all like this now? How confident did he have to be to create an attitude that he was the boss of the world with his early stage rank 6 ability? No wonder this guy was counting energy stones. He did not need to accumulate force at all. This guy never walked the path of invincibility. He did not care too much if others wanted to take the first place in the ranking list. At most, he would scold them a few times and forget about it the next moment. So, he had long thought that he was number one in the world. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was full of confidence. His attitude was flamboyant, his head held high and his chest puffed out. He, who had lost some of his wretched aura, was really handsome. Fang Ping cursed a few times and shouted, "All right, that's enough." In the next moment, Qin Fengqing returned to his original state, revealing a wretched smile. "Fang Ping, don't forget what you promised me." "Hee, I'm going to become a grandmaster soon." In a second, he was like a completely different person. Fang Ping did not care about what he said. He said with an unfriendly expression, "You look like you're asking for a beating. You're the best in the world. Where do you put us?" Beside him, Li Hansong also rubbed his chin and said, "Are you going against your master? I saw you just now. You're even more arrogant than me." Cough, cough. "You've all misunderstood, get lost." Fang Ping cursed. He did not misunderstand. This guy was not so confident that he could ignore them. He did not have that kind of aura. In other words, he really thought that he was the best. Fang Ping, Li Hansong, they were all trash. That was why he had this kind of aura. This was what he thought from the bottom of his heart, too arrogant, this was what he really thought. This bastard had always been pretending to be a fool. It seemed like he had never thought highly of them. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others looked at him one after another. All of their gazes were unfriendly, rubbing their palms. Qin Fengqing's expression was stiff. He said, "I really didn't mean that. How could I look down on you guys? I said that I'm invincible among rank 6. You guys aren't rank 6 anymore, right? You're all grandmasters. Why are you still fussing over this? Grandmaster Fang, Grandmaster Li, Grandmaster Wang, Grandmaster Yao. The 4 grandmasters slaughtered rank 7s like dogs. They can even annihilate rank 8s. They're invincible." Qin Fengqing flattered for a while, his face full of smiles. However, he was cursing furiously in his heart, "Just you wait. When I reach rank 7, I'll hammer you to death. Later, I'll trick Ironhead's divine armor, Old Wang's divine bow, and Old Yao's divine spear." As for Fang Ping, this guy had too many good things. Sooner or later, he would beat him until he offered them to him on his own initiative. He would kneel down and lick his boots every day. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. Hence, Qin Fengqing's smile became even more wretched. Mushy words came out of his mouth like they were free. When they were close to Hope City, everyone's momentum gradually dissipated. From afar, this guy seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. He roared, "MCMAU's victory! Annihilated a royal city. MCMAU's Fang Ping killed a rank 9 by scheming, slashed a rank 8 with his saber, beheaded 7 rank 7s. He's invincible." Fang Ping's expression darkened. "Motherf asterisk Kerr, why are you bragging about me alone at this time?" Little did they know that in Qin Fengqing's opinion, Fang Ping was the richest. Who else should he brag about if not him? Should he lick Old Wu's boots? Old Wu was so poor. Old Li was a debt-ridden old man. What was there to lick? Similarly, no one else could do it except for Fang Ping. If Qin Fengqing wanted to lick Fang Ping's boots, he had to find the right target. He, Qin Fengqing, would not do this to normal people. He was still hoping that Fang Ping could help him achieve peak rank 6. Everyone was mentally exhausted. Old Manly rubbed his eyes and said vaguely, "Motherf asterisk Kerr, I must have seen wrongly just now. That invincible momentum just now was emitted by this rascal, Qin Fengqing, Bullsh asterisk T. This guy did not have the demeanor of a powerhouse. There were tens of thousands of people in the city. MCMAU had 4,000 to 5,000 people too. There were so many people. Could he not be more shameless? He was not the only one who thought he had seen wrongly. Even Fang Ping was suspicious. Did he see wrongly just now? Dragons can be big or small. They can rise or hide. When they rise, they soar in the universe. When they hide within the waves of the four seas. At this moment, Fang Ping faintly had such a thought. This damn Baldy was more tolerant than him. Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version, long live victory. When Qing Fengqing's roar rang out, the city was filled with cheers. In one battle, 13 of the enemy's high ranks were killed, and none of their own high ranks were injured. Such a result was so dazzling that it made people tremble. MCMAU's instructors and students began to enter the city one after another. Each of them held their heads high and their spirits at their peak. On both sides of the road, some martial artists also performed a martial arts salute to show their respect. Although they had won this battle and there were not many casualties, MCMAU had participated in the battle with the determination to die. No one was an exception to this. In the crowd, some young female martial artists looked at the MCMAU students. Many of their eyes were burning, boldly confessing their love. Martial artists were like this. Even for a shy girl like Xianxia, if she had taken a fancy to Fang Ping, she would be so outspoken and bold that it would scare you. At this moment, many of the female martial artists in the city looked at him with admiration. MCMAU students were so strong, they had their own circle, and Fang Ping had his own circle. The female martial artists in the city were confessing their love. In the Grandmaster circle, there were people staring at Old Manly. Old Manly did not care at first. The old man was so handsome and strong. It was normal for female Grandmasters to admire him. Soon, Old Manly felt something was wrong. Not only Old Manly, but Fang Ping also felt something was wrong. Before he could share the joy of destroying the city with everyone, he saw as many as 3 female Grandmasters staring at Old Manly. Fang Ping gulped. What was going on? At the same time, Huang Jing, who was not far away, suddenly sighed. Vice-Chancellor, I want to guard the catacombs. I want to guard Skygate City with you. Wu Quishan looked at him. After a while, he asked, You did it? Huang Jing smiled bitterly. Didn't I think we were going to die? I thought that if we died, then so be it. We still have our children. Chongqing is still single. Anyway, we don't know if we can come back alive. There's no harm in trying. If we really die in battle and Chongqing comes back alive, it's good to have something to rely on. You said before that a few female powerhouses are suitable for Chongqing. I just said it. If Chongqing comes back alive, everyone will be old men and old women. Let's work together. Wu Quishan glanced at Li Chongqing and raised his eyebrows. How many people did you tell? I know 16 single high-ranked women in the country. I've told them all. Wu Quishan paused for a moment, then sighed and said, Pack up and go down to the catacombs. You will be hacked to death. You found 16 female Grandmasters for Li Chongqing? Are you crazy? When a person was about to die, he would definitely go crazy. Huang Jing sighed and said, It's not just me, senior brother Wu also joined in. That talked to the southern elder sisters. I said we can't do this, but he insisted. If we're exposed, I'm worried that senior brother Wu and Chongqing will be beaten to death. The 3 of them were martial brothers, from the same sect. Old Man Li's marriage was a major event that the 2 seniors were worried sick about. Thinking that he might not be able to return this time, there was nothing wrong with going crazy. But now that he was back, it would be troublesome. Wu Quishan had nothing to say. He looked at him sympathetically. Forget it, you can only guard Skygate City with me. If you don't, you might be beaten to death by Li Chongqing in school. That's not the way to screw over a junior. Martial artists were very direct. Although Old Man Li might not have a long life because of the unification of 10,000 Dao, Grandmaster powerhouses, especially women, were brave enough to love and hate. They might not really care. Anyway, they were all in a precarious situation. Who knew if they could live until then? Li Chongqing had killed a rank 9 with his sword. The name of longevity swordsman had spread all over the world this time. To have a passionate twilight romance with a man like this was not bad. In front of the crowd, Old Man Li was still clueless. He just thought that these women were crazy. They kept staring at him. What were they looking at? Fang Ping, who was beside him, did not even dare to breathe. These old ladies, well, they all looked quite young. But why were they looking at Old Manly like that? Initially, he wanted to show off a little, but looking at these female grandmasters' attitudes, Fong Ping suddenly shut up. Forget it, I won't say any more. Beside him, Old Man Fan had a smile on his face. After the female grandmasters looked at him for a while, Old Man Fan smiled and said, MCMAU's victory in this battle and the destruction of Skygate City is a joy for us humans and a blessing for Sino Nation. This old man will be more relaxed in the future. I heard that Christian will be guarding Sky Gate City. Is that true? Beside him, Wu Quishan stepped forward and answered, Old Man Fan, after I've settled MCMAU's matters, I'll enter the catacombs and guard Skygate City. Skygate City will become a cultivation ground for some MCMAU instructors and students. Other departments, including casual martial artists, can all enter. Old Man Fan looked at him for a while and said, I'm relieved that you'll be guarding. However, Skygate City is almost 100 li away from the passageway. It seems that this old man will have to continue to stay here. Originally, the other departments considered letting you guard Magic City catacombs. Now that you've conquered Skygate City, then let us suppress the other party in Magic City catacombs together. 2 rank 9s were less than 100 li away. Magic City catacombs would be much safer in the future. Elder Fan had been in charge of Magic City's catacombs for many years. His ability was not weak. It was the same for Wu Quishan. When the two of them joined forces, they could coordinate with each other from a distance. Unless the 4 great rank 9s of Monster Sunflower City and Monster Phoenix City joined forces to attack, otherwise, in a confrontation between rank 9s, humans would have the upper hand. At this moment, Magic City's catacombs were the safest they had ever been. There were no enemy cities within a radius of 100 li. The nearest Monster Sunflower City was hundreds of miles away. This distance was enough for them to return to the surface and ask for reinforcements during the battle. Having said that, Elder Fan looked at Fong Ping with a smile on his face. Fong Ping, this is your first time entering the Magic City catacombs. Come to think of it, it hasn't been that long. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Skygate City, which used to be our greatest enemy, would be destroyed in your hands. This old man is getting on in years. I won't be able to keep watch for many more years. I hope that the next time I have good news, it will be when Magic City's catacombs are pacified. He had been guarding the Magic City catacombs for decades. He was already more than 100 years old. Magic City's catacombs had been fighting frequently too. All these years, he was no longer as capable as he wanted to be. The last time the two cities joined forces to fight, the old man was still very pessimistic and desperate. Many acquaintances had fallen in that battle. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had turned around. This made Elder Fan feel very emotional. Fong Ping smiled. This isn't the strength of MCMAU alone. All these years, if it weren't for everyone continuously weakening Skygate City, there wouldn't be such glory in this battle. It's all thanks to the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors that MCMAU has created such an opportunity. Everyone chuckled. Right now, everyone was very relaxed. After laughing for a while, Elder Fan said, MCMAU should go back too. Now that Skygate City has been annihilated, all parties are watching you. If you guys stay any longer, it'll be more of an eyesore. Wu Quishan opened his mouth and said, I was going to leave initially. There's no need to excessively provoke those fellows now, lest they cause trouble. Everyone discussed for a while more. Wu Quishan shouted, return to MCMAU. In the city, the MCMAU people began to gather at the passageway square. Old Manly, who was walking with Wu Quishan, asked suspiciously, why did Zhao Mingjin and the rest keep staring at me just now? Slashing a rank 9 with a sword. Can't they take a look at you? That's true. Old Manly nodded. Still, he said curiously, I still feel like something's not right. Behind him, Huang Jing coughed dryly and said, maybe they've taken a liking to you. What's so strange about that? Who do you like? Pick one. How old are they? Not interested. Old Manly looked indifferent. Fong Ping and the rest could not care less about Old Manly's matter. The moment Fong Ping and the rest exited the alloy house, the flashing lights went off. In the hall, a group of people were holding up their cameras and filming. The gatekeeper uncle was all smiles. He chuckled and said, "You said it. I fulfilled your wish." When Fang Ping left, he had said that when he came out, he wanted to record the scene of his grand victory and return. Now that they had really won, he did not forget about this. He had arranged it in advance. Fang Ping smiled and nodded. As he posed, he laughed and said, "Uncle, just for this. In the future, when we tear down the door, I'll share half with you, ha ha ha." "That's great. I'll be waiting." Fang Ping laughed too. He continued to sculpt. This was a grand victory. He had to leave some footage to be passed down. Everyone was used to his actions. Wu Kuishan pulled him away and threw him to the side to film. Everyone had not come out yet. "Don't block the way." Fang Ping, on the other hand, said while filming, "Vice-Chancellor, when we go back this time, why don't we follow what I said earlier? Only when 5,000 MCMAU powerhouses use the flight step will they have the momentum of a grand victory. Let's not talk about it during the expedition. Now that we've returned with a grand victory, we have to make a big scene, don't we?" Wu Kuishan could not be bothered with him. Fang Ping said seriously, "To enhance the momentum of all mankind. Think about it. Thousands of powerhouses using the flight step and returning with the momentum of a grand victory. No, walking the underground passageway in the dark is too shabby. Why don't you ask the military department for their opinion? I guarantee they won't have any objections." Wu Kuishan was about to speak when someone laughed and said, "Sure. A triumphant return. Indeed, we should have the momentum of a triumphant return. I'll allow the flight step in Magic City. Now that the whole world is watching this battle, it's indeed not suitable for MCMAU to return via the underground passageway. Although Fang Ping likes to show off, sometimes it's still necessary to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao appeared. Fang Ping realized that Zhang Tao had been spending a lot more time in Magic City recently. Since Zhang Tao had said so, Wu Kuishan felt a little helpless. He glanced at Fang Ping and sighed softly. "Think of a way yourself. Mentality shouldn't be wasted like this." Martial artists of the 3 lower ranks could not use the flight step. Treading the air was more like it. With so many people, Fang Ping would think of a way to bring them along with him. "Don't, Vice-Chancellor. Let's do something together. It won't take up much mentality anyway." Fang Ping chuckled. "Vice-Chancellor, you're the one taking the lead this time. How honorable it is. We'll fly one round around Magic City. Under your leadership, MCMAU has defeated a great enemy. Isn't this worth celebrating?" Wu Kuishan felt helpless and did not say anything more. Very soon, when everyone came out, they were informed about this matter. At this moment, even some of the instructors were a little excited. Although martial artists protected mankind, in order to hide the secrets of the catacombs, their military achievements were not obvious. In the eyes of the outside world, martial artists were a privileged class. As for the rest, it was only recently that they found out that martial artists would fight the evil sections. However, not many people knew how tragic the fighting was and how many people died every year. To be able to have such an opportunity on the day of a great victory in the air defense ring city was indeed quite exciting. Martial artists also hoped to be recognized by others. After waiting for Fang Ping and the others to leave, Zhang Tao did not follow them. Instead, he was deep in thought. The situation had come to this point. The final battle might be near. Should some things be made public? There's no need to publicize the dangers and extermination. At least let people know that our martial artists are constantly fighting and bleeding for everyone. Martial artists do not only enjoy privileges. At least let people know that mankind has enemies. Of course, no matter how strong the enemy is, they will still be destroyed. Martial artists are also human. Zhang Tao murmured. Humans still hope to be recognized by others, to let people know that everything they did was not for personal gain. Those powerhouses who died in the catacombs did not even dare to reveal the information of their deaths. Axe King Xing Kaiwan was still on the list to this day. They dared not let a rank 9 die. Over the years, the government would not even hold public memorial services for those who had died in the catacombs, even for those who had died in battle. On the military department's side, when a large number of soldiers died in battle, the reply given to their families was usually that they had participated in the border battle. Maybe it's time for everyone to obtain the glory that belongs to them. Humanity's heroes who died in the catacombs had died in secret. After all, it still made some people feel bitterly disappointed. Zhang Tao thought of many things. For a moment, he was a little distracted. At the same time, Magic City. When they saw the densely packed group of people in the air, when they saw the golden rays shining in the void, the whole of Magic City fell into silence. Then, there was some panic. Fortunately, very soon, a powerhouse shouted, "Magic City Martial Arts University's instructors and students have returned from the battle against the evil sect. They have returned victorious and killed countless enemies. Congratulations to MCMAU." Following the shouting of these powerhouses, Magic City's citizens finally stopped panicking. After they stopped being afraid, they could not help but exclaim, "So many powerhouses! They can all fly. Didn't they say that flying requires at least a middle-ranked martial artist? Why do MCMAU have so many middle-ranked powerhouses? This is too strong. There are thousands of them. The commander in my hometown is only a middle-ranked. MCMAU is too strong. The battle against the evil sect. Is the evil sect so strong? There are so many powerhouses in MCMAU. They actually went to battle the evil sect together. Don't they feel that the evil sect is strong?" At this moment, the whole of Magic City was in a state of discussion. Everyone looked up at the sky. Not long after, the scene in the sky was displayed on some of the public screens in the city. Magic City TV station also began to broadcast the scene in the sky. Someone looked at the big screen and could not help but exclaim, "That's my nephew. He can fly too. This kid, he didn't say a word when he came home. I thought he didn't learn well in school. That's my daughter. That's my daughter. Did you see that? That's my son. My son is here too. My son is here too. This kid told me a few days ago that he was going to go into closed-door cultivation. Bastard, this bastard actually went to battle the evil sect. Wait and see how I'll deal with him later." Although that was what the middle-aged man who shouted to deal with his son said, his face was full of joy. He wanted to shout in all directions, "That's my son went to battle the evil sect and returned victorious, my son can even perform the flight step." At this moment, countless people rejoiced. Countless people exclaimed because they saw familiar faces. Those children who usually looked bashful, who were still immature in their eyes, were actually powerhouses. There were also some people who were the parents of these students. They did not know that their children would be so powerful and participate in the battle. For a moment, they were both proud and worried. In the sky, some martial artists carried the cameras and performed the flight step to record. The more martial artists there were, the less trouble. Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping strangely and asked curiously, "Why aren't you on camera?" Fang Ping was a person who loved to show off, however, this time, he did not steal the spotlight. There was no justice in this world. Fang Ping sneered. "Who doesn't know me, Fang Ping? Do I still need to be on camera? I'll give everyone a chance to prove to the world that MCMAU has many powerhouses and I'm not the only one. Also, don't steal too much of the spotlight. No one knows you." Indeed, Fang Ping did not steal the spotlight. He did not want to either. He had enjoyed enough glory. There was no need for this. If it was possible. He wanted the people who sacrificed themselves to be known by the public. They died in the catacombs and no one knew. Now, everyone only saw the glory of martial artists. Did they know how many martial artists died in the catacombs? However, Fang Ping knew that now was not the time. Now, he could only let everyone see the strength of martial artists slowly and see the victory of martial artists. This was what MCMAU should do. The dead could only be forgotten. Looking at the students' suppressed excitement and joy, looking at the instructors' solemn faces as if they were participating in a war, Fang Ping suddenly chuckled. "You're all secretly happy in your heart, but you have to pretend that you don't care. Baldy, isn't it interesting?" Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. "You're not filming me. What's so interesting about it?" Thousands of martial artists kept circling in the sky, circling the city. Below, the crowd's necks were sore from watching, but there were still countless people who kept looking up. As they watched, some people broke into tears. Others asked, but they did not say a word. Some people's children disappeared. Some people's fathers disappeared. These people could see the situation high up in the sky. Naturally, they were also martial artists. As martial artists, they naturally understood what it meant for those few people to be missing. They died in the catacombs. At this moment, some people were happy, and some people were crying. As for the strength of martial artists, the strength of MCMAU, the conquest of the evil sect, this news spread far and wide. Fang Ping had always thought that the evil sect was used by the world's powerhouses to throw the blame. Reality proved that it was indeed so. This time, the evil sect martial artists became the target of everyone's hatred once again. MCMAU mobilized so many powerhouses to encircle and annihilate the evil sect. It must have been because the evil sect had done something evil. Otherwise, why would those young martial artists go on a conquest of the evil sect? After circling the city, deafening cheers sounded in MCMAU's direction very quickly. They were back. The teachers and students who stayed behind were wild with joy. This time, Qin Fengqing still wanted to shout, but Fang Ping choked him, not giving him a chance. Glory belonged to these young people. He was already a grandmaster, so he did not need to care too much. Besides, it was rare for him to have the opportunity to choke someone else. Fang Ping still felt very good. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version website, a proper day of leave. His condition had deteriorated greatly over the past few days. He wanted to let Old Eagle sober up, rest, and organize his thoughts. He didn't want to take leave at first, so he forced himself to do 3 or 1 chapter. He didn't want to break his record. But his condition had indeed deteriorated too much. So he wanted to relax today and breathe in some fresh air. That's all I said. Let's work slowly and steadily. If you suck me dry, I won't be able to suck any more in the future. Thank you, brothers, for your understanding. Global High Martial Arts will take a day off to sober up. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. On the 20th of August, MCMAU's instructors and students returned with the momentum of a great victory. MCMAU was immersed in a sea of joy. Such joy did not last long. On August 22nd, the bodies of the dead were buried. This time, the government attached great importance to it. The ministers of the 3 ministries arrived to preside over the burial ceremony. This time, all the heroes who had died in battle were buried in MCMAU's southern cemetery. In South Side, the cries traveled far. In a huge warehouse in the southern area, Fang Ping was refining energy crystals. Next, the South District would have to be rebuilt, and the mineral veins would have to be set up. In order to seal off the leakage of energy and prevent it from overflowing, a large number of energy crystal bricks would be laid underground. Beside him, Old Manly was drinking wine as he said with a smile, "Old Wu asked you to host. Why are you chickening out this time?" "I'm busy. I'm refining energy crystals. It's fine to delay it for a few days." "You're so annoying. Can you stop harassing me?" Fang Ping's face was full of impatience. He tossed away an energy crystal and looked at him. "Why aren't you going?" "Why would I go? Hearing people cry makes me uncomfortable, so I'll hide and enjoy some peace." "You didn't pay your respects to Ayu?" Old Man Li's gaze was hostile. Fang Ping pursed his lips. "If you're looking for trouble with me, then I'll look for trouble with you." "Why are you glaring at me?" "Ayu," Old Manly mumbled, then suddenly laughed. "Actually, it's been 40 years. I've long forgotten what Ayu looks like." What did he know at that age? He just had a good impression of her, and then she died in battle. He felt terrible and kept saying that he would take revenge for her. How many years had it been? Now that he thought about it, he really couldn't remember what she looked like. But that was also the motivation when I was young. I kept thinking about this matter. In the end, it wasn't just for this person, but for this obsession. "Why are you explaining so much to me?" "I didn't say anything. Actually, I still want to say that since the war hasn't stopped, death is inevitable." I know. Fang Ping continued, I just don't want to go. It's fine as long as the vice-chancellor and the others are there. You. Old Manly chuckled. You talk big, but deep down, you're still weak, you're the weak one. Fang Ping retorted, if you're not weak, why would you hide from Mayor Nan? Isn't he just 30 years older than you? At rank 8 and rank 9, would he still care about this? Look at how scared you are. You don't even dare to look at him. Old Man Li's expression was dark as he cursed under his breath. Then, he continued to curse, Huang Jing and Wu Chuan, those two old things, I'll hack them to death sooner or later. Are you blind? Nan Yingyue looked at me as if she wanted to kill me. Would I dare to stick my head out? This old lady is about to reach the peak. Do I dare to provoke her? Fang Ping glanced at him and said in a low voice, take it easy. Minister Zhang loves to eavesdrop. Maybe he'll pass on the message to Mayor Nan. I'm not even 100 years old. I'm still young, yet you call me old granny. No matter how old a woman is, she still cares about this. Old Manly was speechless. He gestured in the direction of the cemetery and said, Minister, don't mess with me. I'm in a lot of trouble now. Elder Nan is quite a nice person. At this moment, Zhang Tao's words rang in their ears. Old Manly and Fang Ping's faces darkened, he was really eavesdropping. The funeral is over. Don't hide anymore. Come out and come to the meeting hall. After saying those words, Zhang Tao's voice disappeared. Old Manly cursed in a low voice, where did Zhang Tao get this hobby from? Just because his mentality was strong, he eavesdropped on these things all day long. Was he not embarrassed? After cursing for a while, the two of them walked toward the meeting hall. Meeting hall. At this moment, MCMAU powerhouses who were peak rank 6 and above were all present. Zhang Tao, Nan Yingyue, and the others were there too. Li Zhen had something to do and had already left. Seeing the two of them enter, Zhang Tao glanced at them and said lightly, what are you hiding for? Once the war starts, things like this will happen more often in the future. Do you think you can hide every time? Right, Guoxian, before he left, he asked me to tell you that he doesn't hate you. He's also a military martial artist. He knows that people will die in a war. His younger brother died in the catacombs. He can't blame you. Fang Ping said calmly, I'm not hiding. I just don't want to be disturbed. The old vice-chancellor used to do this. He often sent his students' ashes back. Every time he did it, he felt terrible. Every time he did it, he felt terrible. In the end, he felt that he had let everyone down and entered the catacombs with the determination to die. I don't want to die, and I don't want to affect myself. That's why I don't want to be hated. Fang Ping was the one who brought up the war this time. Family members might not know about it. However, if there were martial artists in the family, they would definitely know. Whether they hated Fang Ping or not depended on the person. No matter how great MCMAU's achievements were or how much praise they received from society, they could not save the lives of those who died in the war. The old vice-chancellor was respected by many. When he died, he was all alone and had nothing. Even so, there were still many students and instructors' families who hated him. Fang Ping did not continue this topic. He found a seat and sat down. Zhang Tao saw this and did not mention it again. Nan Yingyue, on the other hand, glanced at Old Manly, then glanced at the trembling Huang Jing. She humphed, her expression unfriendly. I'm almost 100 years old. You bastards, how dare you introduce Li Chongqing to me? If it wasn't for the fact that it was inconvenient for me to do it, I'd kill you right now, and this Li Chongqing guy. How dare he have designs on her? Did he not want to live anymore? Old Man Li's expression was dark. He quietly found a corner and sat down. I won't have designs on you. I'm innocent too. Who would want an old lady like you? You're almost 100 years old, and you're still thinking of robbing the cradle? Zhang Tao glanced at them and could not help but laugh. He quickly put on a straight face and said, Fang Ping, I heard that you want to split 20% of the war spoils this time? Yes. Fang Ping answered and explained, the more you give, the more you get. This is how a martial artist should be. I don't have the right to contribute selflessly now, nor do I have the right to. Those who don't know might think that I'm trying to buy people's hearts and seize power. In reality, in reality, that's what you're doing. Zhang Tao glanced at him and interrupted him directly. He quickly said, you want to bury the mineral resources underground? Yes. And you want our mentality to solidify energy crystals to prevent the energy from escaping? Fang Ping heard this and his eyes moved. He immediately said, this is MCMAU's matter and also the Education Ministry's matter. If the minister is not willing, then pretend I didn't say anything. In short, he did not want to bleed. When old Zhang mentioned this, he felt that it was unreliable and immediately dismissed the idea. Zhang Tao said calmly, of course I will contribute to MCMAU's matter. However, since you want a third of the mineral vein, then your piece, including the land occupation fees and other expenses. Fang Ping's expression was extremely dark. You want to rip me off again, wishful thinking. He even wanted to collect land occupation fees from him. Before old Zhang became a martial artist, he must have been a local tycoon, right? Fang Ping cursed in his heart and said immediately, then I won't bury it underground. I'll just cut it into energy stones. Zhang Tao saw that he was not taking the bait and felt slightly regretful. He said, in this battle, the Scholar Tree King, the Bamboo King, and the Green Wolf King, the three peerless powerhouses, are all very dissatisfied. I've also asked Warlord to help you hold the line. Fang Ping's head hurt. He said in distress, don't always pick on me. You've already taken 70% of the mineral vein, and you still have to look for me. Do you think it's easy for me? I've only taken 20% of the remaining 30%. In total, it's only 6%, not even 10%. Moreover, if I bury it underground, everyone can still borrow my energy to cultivate. Minister, if I really cut it all, then there'll be nothing left. Zhang Tao said with a faint smile, then what about the ones you dug out earlier? MCMAU didn't register them either, Fang Ping said with a blank expression, what? Anyway, I didn't dig them out. Zhang Tao was mentally exhausted. Forget it. It's the same even if they're in this kid's hands. Sooner or later, they'll be dug out. I have no objections if you want to apply for 20% of the spoils. However, I still have to warn you. The battle is over, and now it's the digestion period. MCMAU will be in a period of rapid development. At this time, don't cause trouble for me. The government is preparing for the final battle in the Forbidden Catacombs. There are many things to do. In this year, first it was the opening of the Nanjiang Catacombs, followed by the Tiannan Catacombs War, Capital City Catacombs Chaos, Magic City Catacombs Chaos, King Battleground Chaos. Although things are developing in a good direction, it's still giving us a headache. Fang Ping, you'd better stay in MCMAU for now. Don't run around and ruin things. When the Forbidden Catacombs are destroyed, it'll be much easier for us. Fang Ping thought for a while and nodded. I understand. We can't provoke the apex at this juncture. Otherwise, you might not have time to care about me. Is that what you're saying? Zhang Tao was speechless. You're a rank 7 martial artist. Why do you always want to provoke the apex? How many times has this happened? You've provoked a bunch at the King Battleground. Here in Magic City too. He did not know what to say now. He could not be bothered to say anything more. He stood up and said, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Let's settle the matter of the mineral vein as soon as possible. I'll be leaving Magic City next. Also, if you're going to Star City, remember to let me know in advance. I'll ask Wang Qinghai to accompany you. Don't go alone. At this point, Zhang Tao said, Yang Qing from the Yang family hasn't left the King Battleground. He might have fallen inside, Fang Ping said with a look of realization, I almost forgot. He's fallen. Ji Yao and the others killed him. He had forgotten to mention this. Seeing Zhang Tao looking at him, Fang Ping shrugged and said, I promise, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. If I really killed him, I won't even bother to talk about it now. That day when Yang Qing crossed the boundary, he was still stuck in the boundary wall and happened to meet Ji Yao and the others. Ji Yao's group of people had easily killed him. I'm also his benefactor. That Crocodile Bidwa killed him. I avenged him and killed Crocodile Bidwa. Minister, he's just a rank 7 martial artist. I don't really care about him. Beside him, Lu Fengre looked at him. Tang Feng looked at him. Old Huang also looked at him. What did he mean? You're just a rank 7 martial artist. You're really arrogant. Everyone believed Fang Ping when he said he did not do it. If he really did it, this kid was so evil that he would not even mention it. Of course, Zhang Tao did not mention this. He probably would not say it either. Maybe he really forgot. Obviously, Yang Qing was insignificant in his eyes. Zhang Tao only knew now that Yang Qing was really dead. After thinking for a while, he said, since you didn't mention this before, then let's pretend it didn't happen. He died in the hands of the catacombs martial artists. This is fate. Let's settle the mineral vein first. I still have a lot of things to do. I don't have time to waste here. Old Zhang was very busy. Before he left, Fang Ping and the others were also anxious to settle the matter. On that day, Fang Ping and the others mobilized all the teachers and students in the school to move everything that could be moved from the southern area. Then, Old Zhang displayed his great strength again. He directly uprooted some of the tall buildings in the southern area and moved them aside. As for the mineral vein, it was now placed in Magic City's military zone. Old Zhang went back and forth between the two places. He cut a long section of the mineral vein essence and filled it under MCMAU. The underground was also sealed by a large number of energy crystals. After that, Zhang Tao expended a large amount of mentality and began to solidify those energy crystals. On one hand, it was to prevent a large amount of energy from overflowing. On the other hand, it was also for anti-theft purposes. Most people could not break into the solidified place at the apex. Zhang Tao also expended a lot of energy this time. Fang Ping had almost never seen someone overdraft like this. It was the first time he saw signs of old Zhang's face turning pale because of the large-scale solidification of energy crystals. He was slightly exhausted. Although Zhang Tao was a bit of a scammer, he was still reliable in critical moments. After spending a day, the matter of the mineral vein was finally settled. As for Fang Ping's own small section of the mineral vein, Fang Ping also cut it apart. He did not put it together with the big mineral vein, but placed it separately. Not only that, others were rebuilding the southern area. As for Fang Ping, he began to use a large number of energy crystals to build his own crystal palace. At this moment, Qin Fengqing and the others were so envious that their eyes were red. He had a small section of the mineral vein to himself. Moreover, Fang Ping built the mineral vein and his crystal palace as one. In the crystal palace, all the energy could be gathered without leaking. It could be said that in the whole of MCMAU, Fang Ping's crystal palace was the one with the richest energy. Not only that, other than the core mineral vein, Fang Ping filled his own small section of the energy stones, including the high-ranked ones from before and the low-ranked ones from later excavations. As a result, the energy in the crystal palace was so rich that it was about to liquefy. Qin Fengqing and the others took a look. None of them wanted to leave. Even though the house was not completed, most of them stayed there, unwilling to leave no matter what. As for Fang Ping, he did not have time to care about them. These fellows were not bad laborers. After handing over the task of perfecting the crystal palace to them, Fang Ping began to take inventory of his gains. This time, he had gained a lot from the battle with Skygate City. The remains of the Skygate tree, about 100 caddies of energy crystals, and trillions of energy stones. As for the rest of the distribution, Fang Ping did not want any of them. He exchanged them for energy stones in exchange for this section of the mineral vein. Zhang Tao approved of his distribution plan. Fang Ping's wealth had also increased by a large amount. Wealth, 250 million points vitality, 17,100 calories, 17,158 calories, mentality, 2,100 Hz, 2,149 Hz, destructive power. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, 2.5 trillion. At the end of this battle, Fang Ping's spoils were close to an astronomical figure of 2.5 trillion, he had privately dug out close to 600 billion energy stones. According to the distribution plan, the school had given him close to 2 trillion energy stones. In addition, there were the remains of the Sky Gate tree and 100 caddies of life essence. Logically, the total value was close to exceeding 3 trillion. However, the system estimated that there were some discounts. Some things were not calculated that much. Even so, Fang Ping had become rich overnight. Compared to before he set off, his wealth had doubled. Before the battle, his wealth had peaked at less than 130 million. Not only did his wealth increase, Fang Ping realized that he now had a shocking amount of good stuff on hand. He still had a few divine weapons. He still had a few accessories that could block mentality. The remains of the Sky Gate tree meant that it was a rank 9 divine weapon. On top of that, there were countless energy stones. At this time, Fang Ping finally did not feel the pinch. Previously, he had almost gone bankrupt. His heart was in so much pain. This time, Fang Ping had money. He was no longer reluctant to spend it. His storage space was still too small. Previously, he had been reluctant to expand it. This time, the remains of the Sky Gate tree were carried back by everyone. Expanding it by 1 cubic meter, according to his current points, was only 50,000 points. It was peanuts. Fang Ping was not careless. This time, he expanded his storage space by 1,000 cubic meters. He spent 45 million wealth points. However, Fang Ping felt that it was worth it. With such a large storage space, it was almost enough to store a complete rank 9 monster plant corpse in the future. A rank 9 monster beast was not a problem. He had come into contact with many rank 9s now. Fang Ping felt that it would not be too long before he could store a rank 9 corpse. Fang Ping used the remaining 5 million wealth points to repair the materialized object. Last time, the materialized object was almost destroyed by a rank 8 powerhouse. He did not have enough wealth points to repair it. Now, he had money. When Fang Ping was done with these, it was almost the end of August. At this time, MCMAU new students had begun to arrive one after another. They were arranged to stay in the Magic Marshall Hotel. The school had also begun to prepare to welcome new students. This batch of new students was the most in all the years. More than 5,000 people, almost everyone was a martial artist. Before the new students arrived, Fang Ping called the Martial Arts Association again. The ranking must be updated at the end of August. MCMAU wanted to welcome the new students in the most powerful manner. He wanted to let all the new students know that MCMAU was terrifyingly powerful, and he, Fang Ping, was also terrifyingly powerful. This time, the one who answered the phone was Vice President Liu. Fang Ping did not mince words. If the ranking was not updated by the end of August, he would go and collect the debt. He would ask all the grandmasters in MCMAU to collect the debt together. If President Liu could afford the 50 billion IOU, then he could consider not updating the ranking. Martial Arts Association. President Liu let out a long sigh. I've fallen into a trap. The last time he quoted 50 billion, he did not spend a single cent and got a divine weapon. As expected, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The key point was that Fang Ping, that kid, was frighteningly scary now. He had killed a rank 8 with a saber. He was really no match for him. Moreover, the other party was petty. Since rank 5 until now, he had been pestering the Martial Arts Association. If he did not satisfy the other party this time, he was worried that it would be very dangerous when he went out in the future. Therefore, before school started, on the 28th of August, the Martial Arts Association updated the ranking again. This time, the change in the ranking was surprising, but not surprising. MCMAU had annihilated Skygate City. Their outstanding military service deserved this kind of treatment and change. Besides the battle in Tianan, it had been many years since such a big event had happened. On August 28, the Guru list was updated. It had only been less than a month since the update on August 1st, but there had been a huge change in the rankings. Mekmao. Southern District, in the half-built Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace that Fang Ping had built had no other distinguishing feature except for one thing. It was tall, extremely high. Everyone suggested that he change his name to Crystal Tower. At this moment, on the top of the tower, Fang Ping held a list in his hand and laughed out loud. The Martial Arts Association is finally afraid. I knew you wouldn't dare to fool me this time. At this moment, the people beside him couldn't help but glance at him, all of them speechless. The crystal pagoda that Fang Ping built had a spire. Below the spire was a platform. At this moment, Fang Ping alone occupied the top of the tower. The rest of them could only stand on the platform at the side, which made them look shorter. Everyone was too lazy to say anything about Fang Ping's bad taste. Of course, the so-called crowd referred to three people, Li Hansong, Qin Fengqing, and Chen Yunxi. This time, Old Wang and Old Zhao had obtained a lot of contribution points and exchanged them for a lot of good things. They had long since returned to their lair. Among the three of them now, Chen Yunxi did not feel anything, Li Hansong was indifferent, and Qin Fengqing was still waiting for Fang Ping to elevate his rank. Although he had criticized them countless times in his heart, his face was full of smiles. Hence, the atmosphere at the top of the pagoda was extremely harmonious. No one was surprised by Fang Ping's laughter. At this time, everyone was holding the new list in their hands. Among them, the 7th level Grandmaster list had changed a lot. Fang Ping, 3rd in rank 7. There was no first place, because the rank 8 that Fang Ping had killed was not his contribution alone. That was why even though he had killed a rank 8, he was still unable to become the number 1 rank 7. However, being ranked 3rd among rank 7 was a remarkable achievement. He had suppressed many peak rank 7 powerhouses. Peak rank 7 Lu Polu was only ranked 13th at the moment. Huang Jing, who was about to step into peak rank 7, had previously consumed the heavenly golden lotus and his mentality had entered 3000 Hz recently. He had been honing his skull and was only ranked 75th. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had surpassed everyone in one fell swoop and became the 3rd rank 7. Naturally, he had reason to be happy. Other than the ranking, the most important thing was that Fang Ping's title had finally changed after all his hard work. Title, Devil, just one word, it was a meaningful word. What kind of devil was a devil? MCMAU's devil, the devil of demons, crazy demon, everyone had witnessed Fang Ping's prowess. The Martial Arts Association, including some experts, actually gave 3 words, demon, demon, and crazy. The reason why it gave a single word name was actually prepared for Fang Ping when he reached rank 8. Only the 8th rank could be called a king. Initially, Fang Ping was a freak. Everyone thought that freak was more suitable for him. But when they thought of the Demon King, they gave up on the idea. Fang Ping's craziness could not compare to his devilish nature. In many people's eyes, Fang Ping was indeed somewhat devilish. His rise was too fast, so fast that no one could keep up. Moreover, this fellow was a madman. There was no way to live without madness. Fang Ping took risks again and again, created major incidents time and time again, and pulled chestnuts out of the fire time and time again. A person like him could be called a maniac. On top of that, he was from MCMAU. In the end, the Martial Arts Association decided on a new title. This was also the martial artist who had changed the most titles so far. It also had something to do with Fang Ping's own style. It had always been ever-changing, so it was hard to pinpoint it. Now, the word devil, no matter how Fang Ping changed, could always be summed up with this word. Devil King Fang Ping. Not bad. Fang Ping roared with laughter. I am the Demon King. The king of demons and ghosts, the king of MCMAU, the great devil lord feared by everyone in the catacombs. One day, when I kill a true king, I want to have 2 titles. I'll be the great Demon King. Fang Ping laughed out loud. In the eyes of the catacombs martial artists, the Devil King was the hero of mankind. The only person with 2 titles in China was the Heavenly King Zhenwang. Heavenly King subduing could even suppress the heavens, but could he suppress a great demon king like him? Qin Fengqing mumbled, demon. Where is there a king? Rubik's Cube, your king character is still too early. Fang Ping turned his head to look at him. His gaze was unfriendly as he said viciously, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Qin Fengqing pursed his lips, but he still chuckled and said, Congratulations, Demon King, for entering the 3rd rank of 7th rank. Actually, he still wanted to beat up the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association. With the demeanor of the Demon King, he would definitely get first place. What the hell? Is the commander of the Northern Frontier Military Region comparable to you, the Demon King? 2nd place is the same. Donglin's governor is actually ranked second, higher than you. There's no justice in this world. Has he killed a rank 8 before? Has he killed 7 rank 7s in one battle? Has he killed a double-digit number of rank 7s? What about you, Fang Ping? You've killed a double-digit number of rank 7s. In terms of strength, how could they be your opponent? It's only because they're older that they gave them some face. After all, they're people who are about to achieve rank 8. That's why you're ranked third. Qin Fengqing was full of praise. As he praised, he said, don't talk about being the first in rank 7, even if it's the first in rank 8, not far away. Old Manly flashed past like the wind. Qin Fengqing shut his mouth immediately. Forget it. The first in rank 8 was this old man. He was very scary. Fang Ping was still too inexperienced to snatch the first place in rank 8. He dared not say it either. Recently, there was a bad atmosphere in MCMAU. The grandmasters liked to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Was there any privacy in this broken school? He heard that 2 days ago, a rank 9 powerhouse went to reunite with his ex-wife and was eavesdropped by 5 or 6 mentalities. He was so angry that he swore to kill a few of them. The current MCMAU was no longer the MCMAU of the past. If he said bad things about Oldly now, he might be hung at the school gate tomorrow. Qin Fengqing did not say anything else. Fang Ping smiled reservedly and said, don't talk nonsense. Northern Borderline King Commander and Donglin's Governor Zhao, these two are also top-notch rank 7 powerhouses. In the past, Old Chen was the first rank 7, and these two are second and third. Now, he was only one step away from rank 8. Compared to them, I'm still lacking. Qin Fengqing was too lazy to say anything else. Fang Ping looked at Li Hansong again and said, Ironhead isn't bad either. He's ranked 182 among the rank 7 martial artists. It's not bad that he's ranked so high when he just entered rank 7. After saying that, he added, it's just that the title isn't too good. He doesn't even have Iron Fist anymore. He's directly turned into Vajra. Fang Ping sighed. You're going to call yourself a king in the future. King Vajra? King Kong always felt like a gorilla. Also, when you reach the impasse, maybe you won't be given a double title. Are you going to change it to Golden King? King of Steel? Or Iron King? Fang Ping felt sorry for Li Hansong for a while. Li Hansong laughed foolishly, but in his heart, he was thinking if he should find a chance to beat up President Liu and the rest, Old Wang was still the best. He still had the same title, God of Bloody War. With the 2 words God of War, this was awesome. Ironhead felt that Old Wang must have beaten them up in private. Otherwise, Old Wang's battle record was not that strong. Why would he give Old Wang that title? As for Old Yao, his title was also pretty awesome, God-splitting spear. Yao Qingjuan's spear could destroy mentality. The saying of God-splitting was true to its name. At this moment, a few of them had entered the rank 7 ranking list, but none of them entered the top 100. On the rank 8 ranking list, Old Manly was still number 1. On the rank 9 ranking list, Wu Quishan only entered rank 9 at the beginning of June. Now it was the end of August, but he was advancing one step a day. On the ranking list again, Snake King Wu Quishan was ranked 18 among the rank 9 martial artists. Second only to Dragon King Linlong. Dragon King 17. Snake King 18. The rankings between these two were next to each other. Perhaps soon, Snake King would surpass Dragon King, surpassing the dragon. After looking at the ranking list, Fang Ping was still extremely satisfied. As for why he did not get first place among the rank 7, there were many reasons. On one hand, his rank was too low. On the other hand, it was related to his age. Moreover, Fang Ping's battle record of killing rank 7s was not too outstanding. Among the rank 7s he killed, the only peak rank 7 who had honed his skull only had 3 to 5 bones. A real peak rank 7 might have honed as many as 25 bones. Such a powerhouse had also been killed by rank 7s before. As for killing rank 8s, that did not count. With the help of many rank 7s, Fang Ping made a rank 8s lie down and let him hack them. Hacking them to death did not mean that Fang Ping's ability was out of this world. Giving him third place was also considered a well-deserved title. Even so, Fang Ping was still very satisfied. The key was that the title had changed. The word general was finally gone. This time, if there was another devil general, he was also prepared to hack people. MCMAU is getting stronger and stronger. Fang Ping sighed and chuckled. Qin Fengqing is not bad too. This time, he actually entered the rank 6 ranking list. With the ability of an early stage rank 6, ranking 99th rank 6 is already very good. Qin Fengqing pursed his lips and pretended not to hear. 99th, who cared, Fang Ping said again, it's a pity that I didn't give you a title. Otherwise, I think Baldy King is not bad. Cough, cough. Qin Fengqing coughed dryly and interrupted, we'll talk about this later. Fang Ping, let's double. Fang Ping's gaze was sharp. Beside him, Chen Yunqi glanced at the two of them curiously. Chen Yunqi, who had killed countless people on the battlefield previously, had once again returned to the state of an ignorant little girl here. She asked curiously, double what? Fang Ping chuckled. Both of us gained something. Our luck is not bad. Yunqi, you're almost middle stage rank 5, right? Yes. Chen Yunqi heard that and said happily, my 6 viscera honing is almost complete. Fang Ping, cultivating here is really too fast. However, this crystal pagoda is too simple. Fang Ping, do you want me to help you decorate it? Fang Ping's crystal pagoda was currently not open to many people. The crystal pagoda had 9 floors. Each floor was about 50 square meters. The place was not too big. Even so, it had consumed more than half of the school's energy crystals. There were 9 floors. The higher the floor, the weaker the energy. The best place to cultivate was, in fact, the first floor. However, Fang Ping liked to sit on the top of the pagoda and watch the clouds rise and fall. These were Fang Ping's original words. In reality, everyone was not stupid. They all knew that he was acting cool. The crystal pagoda was about 30 meters tall. It was not the tallest building in the school. It was slightly lower than the school archives. However, the school archives was outside the southern area. This crystal pagoda was currently the tallest building in the southern area. If it were any other place, Fang Ping would be arrogant if he built such a tall building. He would not even pay attention to the vice-chancellor. In MCMAU, there were not many people who cared about him. Wu Quishan could not be bothered. He did not care how high he built it. Anyway, when he came to look for Fang Ping, he would not enter the door. He would come using flight step. Sure, up to you. Fang Ping had no objections. He said, it's enough for you to cultivate on the 3rd floor. The energy in the lower 2 floors is too rich. When you break through middle stage and want to hone your meridians and flesh, you can go down a little. As for you guys, Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing and Ironhead and said, you guys can go underground to cultivate. If Ironhead goes, he can do it for free. This is the benefit of grandmasters. As for Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing. Seeing the longing on his face, he smiled and said, when you break through to grandmaster, you can cultivate for free too. Before you break through, 10 million for a day of cultivation. It's not much. Qin Fengqing nodded hurriedly. He had no objections. He would owe it for now. Master Qin had no money at the moment. As for this time, he had obtained 150,000 merit points. Theoretically, it was worth a lot. However, he had used it to exchange for a chance to improve. It was equivalent to gaining nothing this time. He had only obtained some energy stones, which were almost spent recently. Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. Chen Yunqi asked, Yuan called me yesterday. She asked when you're going back. I'm not going back. Fang Ping shook his head. I still have a lot of things to do. I'll go back after I'm done. Okay, then Yuan's enrollment this time. Fang Ping heard this and laughed. Treat everyone the same. Do what needs to be done. Of course, she can go to the 9th floor to cultivate here. About the catacombs, should we lock her down? Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, no need. Since she insists on entering MCMAU, she'll attend whatever classes everyone else attends. Also, I've already discussed it with the vice-chancellor. MCMAU will rear some monsters in captivity. Low-ranked monsters. In the future, the southern area will build a monster combat room. Actual combat will no longer be limited to humans. It will include battles against monsters. Low-ranked monsters have no intelligence at all. They only know how to kill. Monsters are stronger than martial artists. If they can kill monsters, they can kill catacombs martial artists. Not only that, this time when we took down Skygate City, we harvested a lot of herbs and seeds. In the past, it was difficult for us to plant them because of the lack of energy. Now that there's a mineral vein underground in the southern area, we don't lack energy anymore. We'll try to plant these treasures in the future and cultivate MCMAU's herb garden. This includes the 100 honing fruit. It didn't grow when we transplanted it last time. This time, I transplanted its roots into the core area of the mineral vein. Maybe it can grow. Fang Ping sighed. If we can get a lot of 100 honing fruits, honing the internal organs will be easy. In the 3 lower ranks, the rich energy and pills can help everyone hone quickly. In the 3 middle ranks, rank 4 and 5 can use the 100 honing fruit, meridian molding flower, and other energy plants to speed up honing. I believe that MCMAU will enter the era of all middle ranks soon. Everyone's faces were full of joy. Qin Fengqing rejoiced for a while, then said bitterly, Fang Ping, it's the 28th. Since returning on the 20th, he had been a little impatient. In the end, Fang Ping was busy with this and that. He had not even started dual cultivation yet. Fang Ping glanced at him, feeling a little helpless. What was this guy in such a hurry for? Although he felt that this guy was a hindrance, Fang Ping had no intention of going back on his word since he had promised. Now that he had entered middle stage rank 7, his strength had increased greatly. Compared to the past, the speed at which he could seal the door would also increase exponentially. It was too easy for a rank 7 martial artist to help a rank 6 martial artist seal the door. Fang Ping even began to consider whether he should help others on a large scale. However, after some thought, he gave up on the idea. If he really displayed such an ability, Fang Ping guaranteed that even Zhang Tao would send him countless rank 6 martial artists to help him seal the door. Then he would not be able to do anything else in the future, moreover, that would also consume wealth, okay? I'll help you later. As Fang Ping said this, beside him, Li Hansong also said, Fang Ping, I have something to tell you. The few of them were all at the top of the tower today, not just to watch Fang Ping show off. Hearing that, Fang Ping nodded slightly, glanced at Xianxia and Li Hansong, and said, you guys go ahead first, I'll have a chat with Iron Head. There's still something in my life gate that I can't take out. Li Hansong waited for them to leave, scratching his head, saying, when I broke through, the divine armor jumped out. I saw something inside, but it seems to be very far away, deep inside the door, I can't get it. Fang Ping, do you have a way to help me get it? I don't think so. Fang Ping shook his head, saying, this still depends on you. When you're strong enough, it shouldn't be a problem. Is that a storage ring deep inside the door? I'm quite interested in this stuff now. It should be. Fang Ping was also not sure, saying casually, and then said, don't panic about this, it's okay if there's none. After school starts this time, are you interested in making a trip to Star Town? In the past, we haven't reached high ranks, but now we're all here. Star Town has invited us a few times before, do you want to go and take a look? Li Hansong chuckled, saying, sure, I want to go to Star Town to take a look too. I've always heard that there are resurrected martial artists in Star Town, but I've only heard of them, never seen them. This time it'll be good to go and take a look. Maybe I can even find my lost brothers, Fang Ping denied, saying, it's hard to say, actually, the resurrected ancient martial artists might not be the same batch. Fang Ping guessed, Star Town has long gathered a large number of resurrected martial artists. The people in Star Town might know the origins of this batch of ancient martial artists. But the few of us, the other party might not know. Minister Zhang also said that we're a little different from them. Jiang Chao also said that among the resurrected martial artists in Star Town, many of their cultivation speed is actually not fast. The fast ones are only around rank 8 now. I don't think there are any rank 9. Iron Head, do you think rank 9 is a shackle for us? Li Hansong said confidently, of course not. Before we were resurrected, we were at least in the impasse realm. Not to mention the absolute peak, I think rank 9 is not difficult. Having said that, he added, you're definitely above the absolute peak. Oh right, can your imperishable substance still be restored? Previously, when Fong Ping had released so much imperishable substance, even he was shocked. Not to mention, Fong Ping was so extravagant that he even used imperishable substance to build the materialized object. That day, everyone had seen his materialized object. It was also because they were all his own people that no one spread the news. If outsiders had seen it, they might have already caused a huge uproar, using imperishable substance to build a materialized object. How extravagant. I should be able to. Fong Ping laughed, thought for a while, and said, then after school starts and settle the school's matters, let's go to Star Town together to take a look. Okay. After Fong Ping finished talking, the news that he had ascended to the 3rd place on the rank 7 ranking list had also spread all over the world. At the end of July, Fong Ping broke through and entered rank 7. At the beginning of August, he entered the middle of the ranking list. At the end of August, a month after Fong Ping's breakthrough, he entered the top 3 of rank 7. The outside world was shocked. At the same time, some other news also shocked people. Fong Ping and his generation had really completely risen up. The 4 prodigies who were still participating in the student championship in 2009 had all broken through and become grandmasters. Among them, Nanjiang Wang Jinyang was officially NMAU's honorary vice-chancellor. Similar to Lu Polu, he was not an official vice-chancellor. The official vice-chancellor was still the rank 6 vice-chancellor of NMAU. Even so, as the only grandmaster-level powerhouse in NMAU, Wang Jinyang also had the biggest say in NMAU and officially began to lead NMAU. Yao Qingjun was the dean of FMS's Combat Finger School. Fong Ping was MCMAU's vice-chancellor. If Li Hansong was in CCMAU, he might have become a dean or vice-chancellor at this moment. However, in MCMAU, Li Hansong did not hold these positions, but was the deputy dean of the School of Weaponry. It was just a title. At this moment, MCMAU's School of Weaponry was full of powerhouses. Dean Li Chongqing, there were 3 deputy deans, Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, and Li Hansong. There were 4 grandmaster powerhouses in MCMAU's Combat Finger School. In MCMAU's Combat Finger School, Luo Yichuan had already started his closed-door training. After this battle, he was not far from rank 7. MCMAU spent resources to exchange for 3 stalks of dark moon grass for him. His breakthrough would only take a month or 2. Zhang Jianhong was no longer guarding the Magic City catacombs. She returned to the school as the deputy dean of the Combat Finger School and also started her closed-door training. He was also at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. The older powerhouse, Su Guqing, had also broken through to the Mentality Vitality Unity realm in this battle. This time, he was also digesting the benefits of the battle, and there was hope for rank 7. The others, such as Qin Zhenhua and Hu Mingyi, had also started breaking through to the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. As for the peak rank 6 powerhouses, MCMAU had 2 more people. For a moment, it seemed like in MCMAU, those who had not reached rank 7 were not qualified to be school leaders. Among the students, Xiaolei had broken through and entered upper stage rank 5. This thrice-honed martial artist had suffered a huge blow in this battle. His girlfriend died in the catacombs. This made Xiaolei completely silent, and he could not be seen in the school. He did not go to the catacombs. Xiaolei spent all his merits and credits and chose to enter the core mineral vein area to cultivate. This time, he planned to finish honing his flesh and enter peak rank 5 before coming out of closed-door training. Otherwise, he would not come out of closed-door training. Fu Chongding, Zhao Xueme, Zhao Lei, and the others also entered the mineral vein to cultivate, preparing to enter rank 5. Instructor Song Yingji also had an unexpected gain this time. He closed the second door and entered upper stage rank 6. He began to prepare for the new student's admission. Old Song decided that he must take Fang Yuan as his student. Not only did he take Fang Yuan, but he also wanted his daughter to be his student. Old Song was now calculating. That kid Fang Ping had a crystal pagoda that belonged to him, and the energy there was extremely rich. He did not give it to his sister to cultivate. If he gave it to his sister, not only was his daughter his sister's classmate, in the same sect, in the same class, the same age, they were also good friends. Under these circumstances, if Fang Yuan brought Xianxia along to cultivate, would Fang Ping have the nerve to not give it to her? That kid alone took 1/3 of the mineral vein. The school's 2/3 now had to satisfy thousands of students and instructors. How many people did he have on his side? Xianxia had just entered rank 1. No matter how much she absorbed, she would only absorb an insignificant amount of energy. Old Song was calculating. Little did he know that this batch of new student instructors was as smart as a ghost. There were at least 80 instructors who were calculating like this, if not 100. This kid Fang Ping was a real rich man. In the past, he did not show off his wealth. If he did, it would be gone soon. Now, it was a fixed mineral vein there. No one had any objections to giving this part of the mineral vein to Fang Ping. That was earned by Fang Ping's own merits. Moreover, giving Fang Ping the mineral vein and burying it under MCMAU, Fang Ping might not leave MCMAU for the rest of his life. Unless he really wanted to leave and dig away the mineral vein. Otherwise, with that kid's personality, would he be willing to give this up and leave on his own? However, if Fang Ping was not rank 9, would he be able to dig away a peak-level solidified mineral vein? With these calculations in mind, the new student instructors of Year 10 were all rubbing their palms together. Each of them was full of gunpowder when they met. Even the recruitment signboard was ready. Female twice-honed martial artists only. Below 18 years old, excluding 18 years old. This was still considered reliable. Some instructors who were not so reliable added a few sentences, as long as they have a small round face. It's best if their surname can be Fang. Now, the instructors were about to fight before the new semester had even begun. Fang Ping was completely unaware of all this. He could not do anything about Qin Fengqing. He could only take advantage of these 2 days to help him increase his rank. Increasing his rank was not a problem. The problem was that this guy was really disgusting. He kept moaning and yelling that it felt so good. His voice was especially loud. Both of them cultivated under the crystal tower. Xianxia was on the 3rd floor. She often stomped on the crystal tower. The crystal tower that had only been built for a few days almost had a big hole in the 3rd floor. End of chapter 637. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.